As the heir to a prominent financial empire, she possesses boundless potential. Yet she helplessly witnesses her body being commandeered by numerous conquerors, reduced to a state of abject supplication for the merest flicker of acknowledgement from those men, time and again stripping her of her dignity and status. Upon reclaiming sovereignty over her own body, she intends to regain everything that is rightfully hers: power, status, and wealth, all of it. Before the conquest, the Student Council President, Lan Xijin, warned, "If you lose, kneel before the school motto and confess your delusions, then leave a continent." The underworld prince, Zhuo, declared, "Even if I were to sink into filth, I would never deign to touch a single finger of yours." The head of the disciplinary committee, Bai Qinnan, commanded, "Leave. You are unworthy of wearing such a fragrant perfume." Chapter 1. Reclaiming control over her body? She has returned. Crack. The skull of the girl shattered in the void. Mission failed. Execution of erasure. "Please, grant me 3 more days." The girl, sprawled on the ground, convulsed wildly. "Just 3 days, and they will surely incompetent." The sound of electricity crackled, accompanied by a shrill, distorted scream. Lan Xijin coldly observed the scene. A derisive laugh escaped her lips. 3 years ago, when she was dragged into this wretched place, she was the youngest heiress of a continent. Subsequently, one by one, the so-called transmigrators seized her body to fulfill their so-called conquest missions, engaging in the most humiliating antics. Her initial fury transformed into a mere perception of absurd theater, even as they wielded her body. Warning: anomalous consciousness detected. Lan Xijin allowed the beam to scan her, a seductive smile curving her lips. "Shall we place a wager? Allow me to return, and within 3 months, I shall make all conquest targets succumb." The confidence in her voice was unwavering, arrogant. "A mere ant. Yet, your meticulously chosen 10 conquerors," she scoffed, "have not even laid a finger on the buttons of their shirts." Silence enveloped the space. 48 hours. First stage mission failed. You shall suffer 10-fold worse than they. Agreed. However, I wish to raise the stakes. If I emerge victorious, you will assist me in uncovering what transpired to my mother. After a flash of white light, Lan Xijin slowly opened her eyes on a pink lace-covered bed. She made her way to the bathroom mirror, where the girl reflected appeared pallid, with scars on her wrists left by a previous transmigrator who had resorted to self-harm for the sake of those young masters. How utterly detestable, the way those individuals treated her body. She tore apart the Hello Kitty curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room, squinting slightly against the brightness. It was time to reclaim all that belonged to her. "Miss, the head of the family requests your presence." The butler's words trailed off as a glass jar filled with stars slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. This was a creation of one of the transmigrators, crafted to curry favor with those men, yet ultimately, it had never been delivered. Lan Xijin descended the spiral staircase. "I am the restaurant." The single father remained engrossed in the financial report, his gaze unwavering, no longer inclined to engage with his suddenly useless daughter. "I hear you intend to expel me?" Lan Xijin seated herself, her tone frigid. "Morris Academy, the ultimate cradle of power and wealth on Continent A. Those who emerge from its halls wield the lifeblood of the entire land. Expulsion signifies total abandonment by the Shan family. Class Z ranks last, the board's resolution. Please, grant me one final chance for next month's examinations," she interjected, pinching the Z-class badge between her fingers before flinging it with force. Whoosh. The badge struck the blurred profile photograph of the Student Council President, Lan Xijin, on the mantelpiece, shattering it. "I shall reclaim this position. The board demands results." Shan's father's hand trembled slightly as he clutched the newspaper. This person before him bore an unsettling familiarity. He pushed aside his plate, his tone laden with conflict. "Even if you once, please believe in me one last time. Should I fail, I willingly renounce all rights to inheritance and shares, severing all ties with the Shan family henceforth." Even if expelled, even without inheritance, her surname would afford her a decent life in Continent A. This wager, however, risked her only escape route. Her father's gaze was firmly fixed upon the girl before him, ultimately transforming into a heavy sigh. "One last month." As for the board, he could already envision the predatory remarks from those coveting the heir's position. A luxury sports car glided to a halt at Morris Academy. Lan Xijin opened the door and languidly leaned against the car, gazing up at the grand motto stone at the entrance point. 3 years prior, as she embarked on her high school journey, she had inscribed the motto on that very stone as the Academy's brightest star. Well, who do we have here? Is that not our esteemed Miss Shan? A girl with exaggerated waves sauntered forward, her waist twisting as she menacingly prodded Shan Jiying's back with the tip of her pen. I heard you shamelessly crashed the Qin family's banquet last week, only to be tossed into the pool like trash by young Master Qin. How does that feel? Oh, right, I also heard you touched Minister Bai's piano and were subsequently ejected along with it. Ha 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 ha. Phase 1 task. Elevate target character Bai Shi's emotional fluctuation to 50. Bai Qi, heir of the Bai family, one of the 8 financial giants, the youngest musical prodigy in all of Continent A and a fervent music enthusiast. Task deadline, 47 hours 59 minutes. Being thrown out for intruding into the piano room, that's your chosen strategy, is it? A hint of mockery flickered in Shan Jiying's gaze. They are indeed inept. However, whether you are among them remains to be seen. A cacophony of harsh laughter erupted from the crowd. Shan Jiying chuckled lightly, yet that smile never reached her eyes. Smack. A crisp sound, startling to the heart, silenced the clamor in an instant. The girl with the waves clutched her face, her eyes wide with disbelief, as her right cheek visibly swelled. Quite noisy, aren't you? Shan Jiying flicked her hand as if brushing away a speck of dust. You dare to strike me? The girl, trembling with rage, nearly lost her voice. Do you think you are still the Shan Jiying from 3 years ago? You are now nothing but a discarded waste of the Shan family. Trash, she shrieked, clawing at Shan Jiying's expensive uniform in a frenzy. Shan Jiying merely inclined her body slightly, her poise exuding an elegance, as if meticulously crafted. Ah! The girl, having missed her target, lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground, her skirt now soiled with dust. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. No one could discern how she had struck, nor how Shan Jiying had evaded. Was this truly the same discarded fool, Shan Jiying, who had once been the subject of ridicule? Shan Jiying bent slightly, seizing the collar of the fallen girl, compelling her to raise her head. The tear-mole-adorned peach blossom eyes curved with a smile. You have squandered my precious 3 minutes. What do you intend to offer in return? Enough. A voice, crisp and resonant, emerged unexpectedly. Bai Qinnan stood a few steps away, his tall and slender frame radiating an aura of cold indifference that kept others at bay. Detected target Bai Qinnan, initial affinity 70. Chapter 2. Returning to campus, the genius waste? His slender fingers deftly turned the pages of a thick dossier detailing the disciplinary records of Shan Jiying. Shan Jiying, with a playful demeanor, crossed her arms, her gaze audaciously surveying him. Bai Qinnan felt her stare, and his well-defined brows furrowed behind his glasses. 13th disturbance of campus order. 5th instance of violent confrontation. He extracted the pen clipped to the file and swiftly inscribed his name on the notice of reprimand. His eyes, concealed behind the lenses, remained tranquil and unperturbed. According to school regulations, the student council reserves the right to expel you, she remarked, a hint of mockery lacing her tone. Such an unwavering stance. Minister? Shan Jiying, far from intimidated, stepped closer. Her fingertips, imbued with a near-provocative languor, lightly traced the immaculate fabric of his uniform, drawing lazy circles through the expensive material. Lingering on the spot where she had once left a faint bite mark, Bai Qinnan's gaze darkened, and he instinctively raised his hand to shake off this brazen touch. A familiar, chilling scent of cedar suddenly invaded his senses, catching him off guard. His pupils constricted sharply. This fragrance belonged solely to the authentic Shan Jiying. At that moment, the crowd erupted into a greater uproar, gasps of astonishment echoing as if they had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. Bai Qinnan snapped back to reality, glancing down to find himself gripping Shan Jiying's delicate wrist, forcefully pressing her against a cold stone of the school motto monument. As the most aloof and detached minister of supervision within the student council, he was now engaging in an ambiguous flirtation with a notoriously inept student. The chill of the marble seeped through the thin fabric, sending a shiver down Shan Jiying's spine, prompting her to furrow her exquisitely shaped brows in displeasure. Leaning closer, his warm breath, laden with suppressed fury, brushed against her ear, his voice low and menacing, audible only to the two of them. You are unworthy of wearing such a fragrance. Return to your class. If I catch you once more, I will personally expel you from the academy. Objective, Bai Qinnan's affection level 80. Detecting the mocking tone in the system's mechanical voice, Shan Jiying's lips curved into a slight smile. Was it retaliating for her earlier derision regarding its choice of target? She felt no trepidation or anxiety over the declining affection. Rather, the more he despised her, the more favorable the outcome, signifying his disdain for the intruder occupying her body. The moment Zhang Jiying stepped into the classroom, the atmosphere seemed to freeze for an instant. News of the morning incident at the school gate had swiftly permeated the entire campus. Complex gazes from her peers bore down upon her, some filled with disdain, others with contempt, and some inquisitive. Ignoring the scrutiny, Zhang Jiying made her way to her corner seat. What a charade, just a waste about to be expelled. A boy with bleached hair, Li Wei, the class monitor and one of the suitors of the girl, Jiang Lily, whom she had confronted earlier, intentionally mocked her loudly. Zhang Jiying paused momentarily. Slowly, she turned, her enchanting peach blossom eyes locking onto Li Wei. There was no anger, no embarrassment, only a chilling aura that enveloped her. Your voice, though not loud, possesses an extraordinary penetrative quality that is quite jarring. Li Wei's heart contracted sharply, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He was unwilling to accept it. How could he be intimidated by this worthless individual with just a glance? Did he say something wrong? He raised his voice, attempting to dispel the eerie chill that enveloped him, all the while feeling like a wretched frog yearning for a swan's favor, groveling before those young masters. In the eyes of others, he was scarcely more than a jester. Suddenly, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed. Li Wei's voice faltered, and several strands of hair were severed, drifting down beside his cheek. He stiffly turned his head to find a steel pen embedded deep within the wall behind him, perilously close to his temple. Silence fell. Dan Jiying had gracefully taken her seat, resting her chin on one hand, her fingers idly twirling another pen. A hint of a smile graced her lips, yet her peach blossom eyes held no warmth whatsoever. Apologies, she said, her voice as soft as a sigh. My hand slipped. A collective tension gripped the classroom. The air became thick and unyielding. No one dared to breathe audibly. Li Wei's face turned as pale as parchment, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. It's quite all right, Dan classmate. He heard himself stammering, his voice dry and trembling. The class bell rang, marking the end of this unsettling interlude. The lesson was on financial investment, conducted by a venerable professor well past his 60s. Please submit your assignments from the previous class, he announced. Dan Jiying furrowed her brow as she extracted a pristine sheet of paper from a book that bore no signs of use. The assignment was an exceedingly intricate simulation analysis report on a multinational merger, intriguingly related to the Lan family. The professor had little hope for the students to excel. Collecting the assignments was merely a formality. One by one, the students submitted their reports, each one receiving merely a cursory glance from the professor, who did not linger for any single submission. What they had written was worlds apart from the caliber of work produced by the class. This assignment had been commissioned by the president of the Lan Group, intended as a supplementary analysis of the Lan family's multinational acquisition strategy. However, the submissions paled in comparison to Lan Xijin's own proposal, which was nothing short of brilliant. He was, without a doubt, the second genius the professor had encountered in his decades-long career. The first, however, was the 15-year-old Dan Jiying, whom he had deemed the most financially gifted individual he had ever seen. She had transformed the Dan family from a near-defunct shell into one of the 4 major conglomerates beneath the 8 financial behemoths. The acquisition report she penned at 15 continues to circulate and be studied within the industry. Yet this prodigy, Dan Jiying, seemed disinclined to submit her assignment this time. Without lifting her gaze, her slender fingers gripped the pen, the tip gliding swiftly across the intricate financial data tables and equity structure diagrams, encircling and annotating, occasionally inscribing symbols and formulas incomprehensible to others, her speed astonishing. She was not merely solving problems, she seemed to be deconstructing this meticulously crafted trap, seeking the most fatal flaw. The professor, growing increasingly frustrated with her apparent indifference, furrowed his brow and descended from the lectern. However, upon reaching Dan Jiying's side, he paused. Her pen traced a final, decisive arc across the paper, the ink spreading into a small patch of dark stain. She set down her pen, gently nudging the report filled with intricate symbols across the table towards the professor. Here, she uttered nonchalantly, as if discarding a mere scrap of paper. Chapter 3. The Merger Report, Provocation or Threat. The professor glanced down, his pupils abruptly constricting. The densely packed equations and arrows on the page pointed to the most concealed flaw in the merger, a fatal trap even Lan Xijin had overlooked. Yet, not only had Zhang Jiying discovered it, she had also annotated in red beside it, short selling, leverage 115, net profit margin 300. This was far from an assignment. It was a notice of threat. Should she intervene in the Lan family's merger according to this scheme, the losses would be incalculable. The professor's hands trembled uncontrollably, the paper rustling between his fingers. He abruptly lifted his gaze, regarding Shan Jiying as if she were a monster. How could you possibly?
Shan Jiying,
Propped up on one hand, lazily raised her eyes. What? Do you believe my solution is flawed? Her tone was light, yet it sent a chill through the classroom. Everyone held their breath. Even Li Wei clamped his mouth shut, afraid to make a sound. What did this report signify? It indicated that Shan Jiying had shattered the Lan family's confident merger plan in just one class period. No, even less than that. Her solution was not merely a completion of an assignment. It transformed the intended acquirer into a lamb awaiting slaughter. The professor's complexion shifted repeatedly, ultimately taking a deep breath as he carefully folded the paper. His voice was hoarse. I will personally present this report to President Lan for review. President Lan?
Lan Xijin.
The class erupted in astonishment. The lofty, unattainable student council president, the next head of the Lan family, Lan Xijin? Yet, Shan Jiying merely chuckled lightly. Do as you wish. She turned her gaze to the window, sunlight streaming through the glass and illuminating her profile. Perfectly, she too wished to meet this student council president. After the class, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The once dismissed underachiever had suddenly transformed, leaving everyone questioning whether they were dreaming. In the student council office, President Lan, here is the report from class to class. The assistant carefully placed a thick stack before him. Lan Xijin did not look up. His attention fixed on the financial model before him. Class to class? Merely background noise. He had assigned this task due to an unshakable sense of dissonance. Yet all reports indicated his concerns were unfounded. Additionally, Minister Bai has once again damaged an antique piano from the last century in the music room. The assistant cautiously spoke, knowing he could not casually criticize the actions of the Minister of Culture. Give him the invoice and let him charge it to the student council's account. The cost of a piano was negligible for them. He preferred not to delve too deeply into the mind of such a musical fanatic. President Lan. The professor burst into the office, momentarily forgetting the decorum of knocking. His voice trembled imperceptibly as he rushed in, presenting a report as if it were an offering. Please. You must review this. Lan Xijin's slender fingers paused momentarily before he finally lifted his gaze. His ash-gray eyes, hidden behind lenses, swept over the professor's pallid face, revealing a hint of cold scrutiny. He accepted the thin sheet of paper, and the instant his eyes met its surface, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The genteel aura surrounding Lan Xijin dissipated, replaced by an oppressive force that rendered the air stifling. His fingers, gripping the report, turned white from exertion, and his thin lips were pressed tightly together. A fatal flaw. A flaw even he had overlooked. Who authored this? His voice, though low and calm, caused the temperature in the room to plummet. Shan Jiying. The professor's voice was a mere whisper. Lan Xijin was momentarily taken aback. His ash-gray eyes flickered slightly. He was certainly familiar with that name. 3 years prior, she had occupied the very position he now held, but in a sudden twist of fate, she transformed overnight, tumbling from the heights to the depths, morphing from his relentless pursuit into the very person he loathed. Had she been masquerading and lying in wait for the past 3 years? The morning passed in an undercurrent of turmoil masked by tranquility. During the lunch break, Shan Jiying entered the university's most secluded area, the Lushan Pavilion, under the scrutiny of countless curious, disdainful, or fearful gazes. The environment was elegant, imbued with a Chinese aesthetic that suited her perfectly. A server guided her to a quiet table by the window, where sunlight filtered through intricately carved wooden panes, casting a hazy glow around her. She casually ordered a few light dishes, resting her chin on one hand while her gaze drifted absent-mindedly toward the courtyard outside. A sweet, sultry voice abruptly shattered the tranquility. Shan Jiying's attention shifted slightly. Not far off, Zhuo, the heir of the Qin family who had once tossed her into a swimming pool, was seated with a voluptuous, exquisitely made-up girl. The girl, seemingly boneless, nestled against him, her crimson-tipped fingers drawing circles on his chest. Is young Master Qin accompanying someone tonight? The emphasis on her words was both teasing and prolonged. Zhuo wore a casual smile, lazily patting the girl's back. Be good, there's something I need to attend to. The girl pouted, persistently pressing. Isn't young Master Qin always like this? Do you have someone else in your heart? She cast a pointed glance at the cool, ethereal figure by the window. Having heard whispers that Miss Shan had undergone a drastic change in temperament and was exhibiting impressive capabilities, Perhaps this was yet another ploy to capture young Master Qin's attention? Qin's narrow eyes finally lifted lazily, following the girl's line of sight to the figure by the window. Sunlight illuminated her serene profile, long lashes lowered, as if she were a being apart from the world. There was no obsession, no flattery, only a disconcerting indifference. A low, mocking laugh escaped Qin's throat, tinged with undisguised disdain and amusement as he playfully pinched the girl's chin. His gaze lingered on Zhuo, infused with a predatory instinct of assessment. Does she even deserve to be noted? His voice, though not loud, resonated sharply within the quiet restaurant, drawing the attention of many who pretended to divert their gazes upon recognizing Zhuo, yet their ears remained attuned to the unfolding scene. Such a person. I find even a glance at her revolting. At last, Zhuo slowly turned her head. She exhibited not the slightest trace of indignation or embarrassment. Instead, she languidly reclined against the back of her chair, her posture as relaxed as a cat basking in the sun. Those enchanting peach blossom eyes held a scrutinizing gaze, leisurely sweeping from head to toe, appraising Zhuo as though he were a substandard commodity. Her crimson lips parted slightly.
Filthy.
A collective gasp echoed throughout the restaurant. The playful smile on Zhuo's face instantly froze. How dare this woman, who once pursued him like a dog, wagging her tail in supplication, publicly humiliate him with such a gaze and tone? How audacious to declare him filthy. Zhuo abruptly shoved the girl in his arms aside, rising with a start. His towering figure swiftly crossed to Zhuo's table, casting a shadow over her. He leaned in, hands pressing down on the table. His body inclined forward, close enough to feel the heat of each other's breath. An overwhelming sense of aggressive dominance washed over them. He fixed his gaze on Zhuo's eyes, searching for a glimmer of familiar obsession, fear, or panic. None was found. In those beautiful peach blossom eyes, there was even a hint of mockery and condescending pity.
Ha!
Zhuo, furious yet mocking, let out a laugh that was cold and piercing, laced with a madness capable of annihilating everything. How convincingly she played the part. He lowered his voice to a near whisper. You think that by donning a frigid exterior, you can pique my interest? A game of feigned restraint? He leaned in closer, his scorching breath almost brushing her face, his tone dripping with ultimate humiliation and certainty. Even if I am as filthy as you claim, he emphasized the word with disdain, I would never lay a finger on you in this lifetime. Chapter 4. The new heir emerges. To her utmost delight, Zhuo met Zhuo's gaze, her alluring peach blossom eyes betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. If young Master Qin has no further business, I wish to dine. Zhuo scoffed coldly, turning sharply to stride toward the restaurant entrance. The discarded female companion stumbled after him in her high heels, calling out sweetly, Young Master Qin, you haven't eaten yet. Somewhere else, he replied without looking back. His appetite soured. As the brief tumult subsided, Zhuo seemed to merely brush away a speck of dust, refocusing her attention on the exquisite dishes presented by the waiter. Her demeanor languid. The cold, mechanical voice chimed in, reminding her of the unfinished tasks at hand. It was not the time to indulge in gastronomy. Oblivious to the interruption, Zhuo leisurely stirred the rich soup in her porcelain bowl. The afternoon's foreign language class felt as natural to her as breathing. Having mastered the subject before the age of 15, 3 years of absence was merely a layer of dust. She rested her chin on one hand, her gaze casually drifting out the window, while the fingertips of her other hand elegantly twirled a fountain pen. The bell signaling the end of class rang. A committee member, adorned with a student council badge, entered the classroom under the breathless attention of the students, striding directly toward the corner.
Zhuo.
The committee member's voice was tinged with formal respect, yet could not conceal the underlying tension. President Lan requests your presence in the president's office for a discussion. Zhuo slowly raised her gaze. She cast a fleeting glance at the newcomer, her voice cold and detached. Inform Lan Xijin. She paused for a moment, the corners of her lips curving into the faintest of smiles. If he wishes to see me, he should come himself. Let that individual come in person. Yet, the classroom remained enveloped in silence. In just half a day, this woman had utterly shattered the notion of impossibility with her undeniable prowess and ruthlessness. No one dared to question her. No one dared to breathe. As evening approached, Zhuo made her way to the inconspicuous black sedan parked at the school gate.
Inside,
Chen Bo, the chief steward of the Shan family, respectfully presented a white towel, saying, Miss, please cleanse your hands. The family head and young Master Lin Xuan are awaiting you at the main residence. The mention of young Master Lin Xuan was pronounced with particular clarity. The slight hesitation in Shan Jiying's gesture of wiping her fingertips did not escape notice. Shan Lin Xuan? Her distant cousin, an exceptional graduate of Morris Academy, who had gradually taken her place in the years of her absence. The family's intentions were glaringly evident. The vehicle glided into the magnificent Shan family estate. The grand hall was brightly lit, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Shan Fu sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed, a cigar smoldering between his fingers, emitting wisps of blue smoke. Several family board members occupied the sides, their gazes laden with scrutiny and doubt. Most striking, however, was the figure standing beside Shan Fu, Shan Lin Xuan. He was exceptionally tall, clad in a perfectly tailored deep gray bespoke suit that accentuated his imposing stature with an air of cold severity. His handsome visage bore deep contours, and he wore a pair of pristine silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Behind the lenses, his deep amber eyes rested steadily upon the approaching Shan Jiying, devoid of warmth or emotion, as if appraising an object before briefly shifting away, leaving only an air of chilling detachment. "Welcome back," Shan Fu's voice shattered the oppressive silence, laced with fatigue and an indescribable complexity of scrutiny. Observing the ambience, Shan Jiying's crimson lips curled slightly as her calm gaze swept across the room, ultimately fixating on Shan Lin Xuan's flawless yet frigid countenance. Was he waiting for me? Shan Lin Xuan adjusted his silver glasses, the lenses obscuring the emotions lurking beneath. According to the board's resolution, Shan Fu intoned gravely, "From this day forth, Lin Xuan shall temporarily assume all your rights and responsibilities within the family." He cast a glance at Shan Jiying, his eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible resignation and weight. As the family head, personal sentiments must yield to the greater familial interests. The absurdity of Shan Jiying's past 3 years had cost him too much authority. In 1 month, Shan Fu's voice resonated with undeniable resolve. "Should you fail to rank among the top 3 in the Morris Academy monthly examination, Lin Xuan will officially take over all affairs." Lin Xuan's amber gaze pierced through the lenses, locking onto her. "A report regarding your recent repeated violations of school regulations and disruption of order has already been submitted to the board. The 1-month grace period that your uncle has secured for you comes with the condition that you adhere to proper conduct." His tone remained steady. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence. The board members exchanged glances, while Shan Fu remained silent. Shan Jiying regarded him quietly, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes swirling with an unfathomable chill. Suddenly, she let out a light laugh, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the hall, both clear and jarring. "Temporarily assume?" She playfully reiterated her words, her tone laced with unabashed mockery and disdain. "My belongings have always been off-limits to others." With a slight tilt of her head, her expression feigned innocence. "If you dare to touch even a fraction, or indulge in any clandestine schemes," her voice, as soft as a lover's whisper, continued, "I shall personally ensure your demise." Shan Lin Xuan's pupils behind his glasses momentarily contracted, yet his impeccably stoic visage revealed no hint of tumult. The tension in his jaw was palpable, his voice remained frigid, steady, devoid of any flaws. "My duty is solely to safeguard the interests of the Shan family." The beguiling curve of Shan Jiying's lips deepened as she ceased to regard anyone else and turned with decisive grace. The following day. Task deadline, 23:55. It appears a different approach is warranted to underscore the consequences of neglecting duties, a minor punishment. The chilling system notification accompanied a subtle yet undeniable current, surging through her limbs. A piercing sensation, akin to needle pricks, coursed through her veins, eroding every inch of her skin. This was a warning from a higher dimension, a penalty for her negligence. A soft scoff escaped Shan Jiying in solitude, her enchanting gaze flickering with understanding. So, they are not entirely invulnerable after all. Ignoring her discomfort, she confidently strode through the grand entrance of Morris Academy.
Shan Jiying.
A voice, as crisp and melodious as a mountain spring, resonated from behind her, instantly silencing the surrounding clamor. Chapter 5. The Bet of Humiliation. Shan Jiying paused momentarily, then turned slowly. Lan Xijin was parting the crowd, approaching her. Clad in the Academy's pure white uniform, he exuded the regal aura of royalty, the golden eagle emblem of supreme authority glistening in the morning light, nearly blinding. His high nose and ash-gray eyes, initially warm like spring waters, revealed depths of sharpness and the commanding presence of one who controls all. His figure, encased in the uniform, stood tall and flawless, reminiscent of the most illustrious statues of ancient Greek deities, exuding the gravitas and pressure of centuries-old aristocracy in every gesture.
Ah,
The system's insights are indeed astute, Lan Xijin thought with a cold smirk. The esteemed President Lan has graced us with his presence, she remarked. A subtle arch to her brow as she met his inscrutable ash-gray gaze, her tone perfectly balanced with detachment and a hint of intrigue. What pressing matter compels you to seek me out in person? Lan Xijin's lips curved into a flawless, yet devoid smile. Classmate Shan. I found your financial report from yesterday quite intriguing. His gaze fixed upon her, he inquired, might I have the honor of discussing it with you in the student council office? Lan Xijin reciprocated with an equally perfect smile, her eyes, however, as cold as a frozen expanse. Such hospitality is hard to refuse. Amidst the myriad of envious, probing, and astonished gazes, she followed Lan Xijin into the student council tower, the epitome of the academy's power. Along the corridors, priceless masterpieces quietly adorned the walls, while ancient and valuable Eastern porcelain served as mere pedestals for vases of icy blue roses from the Aldogwa Glacier. The opulence and pressure of this place mirrored her reign 5 years prior, yet there lingered an unfamiliar, chilling aura. In the early morning light, Lan Xijin stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his silhouette elongated and imposing against the dawn. I do not favor dilly-dallying. You are undoubtedly aware of the significance your report holds for the Lan family's core project, which has been in preparation for years. Dan Xijin remained silent, languidly reclining on the sofa, her delicate fingers resting casually on the armrest, tapping lightly on the luxurious leather. Her enchanting eyes, resembling blooming peach blossoms, held a knowing gaze, observing him quietly. Lan Xijin turned to face her, his ash-gray eyes sharp as blades behind his spectacles. Piercing into her, I hope you will maintain absolute confidentiality regarding the contents of this report, ensuring the smooth progress of the Lan family's project. He paused, each word resonating distinctly in the still air. I can grant you one condition. This was a negotiation, a testament to his confidence in controlling the situation. Dan Xijin finally spoke, her voice cool and laced with a hint of languid mockery, sounding as though it were worth the considerable effort the Lan family had invested in their grand ambitions. She deliberately elongated her tone, her gaze gliding over Lan Xijin's flawless yet frosty visage, as if appraising the worth of an item. The faintest furrow formed on his brow, while a chill glimmer flickered in the depths of his ash-gray eyes. A lion's share? He scoffed inwardly, calculating the potential stakes she might propose and preparing for any necessary extreme measures. However, Dan Xijin shifted her approach, her crimson lips curving into a breathtaking arc. I can indeed keep the secret for you. Lan Xijin's gaze sharpened. What do you desire? His voice remained steady, yet the atmospheric pressure in the room seemed to drop further. Dan Xijin leaned slightly forward, resting her elbows on the broad edge of the desk, her hands intertwined under her chin. She gazed up at him, a smile that unabashedly bore mockery and aggression gracing her lips. I propose a wager. Let us bet on who secures the top rank in next month's exam. She paused, relishing the fleeting ripple of surprise in Lan Xijin's eyes, and proceeded to lay down a heavier proposition. As for the stakes, should you lose, the position of student council president shall be mine. Her gaze roamed over him with a near-sacrilegious appreciation, unabashedly tracing the angles of his chiseled jaw, gliding over his throat, broad chest encased in his uniform, and tapering waist. Ultimately, her eyes returned to his inscrutable ash-gray depths, her lips parting slightly. And you shall be my bed partner. An overwhelming sense of revulsion and deep-seated mockery surged within Lan Xijin, akin to poisonous vines swiftly enveloping his heart. So this was the endgame after all? Those supposed returns, talents, and threats ultimately aimed at this fleshly form and those sordid fantasies. His gaze turned frigidly piercing, the distaste and derision suppressed beneath a powerful will, striving to conceal them in the depths of his being. Target Lan Xijin's affection value, 50. The cold, clinical notification flashed vividly in Dan Xijin's mind. Her smile remained unchanged, even more enchanting than before. She paid no heed to his disdain, nor to the subtle mockery. Lazily, she reclined against the chair's back, her hands propped on the table, her gaze akin to that of the most discerning buyer, brimming with a pure appreciation for the object before her, measuring Lan Xijin from head to toe with an unhurried scrutiny. That look was reminiscent of an evaluation of a flawless piece of art, cold, focused, devoid of any hint of desire, yet far more disconcerting than any raw lust. Her slender fingers traced the contours of his form with a delicate precision. Indeed, this body was impeccable. She was satisfied. Nothing more. Lan Xijin felt her every movement distinctly. It was neither admiration nor obsession, but a chillingly pure objectification. It was an appraisal that regarded him as a mere pawn, a trophy. This cold detachment was more offensive than mere infatuation. The office was enveloped in a dreadful silence, punctuated only by the fierce clash of their unspoken gazes, igniting invisible sparks in the air. After a prolonged moment, Lan Xijin finally spoke, his voice low and steady. Yet it echoed with the chill of a voice pulled from the depths of a frozen lake. Very well, he acquiesced. But this did not imply that he would sell himself for gain. His agreement stemmed from an unyielding confidence that overshadowed all else. Lan Xijin could not prevail. Even if she possessed extraordinary talent that suddenly awakened, the chasm created over the past 3 years could not possibly be bridged in a mere fortnight. The peaks she aspired to were, in his eyes, mere milestones along the journey. As for the speculations regarding her 3-year dormancy, he paid them no mind. Reflecting on the past 3 years, she had stood at the school gate clutching cheap paper stars, waiting in vain for Zhuo. She had chased after Bai Qinnan at a banquet only to be escorted away by security. She had begged for a fleeting glance from Bai Qinnan, even resorting to self-harm. In these 3 years, she had squandered not only her own reputation but also a vital pathway for the entire Shan family as ascent. Such a grave cost for a mere concealment? Absurd. Utterly detrimental, with no benefit whatsoever. And if you lose? Lan Xijin's voice carried the weight of a frosty judgment, his smoky gray eyes locking onto her like a hawk honing in on its prey. Chapter 6, the first phase of the task completed. Lan Xijin's crimson lips curved into a bewitching arc, as if she had foreseen the outcome. As for me, I shall act as though this report never existed, never touching the Lan family's acquisition plans by a single fraction. She paused, her speech slowing, imbued with a resolute finality. Moreover, I voluntarily and permanently withdraw from Morris Academy, never to step within the hierarchy of the 8 major conglomerates again. No, Lan Xijin leaned forward slightly, his hands pressing against the table, casting a shadow that enveloped Lan Xijin entirely. His voice was deep and deliberate. I want you to kneel beneath the motto stone in the central square of Morris Academy, confessing before all faculty and students the foolishness, base nature, and revolting infatuation of these past 3 years. Then, you shall leave Morris forever, depart from the continent. You shall never set foot here again. Only such a wager could relieve him of the humiliation of being scrutinized under her gaze. She gazed up at the shadow that loomed over her, her eyes betraying no hint of fear. The pallid cheeks flushed with a morbid hue, the slender neck revealing the faint pulsation of veins, embodied the frenzied ecstasy of a gambler wagering all. Was she truly exhilarated? A lunatic. Ultimately, Lan Xijin parted her crimson lips, uttering a singular, clear syllable. Good. The die was cast. An intangible pact was forged between the two. On the gambling table lay the utmost power, the future of a family, personal freedom, and a cold, humiliating prize. You seem quite thrilled. Yet I surmise you lack the assurance to triumph over him. How delightful this is it not? I detest wagers devoid of amusement. Task deadline, 1543. As the afternoon school bell approached, that cold, spectral voice echoed once more, accompanied by an intensifying pain. Lan Xijin glanced at the clock on the classroom wall. There remained 30 minutes until the end of classes. If she missed the campus deadline, reaching the Bai family to fulfill her task would prove quite challenging. In the eastern wing of Morris Academy, the music room exuded the scent of pine resin, mingled with the unique aroma of aged sheet music and rose oil. Bai Qinnan, the most elusive of targets, a pure artist who had entirely devoted his soul to the notes. By the piano, a slender figure lingered at the intersection of light and shadow. Bai Qinnan donned a finely tailored white uniform, his head slightly bowed. Long fingers delicately poised on the piano lid, resembling a painting from the last century, noble yet imbued with an air of melancholy. I have told you, this is not a place for you. His voice bore no warmth, each word steeped in exhaustion and a sense of dismissal. Lan Xijin feigned indifference, her gaze sweeping over the piano lid to the scattered, yellowed sheets, where notes had been ruthlessly altered, various symbols of correction and angry scratches jostling for space. Here, she began, her voice crystalline. The D major 7th resolves to the minor dominant 7th. You have revised it 17 times, employing augmented 6ths, diminished 7ths, and even attempted the whole scale, yet remained dissatisfied. Pray tell, What do you wish to convey? Her delicate, cool fingertip grazed his shoulder, her voice resonating like a siren's whisper. Target subject Bai Shi's emotional fluctuation index, 35. Leave, Bai Shi's voice escaped through clenched teeth, trembling at the edge of breaking. His fingers, which resembled flawless works of art, were now fiercely gripping the knee beneath his tailored trousers, the pressure intense, as if he sought to quell the tumultuous waves surging within his soul through the agony of his flesh. Rather than retreating, Lan Xijin stepped forward, her slender, cool fingertip gliding over the taut, icy skin of his hand. Music does not lie, she murmured, her voice akin to a lover's gentle murmur, imbued with a power that pierced the soul. Let me guess what flows within that melody. Her fingertip lingered on his trembling wrist, attuned to the chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat. Is it fear? Her voice floated lightly, yet struck like a hammer. Is it cruelty? Her fingertip pressed slightly harder. Is it a loathing that penetrates to the marrow? The last two words were almost whispered against the cold shell of his ear. Bai Shi's body quaked violently. He abruptly yearned to retract his hand, yet was firmly held in place by the seemingly gentle, yet inexorable pressure of Lan Xijin's fingertips upon his pulse. It was not a mere hoarse denial that escaped his lips, but rather a sound fragmented and tortured, akin to a desperate lament. He loathed the piano, despised the accursed notes, and detested the resplendent musical prodigy, Bai Qi, as perceived by others. Her gaze pierced through the trembling expanse of his shoulders, as though she were delving deep into the recesses of his soul, where a small boy lay curled in darkness. For her voice suddenly resonated with an unparalleled clarity, imbued with a cruel finality. Your mother, the one hailed as a once-in-a-century piano virtuoso. It was through her that he first encountered music, through her that he donned the crown of a gifted child. Her fingertips sensed the momentary halt of his pulse, followed by an even more frantic thrum. Yet it was also due to her that he harbored a profound hatred for the shackles and shadows that the piano imposed upon him. Thus, he would never be able to complete it. Lan Xijin's gaze returned to the scattered remnants of sheet music strewn across the opulent piano, her voice laced with a near-pitying mockery, this requiem dedicated to her departed spirit. Silence. Target subject Bai Shi's emotional fluctuation peak, 85. Mission accomplished. Bai Shi's anguished wail intertwined with the cold, mechanical sounds. Indeed, pain was yet another form of emotional fluctuation. Lan Xijin regarded Bai Qi with an aloof indifference, her fingers grasping the sheet music atop the piano cover. No! Bai Shi's pupils dilated in an instant. That was his last remaining thread of hope, the final straw in his desperate attempt at redemption. With a tearing sound, the sheets that contained all of Bai Shi's love, hatred, struggle, pain, despair, and the faintest glimmer of salvation were shredded into a flurry of fragments by Lan Xijin's hand. The paper debris danced through the air, cascading onto the polished piano surface and settling upon the luxurious carpet. Time appeared to freeze entirely in that moment, as if it had ceased to exist. Bai Qi opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged from his throat. Chapter 7. Interested in her? Indeed. Bai Qi's gaze was fixated on the last piece of torn paper beneath Lan Xijin's fingertips, the symbol that had been altered countless times, resembling a dying, desperate eye, hollowly staring back at him. The final pillar supporting his crumbling world collapsed with a mere flick of her finger, the weight of his distorted love and hate. His humble pleas and unyielding defiance, along with the last vestige of proof that he was not merely a cold instrument, but a living being, disintegrated into fragments.
Now.
Lan Xijin's voice was frigid. Do you wish to tear me apart, burying your sheet music alongside my remains? The hoarse syllables forced their way through Bai Qi's clenched teeth, each one laced with a simmering fury, the last vestige of restraint before madness erupted. Should he take another step, he would surely drag this woman down with him in a mutual demise. Lan Xijin lowered her gaze, her fingertips casually brushing away the paper fragments. As she walked past Bai Qi towards the ancient, silent piano illuminated by the spotlight, she smoothly lifted the piano lid.
No.
Bai Qi lunged forward, aiming directly for her vulnerable throat. He sought to prevent this worthless being from defiling his piano. Just as his fingertips were about to graze her cool strands of hair, Lan Xijin's fingers descended. It was not a crash, but a gentle touch, akin to the caress of a feather. A single note rang out, pristine as a crystal spring melting from a snow-capped peak. Bai Qi stumbled awkwardly, his knees striking the ground with a heavy thud. Kneeling on the carpet, his gaze was fixated on the silhouette at the piano. The notes began to flow once more, not as a spring, but deeper and slower, steeped in an ineffable sorrow. Bai Qi's posture froze, the once fierce crimson in his eyes swiftly fading into a daze. That melody, that melody. Memories surged forth, a dim, blurred, and long-sealed afternoon. At the age of 9, he had faced his only defeat in a piano competition. A high fever made each breath sear his throat. The world twisted and spun, leaving only the boundless fear and chill of failure. He had played 3 wrong notes. Cursed be this wretched illness. Cursed be his own weakness. How disappointed would his mother be, the woman who had placed all her ambitions and dreams upon his shoulders. Then came the footsteps, soft and hesitant. Next, the delicate click of the piano lid being cautiously lifted. And then, that melody. It was like an awkward yet infinitely gentle hand, attempting to soothe his fear and pain. In the throes of fever, his consciousness blurred, uncertain of who was playing, yet he remembered the long-lost sense of refuge the melody provided. After his recovery, he had tried countless times to capture its vague outline on the keys, yet to no avail. But now, it flowed from the fingertips of Lan Xijin with such clarity. This melody, the cold voice of Lan Xijin, was penned by his mother before that fateful wager. Since his earliest memories, his mother had been the brightest star on the continent. Until, at the age of 7, she lost a gamble that condemned her to forever exit the art world. From that moment, she became cold and frenzied, transforming all her ambitions and dreams into heavy shackles upon his tender shoulders. Day after day, year after year, the piano keys became instruments of torment, and his talent morphed into a curse. He became a mere tool to fulfill her ambitions. Did she ever love the real him? The one who could fail, fall ill, and feel fear? Not merely a cold vessel for her talent? Scalding tears burst forth, cascading down like a torrential flood, instantly soaking the expensive carpet beneath him. Emotional peak of target by Xi, 97. Lan Xijin's hand left the keys, her fingers curling slightly. She rose to depart. Wait, a hoarse voice called from behind. Lan Xijin did not turn back. I hope you will allow me to hear your true requiem. Her tone devoid of inflection, yet laced with an undeniable command. Task completed satisfactorily. Thank you for the compliment, Lan Xijin replied with a slight smile. Though little mirth graced her eyes, the feeling of being choked was genuinely unpleasant. As a reward, you may ask me for one favor. Perhaps to assist you in cheating during the upcoming exam? The mechanical voice remained unperturbed, yet the mockery woven through its words pierced Lan Xijin's perception with precision. Thank you, but no need. The corners of her lips deepened, her gaze emanating a confident indifference that looked down upon the world. However, there was indeed a matter that required your assistance.
Oh, she said.
Help me erase the scar on my wrist. Lan Xijin raised her wrist, her delicate fingertips lightly brushing over the scar on her left hand. That scar had gradually faded after being treated with precious medicinal herbs, resembling a thorny tattoo of an empty needle that was quite unsightly. She wished to gradually erase the marks left by those foolish clowns upon her. I hope you will not regret this choice. A warm sensation spread from her wrist, and the thorny tattoo slowly dissipated. She gently shook her perfect, jade-like slender wrist and said, Thank you. In the student council office, Lan Xijin sat behind a large desk, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the surface. The subtle and rhythmic sound betrayed the turmoil that lay beneath his seemingly calm exterior. Show me Lan Xijin's disciplinary record, he spoke, his voice deep and devoid of emotion. Standing not far from the desk, Bai Qinnan was placing a recently signed document from the supervisory department into a folder. Upon hearing this, he paused imperceptibly, slowly raising his head. Disciplinary record? You know her achievements of the past 3 years better than anyone, don't you? When did you become so interested in her? Lan Xijin's fingertips halted on the desk, his ash-gray eyes locking onto Bai Qinnan through his glasses. He keenly detected a hint of displeasure in the other's tone regarding his request. Rather than that, I am more curious about when you became so emotionally invested in her affairs. Lan Xijin leaned slightly forward, exuding a stronger aura of pressure. What value does a soon-to-be expelled class waste have to warrant your precious time sifting through those meaningless files? He met Bai Qinnan's cold, scrutinizing gaze. And deep within his ash-gray eyes, a tempest brewed. After a moment of silence, he unconsciously tapped the desk again, as if weighing his thoughts. Ultimately, he leaned back into the broad chair, relaxing his posture slightly, and the corners of his lips even curled into the faintest of smiles. Perhaps it is the impression she leaves on me, he remarked, casting his gaze out the window into the dimming twilight. Chapter 8. Personal Entanglements. Changed? Even Lan Xijin, who was perpetually calm, perpetually in control, and who always regarded Shan Jiying as a disgrace and dust, claimed she had changed. The office fell into a profound silence. Bai Qinnan's gaze returned to Lan Xijin's flawless visage, attempting to glean more hidden information from his subtle expressions, but to no avail. The Shan residence. The twilight deepened, and a luxurious red sports car rolled over the meticulously trimmed lawn, stopping in the center of the main courtyard. Shan Jiying leaned against the car door, her fingertips gently caressing her wrist, now free of old scars. On the second floor, before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of the study, a tall and handsome figure stood there. Silent. Shan Linchuan slightly lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the figure in the center of the courtyard through the lenses of his silver-rimmed glasses. Shan Jiying felt the piercing intensity of his stare and suddenly lifted her gaze, their eyes locking in a moment of confrontation. A hint of unabashed mockery curled at the corners of Shan Jiying's lips. She did not alter her relaxed posture. Instead, she languidly raised her right hand. Her index and middle fingers pressed together, directing them towards a figure behind the second-floor window, as if firing an invisible bullet with a haughty flick of her wrist. The action was imbued with an air of imperious arrogance. Subsequently, she averted her gaze from the window, turned, and strode towards the main entrance with her long legs. Almost simultaneously, the sound of deliberate footsteps resonated from the spiral staircase. Shan Linchuan was descending the stairs with measured grace. He remained clad in a perfectly tailored deep gray suit, his stature as upright as a solitary pine. Pausing midway down the staircase, he surveyed Shan Jiying from above, his eyes sweeping from the tips of her hair to the toes of her shoes, ultimately settling upon her breathtakingly beautiful visage. As the dismissal bell from Morris Academy echoed in the distance, his voice emerged, deep and steady, noting that 4 hours and 28 minutes had elapsed. He subtly raised his left wrist to glance at the priceless watch, his movement exuding a silent authority. Given the standard travel time from the academy to this place, Shan Linchuan's gaze locked onto Shan Jiying once more. His amber eyes were fathomless, and accounting for usual traffic conditions, the discrepancy should not exceed 15 minutes. You should have arrived no later than 3.5 hours ago. What were you engaged in? A quirk of her brow accompanied the deepening curve of her mocking smile, laced with a sense of languor. Oh. Since when did my itinerary require such meticulous reporting to you, the temporary steward? Linchuan, the duty resides with you. The 4 words fell with resounding emphasis. He descended the remaining steps, ultimately halting before Shan Jiying. Leaning slightly closer, he ensured she could clearly see her reflection in his glasses, a testament to his previous assertions, that the core interests of the Shan family remained unscathed. Straightening up, his voice regained its steadiness. Yet each word struck like a hammer, to prevent you from becoming entangled in trivial personal matters once more. Trivial personal matters? Foolish actions? She echoed his phrasing, her tone light and airy. Indeed, such an assessment could be deemed rather gentle for the sordid deeds committed by those fools. In her eyes, there was no anger, only an abyss of indifference. She did not halt her stride. Instead, as she brushed past Shan Linchuan, she cast a frigid glance in his direction. You need not worry. Her voice was cool and devoid of emotion. I merely visited the cemetery to pay my respects to a late acquaintance. In that fleeting moment of passing, a subtle ripple stirred within the depths of Shan Linchuan's amber eyes. A cemetery? A late acquaintance? In the study, Shan Jiying leaned against the chair's backrest, a rare seriousness gracing her expression. Today, she had struck a wager with Lan Xijin, with the next monthly examination looming just 2 weeks ahead. She had reviewed his academic performance over the past 3 years, nearly achieving full marks across all subjects: mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. These cold symbols of logic and natural laws are indelibly etched in her memory. By the age of 12, she had seamlessly mastered the official languages of 4 continents. Her foundation in the humanities, history, and the arts had been firmly established long before she turned 15. Even the loss of 3 years did little to weaken the skeletal framework of her knowledge in these realms. With a mere touch of refinement, she could readily confront the upcoming examinations. Yet, there were 2 subjects that caused her delicate fingers to tap lightly on the table with her pen. Politics. The political examination at Morris Academy has never been a mere regurgitation of dogma. It tests one's insight into the ever-shifting tides of the political landscape. Those foolish individuals, with their vacuous minds, are preoccupied with sordid thoughts on how to curry favor with a select few men, viewing the world through a murky lens that blinds them to the subtle transformations of the continent's power dynamics over the past 3 years. Before she was pulled into that void, the continent was divided. Continent A, dominated by 8 formidable financial conglomerates, undisputed in their economic and military supremacy. Continent B, an ancient royal family existing for 2 centuries, now faces the emergence of new powers that have sprouted like mushrooms after rain, restless and eager. Will it be a resurgence of the royal family or the ascension of a new king? They remain utterly unaware. Continent C and D, the weakest, forging alliances in a desperate bid for self-preservation. Over the past 3 years, has this alliance tightened, or has it already been infiltrated by the new powers of Continent C or D? The absence of these critical insights is akin to walking blindfolded along the edge of a precipice. Within half a month, she must grasp the entirety of the power transitions that have occurred across the continent over the past 3 years. Financial investments. Equally perilous is the rapidly fluctuating financial market, where 3 years can witness the downfall of former giants while unknown entities rise to prominence. Which enterprises have flourished in her absence, becoming new pillars or hidden threats? Which venerable financial empires are rife with internal strife, on the brink of collapse? In 2 weeks, she is tasked with digesting the monumental shifts in the political and financial landscape of the continent within a mere 14 days. Under the lights, there is no hesitation in her eyes, only a resolute determination akin to burning one's boats. Time is the most precious commodity she possesses at this moment. Chapter 9, Expulsion? An impossibility. The next day afternoon, the sunlight streaming through the eastern wing of Morris Academy casts shadows on the venerable ancient trees. She walks purposefully towards the depths of the academy. She had skipped the morning music appreciation class, instead spending her time in the study of the Dan family, gathering data from recent years. For her, every fleeting moment is a moment not to be squandered. As she steps into the central courtyard, a figure blocks her path. It is an officer from the Discipline Inspection Department. The silver badge pinned to his chest reflects a cold light in the sun. He holds a thin sheet of paper. His demeanor rigidly formal, yet a hint of barely perceptible tension lurks in his gaze. Miss Dan, the officer's voice trembles slightly as he extends the paper towards her. You have accumulated the maximum limit of 50 absences. This is an expulsion notice personally issued by Minister Bai. Please acknowledge receipt. The air seems to freeze for a moment. Expulsion? She softly repeats, her tone rising at the end. The brilliance of her smile shatters the officer's carefully maintained composure in an instant. His ears flushed uncontrollably with a shade of crimson, and his Adam's apple bobbed as he averted her gaze, lowering his voice even further. The minister has instructed you to proceed to his office immediately to handle subsequent formalities. He paused briefly before adding, he is awaiting your arrival. Shan Jiying's fingertips delicately grazed the thin sheet of paper, which appeared so fragile and absurd between her fingers. She didn't even glance at the contents inscribed upon it. Expulsion? Bai Qinnan, is this your opening gambit? How intriguing. Your cleverness in exploiting loopholes ends here. Let me see how you intend to charm a prey that holds you in deep disdain. Phase 2. Increase the target's favorability by Qinnan to 30. Time limit, 72 hours. The office of the Minister of the Inspection Department was situated on the top floor of the Student Council's exclusive building. The staff member halted at the door, knocking gently. A gentle yet distant voice beckoned from within, enter. The door creaked open. The office was spacious, yet remarkably tidy, even somewhat sparse. Bai Qinnan sat behind a grand desk, still clad in his white uniform adorned with the iris's emblem representing the inspection department. Upon hearing the door, he lifted his head. Upon seeing Shan Jiying, his expression remained unchanged, a mask of bureaucratic detachment, betraying no hint of the high favorability score of 80.
Miss Shan,
please take a seat. He gestured towards the chair opposite him, his voice smooth as polished jade. Your personal confirmation and signature are required for the formalities. Shan Jiying did not immediately sit. She stood before the desk, locking eyes with Bai Qinnan across the vast expanse of the table. She scrutinized him calmly, as if attempting to pierce through his gentle faade to the tumultuous currents beneath. With her fingertips, she placed the expulsion notice on the smooth surface of the desk, sliding it towards him. Minister Bai, her voice remained cold and devoid of emotion. This gift seems rather unexpected, does it not? Bai Qinnan's gaze fell upon the notice. The Academy's regulations were clear, black and white. 50 classes missed triggered the automatic expulsion mechanism. His tone was devoid of warmth, as if reciting an objective fact. His eyes behind the glasses calm and unperturbed. I am merely the executor of the rules, Miss Shan.
Please sign.
I will personally handle the subsequent archiving and withdrawal procedures. He gestured towards the blank space at the bottom right of the notice. Rules? Shan Jiying's crimson lips parted, forming a mocking curve. Her voice was like ice crystals shattering upon impact, merely chains meant to bind those without a voice. She picked up the steaming cup of coffee from his left, adopting an almost deliberately ambiguous posture as she took a delicate sip of the deep brown liquid. Moroccan Island coffee beans, she began, her tone still gentle, complemented by maple syrup. A chilling smile graced her lips. Didn't you once express your utmost distaste for this flavor? How do you know? The calm Fade shattered in an instant. Bai Qinnan abruptly rose, knocking over the chair beneath him. His large hand, akin to a vice, seized Shan Jiying's slender wrist with such force it seemed intent on crushing her bones. A sharp crack echoed as the coffee cup shattered on the cold floor, sending scalding dark liquid splattering and instantly soaking a small portion of his trousers. He leaned slightly forward, and for the first time, his typically frigid expression twisted with intense emotion. Anger and fear intertwined wildly in his eyes, while deeper still lay a more fervent feeling, one that had been forcefully suppressed. What do you want? His voice was hoarse and low, fixated on Shan Jiying. Let her go. A deep, icy voice interrupted Bai Qinnan's unspoken question. The heavy office door had been pushed open at some point. Lan Xijin leaned against the doorframe, surveying the chaotic floor, Bai Qinnan's distorted expression, and his grip on Shan Jiying, ultimately fixating on Bai Qinnan's face. In the depths of his ash-gray eyes swirled a chilling warning. Jin? Bai Qinnan abruptly turned his head. His brow furrowed, yet instinctively tightened his grip on Shan Jiying's hand. What are you doing here? Lan Xijin did not answer, merely stepping inside. He paused a few paces from them, his gaze calmly resting on Bai Qinnan's unyielding hold. For now, do not dismiss her. Bai Qinnan's pupils constricted sharply. Are you intervening in the work of the inspection department for her sake? Lan Xijin's lips slowly curled into a shallow, cold smile. I'm afraid I must. His voice was low, yet imbued with an undeniable insistence. Knock, knock. 2 measured knocks resounded abruptly. Following that, a gentle, melodious voice, laced with just the right amount of curiosity, floated in. Oh, why is it so lively in here? All eyes instantly turned to the doorway. Bai Shi stood there gracefully, as if merely passing by. Clad in a clean white uniform that accentuated his pallor, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze curiously sweeping over the disarrayed floor and the 3 distinctly expressive faces, particularly Bai Qinnan, who still tightly gripped Shan Jiying. Bai Shi? Bai Qinnan's brow knitted tighter, his voice rife with irritation at the interruption and a hint of wariness. What brings you to the inspection department again? At this moment, he resembled a cornered beast, agitated by the slightest disturbance. Bai Shi's gaze finally settled on Bai Qinnan's unyielding grip on Shan Jiying's wrist, a nearly innocent smile gracing his lips. Me? He chuckled lightly, his eyes fleetingly brushing over Shan Jiying. I'm here to ask for someone. Chapter 10. Birthday Invitation. A plot of favor? A melodious laugh pierced the stifling tension in the office. Ha! Shan Jiying's lips curled into a seductive arc, her gaze sweeping over the ashen-faced Bai Qinnan, ultimately landing on his hand, which was turning pale from the strain of his grip on her wrist. It seems, Minister Bai, her voice laced with a knowing mockery. I am indeed not an ant easily confined by your rules. As her words fell, she swiftly twisted her wrist at an exceptionally cunning angle. As agile as a swimming fish, Bai Qinnan felt an irresistible force surge through him, and his tightly clenched fingers were unexpectedly released. He stared in astonishment at his palm, as if the thing he had grasped moments ago was merely a wisp of frigid air. Shan Jiying calmly withdrew her wrist, revealing a circle of deep crimson imprints on her fair skin. She nonchalantly shook her wrist, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with a playful smile as they flitted over the diverse expressions of Lan Xijin and Bai Shi. Thank you, both of you, her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with a sense of command and almost condescending generosity. With that, she turned away, her silhouette vanishing beyond the door, leaving behind a disarrayed room and 3 men, each lost in their own thoughts. A heavy silence descended once more. I need an explanation. Bai Qinnan slumped back into the expansive leather chair, his voice tinged with exhaustion and barely contained fury. He removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose and wearily rubbed his furrowed brow. A complex glimmer flickered in Lan Xijin's smoky gray eyes as he pressed his thin lips together. Half a month from now, his voice remained deep. You will know everything. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Bai Qinnan's lingering anger and concealed panic, and added, I apologize, but this matter concerns the core secrets of the Lan family, and I am unable to divulge any details at this time. Bai Qinnan's voice was soft, as if he were contemplating the weighty implications behind those two words. He slowly raised his eyes, directing his cold gaze towards Bai Shi, who leaned against the doorframe, seemingly detached yet omnipresent. And you, Bai Shi? Don't tell me she is entangled in your family's unsavory secrets as well? No, Bai Shi replied succinctly, his face still adorned with that nearly flawless mask of gentleness. It has nothing to do with the Bai family. His gaze shifted toward the door through which Lan Xijin had vanished, a flicker of elusive inquiry and determination swirling in his eyes. However, there are some answers I still need to obtain from her. That piece of music, the one that existed only in the fevered haze of his childhood memories, a posthumous composition belonging to his late mother, was something an 8-year-old child could never have known. This doubt burrowed deep within him, leaving him restless. Bai Qinnan leaned heavily against the back of his chair, as if all strength had been siphoned from him. Wearily, he waved his hand, his voice laden with fatigue and an inescapable turmoil. You all may leave now. Let me be alone in silence. Lan Xijin cast a profound glance at Bai Qinnan, his expression inscrutable, before ultimately saying nothing and turning to leave with measured steps. Bai Shi offered a slight nod to Bai Qinnan, his lips still curved in that impeccable, gentle smile, before gracefully exiting as well. The heavy door of the inspection department closed silently once more, sealing off the outside world entirely. A profound stillness enveloped the room. Bai Qinnan slumped in the expansive leather chair, the only sounds remaining were his labored breaths and the deep brown coffee stain on the floor, exuding a bittersweet aroma that mingled in the air. His gaze fixated intently on the stain, his expression hollow and tormented. She spoke of the coffee beans from Molokai Island, paired with maple syrup. Even though he detested the brazen acidity and bitterness of such coffee, he had nonetheless made it a habit. This flavor was once her favorite. Had she returned? Or were those detestable fools occupying her body, meticulously studying their past to ensnare him, even going so far as to mimic her habits? Laying yet another trap? Target character Bai Qinnan's favorability fluctuating dramatically. 8580, 38780. The cold, mechanical notification echoed in the depths of Lan Xijin's consciousness. You seem rather unsurprised? The system's voice held a hint of inquiry. A confident smile curved the corners of Lan Xijin's lips, a glint of icy light flickering in her eyes. Why should she be surprised? Well done. The system's voice, rarely laced with a hint of what could be termed admiration, remarked. In just 2 days, you managed to have both Lan Xijin and Bai Shi speak on your behalf. Making exceptions for you. This skill of pleasing your prey is quite unexpected. Thank you for the compliment. Lan Xijin's voice remained unperturbed, as if stating a mere fact. Upon returning to class, when Lan Xijin appeared at the classroom door, the previously boisterous atmosphere abruptly fell into an eerie silence, as if the noise had been muted. She paid no heed, striding directly to her seat by the window. On her desk lay a pristine white invitation card. The paper felt exquisite to the touch, its edges elegantly outlined with understated gold threads forming intricate lily patterns. Lan Xijin languidly leaned back in her chair, delicately pinching the invitation between her fingers. Opening it, she was met with graceful, flowing cursive. Miss Lan Xijin is cordially invited to the birthday banquet of Miss Su Qingya. Time, June 5th, 1900. Venue, Su Manor. The signature was penned in beautiful script, exuding both elegance and strength.
Su Inga's birthday celebration?
Lan Xijin murmured the name softly. The heir of the Su family. Head of the Student Union's club department, a figure renowned for her dexterity amid the 8 major financial conglomerates. Over the past 3 years, it seemed that those traversers had never truly engaged in any noteworthy interactions with this young lady from the Su family. The Su and Shan families maintained a perfectly balanced distance, each keeping to their own. This sudden, prestigious yet understated invitation, was it a gesture of goodwill sensing a shift in the winds? Or a meticulously orchestrated banquet, a trap awaiting her entry? Lan Xijin's fingers lightly tapped the cool surface of the invitation, her gaze swirling like an unfathomable vortex. Regardless of what it may be, this chess game appeared increasingly intriguing. Chapter 11. Just tired of it. Second-year university class. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the large arched windows, bathing the opulent and bright classroom in warmth. A girl with fiery red hair, Gong Qi sat unabashedly atop a polished desk, her long legs swinging, her face etched with unabashed disdain. "Qingya, have you lost your mind?" Gong Qi's voice dripped with scorn as she cast a dismissive glance at Su Qingya, who sat across from her, elegantly organizing her notes. "You actually sent an invitation to that Shan Jiying? Aren't you afraid she'll chase after Jean and the others at your meticulously prepared birthday banquet, turning the entire event into a chaotic mess?" Su Qingya paused her graceful movements, lifting her exquisitely porcelain-like face. The pure white of her uniform accentuated her snow-like complexion, exuding a gentle elegance. A perfectly timed, angelic smile graced her lips as she replied in a soft, melodious tone, "Ah Qi, please don't say that. Recently, there have been some rumors about her in the academy. They seem to have shifted somewhat. Perhaps we could become friends?" She hesitated, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, her voice imbued with a touch of innocent anticipation, for she too was an heir of one of the 8 prominent families. Gong Qi scoffed unceremoniously, leaping off the table with her arms crossed. "Please, I know you all too well. You never miss an opportunity to ensnare someone potentially useful. As if you're intent on weaving everyone into your intricate web of connections. Yet, as I understand, she has already been ousted from the Shan family's line of succession. A new heir has supplanted her position in the clan." Su Qingya's smile remained unwavering, even growing gentler. She delicately picked up the invitation embossed with golden irises resting on the table, her fingertip brushing over Shan Jiying's name. Her voice remained soft yet carried an undeniable conviction. "Ah Qi, it's merely an invitation. One must see with their own eyes before forming a conclusion. Wouldn't you agree? Let us await the outcome." After school, in the Morris Academy library, Shan Jiying closed the hefty tome in her hands, which exuded the scent of aged paper and ink. The library, justly renowned as the finest repository of knowledge in the region, boasted shelves lined like a forest, housing many unique volumes that prohibited electronic copies, along with classified documents and political reports, all quietly resting in slumber. She found herself intrigued by several internal evaluation reports addressing critical shifts in energy policy from the past 3 years. Although the Shan family had failed to preserve complete versions of these documents, her fingertips traced the yellowed pages, where cold numbers and decision-making logic outlined the undercurrents of power at play. After returning the books to their rightful places, she departed the tranquil space, thick with the dust of history. At the entrance of Morris Academy, in stark contrast to the solemnity of the library, a considerable crowd of students had gathered before the academy's magnificent gilded gates. The air buzzed with a palpable excitement and a hint of astonishment. The focal point was a sleek, limited-edition silver sports car. As the window of the driver's seat lowered, Zhuo's sharply defined face, marked by a hint of impatience,
came into view.
One hand casually rested on the steering wheel, while the other was firmly grasped by a curvaceous girl outside the car. Her meticulously applied makeup now streaked by tears.
Qin Xiao.
"What have I done wrong?" The girl's voice trembled, her tears washing away her mascara and leaving behind dark streaks on her cheeks. She leaned desperately against the car door, her body inclined forward as she implored, "Please,
Tell me. I'll change.
I'm willing to change everything. Just don't break up with me. Let go." Zhuo's voice resonated with a low, metallic coldness, his impatience palpable in the furrow of his brow. He did not even spare the girl a discerning glance. Startled by the frigid tone, she instinctively recoiled, yet quickly grasped at the last vestige of hope, mustering every ounce of her strength to present a more pitiable expression. Her voice trembled sweetly. "Qin Xiao, did you not say just yesterday that you favored girls like me? Have you forgotten?" At last, Zhuo turned his head, his gaze sweeping over her tear-streaked face. Devoid of warmth, filled only with sheer annoyance, akin to one observing a once-cherished toy that had lost its allure. His words were matter-of-fact, as if commenting on the pleasantness of the day. "You have 3 seconds to let go." This chilling countdown, void of sentiment, echoed in the ears of the onlookers, yet failed to evoke genuine astonishment. Whispers of apathy threaded through the crowd, as if they had anticipated such a cruel dismissal. Zhuo, among the elite of the student council, was regarded as the most approachable prince, provided one possessed beauty and allure. He typically welcomed all who came his way. However, his interest waned pitifully, rarely extending beyond a week. Tragically, there were always girls, entranced by dreams of becoming Cinderella, who would rush forward, naively believing they might be the singular exception, only to become the subject of ridicule. The countdown felt like a death knell. The last flicker of hope extinguished in the girl's eyes, crushed by overwhelming fear and embarrassment. She abruptly released her grip, staggering back, her gaze fixed on the unfeeling closure of the icy car door. The next moment, the deafening roar of the engine erupted like a beast's growl, shattering the evening's tranquility. The silver sports car surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, disappearing in a dazzling blur, leaving behind only the acrid scent of exhaust and the dazed girl. Motionless and forlorn, the crowd emitted a few inaudible murmurs of sympathy before gradually dispersing. Standing in the shadow of a nearby column, Lan Xijin observed the farcical scene unfold with crossed arms, her demeanor cold and detached. Her gaze was calm and untroubled, akin to a frozen lake reflecting all before it, including the haunting memories she had deliberately buried. For 3 years, she had inhabited the guise of another, much like that girl, becoming the subject of ridicule in the center of the crowd. Stripped of her dignity beneath Qin's was frigid scrutiny. With a faint sigh, she withdrew her gaze, as if brushing away an inconsequential speck of dust. The shame of the past left no ripples in her eyes, only a deepening chill that pierced her to the core. Chapter 12. Attending a birthday party in the ensuing 2 days, Lan Xijin vanished entirely from Morris Academy. She sequestered herself within the confines of the Shan family study, accompanied only by the towering piles of ancient tomes, files, and the complex data streams dancing across her screen. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper, ink, and an almost palpable intensity of focus. With the monthly examinations approaching, she required absolute silence to consolidate her thoughts. Her absence, however, became a fertile ground for the Academy's gossip. The incident surrounding the expulsion has, rather peculiarly, settled down, with the Ministry of Supervision tacitly acknowledging her privileges, which in itself is a significant anomaly. Speculation has run rampant, with the most prevalent narrative rife with scandalous conjecture. Some have vehemently claimed to have witnessed the ambiguous interactions between Minister Bai and Lan Xijin, suggesting that these privileges were exchanged for some sordid transaction. More malicious rumors allege that the Shan family, finally exasperated, has banished this daughter, who has brought shame upon their lineage, to an inconspicuous branch family, sparing her formal expulsion solely for the sake of her remaining dignity. Of course, there are sporadic whispers regarding the involvement of Bai Qinnan and Lan Xijin, 2 equally influential figures, seemingly advocating for her. However, this version is too fantastical, almost beyond the grasp of collective understanding, and thus spreads with limited fervor. The one indisputable truth is that within Morris Academy, the Student Council and its core members embody supreme authority. Their will is akin to law, capable of effortlessly swaying the tenure of the esteemed honorary principal. Consequently, regardless of whether these privileges originate from Bai Qinnan, Bai Qi, or Lan Xijin, no one dares to publicly question them, only allowing envy and suspicion to fester in hushed whispers. On June 5th, at the Su family estate, as night fell, the estate sparkled with lights, resembling a city that never sleeps. Luxury cars, symbols of wealth and status, ceaselessly rolled through the estate's gates, their engines growling in the meticulously manicured gardens. The Su family has steadily solidified its position in recent years, ascending in power and firmly establishing itself among the top 4 of the 8 financial conglomerates. Tonight not only marks Su Qingya's birthday banquet, but also serves as a meticulously orchestrated stage for the elegant and astute heiress, a silent celebration of her claim to inheritance. The arrival of Lan Xijin was akin to a drop of ink in a bustling dance floor. Draped in a floor-length black velvet gown, she exuded an aura as profound as the night. The intricate golden embroidery flowed beneath the lights with understated opulence, a masterpiece crafted by the dedication of 15 top artisans. Her raven locks were casually styled, revealing a graceful neck reminiscent of a swan's elegance. Her makeup was minimal, save for her enchanting peach blossom eyes, which sparkled with an icy brilliance under the dazzling lights, rendering the surrounding jewels and finery pale in comparison. Imbued with an aloofness that seemed to look down upon the world. "Miss Shan, your presence truly illuminates our humble abode," Su Qingya greeted. Resembling a fully bloomed moonlit lily in her pure white floor-length gown, her smile warm and gracious as she approached immediately, her voice soft and impeccable. "Miss Su, happy birthday." Lan Xijin replied with a slight nod, her lips curving into a practiced smile as she presented a deep red velvet gift box. As the lid opened, a warm and profound emerald glow spilled forth, revealing a necklace of immeasurable worth, resting quietly on its velvet cushion, both its quality and cut exemplary. Su Qingya accepted the box, her eyes reflecting just the right blend of surprise and admiration, her brows arching in delight as her voice grew even sweeter. Miss Shan, you have truly gone to great lengths. This thoughtful gift is profoundly appreciated. She gracefully handed the box to the attendant behind her. Just then, a thunderous roar of an aggressive engine approached, echoing through the air. A sleek, deep purple hypercar, exuding an air of audacity, executed a dramatic drift before coming to a halt in the center of the courtyard, capturing the attention of all present. As the doors lifted, Zhuo emerged first, his impeccably tailored dark suit failing to conceal his inherent defiance. A playful smirk danced on his lips as he circled to the passenger side. A stunning woman with a voluptuous figure, heavy makeup, and clad in a fitted, sequined mini dress stepped out with an alluring grace, affectionately linking her arm with Zhuo's. As Zhuo scanned the crowd, his smile faltered and his brow furrowed upon catching sight of the composed figure clad in black beside Su Qingya. An unmistakable disdain and contempt surged in his eyes. Unfazed, he wrapped his arm around his new companion and strode toward them, his voice deliberately mocking, yet audible to those around. Su Qingya, the tone of your birthday celebration seems to have plummeted. Why allow such eyesores to intrude? Your taste appears to be deteriorating. His gaze sliced through Shan Jiying like a cold blade, brimming with scorn. Qingya, your uncle is waiting for you over there. It seems urgent. Gong Qi interjected at an opportune moment, laced with a hint of amusement.
Suvingya maintained her radiant simile.
Casting an apologetic glance at Shan Jiying and Zhuo, her voice remaining gentle. Xiao Zhuo, today is my birthday. Please do not make my guests uncomfortable. She lightly patted Zhuo's arm before elegantly turning away, departing with Gong Qi in tow. Understood, Zhuo replied impatiently, yet his gaze remained fixed on Shan Jiying, who was about to turn away. Releasing his companion, he stepped forward, his towering figure casting an imposing shadow over Shan Jiying, his voice lowered, laden with both warning and inquiry. Shan Jiying, he fixated on her ice-cold eyes, seeking a glimmer of familiar obsession or distress, yet finding only a profound indifference. What trickery are you up to? Lan Xijin Baishi, he uttered these names with incredulous derision. Are those two arrogant individuals truly speaking on your behalf? He leaned in slightly, his heated breath radiating an intense aggression toward Shan Jiying. But I am not like them. Suppress whatever unwarranted thoughts you harbor. Or else, what met him was an utter silence. Shan Jiying didn't even bother to lift her gaze. She merely turned her head slightly, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes casting a fleeting, indifferent glance in his direction, her expression placid as if he were merely an inconsequential and bothersome presence. The indifference in her gaze proved far more lethal than the harshest of taunts. Without hesitation, she pivoted away, the hem of her black velvet gown sweeping in a sharp and icy arc as she proceeded toward the dimly lit, secluded rear garden of the estate. From beginning to end, there was not a moment's pause, nor a single response, as though Zhuo and his menacing words had never existed. Zhuo remained frozen in place, his expression instantly transforming into one of profound displeasure. He felt as if his fist, charged with power, had struck nothing but cotton, failing to stir even a ripple in his opponent. This sensation of utter disregard, of being rendered invisible, was one he experienced for the second time. And all due to the same woman. The surrounding crowd, engaged in their revelries, began to murmur at this scene. The worthless fool chasing after Qin Shao had been so easily ignored. Could it be that the rumors held some truth? On the spiral staircase, a figure clad in white quietly observed the unfolding scene, a gentle smile on her lips replaced by a serious demeanor. The pretense was quite convincing, yet merely a case of feigned pursuit. The voice of the red-haired girl beside her carried an unusual hint of uncertainty. The woman's gaze was so cold that even if it was an act, it signified her mastery of performance. Let us continue to watch. Chapter 13. A rescue from the water by the poolside in the backyard, far removed from the clamor and ostentation of the front hall. Shan Jiying held a glass of red wine from a server's tray, standing at the water's edge as she quietly gazed at the moon hanging in the night sky. The liquid in her glass shimmered with a deep jewel-like crimson under the moonlight, yet she merely took a symbolic sip. A fleeting hint of distaste for such low-concentration alcohol flickering across her brow. The machinations of flattery, ostentation, and the subtle warfare of a Vanity Fair, playing out in the front hall, were temporarily irrelevant to her. In the eyes of the majority of the powerful elite, she remained the soon-to-be discarded, infamous heir of her family. This temporary invisibility granted her a rare sense of tranquility. The sound of rhythmic footsteps approached from behind, producing a faint rustling. The newcomer seemed to deliberately slow their pace. Lan Xijin did not turn, swallowing the wine in her glass, her gaze still fixed on the cold moon at the horizon, as though everything behind her was of no concern. The night breeze brushed past, bringing with it a chill as well as a familiar scent, faint yet palpable. Bai Qinnan favorability, 30. Task deadline, 132. The cold prompt echoed in her mind.
Lan Xijin.
The voice that emerged was no longer the crisp, businesslike tone of the Minister of Supervision, but instead bore a husky timbre, suppressed yet probing. The caution in that voice was akin to handling a fragile, long-forgotten treasure. Lan Xijin finally turned slowly. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes, tranquil like a still pond in the night, regarded the visitor. Bai Qinnan stood a few paces away, the moonlight illuminating his immaculate white suit, yet failing to dispel the somber tension that enveloped him. By Minister? Lan Xijin's voice remained cold, tinged with an appropriate distance and a barely perceptible hint of amusement. What a coincidence. You two have come out for a breath of fresh air. Her tone held a subtle tease. Bai Qinnan completely disregarded the sting in her words. He took a step closer, the distance between them suddenly narrowing, the faint scent of his blue shirt creating an atmosphere charged with pressure. I remember. His voice was soft, imbued with a fleeting sense of nostalgia. Yet his gaze was as sharp as a knife, firmly locking onto Lan Xijin's eyes. During my 10th birthday celebration, there were those who found the atmosphere unbearably dull, leading me away from the clinking glasses and laughter of the hall to catch my breath beneath the swing set in the back garden. He paused, each word peeling away layers of an old scar. The air seemed to be instantly drained, leaving only the faint sound of the night breeze caressing the water's surface. Lan Xijin's fingers, which clasped the wine glass, subtly curled in a barely perceptible manner. This almost imperceptible gesture, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirred a tempest within Bai Qinnan's heart. He perceived it clearly. Beneath the frozen depths of her peach blossom eyes, there seemed to be the faintest ripple emerging. Is it truly you? Bai Qinnan's voice was laden with a suppressed, almost desperate yearning and certainty, his body leaning slightly forward in excitement.
Lan Xijin.
You have returned. The real you. Director Bai. Lan Xijin's voice remained calm, yet it carried an intentional chill, as if stating an objective fact. Are you drunk? What nonsense are you speaking? She endeavored to erect a wall of indifference, shielding her from the tempestuous emotions he exuded. Nonsense? Bai Qinnan let out a cold laugh, filled with self-mockery, pain, and a kind of reckless determination. He suddenly reached out, his movement astonishingly swift, seizing the wine glass from her hand before she could react. Without a glance at the glass, he tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, drinking down the remaining liquid. The deep red liquid spilled slightly from the corner of his lips, tracing along his taut jawline, dripping onto the pristine collar of his shirt, staining it with a patch of glaring crimson. Almost instantly, the effects of the alcohol manifested on his pale face. An unnatural flush rapidly spread from his neck to his cheeks, even coloring the tips of his ears. His gaze began to blur. Yet it burned with a nearly destructive resolve, fixated intently on Lan Xijin. He forced a smile tinged with the bitterness of wine, his voice hoarse. Indeed, I am quite drunk. Before he could finish speaking, he averted his gaze from Lan Xijin and began to step backward. One step, then two, until he stood at the edge of the shimmering pool.
Bai Qinnan.
Lan Xijin's pupils constricted suddenly, her once cool voice now laced with urgent warning. I have had enough. Bai Qinnan's lips curled into a smile that was almost tragic, his eyes brimming with an unbearable sorrow and a desperate recklessness akin to a moth drawn to a flame. I am tired of watching a monster, cloaked in your fade, parade about. With his final step, his heel hovered precariously over the smooth marble edge of the pool. In Lan Xijin's suddenly constricted gaze, his body, infused with the resolve of a martyr, abruptly leaned backward. Splash. A tremendous splash erupted. The icy, bone-chilling water instantly engulfed that white figure. Target character Bai Qinnan's emotions are in extreme turmoil. Affinity, 30 warning. Extreme fluctuation detected. Standing by the edge of the pool, Lan Xijin's body stiffened for a brief moment. The frigid night breeze filled her lungs, carrying the chill of the splashing water. Beneath the moonlight, the waves churned violently, and the white suit submerged like a cloud swiftly sinking into the depths. Rationality informed her that Bai Qinnan was acting with intent, using his life as leverage against her. The system's cold warning echoed sharply in her mind. The commotion beneath the surface began to subside.
Damn.
A low curse escaped her tightly pressed lips. In the next instant, the priceless black velvet gown arched through the moonlight like the wings of a raven, cutting through the air with resolute grace.
Splash.
A larger spray erupted. The icy pool water enveloped her entirely, the biting cold surging to the crown of her head. Holding her breath, she widened her eyes, propelling herself towards the fading glimpse of white below. Her black hair spread like seaweed in the water, the heavy train of her gown dragging behind her. The underwater world was a chaotic blur, light and shadow distorted. She saw Bai Qinnan, eyes closed, as if he had lost all vitality, slowly sinking toward the deeper depths of the pool. The alcohol and the cold water seemed to sap his strength in an instant. She surged forward, extending her hand, recklessly grasping at his arm. Her fingertips finally grazed the icy fabric. Summoning all her strength, she yanked his heavy body toward herself. With her other hand slipping beneath his armpit, she tightly encircled his chest, desperately propelling them both upwards. Splash. The two figures emerged from the water in a disheveled state. Lan Xijin coughed violently, the cold air choking her lungs. One hand gripped Bai Qinnan's heavy form tightly, while the other clawed at the edge of the pool, her nails nearly digging into the frigid marble. The black velvet gown, saturated with water, clung heavily to her, outlining her taut form from exertion. Bai Qinnan, held in her embrace, suddenly spluttered, expelling pool water, his dazed eyes gradually opening, filled with the confusion of near drowning and physiological tears. The icy water drained the flesh from his face, leaving only a ghastly pallor. He slightly turned his head, damp strands of hair sticking to his face, his neck involuntarily arching back, revealing a shallow, crescent-shaped scar near his collarbone. The moonlight, refracted through the droplets, illuminated the scar distinctly. Lan Xijin's gaze fixated upon it. Bai Qinnan seemed to sense her scrutiny. His lips moved, his voice faint, nearly drowned by the sound of the water. Lan Xijin, I won the bet. Chapter 14. Indescribable Emotions. The icy pool water soaked through their clothes. Yet the biting cold was nothing compared to the weight in Lan Xijin's heart at that moment. She clung to Bai Qinnan's drenched form. His face, usually adorned with a gentle mask, was now as pale as parchment, covered in water droplets. Only his crimson eyes remained fixed on her, swirling with the ecstasy of regained life and an almost scalding, humble plea. This was the second time she had saved him. Memories surged uncontrollably. A decade ago, in the resplendent banquet hall of the Bai family, a meticulously arranged birthday celebration for him. However, with merely a glance from her, he unhesitatingly disregarded his father's warning gaze and stealthily escorted her out of the tedious hall, retreating to the tranquil back garden. That fleeting moment of respite came at a grave cost. In the aftermath, the enraged patriarch of the Bai family confined his only son to the cold, eerie ancestral hall, forcing him to kneel for a full 24 hours. Upon learning the news, an unfamiliar emotion known as guilt surged within her for the first time. She rushed to the Bai residence, yearning to see him. What she beheld was him stumbling out from the hall, his complexion alarmingly pale. As he traversed the courtyard towards his chambers, his footing faltered, and he plunged into the frigid swimming pool. The surface broke with a few bubbles before swiftly returning to its placid state, as if nothing had transpired. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped in after him. As she fought against the water, she finally grasped his sinking form. He remained unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a soulless puppet. In desperation, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on his chest near his collarbone. That deep bite mark would forever be imprinted on his skin. Bai Qinnan's affection level, 85. Mission accomplished. The mechanical voice conveyed a sense of anticipated calm. In his youth, Bai Qinnan always silently followed the dazzling figure of hers. Her every gesture was enough to capture the attention of all. To fall in love with her seemed an utterly natural occurrence. He was not immune to it. Yet, he had never voiced his feelings, believing that merely gazing from afar was the greatest mercy of fate. Until 3 years ago, when an abrupt high fever changed everything. Upon awakening, Zhu Jiying's gaze towards him was unsettlingly foreign. That look was cloaked in an intentional sweetness, brimming with unabashed temptation. In that moment, Bai Qinnan's heart felt as if it were fiercely clenched by something, followed by an overwhelming ecstasy.
He thought so.
Until that night, when she stumbled into his presence. The heavy scent of alcohol enveloped her, her meticulously arranged hair disheveled, and her collar slightly torn, revealing a glimpse of skin. Her eyes were glazed, her cheeks flushed abnormally. And upon seeing Bai Qinnan, she lunged straight into his embrace. "Qinnan, I feel so unwell. Only you can help me. I love you. I have always loved you. You know?" Her vividly painted lips were restlessly wandering across his back, and her warm, alcohol-laden breath drew closer. Bai Qinnan's mind went blank, as immense happiness and desire inundated him like a tidal wave. He stood frozen, as if his blood were flowing backward. All his senses concentrated on the soft body in his arms and the kiss that was about to descend.
Yet,
Just as those lipstick-clad lips were on the verge of touching his, a potent, cheap, and cloying fragrance shattered his bliss. She despised that pungent scent. Out of the corner of his eye, he distinctly caught sight of her hand, which had been wrapped around his back, now instinctively reaching for her ear. Attempting to flirt with non-existent stray hairs, infused with an air of deliberate seduction. However, the true Shan Jiying, in moments of tension, contemplation, or emotional upheaval, would unconsciously caress her earlobes with delicate fingertips. This woman before him, with her dazed expression and affected mannerisms, exuding an unfamiliar and cheap fragrance, was not her. With every ounce of strength, he forcefully pushed her away from his embrace, the sheer force causing her to gasp and stumble backward, landing heavily on the cold floor. From that moment onward, Bai Qinnan became the most composed and ruthless observer. He donned a mask of sophistication, strategically maneuvering his way to the position of Minister of Supervision. He coldly watched the impostor occupying Shan Jiying's form, adorned with a sycophantic and deceitful smile, buzzing around the likes of Lan Xijin, Jin Zhuo, and Bai Shi like a fly drawn to decaying flesh. He witnessed her repeatedly relinquish the pride of being the Shan family heir, engaging in despicable and revolting acts before those men. He observed her gradually become the object of ridicule among the upper echelons of society. Hatred festered within him, growing more fervent with each passing day of torment. He despised this monster. He subjected her to the harshest of rules, gazed at her with an icy stare, and bound her with the power of the Ministry of Supervision. Yet, he did not truly expel her from Morris Academy, for he was waiting for the real Shan Jiying to return. And now he had waited long enough. Help! Someone has fallen into the water. The commotion at the edge of the pool ultimately stirred a disturbance. Gasps shattered the tranquility of the backyard, igniting a flurry of activity among the crowd. Footsteps and murmurs approached swiftly, encircling this secluded corner until it was densely packed. As Shan Jiying, drenched and nearly exhausted, struggled to pull Bai Qinnan up from the edge of the pool, her eyes were met with countless gazes, some astonished, some curious, but mostly laced with unabashed disdain. Chilly droplets cascaded from her dark hair and the heavy velvet of her dress, pooling on the ground in dark stains. Bai Qinnan coughed violently, his face as pale as parchment, barely able to stand. When the crowd finally recognized the face of the one who had fallen, an unspoken understanding filled the air. Whispers slithered through the gathering like venomous serpents. "It's her, Shan Jiying. Truly incorrigible. Isn't the last lesson from being thrown into the fountain by young Master Qinnan. And now she's entangled with Minister Bai. Minister Bai is indeed unfortunate to encounter such madness," they scoffed. Surely, it must have been a failed harassment that led to this quarrel and subsequent fall. Look at Minister Bai, he has been thoroughly victimized. Miss Su is so unfortunate. Her birthday party has been thrown into chaos by this infatuated lunatic. A barrage of scornful gazes pierced through Shan Jiying like poisoned needles. Just as Bai Qinnan was regaining his senses from the ordeal, he was inundated with these slanderous remarks. Struggling to straighten his body, his pale lips parted to deliver a sharp rebuke. Yet, a cold yet remarkably strong hand suddenly clasped his drenched wrist. Shan Jiying didn't even glance at him. She simply pressed down slightly with determination. Her gaze calmly swept across the faces before her, each etched with malice. The enchanting allure of her peach blossom eyes bore no trace of the panic that comes with humiliation, only an icy indifference. As if the ruckus around her was nothing more than a swarm of insignificant ants. Defending herself? To these people? A faint, chilling smile graced her lips. She preferred to use her absolute strength to trample their faces beneath her feet.
Chapter 15. Qin Sue's engagement?
At that moment, a warm, dry, and soft cashmere shawl gently settled on Shan Jiying's cold, soaked shoulders. "Miss Shan, are you all right?" Su Qingya's gentle voice resonated just in time. Unbeknownst to her, she had navigated through the crowd, her face adorned with just the right amount of concern, showing no sign of the disruption caused to the birthday celebration. She offered Xinjiang a reassuring smile. Come, let me take you upstairs to change into some dry clothes. Her gaze turned to the equally drenched Bai Qinnan. Qinnan, the butler is waiting for you over there. She gestured to the butler, who was standing by. Xinjiang did not refuse. She tightened the shawl around her shoulders and nodded slightly. Thank you, Miss Su. Su Qingya affectionately supported Xinjiang's arm, gracefully guiding her away from the chaos and clamor, as if she were escorting a distinguished guest. How kind of Miss Su, not only refraining from anger over her foolishness, but also coming to her rescue.
Indeed.
The disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Behind them, the whispers did not subside with Su Qingya's arrival. Rather, her magnanimous act only solidified Xinjiang's alleged transgressions, leading to even more unabashed speculation. Bai Qinnan's expression darkened as he listened to the intolerable gossip surrounding him. On the second floor, in a room lavishly adorned yet bearing a makeshift air, Su Qingya said softly, Miss Shen, please wait a moment. She turned and strode toward the wardrobe. Moments later, she emerged holding a neatly folded, exquisitely crafted gown. The dress was a deep midnight blue, its fabric shimmering under the light like a galaxy of stars, the design both simple and sophisticated, unmistakably of the highest couture. This is a new piece I received not long ago, and I haven't had the chance to wear it yet. The size should fit perfectly. Su Qingya placed the dress on the soft bed, her smile impeccable. I will have someone take your wet clothes to dry. Thank you, Xinjiang said, her gaze lingering momentarily on the magnificent gown before she expressed her gratitude calmly. Su Qingya thoughtfully stepped outside and gently closed the door behind her. In the shadows of the corridor, Gongqi approached immediately, her face devoid of any pretense, filled with disdain and confusion.
Qingya,
why are you being so nice to her? Look at what's being said outside. It must be her relentless pursuit of Bai Qinnan that forced him into the pool. Gongqi whispered urgently, her voice quick and low. Su Qingya's perfect, gentle smile faded somewhat, replaced by a calmness that approached sharp insight. She shook her head slightly, her voice low and laced with undeniable conviction. Qi, it's not that simple.
I saw it.
So what? Gongqi was taken aback by Qinnan's gaze. Su Qingya's gaze lingered on the closed door of the guest room, as if she could see through it. The look in his eyes was not one of disdain, nor the anger of one who had been harassed. It was a manifestation of despair, a euphoric joy at rediscovery, intertwined with a profound pain and remorse. She paused momentarily, directing her attention to the astonished Gongqi. Do you believe that someone who has been harassed to the point of falling into the water would react in such a manner? Gongqi opened her mouth, rendered speechless. She recalled the disheveled appearance of Bai Qinnan when he was dragged ashore by Xinjiang. Indeed, such a demeanor was hardly characteristic of someone confronting a harasser. Then, what on earth was transpiring? Su Qingya's gaze deepened, as she once again donned her impeccable mask of gentleness. Unclear. Yet, this young lady of the Shan family seemed to have transformed into someone exceedingly intriguing. Let us proceed. The banquet must continue, and the main event is about to unfold. Dressed in an exquisite midnight blue haute couture gown, as deep as the night sky, Xinjiang re-emerged in the banquet hall. Her damp hair elegantly styled, revealing a graceful neck, the icy fabric accentuating her complexion, pure as snow, her demeanor as frosty as the winter air. Her entrance once again captured attention, but this time, amidst the disdain, there was a hint of uncertainty. At the opportune moment, Su Qingya ascended to the main stage, the spotlight illuminating her like a sacred goddess. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence tonight to celebrate my daughter Qingya's birthday. Su's father's voice resonated with a calm authority, imbued with the gravitas of a seasoned veteran in the silent battleground of business. I would like to take this opportunity to announce that I have officially transferred 30 of Su Group's shares to Qingya. I hope everyone will extend their support to my daughter in the future. A wave of suppressed gasps and enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. 30% of Su Group shares. This was more than just a birthday gift. It was the Su family's proclamation to the entire continent that Su Qingya, the adept heir, had officially become the undisputed helmsman of the Su family's future. The halo of power and wealth instantly adorned Su Qingya, rendering her even more resplendent. She gracefully accepted the congratulations, her face adorned with an appropriate smile. Then, Su's father shifted his tone and simultaneously, an announcement was made regarding a joyful event between the Su family and the Qin family. All eyes swiftly turned towards Qin Zhuo, who was distractedly toying with a lighter while embracing his new companion. After discussions between the two families, it was decided that the young couple, who had long harbored mutual affections, would soon become engaged.
Boom.
This news detonated like a bomb, instantly electrifying the entire banquet hall. An alliance. The formidable union of the Su and Qin families. Yet, the reactions of the two protagonists named were intriguingly telling. Zhuo merely lazily lifted his eyelids, his long fingers still fiddling with the black and gold lighter, casting a glance at Su Qingya on stage, the corners of his mouth curling into a nonchalant smile. As if to acknowledge her, his companion giggled, whispering something in his ear, prompting him to lean down and tease her. As if the recent announcement pertained solely to others' affairs. Standing on the stage, Su Qingya maintained her flawless, gentle smile, nodding graciously to the crowd below. Her eyes tranquil and undisturbed, as if this marriage, capable of impacting the dynamics between the two financial empires, bore little significance to her. While the audience was taken aback, they were also acutely aware of the underlying reality. Marriages between the 8 major financial families were merely a customary entanglement of interests. Emotions? That had never been the primary consideration. After a brief discussion, a more fervent applause and chorus of congratulations resounded, drowning out the peculiar dissonance. Task objective: increase the favorability of the target, Zhuo, by 20. Task deadline: 7 days. Shan Jiying's gaze fell upon the woman in Zhuo's embrace, her smile radiating unrestrained exuberance. In her eyes lay an unmistakable scrutiny, disdain, and a hint of cold hostility, as if she had been reluctantly assigned a task. Chapter 16. Zhuo, the profligate mad dog? Zhuo abruptly lifted his head, catching the icy gaze that pierced through the clamor. It was her again. That damned look. His narrow eyes narrowed dangerously, the mocking smile on his lips instantly freezing, replaced by the chilling malice of a Mafia heir, his aura turning frigid. Qin Shao, the companion nestled in his arms, shivered at the sudden chill, her voice trembling. However, a figure clad in white swiftly positioned herself in front of Shan Jiying, shielding her from Zhuo's predatory gaze. Bai Qinnan's countenance retained the pallor of one who had just emerged from the water, yet his eyes regained clarity, simmering with residual rage and a near-instinctive protective instinct. Zhuo, witnessing this scene, found his anger amusing. He stepped closer, close enough to sense the lingering chill of the pool water on his adversary. His gaze flickered between the two, and a malicious grin spread across his face.
Bai Qinnan,
he sneered, his voice low yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. Have you lost your wits from being submerged? You're defending this kind of trash? He paused deliberately, letting his eyes sweep over Shan Jiying before returning to Bai Qinnan's face, laden with blatant humiliation. Could it be true, as the rumors suggest? You have quite a unique taste, Minister Bai, selecting what others have discarded. Or have you forgotten her past? Forgotten how she pursued different men like a lustful creature? Begging for attention? Each word tore open the barely healed wound in Bai Qinnan's heart, one that had only just formed upon confirming her identity. Fury surged within Bai Qinnan, nearly overwhelming him. Just as he was on the verge of losing control, a cool hand gently rested upon his shoulder, pushing him slightly aside. Shan Jiying stepped forward, almost facing Zhuo directly. She tilted her head slightly, her enchanting eyes reflecting the twisted visage of Zhuo, contorted in rage for the first time. Her gaze held no anger, no shame, only a condescending, almost pitying icy mockery, as if observing a rabid dog barking madly. Her crimson lips parted, her voice soft yet overpowering all the whispers in the room. Now that the announcement of the engagement has been made, do you intend to disrupt Miss Su's birthday celebration with that acerbic visage? Xiao Zhuo. On stage, Su Qingya's gentle voice rang out timely, like a flowing spring. Yet it carried an undeniable chill. She maintained her smile, yet her gaze towards the audience was devoid of warmth, sharply focused on Zhuo. Her voice, amplified through the microphone, resonated throughout the venue, each word striking the hearts of those present. I look forward to your guidance. This statement served as both the proclamation of the engagement and a warning and constraint against Zhuo's current unruly behavior. Movements abruptly halted. He fixed his gaze upon, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity that seemed capable of consuming her whole. He cast a scathing glance at before, ultimately succumbing to the invisible pressure from. He forcefully suppressed the fury that threatened to incinerate his reason. With a sudden turn, he strode purposefully toward the podium. He gripped outstretched hand with a roughness that betrayed his tension. Feeling his own body relax slightly, quickly turned to look at. His eyes filled with a deep-seated dread and an overwhelming concern. You are far too impulsive. His voice dropped to a low murmur, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Was no ordinary scion of privilege. Over the past 3 years, he had clawed his way out of the mire of the family, employing ruthlessly cunning tactics that one could scarcely fathom. Taking a deep breath, he whispered rapidly, "The notorious escapades of the head of the family are an open secret. The number of illegitimate children is beyond counting. S. mother was merely a powerless hostess. When she secretly bore him and sought recognition, the family dismissed her, regarding him as nothing more than a stray dog to be kept." S. voice carried a weight of seriousness. He had fought his way out of hell through sheer tenacity and remarkable combat prowess. Within the family's brutal power struggles, he had incapacitated one half-brother and nearly lost the other, who had spent a month teetering between life and death. Standing firm on the bloodied remains of his kin, he had secured his position as the heir. To provoke him was to awaken a genuine rabid dog. Arched an eyebrow, her eyes devoid of fear, instead glimmering with intrigue. "What this? Are you afraid?"
No.
Immediately countered, pressing his lips together, his gaze resolute yet complex. "I simply wish to protect you from any further peril." Safeguarding her was an instinct ingrained in his very being. Target character's favorability, 120. If you believe this is unachievable, perhaps it would be better to savor the remaining 7 days of life? The cold, mechanical voice dripped with malicious mockery. S. lips curled into a confident and icy smile. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes ablaze with a combative spirit. "I relish such challenging tasks." The banquet, enveloped in an eerie and tumultuous atmosphere, gradually approached its conclusion. This night was destined to become the most sensational topic of conversation among the upper echelons of society for the following weeks, with the shocking union of the Yin families, alongside the enigmatic relationship between and the Minister of Supervision. Though their words were indecipherable, all present could discern the stark contrast in his demeanor when facing. His gaze protective rather than disdainful. In the blink of an eye, the pivotal monthly assessment loomed near. This rigorous 3-day trial resembled an unseen battlefield, testing each heir's knowledge, temperament, and the depth of their family legacy. The results of the monthly exam would not only be publicly displayed across the school, but would also dictate the unforgiving rules of class mobility. Only students whose combined scores surpassed the target class by 80 could ascend. The Academy's 26 classes formed a rigid pyramid, with the seats at the pinnacle nearly solidified in place. Because it signifies that one must rank among the top 5 in their class to gain entry. This is not merely a contest of victory or defeat within the examination hall, but rather the ultimate showdown of 20 years of familial resources and meticulous cultivation. In recent days, Lan Xijin has completely immersed herself in her studies. The intricate patterns of power shifts and capital undercurrents across the continent have gradually crystallized in her mind. The final 2 crucial pieces of the puzzle for the monthly examination have finally been securely nestled into the grand design she has carefully constructed. Chapter 17. The Divine Gift. The monthly examination at Morris Academy resembles a silent battlefield. Lan Xijin sits in the most secluded corner of the examination room, subjected to a myriad of curious, scrutinizing, and expectant gazes that sweep over her like searchlights, flickering between brightness and shadow. From the scandal of her recent expulsion that stirred the Department of Supervision, to the incident at the Su family estate's swimming pool, and culminating in her public confrontation that nearly provoked Zhuo to fury, this once derided heir of the Shan family now commands the attention of the entire academy with every action she undertakes. Everyone holds their breath, anticipating what kind of storm a marginalized individual from the depths of the academy might unleash in this fateful monthly examination. The examination consists of 10 segments, 9 high-intensity written assessments, coupled with a comprehensive strategic decision-making simulation spanning 3 days. A total score of 1,000 points represents the threshold to ascend to a higher echelon or the precipice of a daunting abyss. The first segment, an in-depth analysis of classical music theory, presents a daunting question. Analyze the emotional reflections of an improvisational variation from a recent, unpublished concert by Bai Qinnan. The challenge is formidable, requiring an exquisite sense of music and profound understanding of Bai Qinnan's personal style. A palpable gasp of disbelief resonates within the examination room. The classmates furrow their brows, as this question appears to them as an inscrutable text. Yet, Lan Xijin remains as tranquil as still water. With a flick of her fingers, she grasps the examination paper, her gaze sweeping over the question without a hint of hesitation. The pen glides across the paper, flowing as if she had rehearsed it countless times before. She meticulously dissects the 27th measure of the third movement, elucidating how Bai Qi employs discordant chords and erratic rhythms to embody a profound anguish and struggle, each word piercing the soul with sharpness. In less than half an hour, her pen halts. Rising to her feet, she placidly places the completed examination paper on the podium amidst the astonished gazes of her peers, turning and exiting the examination room. Her classmates exchange bewildered glances, their expressions rife with confusion and disbelief. She surrendered after just half an hour? It seems she truly remains the same Lan Xijin. She could no longer maintain the facade.
Could she?
How disappointing. I had anticipated so much. In the examination room, Lan Xijin completes his final stroke, unconsciously rubbing his brow. His profound gaze, through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, inadvertently captures a glimpse of a pure white figure below. She walks with poise, purposefully, heading towards the piano room. The melodious and profound notes, akin to moonlight cascading, have already wafted from the open window of the piano room. At this juncture of the examination, the only individual permitted free access to the piano room, exempt from this subject's assessment, is Bai Qi herself. Her musical prowess and accolades have long transcended the confines of the academy, even granting her the privilege of grading papers for this subject. Within the confines of the piano room, Bai Qi's slender fingers danced gracefully across the black and white keys, lost in the enchanting world of his own music. The sound of Lan Xijin's footsteps did not disturb the flowing melody. She quietly settled into a white, intricately carved chair, resting her elbows on the armrests. Cupping her chin in her palms, her gaze intently fixed on the Steinway piano. The fingers of her other hand unconsciously tapped lightly on the smooth armrest, keeping time with the rhythm of the music. As the final note lingered in the air, Bai Qi raised his eyes, his mysterious violet gaze meeting Lan Xijin's, revealing not surprise but a trace of knowing amusement, an opportune moment. Did he glean something from the notes that just echoed? His voice was gentle. Is this a kind of supplementary test? Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow. Bai Qi's lips curled into a tender smile, his words carrying an undeniable authority. If you answer correctly, I shall grant you full marks in classical music theory, despite the usual criteria.
Oh?
A glimmer of intrigue flitted across Lan Xijin's eyes. Is this considered cheating?
No.
Bai Qi gently shook his head. This is a rightful privilege bestowed upon me by Morris Academy. Lan Xijin slightly closed her eyes, seemingly savoring the lingering resonance of the melody. After a moment, she spoke. It resembles the whispered prayers of a devout nun before the altar, a supplication to God that ultimately transforms into a blessing of divine grace. Her description was both precise and poetic. In Bai Qi's violet pupils, a flicker of genuine appreciation sparkled. The divine gift, he paused, his fingertips lightly brushing the piano lid, his voice lowering slightly, is my mother's unpublished posthumous work. Lan Xijin listened quietly, not interrupting. This was a requiem composed for someone, as Bai Qi's gaze drifted toward the window, tinged with a hint of nostalgic bewilderment. However, I remain uncertain as to who that person is. He withdrew his gaze, returning his focus to Lan Xijin, his expression regaining its warm resolve. I draw strength from this piece, seeking answers. Before long, I will allow you to hear the requiem I have composed myself. This was both a promise and a declaration. A faint smile graced the corners of Lan Xijin's lips, her eyes still contemplative. This was not the first time she had encountered this piece. After her mother's funeral, when she had wept to the point of near fainting and was taken away by the butler, she had distantly heard another unfamiliar instrument playing a melody. Ethereal, mournful. It struck at the very essence of her soul. At that time, she did not know its name, but now it dawned on her. This melody, steeped in sorrow, had indeed been crafted by Bai Qi's mother. Could it be that the answers she sought might be found within the Bai family? The ensuing global macroeconomic simulation presented a still incisive topic, based on the current fierce energy competition between continents. Predict the price trends of key strategic minerals over the next 3 months and their devastating impact on the core industries of the 8 major conglomerates. A collective gasp followed by suppressed lamentations erupted within the examination hall. This required an enormous amount of real-time data support, acute insight into the turbulent currents of international politics, and precise anticipation of economic trajectories, rendering it a challenge of hellish proportions. Yet, Lan Xijin remained unperturbed. Her mind functioned like the most sophisticated computer, instantly mobilizing the vast ocean of information she had fervently absorbed over the past days. She did not adhere to the conventional doctrines found in textbooks. Instead, She boldly introduced a pivotal variable that mainstream analyses had deliberately overlooked or underestimated, a plan that had been published for 2 decades without any action. The model she constructed yielded results that contradicted all authoritative predictions, yet exuded a chilling, brutal, and spine-tingling internal logic that was undeniably persuasive. After half an hour, she completed her answers and stood up to submit her paper. The atmosphere in the examination hall had grown somewhat eerie. Observing Xijing leave the room early once again, the initial mockery and skepticism among her peers had gradually shifted to a faint, absurd expectation that even they were reluctant to acknowledge. The bell signaling the end of the morning examination rang, heralding the commencement of the central event of the month-long examination cycle, the comprehensive strategic decision-making simulation. Over the next 3 days, all candidates would need to strategically navigate the virtual battlefield amidst the intense written examinations, racing against time. Every screen within the Morris College's University Division would display the political and economic landscape of the simulation in real time, alongside the rankings of the top 50 students. Each candidate would be allocated different resources, engaging in a ruthless game of survival amid the intertwined webs of intelligence, allies, and adversaries. Morris College never professed a false sense of fairness. Your starting point largely depended on the class you belonged to. This was the unspoken, harsh law instilled by the institution. The past dictates the present, and social strata are challenging to transcend. Within her class, Xijing's influence resembled a solitary fortress abandoned in a desert of resources. With insufficient initial funding, outdated technology, and formidable enemies lurking nearby, it almost sealed the fate of her classmates in every simulation, reducing them to the initial shares devoured first by the upper echelons. Damn it, not again. Starting with hellish difficulty. What's the point? The furious exclamations of her classmates and the sound of controllers being slammed onto desks echoed continuously. On the luminous screen, the dim light representing her classmates' faction was visibly being consumed and divided by the surrounding greedy predators at an alarming rate. A sense of despair permeated the class. Xijing's calm gaze swept over the grand screen. First place, Lan Xijin, 8,600 resources. Second place, Su Qingya, 3,900 resources. Third place, Bai Qinnan, 3,800 resources. She glanced down at her own score displayed on the controller, 968th place, Xijing, with 6,452 resources. Her eyes slowly scanned her classmates, some furious, others dejected, and many numb. Her slender fingertips lightly tapped the cold metal surface of the desk, producing a crisp and rhythmic sound. Although soft, the sound strangely pierced through the cacophony of complaints, capturing everyone's attention. The air fell silent instantly. Exhausted eyes, filled with doubt, resentment, and the last flicker of bewildered hope, focused on her. Xijing parted her red lips. Her clear voice possessed a unique penetrative quality, resonating distinctly in everyone's ears. Do you wish to win? Her gaze, akin to a searchlight, swept across the young yet defeated faces, asking, do you want to win? Laughter erupted, laced with profound self-mockery. What is there to win? Starting off with nothing but a pair of undergarments, relying solely on theft for resources? Indeed, it is always this way. One must resign to their fate. Yet, Xijing remained unperturbed, her lips curling into a nearly enchanting arc, her gaze shimmering with an imperious confidence. What if I told you that I could lead you to victory? What do you mean? At last, someone responded, cautiously inquiring, their voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Why should we trust you? The surrounding doubts grew louder, filled with skepticism. Your past performance in strategic classes was hardly superior to ours. Even if you seem different now, who knows if you intend to use us as cannon fodder, ultimately leaving us to scavenge the remnants. Such treachery has not been unheard of in the past. TSK. Xijing emitted an ambiguous scoff, devoid of anger yet imbued with a sorrowful pity. Indeed, you have grown accustomed to being the eliminated, resigned to being declared failures from the starting line, and habituated to the relentless cycle of being plundered and trampled, wrapping your unwilling hearts in a facade of indifference to preserve the last vestiges of dignity, have you not? You. Her merciless words struck like a searing iron, instantly reddening the faces of many, igniting a rage born from their exposed pretenses. The members of the class, appearing nonchalant, were acutely aware of their reality. Who among those admitted to Morris Academy is not burdened by familial expectations and the harshness of internal competition? Who is content to remain a stepping stone? Yet, the iron wall of reality has repeatedly battered them, forcing them to don the guise of failure to numb themselves against despair. What must we do? A cool yet resolute female voice shattered the oppressive silence. The crowd turned to see Zhuo, a girl typically quiet and nearly invisible within the class. She adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, her gaze behind the lenses unusually bright, radiating a desperate determination as she fixed her eyes on Shen Jiying. Shen Jiying's gaze lingered on Lin Wei, the enchanting arc of her smile deepening. She surveyed the room, her voice calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. It is quite simple. Entrust all your resources to me, without reservation. As her words hung in the air, a brief silence was followed by an eruption of astonishment akin to boiling water. Have you lost your mind, Shen Jiying? The first to react was a girl with voluminous curls, who sprang to her feet, her voice sharp and piercing. Her manicured fingers nearly jabbing at Shen Jiying's face, still nursing a grudge from the earlier slap at the school gate. Why should we entrust all our resources to you? Who do you think you are? Class leader Li Wei furrowed his brow, his expression displeased as he interjected. His voice tinged with suppressed anger and clear distrust. Shen, this demand is utterly outrageous. You expect us to stake everything on your mere word? Surely, you must provide us with some tangible assurances. He endeavored to uphold the rationality expected of a class leader, yet the skepticism and resistance in his tone were unmistakable. Although others remained silent, the tightly pressed lips, evasive gazes, and clenched fingers gripping the controls unmistakably conveyed their unwillingness and fear. In the face of rising indignation, Shen Jiying merely cast a sidelong glance, her icy gaze sweeping over the boisterous girl and Li Wei. There was no trace of anger in her eyes. Only a detached indifference, as if regarding two bothersome insects. Her voice, colder than before as if tempered by ice, clearly overshadowed the cacophony around her. I can achieve what you cannot. Her tone was unequivocal, leaving no room for negotiation. And she looked down upon the need to explain or persuade. In that moment, the malicious impulse to witness the elite student's expressions was not worthy of her words. Not when faced with these timid eliminators who dared not take a gamble. Li Wei felt his pride stung by her self-assured arrogance, his face burning with embarrassment. Yet the flicker of resentment ignited within him at her assertion. What you cannot do. He struggled to maintain composure, his voice faltering, laced with desperation. Surely, there must be some assurance? The desire for stability and profit simultaneously? Shen Jiying's lips curled into a sardonic smile, interrupting him with palpable impatience. Li Wei, when has this world ever offered such a boon? Li Wei was slapped by the harshness of reality, his face flushed as if choked, unable to utter a word in rebuttal, only able to glare at Shen Jiying, his chest heaving. The atmosphere once again thickened, filled solely with the heavy breaths of the class and the flickering lights on the screen, signifying their diminishing influence. Amidst this oppressive silence, the clear and resolute female voice rang out once more, infused with a sense of irrevocable determination. Shen, Zhuo stood up, adjusting her black-framed glasses. Her gaze behind the lenses unusually bright and unwavering. Without a hint of hesitation, she directly operated her terminal, instantly transferring her entire initial resource data stream to Shen Jiying's control. All my resources, her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the stillness of the examination hall, are entrusted to you. This act was akin to casting a massive stone into a still pond, sending ripples through the oppressive despair of the class. The boisterous girl gasped in shock. Li Wei turned sharply to Zhuo, his expression a complex mix of astonishment, confusion, and a flicker of bewildered courage, as if propelled by reckless abandon. The other students also turned to Zhuo, then back to Shen Jiying, their faces etched with conflict. Shen Jiying's gaze rested on Zhuo, and within the depths of her icy eyes, a faint glimmer of what could almost be described as approval flickered. She nodded slightly, offering no superfluous words, and directly accepted that meager yet crucial resource, symbolizing trust. Chapter 19. The First Adversary. Zhuo's bold gamble was like a stone cast into stagnant waters, stirring ripples of hope amid the class's despair. In the suffocating silence, only the crisp, rhythmic tapping of Shen Jiying operating her terminal could be heard, alongside the cruel flickering of lights on the screen, indicating the accelerating dimming of other classes' influence. Never mind. I will also give you, she resolved. A young man, already driven to the brink of despair, his eyes bloodshot, clenched his teeth in determination. His resources were on the verge of being devoured by a covetous group. Damn it, let us gamble. Streams of data, emblematic of a high-stakes bet, flowed like a gentle brook into the terminal of Shen Jiying. Though the total was still meager, at that moment, nearly one-third of the remnants. The flickering embers not yet extinguished, quietly coalesced in her grasp. The girl with voluminous waves gaped, observing Su Wei's calm yet resolute countenance, then glanced at Shan Jiying, her own astonishment mingling with a hint of confusion. They had all gone mad, utterly deranged. She could not comprehend why this group trusted someone who had once languished at the bottom of the ranks. Class Monitor Li Wei fixed his gaze intently on the screen, where his territory was being besieged by two rival factions, teetering on the brink of disaster. Veins throbbed at his temples as he opened his mouth to speak, yet was interrupted before a sound could escape.
Li Wei.
Jiang Lily glared at him, her fingers digging into flesh, for she was his sole companion in the class. Li Wei pursed his lips, ultimately refraining from further comment. Almost 4/5 of the class surrendered their meager resources to Shan Jiying. Casting a glance at the terminal's ranking, he noted the 588th position, Shan Jiying 120, 344 points, compared to the towering giants in the upper ranks, boasting millions, or even tens of millions of points. This score was scarcely sufficient to fill the gaps between teeth. Shan Jiying lifted her head, her cold gaze sweeping across faces marked by fatigue, despair, and a flicker of lingering hope. From now on, I entrust you with a singular task. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable finality as she declared, I have deceived you all regarding our resources. A brief silence enveloped the room. Expressions transformed from shock to numbness. They had grown somewhat accustomed to her startling revelations. But to publicly claim they had been duped? This was tantamount to severing ties with the entire competitive arena. Henceforth, she would be devoid of allies, becoming the target of scorn, viewed as a plump prey by all who coveted her. Did she truly intend to confront the brutal hunting ground alone with a paltry 120,000 points? Shan Jiying offered no explanation. As news of the class's deception spread like a plague through the competition channel, the predatory gazes that once feasted upon the remnants of their class's power suddenly converged upon her, the unsuspecting lamb. Greed, it seemed, was an eternal flaw of human nature. The first to transform thought into action was Sun Ili, ranked 125th, with a resource score of 125 points. The disparity was a staggering tenfold. In Sun Ili's eyes, Shan Jiying's 120,000 points were merely a trivial morsel from his vast reservoir of resources. He required no allies and scorned the notion of waiting for others to strike first. A student branded as a fraud, isolated and defenseless? It was as if a treasure trove of points lay before him. Sun Ili's actions were swift and efficient, showcasing the tactical prowess of a class elite. His strategy, though commonplace, proved effective, an age-old method of larger factions absorbing the smaller ones. By leveraging significant economic disparities, he manufactured crises, compelling opponents to sell their assets at rock-bottom prices. Sun Ili almost precisely shorted several heavily weighted assets held by Shan Jiying. A massive sell order descended in an instant, causing the prices of these assets to plummet. On the screen, the figures representing Shan Jiying's asset net worth began to rapidly fluctuate downward. 120,344, 118902, 117563. Although the individual losses were not substantial, the cumulative effect was alarming, creating a palpable atmosphere of panic, ultimately halting at 62,154 points. Almost simultaneously, vague yet highly incendiary insider information began to spread rapidly through the competition communication channel. It was revealed that the mining assets held by Shan Jiying had falsified reserves and were about to be seized by regulators. There existed a fatal flaw in the blockchain technology, and the core team had fled. The swindler Shan Jiying was insolvent and on the verge of liquidation. This information acted like poison, further exacerbating market fears. More traders, either misinformed or merely following the trend, began to sell off these assets, accelerating the price decline. Sun Ili, meanwhile, observed coldly from the sidelines, occasionally adding to his short position, pouring oil on the fire. The number representing her ranking on the screen, 588, flickered with a blinding red light, gradually descending beyond the 700 mark. More critically, the price of the mining asset she held the most was nearing her cost line. Should it drop below a certain threshold, the system would automatically liquidate all her assets at market price, resulting in incalculable losses, potentially even reducing her to zero in an instant. The faces of the crowd turned pale, their palms clammy with cold sweat. They seemed to witness their last remaining capital being devoured bite by bite by an invisible beast. Sun Ili's methods were ruthless, showing no intention of leaving any escape route. With a tenfold capital advantage, Coupled with precise information warfare and resource blockade, Shan Jiying resembled prey trapped in a cage, seemingly destined to watch herself being torn apart. Some members of the group, shaken by the scene, paled further, muttering, "It's over, it's doomed." Beside them, Zhuo fixated on the seemingly indifferent Shan Jiying, who showed no signs of action and suddenly felt much more at ease. For reasons unknown, she found this cold and proud woman to be trustworthy. Sun Ili gazed at the curve of Shan Jiying's continuously dwindling assets on the screen, a cold smile of assured victory tugging at his lips. He leisurely sent a message, 125 Sun Ili, surrender now and relinquish half of your asset rights. And I will cease. Otherwise, they will be zeroed. This was a blatant ultimatum and humiliation. Chapter 20. The Low Valley Counterattack. Shan Jiying's eyes, which had been fixated on the screen as if frozen, suddenly gleamed with a flicker of brilliance. Her fingers, dormant for several minutes, finally stirred. At the very millisecond the system executed the liquidation, an exceedingly covert special contract, bound to the liquidation command, was quietly activated. This contract was a self-destruct switch intricately embedded within all her core holdings, crafted through highly complex financial engineering methods after she received the group's funds. The core terms of the contract stipulate that when the assets of the account held by Shan Jiying plummet below 100,000 points due to a mining explosion, an exceedingly stringent reverse yield swap agreement will be automatically triggered. The conditions for this agreement's activation are so harsh as to be nearly insurmountable, exploiting the arrogance of those elites. Ultimately, Sun Ili, as the nominal recipient of the yield, is compelled to immediately remit a sum equivalent to 100 times Shan Jiying's current net asset value as nominal collateral. Failing to do so will result in the unconditional and immediate transfer of all assets in Sun Ili's account to Shan Jiying. 600 points. This astronomical figure is one that Sun Ili could never summon at once. His entire fortune amounts to merely 1,250,000 points. The flashing red notification on his terminal screen resembles a wanted poster. Enforcement measures. 1. Account 0658 Sun Ili has breached the agreement due to the inability to promptly pay the nominal collateral of 6,215 for 100 points.
2.
According to the terms of the agreement and Article 7 of the highest risk control regulations, all assets under the defaulting account 0658 Sun Ili, valued at a total of 1,250,658 points, will be unconditionally transferred to the counterparty's account 0984, Shan Jiying. On the screen, the light representing Sun Ili is extinguished as if swallowed by a black hole, his rank plummeting from 125 to rock bottom. Conversely, the light symbolizing Shan Jiying surges upward like a rocket, her net asset value soaring from 621,541 to 1,312,812 points. Her rank ascends wildly. 588, 300, 150, ultimately settling firmly at 101. On Shan Jiying's terminal screen, it clearly displays, account, Shan Jiying, rank, 101, total resource points, 1,312,812. A profound silence envelopes the classroom corner, casting a pall over all observers who have witnessed this dramatic reversal from a position of absolute disadvantage. Zhang Lily's mouth hangs open wide enough to fit an egg, her eyes nearly bulging out. The despair etched on Li Wei's face solidifies, giving way to an overwhelming confusion and disbelief as he seems to realize he has missed a prime investment opportunity due to his hesitation. The elite of the class, Sun Ili, with his 1,250,000 points, has vanished, and Shan Jiying, with assets only 1/10 of his, has utilized an incomprehensible agreement to utterly consume his entire fortune? Shan Jiying leans back against her chair, her fingertips lightly brushing against the terminal screen, where the resplendent number 101 glows. Her expression bears no trace of ecstasy, only a cold, self-evident calm, as if she had merely crushed a bothersome fly. The chilling aura and distinctive confidence she exudes instill a sense of dread among her classmates, transforming into an indescribable shudder tinged with both fear and fervor. Yet, the true competition has only just begun. 130 points merely signified the first step into the arena of those elites. The recent clash with Sun Ili has garnered little attention beyond the classroom. Most are far more concerned with the textbook-like investments made by the leading giants. Oh my, have these individuals already begun their endeavors on the very first day? It appears that this round of comprehensive strategy holds much promise. Historically, for competitors like Lan Xijin and Su Qingya, the final day has been the true battleground, with the preceding 3 days merely serving as preliminary skirmishes. However, this time, Lan Xijin has manifested considerable aggression from the outset, assimilating nearly 1/10 of Su Qingya's assets. Consequently, Su Qingya has initiated a counteroffensive, leading to a tempest at the upper echelons of the comprehensive strategy. As the afternoon examination approached, the final ranking stabilized. First place, Lan Xijin with 9,400 points, second place Bai Qinnan with 4,800 points, third place Su Qingya with 3,400 points, and fourth place Zhuo with 3,000 points. In the afternoon examination hall, the atmosphere in the classroom felt almost stagnant, punctuated only by the soft rustle of pen tips gliding across paper and the occasional suppressed gaze darting towards the corner of the room. She herself was intensely focused on the paper before her, answering the questions with such fluidity that it seemed to require little thought. As the final subject of the afternoon concluded, Dan Jiying disregarded all scrutiny and reignited the competition terminal. On the luminous screen, points representing top-tier giants continued to engage in fierce collisions, with each numerical fluctuation tugging at the nerves of countless observers. Just as she prepared to delve into the deep data stream for analysis, an unexpected message appeared on her terminal screen. Account 0237 by Qinnan has initiated a directive. Request to transfer all resources, 49,069, 258 points, and operational authority from this account to account 0984, Dan Jiying. Please confirm. The students in the classroom who had been monitoring Dan Jiying's screen erupted in astonishment. What? Minister Bai. 49 million points. Transferring everything? This represents the entire fortune of the second-ranking individual. What is this maneuver? A strategic trust? Or Jiang Lili and Li Wei were utterly petrified, their minds completely overwhelmed. Unable to comprehend the information before them, Dan Jiying fixed her gaze on the directive displayed on the screen, her brow barely furrowing. Within the depths of her icy eyes, a fleeting yet exceedingly rare ripple of emotion flickered. Her fingertip hovered above the confirmation button, pausing for a full 3 seconds. In the classroom, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, awaiting her decision. In the next moment, her finger moved. Without hesitation or doubt, imbued with a decisive resolution, she selected the alternative option, decline. An icy system notification promptly followed. Account 0984, Dan Jiying, has declined the takeover request. Directive rendered ineffective.
Gasp.
The entire class collectively inhaled sharply. She declined. 48 million points. The entire resources of the second-ranking individual. This was a chance that could have catapulted her to the pinnacle, yet she chose to refuse. As the shock began to settle, a figure silently appeared at the classroom door. The setting sun's afterglow outlined his tall silhouette. It was none other than Bai Qinnan himself. He appeared utterly unfazed by Shan Jiying's rejection, merely leaning against the doorframe, his gaze calmly traversing the crowd until it precisely landed on her, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 21. The Forceful Kiss. Shan Jiying did not even glance at him. She rose slowly, her movements deliberate and unhurried, as if the intense gaze at the doorway and the myriad of bewildered stares from her classmates were nothing more than mere air. She walked directly out of the classroom. As she brushed past Bai Qinnan, her footsteps did not falter for a moment. Only a light, yet commanding, phrase floated into Bai Qinnan's ears, "Follow me." The barely perceptible smile on his face seemed to deepen. Without a hint of hesitation, he turned and followed her out of the classroom, leaving behind a room engulfed in chaos, speculation, and shock. The air thickened for a few seconds, before erupting into a cacophony as their figures gradually faded from view. He really followed her. What is happening between them? The two figures moved, one trailing the other, across the bustling campus towards the secluded West Wing. Eventually, Shan Jiying halted before an abandoned old teaching building. In the desolate corridor, only the sound of their footsteps echoed. She pushed open the door to a dilapidated classroom and stopped before a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Although the classroom had been vacant for some time, it was still clean and tidy, maintained by periodic upkeep. Outside, the neglected backyard met the distant brilliance of the academy's lights. She seated herself at a corner desk, leaning against the cold wall, her gaze fixed on Bai Qinnan as he entered. She remained silent, watching him intently. "I know about your wager with the Shan family." Bai Qinnan broke the silence first, his voice low, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. He pressed his lips together, meeting her scrutinizing gaze with sincerity. I do not doubt your capabilities, Ing. Your abilities have always been beyond question. I merely wish to assist you in any way I can, even if it is to mitigate a bit of risk. And what about you? Shan Jiying's voice was icy, laced with evident displeasure. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes sharply assessing him. You want to offer me this 49 million as a sacrificial offering, and then what? Withdraw from this game yourself? That does not affect me in the slightest. Bai Qinnan attempted to infuse a lightness into his tone, yet the concern in his eyes betrayed him. I have other considerations. You know what I despise. Shan Jiying interrupted him, her voice low but piercing, striking at Bai Qinnan's heart. I loathe it when others sacrifice for me. Her gaze was sharp, as if aiming to penetrate his gentle facade and gaze into the depths of his unwavering yet burdensome feelings. Bai Qinnan's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, a flash of pain flickering across his eyes. After she rescued him from drowning, he had seen, for the first time, a flicker of guilt in her eyes, which were usually brimming with pride. She had told him she detested that feeling. Her life required no sacrifices on her behalf. The invisible barrier began to take root from that very moment. Since then, she has rebuffed all his advances. He loathed the feeling of being pushed away by her, regarded as a burden, yet felt trapped in a quagmire, utterly powerless. Bai Qinnan's voice carried a hint of hoarse pain as he stepped forward, yearning to approach her, only to come to an abrupt halt. His lips pressed tightly together, his fists clenched, embodying a facade of restraint. Just as he was about to speak, Shan Jiying suddenly moved. Grasping Bai Qinnan's tie with one hand, she forcefully pulled him toward herself, exuding an irresistible, aggressive energy. A cold, predatory kiss descended upon him like a sudden downpour. There was no tenderness, no hesitation, only a nearly punitive and domineering assertion of ownership. Bai Qinnan's mind went blank. His body stiffened in an instant, as if his blood had frozen before being ignited by this unexpected, searing intimacy. He passively accepted the kiss. After the initial shock, a tidal wave of euphoric exhilaration and a near-suffocating thrill enveloped him. Instinctively, he sought to respond, to deepen the kiss, leaning in as his hands braced against the table, enveloping her in his embrace. His kiss began cautiously, as if to ascertain something, but soon transformed into a fervent assault of breaths. It was as if he were venting 3 years of longing and pain, along with a decade's worth of emotions, his kiss languorous and passionate. After the kiss, Shan Jiying slowly released his tie, the typically neat shirt of the Minister of the Inspection Department now disheveled from her actions. She breathed slightly heavily. Her lips flushed from the recent encounter, yet her gaze remained as icy as ever, even carrying a hint of scrutiny. She regarded Bai Qinnan's eyes, still clouded with confusion and desire, her voice raspy yet undeniably authoritative. Remember, do not make futile sacrifices for me, she stated, her gaze sweeping over his slightly swollen lips before meeting his dazed eyes. Do you understand? Outside the dilapidated classroom building, beneath the dim shadows of the courtyard trees, Lan Xijin stood silently, blending into the twilight like a ghost. He had intended to privately negotiate with Bai Qinnan for mutual benefit and resources, but was taken aback to find him seeking out his adversary. Through the broken window, he witnessed a scene that was utterly distasteful. The window framed the entangled figures within like a filthy canvas. He saw Shan Jiying assertively tugging at Bai Qinnan's collar, almost brutally kissing the man who is always so cold and aloof. He observed Bai Qinnan's momentary rigidity, followed by a response that seemed to drown him. An indescribable revulsion coiled around Lan Xijin's heart like a venomous snake. A wave of nausea surged within him. He despised Shan Jiying. He loathed her for entangling herself with Bai Qinnan here while treating him as a mere wager in her games. What did this woman consider all of this to be? A whimsical game for her amusement? Treating the heir of the Bai family as a mere subject beneath her skirt while viewing him, Lan Xijin, as nothing more than a plaything on the gambling table? In the depths of Lan Xijin's ash-gray eyes, a tempest of anger and humiliation brewed, born from a sense of being trifled with. He fixed his gaze intently on the figure within the window, Shan Jiying, who had just concluded a kiss, her breath slightly disheveled yet still exuding an air of dominance. His fingers curled into a tight fist, the tips digging into his palm. With a sudden turn, a newfound resolve glimmered fiercely in his eyes. He would undoubtedly surpass Shan Jiying, triumphing over that loathsome wager. Chapter 22. The trio's ambush within the confines of the bath. Warm water enveloped Shan Jiying as she leaned against the edge of the tub, her fingertips gliding across the terminal screen. A new name, adorned with glaring rankings and points, leapt into her field of vision. Account: Lin Lin. Class: current ranking: 32. Total assets: 8,263, 417 points. Lin Lin, cousin to Sun Yili, the second heir of the Lin family, the second among the 8 great financial conglomerates. Shan Jiying's fingers lingered on Lin Lin's name, her gaze betraying no hint of disturbance. In contrast to Sun Yili's textbook approach, merely regurgitating information and relying on resources to crush mediocre opponents, Lin Lin was undoubtedly a more formidable foe. His intelligence lay in his ability to assess situations astutely, skillfully calculating and adeptly identifying the weaknesses of his adversaries, striking with precision like a concealed viper. He remained dormant until the opportune moment, when he would strike with lethal intent. It seemed this time he had come to avenge Sun Yili, whose defeat had likely ignited Lin Lin's caution. On the screen, data streams indicating Lin Lin's asset movements began to exhibit unusual, targeted fluctuations. He had made his move, far more covert and deadly than Sun Yili's. Lin Lin focused on several seemingly stable and liquid defensive virtual assets within her portfolio. Through a network of concealed accounts, he infiltrated each asset discreetly. Simultaneously, leveraging the influence of the Lin family, he began disseminating negative analyses regarding potential policy risks and technological obsolescence concerning the virtual companies owning these assets across several key financial information forums and internal discussion groups. The reports were logically sound, the data seemingly thorough, and highly misleading. Panic was ignited with precision, shaking the market's confidence in these defensive assets. Consequently, Shan Jiying's net asset value began to experience a slight yet persistent decline. Shan Jiying did not retaliate immediately. Calmly, she observed the shrinkage of her assets, even choosing to proactively reduce her holdings in the assets pressured by Lin Lin, liquidating a portion of her funds to create the illusion of being forced to halt losses in a bid for self-preservation. This maneuver was keenly observed by 2 fellow predators from her class, Jin Rue, ranked 45, with assets of approximately 6 million, and Zhao Mingzhu, ranked 51, with assets of approximately 5 million, who had been discreetly monitoring this clash. Clearly, both sought to partake in the spoils. Believing that Shan Jiying's effortless triumph over Sun Yili did not equate to her possessing the strength to contend with the class. Almost simultaneously, they launched their attacks, targeting the very assets Shan Jiying had been compelled to reduce. Their intent was to rub salt into her wounds, hastening her collapse while seizing a share for themselves. Under the combined efforts of the 3, asset prices plummeted sharply, a cold smile playing at the corners of Lin Lin's mouth as he reveled in his control over the situation. He understood these rivals all too well. Greed was an instinct etched deep within their very bones. The terminal flickered momentarily, and a private message appeared. Lin Lin, Dan Jiying, transfer the 1.25 million points from Sun Yili to me, intact. Lin Lin, in exchange, you may retain your initial funds of 154 points. Sufficient for you to survive with dignity until the end of the competition. Lin Lin, alternatively, you may choose to resist. Lin Lin, if so, all the resources and points in your account will be immediately divided among the 3 of us according to our contributions. You'll be left with nothing and forced to withdraw. With a scoff, Dan Jiying could not help but sneer at the message. It was undeniable that these 2, being blood relatives, shared a striking similarity in their threatening rhetoric. Just as she was about to put down the terminal without replying, another message popped up. Lin Noah, interested in making a deal? Lin Noah, the true princess of the Lin family and ranked 7th, was Lin Lin's half-sister. The subtle dynamics between them, as fellow heirs of the same family, were evident. Dan Jiying, I am all ears. Her fingertips danced lightly, filled with playful intrigue. Lin Noah, I can assist you in eliminating those 3. I will take 50% of the spoils. Dan Jiying, sounds fair. Lin Noah, the condition is absolute silence regarding this transaction. Moreover, you must follow my instructions verbatim from here on. The undertones conveyed an unmistakable authority. Lin Noah intended to use her hand to strike at Lin Lin, a potential rival for family inheritance, with the mere cost of secrecy. In the bathroom, the mist hung thickly in the air, and Dan Jiying's visage appeared enchanting under the terminal's dim glow. A slight smile played upon her crimson lips, hinting at her intrigue. Dan Jiying, deal. Lin Noah, connect to the black market trading platform. Authorization code. Encrypted key. You will see a sum of funds. Lin Noa incrementally add margins in small amounts and high frequency, creating the illusion of a desperate gamble. Lin Noa, I will simultaneously spread the word that your funds originate from high-interest black market loans, with exorbitant interest and a pressing deadline.
Dan Xijin instantly understood.
This was a cunning trap disguised as an open scheme. By leveraging the stigma and urgency of black market funds, it would fabricate an appearance of her being cornered, resorting to desperate gambling. Once those three learned of this, they would be even more convinced that she was at her wit's end, having already invested heavily in a gambler's predicament. And seeing victory within reach, they would never tolerate a reversal by someone sustained by loans. Driven by greed, they would invest more, staking everything, attempting to crush her under the weight of their financial superiority and drain her of every last drop of borrowed blood. Little did they know the true gamblers were they. Dan Xijin accessed the black market trading platform and entered the key. The substantial funds provided by Lin Noa arrived instantly. 500. A light laugh escaped Dan Xijin. She appreciated Lin Noa's approach. She, too, was a gambler willing to risk it all to achieve her goals. The first transaction, a margin of 50,000 points. The price remained steadfast, even continuing to decrease. The second transaction, 80,000 points, still met with silence. The third transaction, 120,000 points. The price momentarily hesitated before being crushed by even greater selling pressure. Meanwhile, whispers of Shan Jiying's audacious venture into the black market to secure exorbitantly high-interest short-term funds in a desperate bid for redemption began to circulate within the internal forum of the class. A futile struggle. Resorting to usury for a gamble? Foolish. Chen Rui unhesitatingly intensified his stake by an additional 200,000 points. To think she could turn her fortunes around with illicit funds? A mere dream. Crush her. Zhao Mingzhi followed suit with equal fervor. Lin's gaze turned icy, tinged with disdain. He recognized that Shan Jiying had rebuffed his proposal and was determined to cling to her last vestiges of hope. It seemed that the 125 points would be split among the other two. They watched as Shan Jiying's account futilely accumulated more funds, observing the price they had firmly suppressed. Their hearts brimming with the exhilaration of controlling their prey's fate. The imminent fruits of victory, coupled with their contempt for the borrowing gambler, transformed them into true gamblers, wagering even greater stakes as they unwittingly stepped deeper into the abyss. Chapter 23. Retreat or Overwhelm. Shan Jiying observed her opponent's greed ignite with fervor. Their margin investments soaring to staggering heights. How troublesome. Just how much had she borrowed? Chen Rui, unable to contain himself, was on the verge of deploying nearly all his capital. Her increments were dwindling. She must be nearing her limit. Zhao Mingzhi wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he stared at the flickering numbers on the screen. With a subtle motion of her fingers, Shan Jiying placed what appeared to be a final, desperate wager. The funds provided by Lin Noa served as the most precise weights in her hands. Each addition delicately probed the psychological limits of her adversaries. Just as Lin and his companions believed victory was within their grasp and prepared to deliver the final blow, she ceased her modest increments. Instead, a staggering figure materialized on the screen, one that left the three of them in disbelief.
Boom.
The price surged like a spring compressed to its limits, erupting in an epic rebound. How is this possible? Chen Rui collapsed to the ground, having just basked in the glow of impending triumph, only to be plunged back into darkness by this colossal influx of capital.
Impossible.
Even if she resorted to the black market, she could not possibly have borrowed such a sum. Wait, Bai Qinnan. Earlier that afternoon, news had surfaced that Bai Qinnan would transfer all resources to Shan Jiying for her oversight, but this revelation seemed too outrageous, especially since Bai Qinnan's ranking had shown no fluctuations. Thus, apart from those who witnessed it firsthand, no one believed it. After all, this competitive arena was rife with various falsehoods. The accounts of Chen Rui and Zhao Mingzhi blared with piercing alarms. Their margins evaporated in an instant before the soaring prices, their assets plummeting like an avalanche to zero. System announcement. Account 0789, Chen Rui, account 0821, Zhao Mingzhi, have been liquidated due to margin call defaults, assets reset to zero. Forced to withdraw from the competition. Lin, with his more robust capital, barely managed to hold on, but the astronomical losses incurred from the price surge were overwhelming. He attempted to mobilize other assets to supplement his margin, yet Shan Jiying had already anticipated the market's movements, laying traps along every conceivable path he could take. Damn it! Glancing at the crimson numbers on the screen, he clung to his last shred of sanity, refraining from further borrowing. Instead, he made the resolute decision to sever ties with his investments. Watching helplessly as the system executed an automatic liquidation, her rank plummeted from 32 to 158. With assets dwindling to less than 3 million, the water in the bathtub had turned icy. On the screen, her ranking stood resplendently at 13, with a total asset value soaring to 17 million. With a deft touch of her fingertips, she seamlessly transferred a staggering sum of 7 million to the anonymous account designated by Lin Nua through encrypted black market channels. Upon completion of the transaction, her rank finally settled at 26, with assets amounting to 10 million. Lin Nua, well done. The message arrived, laced with a hint of approval. She had witnessed the breathtaking hunt in its entirety, and the precision with which Lan Xijin seized every opportunity for augmentation surpassed even her most stringent expectations. This woman was no mere pawn. She would undoubtedly become one of her most formidable adversaries in the future. Lan Xijin, pleasure to collaborate. With a subtle curve of her crimson lips, Lan Xijin replied succinctly. However, her fingers did not falter. At the moment she confirmed the transfer, like a top-tier hacker, she discreetly embedded a unique and obscure code within the still lingering flow of black market trading instructions. This code acted as an invisible mark, silently permeating the depths of each transaction's data. It possessed no destructive capability, but subtly pointed to the anonymous key provided by Lin Nua as the source of this black market tempest. Lin Nua had utilized her as a blade to achieve his ends, and their roles would inevitably shift at some juncture. Slowly, she rose from the frigid water, crystalline droplets cascading down her pale, enchanting curves. Draping herself in a silk bathrobe, she tread barefoot across the cold floor, exuding a languid yet perilous aura. Elsewhere, at the pinnacle of the Lan group, Lan Xijin stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling glass wall, gazing down at the resplendent cityscape below. The expensive bone china coffee cup in his hand tilted slightly, the dark liquid dangerously swaying at the rim. His gaze was firmly fixed on the top 50 names displayed on the screen, particularly the spectral name of Lan Xijin, which had abruptly soared to 26. To rise from over 600 to the top 30 within a single day, Lan Xijin murmured to himself, unconsciously tightening his fingertips, the cup emitting a faint sound of pressure. The prowess and ruthlessness exhibited by this woman indeed far exceeded expectations, strikingly intriguing yet alarming. However, this was where it would end. The intricate strategies that the Lan family had meticulously devised over the years would not permit the emergence of such an uncontrollable and perilous variable. At the Shan family's restaurant, the past week had seen Shan Fu absent due to the Continental Financial Conference, and Shan Linchuan had also been elusive, leaving the expansive dining room often with only Lan Xijin to dine in solitude. Yet tonight was different. Shan Linchuan was already seated at the head of the table. His demeanor was elegant, his impeccably tailored dark suit accentuating a broad-shouldered, slender-waist silhouette, and his amber eyes, framed by golden-rimmed glasses, held a profound depth. As Lan Xijin, wrapped in her bathrobe and exuding steam from her damp skin, entered the dining room, his scrutinizing gaze fell upon her. His eyes finally lingered on her lips, which were unusually crimson. Beneath the delicate, almost dewy hue of her lips, a subtle yet unmistakable bite mark was vividly apparent, hinting at the passionate entanglement she had recently endured. A scoff escaped Dan Linchuan as he adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. His tone laced with unabashed mockery. "What is it? Have you finally come to your senses, planning to relinquish that absurd wager? Are you intending to barter your rather commendable appearance for one last indulgent escapade?" Dan Xijin, undeterred, continued her stride, settling into her seat with poise. At his words, she arched an eyebrow, not a trace of embarrassment crossing her features. Instead, she delicately traced the conspicuous mark on her lips with her fingertip, exuding an effortless allure that was both provocative and enchanting. If I were to concede, she met Dan Linchuan's icy gaze through his spectacles, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Wouldn't that be a tremendous boon for you, cousin? Wouldn't everything the Dan family has be within your grasp?" Dan Linchuan scrutinized her, his gaze seemingly intent on piercing through her robe, igniting every inch of her skin. He suppressed the tumult within, his voice returning to its customary indifference, yet imbued with a deeper sense of pressure. "Morris Academy has invited me to return next week to deliver a report on financial investment strategies." He paused, amber eyes locking onto Dan Xijin's. "I hope you can endure until then." For years her senior, Dan Linchuan had shown as a paragon of excellence in the university, while Dan Jiying was still celebrated as a rare genius in the middle school division of Morris Academy. During the 3 years when she had been overtaken by a sense of aimlessness, he had concluded his studies as the top graduate.
Now,
As she embarked on her university journey, he had already graduated a year prior. Dan Jiying grasped a silver spoon, leisurely stirring her soup. Endure? I shall take your words to heart, cousin, she replied, her voice languid yet distinctly clear. The dinner concluded amidst a stifling silence, fraught with unspoken tensions. Dan Jiying elegantly dabbed at the corner of her mouth and rose from the table, casting not a single glance back at Dan Linchuan, as if he were merely an inconsequential fixture in the dining room. Dan Linchuan remained seated at the head of the table, his gaze heavily following her retreating figure until that languid yet perilous silhouette vanished at the doorway. His well-defined fingers slowly caressed the cold rim of his glass, his amber eyes seemingly lost in contemplation. Chapter 24. The cohesion of the class morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow in the bedroom. The terminal on the nightstand emitted a gentle beep, heralding the dawn of a new battlefield. Dan Jiying opened her eyes, a chill settling in her gaze. Her fingertips glided across the screen. The rankings before the market closure remained stable, yet the glaring crimson position beside Lan Xijin's name was like a searing brand. With over 90 million points, the chasm seemed insurmountable. Upon entering Morris Academy, an intangible pressure enveloped every individual. In the blink of an eye, the leaderboard shifted unpredictably. Some fell from the heights, while others climbed from the depths. On the public display, Dan Jiying's ranking, now a beacon of hope in the eyes of her classmates, ignited a spark of aspiration. A tumultuous blend of ecstasy, pride, and the tremors of survival swept through the class. Those who had entrusted their resources to Dan Jiying involuntarily straightened their spines, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Akin to a group of gamblers who had wagered their entire fortunes and, unexpectedly, encountered the miracle of fate. They turned their eyes towards the cool silhouette striding towards the exclusive seating area, their expressions suffused with a near-religious awe. Conversely, the members of the class who had chosen not to place their trust in her were starkly different. Li Wei fixed his gaze upon the luminous screen, his nails digging deep into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks as regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Just yesterday, at that critical juncture, he could have acted, yet his own cowardice and Jiang Lily's counsel had stifled his last opportunity. Now, as he beheld that resplendent figure, an overwhelming sense of loss and distorted resentment threatened to tear him asunder. Jiang Lily's complexion mirrored his pallor, her lips pressed tightly together, her body trembling ever so slightly. Each display of Dan Jiying's abilities struck her nerves like a heavy hammer. She perceived more acutely than Li Wei did the unfathomable chasm that lay between herself and Dan Jiying. A chilling dread enveloped her, as she realized that should Dan Jiying choose to reckon with her past actions, she would find no refuge. She had truly succeeded. Li Wei's voice emerged hoarse and dry, laden with deep-seated unwillingness. Be quiet. Jiang Lily's voice quivered almost imperceptibly, her eyes frantic. Was it even worth discussing this now? The morning's assessment subject was as effortless to Dan Jiying as breathing. Her mind operated like a finely tuned machine, completing the entire examination in merely 20 minutes. As she was the first to rise and leave the examination hall, the entire class's attention was magnetically drawn to her slender form, which seemed to harbor a tempest.
awe,
Fervor, regret, and fear wove together in a complex tapestry. Lan Xijin set down his pen, gazing through the window at that familiar, cool silhouette below, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He believed he had exerted himself to the utmost to hasten his pace, yet still, that woman had submitted her paper ahead of him. Was it an absolute display of strength, or a calculated gamble? A fleeting, faint displeasure at the challenge flickered through his mind. He too stood, grasped his terminal, and walked with steady steps toward the student council president's office, the very embodiment of power. In the music room, Dan Jiying entered the piano studio belonging to Bai Qinnan in the eastern wing of the academy. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the black and white keys, imbuing the space with a tranquil, artistic ambience. However, this serenity was abruptly shattered by the sharp, piercing alarm that erupted from her terminal. On the screen, her heaviest core assets were currently under precise assault, akin to a mountain descending upon them. At this moment, there was no one else capable of striking with such overwhelming force. It was Lan Xijin. He scorned the need for concealment. This was a blatant declaration of war. an arrogant demonstration of power. Yet, Shan Jiying's enchanting visage betrayed not a hint of panic. Instead, a glimmer of exhilaration sparked within her cold, piercing eyes, a thrill at encountering a worthy adversary. Her fingers danced upon the screen, leaving behind a blur of motion. She swiftly summoned the list of all members who had entrusted her with their resources. Her fingertips danced across the screen, crafting bespoke, intricately complex investment strategy documents, replete with dozens of specific operational directives and contingency plans, akin to the most sophisticated program instructions, which were instantaneously dispatched to each member's private terminal. Su Wei, target Stardust mining, leverage 18, stop-loss point. Zhang Feng, target virtual port infrastructure bonds, fund allocation 4, 6. As her final command was executed, the vast assets in her account dispersed like celestial streams, flowing into the accounts of her classmates. On her terminal, her ranking plummeted from 26th to beyond 500 in an instant. In her asset column, fewer than 1,000,000 points remained. Behind the wide office desk, Lan Xijin reclined in a leather chair, the colossal floor-to-ceiling screen vividly depicting the dynamic flow of assets belonging to Zhang Jiying. Watching the immense luminous point representing her assets suddenly fragment and merge into the faint glimmers of her classmates, his gaze behind golden-rimmed glasses was as cold and sharp as a tempered blade. Diversifying risk? He parted his thin lips, his voice low and imbued with an indifferent control, tinged with unmasked disdain, merely a futile struggle for survival. His long fingers lightly tapped the armrest. In the face of absolute power, any technique or diversification was nothing more than a vain attempt to delay inevitable demise. He marshaled even greater resources, like an invisible net, beginning to precisely target those class accounts that bore the scattered embers of Zhang Jiying's investments. The hunt was entering its next phase. The bell for submission rang, and everyone almost immediately seized their terminals. What the hell? Account fluctuations in the thousands, hundreds. The first student to open the information nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets, fingers trembling as they counted the zeros on the screen, their voice cracking. 1 million. What do you mean 1 million? Oh my god. Mine, SA million too. A nearby classmate leaned over to take a look, their own terminal flashing dizzying figures, causing them to leap from their chair, the legs screeching against the floor. The classroom erupted in chaos. Gasping sounds, incredulous exclamations, and the thuds of terminals hitting desks echoed throughout. For this group of underperforming students, 100 was already an astronomical figure beyond reach. Wait, what is this? One student, trembling, scrolled down, revealing not merely simple numbers, but a series of intricately detailed trading instructions that sent shivers down their spine. Is this level of calculation even possible for the human mind? They stared at the meticulously nested, interlinked strategies involving real-time hedges across a dozen related markets. Feeling as though their minds might combust, voicelessly screaming, she calculated every step. Zhang Feng fixated on his own plan, his pupils shaking. His funds had been precisely split into 5 parts, simultaneously entering the gaps of 5 high-leverage derivatives for arbitrage. The timing, ratios, and stop-loss points were flawless to the minutest detail, breathtakingly perfect. Not only Zhang Feng, but his throat felt dry, his voice hoarse. She had tailored a unique plan for each of us. She had calculated 20 distinct strategies for 20 individuals, considering the fluctuations resulting from each plan's execution. This realization struck like a heavy hammer, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. In their minds, Shan Jiying instantaneously transformed into an insurmountable deity, radiating an aura of cold calculation. A profound silence enveloped the classroom, which moments ago had been alive with fervor. The expressions of joy and bewilderment, akin to a sudden windfall, receded like the tide, replaced by a searing, weighty sense of reverence and ignited purpose. How dare someone as formidable as Shan Jiying stake her points on this group of underachievers? An exclamation erupted from the crowd, a fist crashing onto a desk, knuckles whitening instantaneously. That sound ignited a spark. This opportunity must be fiercely defended. Indeed, they could not allow her to underestimate them. This class was not a refuge for the inept. It was time to review financial models. Had they even prepared? A newfound cohesion surged through the class. No longer were they mere bystanders, idly awaiting their fate. They were now active participants in the comprehensive strategy of this game. Chapter 25. The first place? Secured. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty performance hall. Shan Jiying looked up, her gaze colliding with Bai Qinnan, who leaned against the sturdy doorframe. He resembled a meticulously framed oil painting, gentle, flawless, and impeccable. Let me guess, Bai Qi's voice, clear and resonant as a plucked string, lacked warmth. You wish to join me in confronting Jin? Truly, as the heir of the Bai family, his insight into human nature was formidable. A faint smile graced Shan Jiying's lips, her tone as casual as discussing the weather. However, as Bai Qi approached, his flawless facade remained unyielding. Why should I provoke that madman for you? You must understand, when he gets angry, it becomes quite troublesome, even for me. He intentionally emphasized troublesome, yet a flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes. Shan Jiying met his gaze, enunciating each word with utmost clarity, because I have made a wager with him. If I do not surpass him in this month's exam. She paused deliberately. I will withdraw from Morris Academy. The slightest movement flickered at the corner of Bai Qi's brow. And you? Shan Jiying's gaze fell on his elegantly knotted fingers as if she could penetrate the flesh to uncover hidden memories, secrets she would never fathom, including the origin of that requiem she had heard. A subtle crackling sound seemed to resonate in the air. The gentle mask on Bai Qi's face finally betrayed a hint of fissure. His slanted eyes narrowed dangerously, and the gentle aura surrounding him turned suddenly sharp and intense. I expected, he said, his voice lowered, imbued with icy scrutiny, that you would choose to use this secret to entice me. I did not anticipate it to be a threat. Shan Jiying shrugged nonchalantly, feigning a look of genuine regret. It seems Minister Bai feels the stakes are insufficient?
That.
Bai Qi interrupted abruptly, a cold, humorless smile gracing his lips. Is not the case. His fingertips twitched slightly, and a heavy invitation, adorned with dark golden patterns, materialized seemingly out of thin air, presented to Shan Jiying as if by magic. The premise is set. His voice carried an undeniable sense of command. At the Centennial Music Gala's youth competition, your name graced the list of participants. The Music Gala, the ultimate sanctuary of the musical realm across the continent. Those fortunate enough to receive this black gold invitation are undoubtedly the elite of this domain. And then there is Bai Qi, the youngest chief judge in history, a true prodigy among prodigies. Through the privilege of his position, he bestowed upon her such an invitation. Shan Jiying felt its cold touch at her fingertips. Pondering playfully, is Chief Bai eager to witness my humiliation before the world? The registration deadline looms at the end of the month. Bai Qi merely regarded her with a knowing smile, his unwavering gaze seemingly piercing through her thoughts. He required no answer. He was fully aware she could not refuse. On the third day of the monthly examination, Lan Xijin's precise stranglehold on the class had persisted for a full 24 hours. Reality is not a fervent manga. Miracles do not manifest unexpectedly. Despite the class's collective efforts, fueled by 100,000 points of indomitable spirit under Lan Xijin's terrifying maneuvers, their account balances dwindled like snow under the scorching sun, visibly melting away at an alarming rate. Despair permeated the atmosphere, spreading throughout the class. The president is not human. He is a monster. Someone lamented, clutching their head, their voice laced with tears. He seems to know even which restroom we will go to next. Another voice shouted in desperation.
Damn.
Is there no respite for us?
Boss.
Think of something. A swarm of individuals flailed about like ants on a hot stove, their gazes fixated on the calm figure of Shan Jiying in the corner of the classroom. She was even leisurely twirling a pen. A subtle smile graced Shan Jiying's lips as her gaze fell upon the two encrypted messages that had just popped up on the terminal screen. The amusement in her eyes blossomed like fireworks, dazzling and breathtaking. Lin Noah, aren't you ready to reveal your trump card?
Shan Jiying,
Lin Noah, the little gift you buried within my trading instructions has been received. Aren't you waiting for me to come find you, just as you intended? Shan Jiying, so, would you be interested in pulling that lofty President Lan down from his pedestal? Lin Noah, opposing him? Do I seem to have a death wish? Shan Jiying, of course, the choice is yours. Rest assured, that little gift will remain in slumber. I have promised to keep your secret safe. Lin Noah, Shan Jiying, you truly are. Lin Noah, never mind. I have long wished to witness what that eternally cold, perfect face looks like when it shatters. Only 60 minutes remained until the market closed. Just when everyone believed the dust had settled and Lan Xijin would win the competition with a score exceeding 100 million, the clarion call of retaliation resounded. Lin Noah struck first. All her funds surged into action, precisely targeting Lan Xijin's most heavily held and defensively crucial asset. Bai Qinnan's assault followed in quick succession. Initiating a chain reaction of an avalanche, quietly beginning. Bai Qi, too, altered his usual cautious strategy, instantly consolidating all scattered forces and launching an unreserved attack on another core asset that Lan Xijin relied upon for support. In the classroom, those seemingly subdued and gasping dispersed accounts suddenly awakened under the command of Shan Jiying, much like the most resilient of nerves. They transformed into an invisible, thorn-laden net, precisely luring, intercepting, and even devouring every morsel of rescue funds that Lan Xijin attempted to mobilize. In the Student Council President's office, Lan Xijin's complexion turned ashen, the veins at his temples pulsating violently. For the first time, his eyes, perpetually as calm as an icy lake, reflected an emotion known as pressure. His long fingers danced across multiple terminal screens, leaving traces of speed, mobilizing vast resources for defense. Yet this time, he felt he was not contending against mere individuals, but against a meticulously orchestrated catastrophe driven by countless interlocking gears. Lan Xijin's assets began to cascade like a toppled line of dominoes, initiating a brutal avalanche.
Linwo.
Bai Qinnan and Bai Qi similarly bore heavy losses, their account figures rapidly diminishing. However, their assault, akin to a wounded beast, became even more bloodthirsty, tenaciously refusing to relent. With only 180 seconds remaining until the competition's forced closure, Lan Xijin, leveraging his almost superhuman resilience and despair-inducing operational skills, managed to stabilize the last precarious line of defense in the face of adversity. The asset figures trembled violently, flickering countless times before settling, as if welded in place. At 38,000,000 points, maintaining the lead by a margin of 400 points. For a brief moment, the taut line of his jaw slackened, though his complexion remained dire. His gaze swept over the screen displaying his leading position, a cold certainty reassembling the notion that victory ultimately belonged to absolute power. In that instant, a cruel, icy, and utterly enchanting curve graced the lips of Shan Jiying, seated at the front. With a delicate touch of her fingertip on her personal terminal, she initiated the ultimate command. In the same millisecond, the terminal screens of the 20 members of her class illuminated the preset crimson button representing the final directive. They clicked without hesitation. Driven solely by their unwavering trust in Shan Jiying, all remaining funds within the accounts, which appeared insignificant, were transformed instantaneously into a series of minuscule yet lethally impactful energies. According to Shan Jiying's devilishly precise algorithm, under her orchestrated command, they cleverly overlapped and resonated, forming a brief yet immensely accurate attack. Final settlement of the competition. Final rankings generated. At Morris Academy, in the central square, silence enveloped the massive holographic screen. Thousands of students, mentors, and even high-ranking officials who had rushed upon hearing the news held their breath, their eyes fixated on the wildly fluctuating numbers, as if they were poised to explode at any moment. Jumping. The first to stabilize was the top position. First place, account 0984, Shan Jiying, total assets, 38,000,001 points. Second place, account 0001, Lan Xijin, total assets, 38,000,000 points. A mere point. Just a single point of difference. Oh my goodness. 1 point. Just 1 point. The entire square was instantly engulfed by a cacophony of screams and roars, drowning out disbelief. Countless individuals frantically rubbed their eyes, repeatedly counting the zeros in that dazzling number, confirming that glaring yet splendid 1-point difference. This was not merely a disparity in ranking. It was the utmost humiliation, the epitome of control. Only a deity who calculated everything to the minutest detail, manipulating their opponent at will, could solidify the final outcome with such precision, coldness, and mocking finesse at a mere 1-point margin. Yet, before the astonished cries could settle, a more formidable wave of terror, capable of overturning the entire academy, swept through the square like a tsunami. For on the luminous screen, the subsequent rankings began to dance in a dizzying frenzy. Third place, account 0723, Lin Noah, total assets, 37,200,000 points. Fourth place, account 0055, Bai Qi, total assets, 36,800,000 points. Fifth place, account 0017, Bai Qinnan, total assets, 36,500,000 points. The rankings continued to scroll downward, and a miraculous event transpired that left everyone in awe. 18th place, account 1066, Zhang Feng, total assets, 19, 850, 100 points. 23rd place, account 0598, Suwei, total assets, 18, 730, 500 points. 31st place, account 1015, Wang Rue, total assets, 17, 650, 300 points. 35th place, account 0355, Zhao Xiaoya, total assets, 17, 200, 000 points. On the luminous screen, the accounts representing the class surged forth, one after another, into the top 50 rankings. 48th place, account 0977, Chun Hao, total assets, 15, 010, 000 points. 49th place, account 1047, Lu Fei, total assets, 14, 990, 500 points. 50th place, account 1033, Sun Yu, total assets, 14, 980, 000 points. Finally, it was set in stone. Within the top 50 rankings, there were an astonishing 21 accounts belonging to the class. My heavens, I am in 35th place. I made it into the top 50? A girl from the class covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming forth like a broken dam, her voice shattered beyond recognition. This was a scene she had never dared to envision. Ha ha ha. 48. I am in 48th place. A boy, often the subject of ridicule, suddenly leaped onto the table, wildly waving his fists, shouting hoarsely with a flushed face. The class. In the top 50. Did Shan Jiying lead the class to dominate the rankings? Goodness. Is this even human? The crowd erupted into incredulous screams. This was a blatant defiance of the rigid hierarchical system of the Morris Academy. In the Student Council President's office, Lan Xijin stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. Before him, the terminal screen was frozen, displaying the glaring figure of 38, 000, 000, alongside the crimson words proclaiming the second place. His handsome visage remained expressionless, resembling a cold jade sculpture. Only his eyes, fathomless and akin to the deep sea under the night's shroud, brewed a tempest of latent danger. With a crack and a muffled thud, the personal terminal in his grasp shattered, its screen and sturdy metallic frame crushed by his sheer force. Jagged shards pierced his skin, and crimson blood surged forth, trickling down his slender fingers.
Shan Jiying.
Chapter 26. The Presidency and the President. Both are desired. The administrative efficiency of Morris Academy is renowned for its cold precision. Professors toiled through sleepless nights, striving to grade the recent examinations in order to unveil the results to the public as swiftly as possible. The following morning, as Shan Jiying stepped onto the campus, a wave of fervor washed over her. It was not the warmth of the sun, but rather the astonished and frenzied gazes of thousands converging upon her. At the entrance, before the colossal bulletin board that symbolized the Academy's authority, a densely packed throng gathered, impenetrable as water. Yet, as her delicate figure approached leisurely, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a silent, straight pathway. The air thickened, leaving only the sound of constrained breaths. She has arrived. Someone gasped in a breathy tone. The whispers, tinged with fear, jealousy, and admiration, swirled in a complex, suffocating amalgamation. Shan Jiying strode directly toward the bulletin board. On the pristine list, the first column, the first page, at the very top. First place, Shan Jiying, total score, 1,000 points. A perfect 1,000. This was not merely close to full marks. It was an immaculate perfection. 10 subjects, 10 papers, each reflecting questions meticulously crafted by the titans of their fields, yet under her hand, not a single opportunity for deduction was left unturned. This score in itself was the loudest slap across the faces of all who doubted the possibility of cheating. Even the venerable scholars who set the questions could never replicate this marvel. Second place, Lan Xijin, total score, 991 points. The chasm of 9 points felt overwhelmingly heavy at this moment. It silently declared that the throne of the undergraduate division of Morris Academy had changed hands. Shan Jiying lingered on those two names for scarcely a second, the corners of her lips lifting into a faint yet captivating arc withdrawing her gaze. She turned and departed, each step measured and graceful. Her cold, aloof demeanor seemed to insulate her from the surrounding uproar and astonishment, exuding a beauty akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, or a deity wielding omnipotence. How had I never noticed her before? A voice murmured from the crowd, lost in awe. The past's superficiality and artifice were thoroughly washed away, leaving only a formidable brilliance that commanded respect and admiration. In the classroom, as Shan Jiying's silhouette appeared at the doorway, she was instantly engulfed by a fervent wave. Leader, our goddess, you have finally arrived. Over 20 faces, twisted with excitement, encircled her, their eyes brimming with a near-manic adoration. They had unexpectedly participated in the war of the ascension of the new deity during this monthly examination. This honor was sufficient to etch the most glorious epitaphs upon their gravestones. Zhi Ying gently nodded and made her way towards her inconspicuous corner seat.
Boss, we
All got promoted. The shout, filled with ecstatic euphoria, cracked with emotion. The points from the top 50 in comprehensive strategy had catapulted these 20 individuals, once deemed worthless, into a higher echelon. Today at noon, they would submit their application forms to the student council, and by tomorrow, they would transfer, roll away.
Boss,
You will remember us.
right?
Always remember. Someone choked out in pursuit of reassurance. Understood. Her tone remained unperturbed, yet it carried an undeniable promise of strength. In the afternoon, outside the student council president's office, the languor of the midday break was about to dissipate. Zhi Ying stifled a small yawn, resembling a contented cat, and sauntered leisurely to the imposing wooden door that symbolized one of the highest authorities in the academy. Knock, knock. Her knuckles tapped lightly, the sound resonating clearly.
Come in.
A chilling response echoed from within, akin to the icy winds of Siberia. Inside, Lan Xijin was ensconced in a grand leather chair, one hand massaging his brow. Reminiscent of an injured lion, he lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing the figure leaning against the doorframe with a languid demeanor, scrutinizing her with a frigid appraisal. This position. Zhi Ying's lips parted slightly, her voice laced with an air of nonchalance and playful intrigue, her gaze unabashedly surveying Lan Xijin as if assessing an object. It now belongs to me, does it not? Lan Xijin's knuckles whitened, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He gradually rose, his towering figure exuding an intense sense of pressure as he stepped aside from the chair that symbolized supreme authority, moving towards the door. Before the end of school today, he spoke, his voice suppressing a tempest, I will issue an announcement. Just as the two were about to brush past each other, a slender, pale hand shot out like lightning, deftly grasping his tie. The force was gentle, yet possessed an unyielding assertiveness. Lan Xijin's breath caught in his throat. He lowered his gaze, fixated on that audacious hand and the unmasked interest in her eyes, akin to a predator teasing its prey. Compared to this, Zhi Ying exerted a slight pull, drawing him closer, her warm breath nearly grazing his jawline, her voice low and dangerous. Surely, you won't forget the little wager. Esteemed former president? A cold, mocking laugh escaped Lan Xijin's throat, his eyes ablaze with the flames of deep-seated humiliation. If memory serves me right, he deliberately lowered his voice, imbued with malice. Your relationship with Minister Bai Qinnan seems rather profound, does it not? The lingering scenes of entanglement in the abandoned classroom seared vividly into his memory. What? Can he not satisfy you? His cutting words dripped with unabashed malice. What does this have to do with me? Zhi Ying's elegantly arched brow furrowed, as if she had heard an exceedingly absurd question. Her tone carried an evident impatience. Former president, are you intending to breach the agreement? Is it irrelevant? Lan Xijin's pupils constricted sharply, his inner fury ignited by her casual denial.
So,
she intended to conceal the truth? After he had witnessed it with his own eyes? The woman, is having Bai Qinnan not enough? If Zhi Ying could hear his innermost thoughts, she would likely respond with a colder sneer. Merely a bedmate?
how Navi?
My patience. Zhi Ying loosened his tie, her fingertips seemingly lingering with a touch of exquisite silk, her gaze instantly cooling with a hint of disdain, quite limited. In the next moment,
Bang.
the heavy wooden door was slammed shut by Lan Xijin, and as the world spun, Zhi Ying's back collided forcefully with the icy, unyielding door. Before her stood a man, his body radiating a fierce, aggressive heat. Lan Xijin leaned down, biting her lip, one hand gripping her slender waist while the other pressed against the doorknob, locking it with a decisive click. What are you doing? Zhi Ying gasped as Lan Xijin abruptly seized the hand that had been wandering freely over his taut abdomen, even attempting to explore further down. That hand was astonishingly soft, as if a mere exertion could leave bruises, yet it ignited a blazing fire. Examining closely, Zhi Ying tilted her face upward, her red lips curving into an almost enchanting arc, her gaze as candid as if appraising a commodity. My new bedmate, is he up to standard? The tone was self-assured, devoid of any shyness. Lan Xijin's chest heaved violently, taking a deep breath, which ultimately transformed into a low, dangerously cold laugh. He tightened his grip on her wrist, leaning in closer, his hot breath brushing against her sensitive ear. Then you must conduct a thorough examination. Before his words faded, a flurry of kisses, laden with punishment and predation, descended upon her like a torrential storm. No longer were they mere pecks. Instead, they were an all-out assault. The clash of lips and teeth was accompanied by a metallic tang of blood, a manifestation of his uncontrollable desire. Lan Xijin's once prided rationality crumbled under her response. He fiercely captured her breath while brutally lifting her off the ground. Dan Xijin was thrown onto the excessively soft bed in the office's lounge, sinking into its embrace. She lazily squinted her eyes, akin to a cat basking in sunlight, observing with keen interest the man at the bedside, who was tearing at the buttons of his expensive shirt. His muscular chest and well-defined abs peeked through the disheveled fabric, exuding a primal sense of power. As you wish. Lan Xijin's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper against wood. In the next instant, his heavy body, imbued with scorching heat and irresistible force, fully pressed down upon her. No one knew that deep within the office of the Student Council President of Morris Academy, a scene of primal sensuality was unfolding. The opulent uniforms and scattered papers became mere accompaniments to desire. Chapter 27. Her Request. In the lounge, the air was thick and suffocating, laden with lingering intimacy. Dan Xijin, languidly nestled in the sumptuous bed, her silk-like black hair cascading over her shoulder, revealed a glaring red mark on her neck. After a muffled groan, the weight that had enveloped her lifted slightly. Have you finished your inspection? Lan Xijin's deep voice carried a hint of satisfaction, laced with unabashed mockery. Are you pleased with my services, President Dan? The crimson lips of Dan Xijin curved into a languid yet perilous arc, barely passing muster. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed over the red mark on her neck, as if appraising a flawed item, her technique unrefined and in need of refinement. She paused, meeting the suddenly frosty gaze of Lan Xijin, her lips parting slightly to issue a more lethal critique. Particularly concerning was her lack of endurance. It simply would not suffice. A tempest surged in Lan Xijin's ash-gray eyes. His long fingers, imbued with an irresistible force, grasped her chin with fierce intensity. Not enough? He leaned in closer, his searing breath fanning across her face, his voice deep and dangerous. I hope you won't regret those words. Dan Xijin was compelled to tilt her head back. Her chin pinched painfully. Was she enraged, embarrassed, or both? Former president, he mused. Suddenly, his breath quickened, the grip on her chin slackening as his hand shifted to the back of her neck, pulling her in for a fervent kiss. Hatred, humiliation, a desire for dominance, and an unrecognized yearning for surrender cascaded within him. The opulent carpet, the frigid desk, the polished floor-to-ceiling windows, the solemn office of the student council bore witness to his uncontrollable impulses.
Dingling.
Hours slipped by, until the bells signaling the end of the afternoon classes reverberated throughout the campus. The usually orderly student council office, a symbol of the highest authority within the academy, now lay in disarray. Papers and books were strewn across the floor, the desk and carpet marked with ambiguous traces of their earlier tumult.
Outside.
The faint echoes of passing student council members' footsteps and whispers filtered in. If Lan Xijin's sweat trickled down his taut jaw, his voice hoarse and laced with malicious sarcasm. What expression would they wear upon learning that the future president was being treated in such a manner by a defeated adversary? Dan Xijin remained silent, a sound of exquisite enjoyment escaping her lips, her enchanting eyes half-lidded in blissful surrender. Is this truly so pleasurable? Lan Xijin scoffed, a hint of unrecognized satisfaction creeping into his tone. Is Bai Qinnan incapable? Just then, an abrupt vibration from a mobile phone shattered the atmosphere. Dan Xijin extended her slender arm, lazily retrieving the phone from beside her. The illuminated screen bore the glaring name Bai Qinnan. Upon catching sight of that name, Lan Xijin's pupils constricted sharply. The image of the abandoned classroom coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, the suppressed fury mingling with a dark possessiveness erupted within him. He was eager to see if she would dare to answer. Dan Xijin exhibited no hesitation, her delicate fingers gliding across the screen. Aren't you at school? Bai Qinnan's clear voice resonated, tinged with a trace of barely perceptible concern, amidst the charged atmosphere of the office. What's wrong? Dan Xijin's voice carried a hint of huskiness and allure. I came to your class. They said you weren't here this afternoon. Bai Qinnan's voice faltered momentarily. A glimmer of icy malice flickered in Lan Xijin's gaze. Dan Jing was caught off guard, her pulley teeth biting down on her lower lip to stifle the nearly escaped exclamation. She shot up her gaze, her enchanting eyes radiating both ire and warning toward the instigator. Lan Xijin merely raised an eyebrow in provocation, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. I currently have matters to attend to. Shan Jing endeavored to maintain her voice's calmness as she ended the call. She glanced at Lan Xijin, her eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue, surprised to discover that the former president harbored such a wicked taste. I merely feel he is unworthy, Lan Xijin replied, his tone slightly frigid, yet his large hand instinctively tightened around her waist, delicate as if it could snap with a mere touch. Beneath his palm, her fair skin bore the vivid marks he had left behind, a testament to his reckless abandon. His hand encircled her slender waist, the pale skin almost immediately bruising under his touch, the glaring red reminders of his recent folly. He had anticipated observing her clumsy performance with the detached amusement of a cold spectator, yet he found himself ensnared by the visceral pleasure their bodies elicited. That should suffice, Shan Jing said, narrowing her eyes slightly, exuding a languid satisfaction. Supporting herself against Lan Xijin's shoulder, marked with red welts, she pushed him away with a firm shove. However, he swiftly seized her wrist, pressing it against his head, their bodies aligning once more. His voice, tinged with a hint of paranoid challenge, questioned, "Didn't he say it wasn't enough?" "I remember." Shan Jing let out a light laugh, the sound brushing against his heart like a feather. Skillfully breaking free from his grasp, she straightened up, her crimson lips curving into a near-contemptuous arc. "I admit I am quite satisfied. My demands are exceedingly simple." She paused, as if pronouncing an undeniable decree. Lan Xijin furrowed his brow slightly, the bluntness of her words provoking an uncomfortable sensation of objectification and disdain. "Absolutely clean," Shan Jing said, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. "If during this time you develop an interest in anyone else," she deliberately paused, issuing a warning. "You may terminate this relationship at any moment. I only require you to remain utterly untainted while you are mine." "And you?" Lan Xijin asked almost impulsively, his chest swelling with an inexplicable mix of bitterness and anger. What was Bai Qinnan to him? Was he to remain chaste while she? "The stakes of our wager, the rules," she replied, "are, of course, set by me." The sound of his molars grinding echoed in the silence, the veins in his temple throbbing subtly. Humiliation, resentment, fury, and a touch of complex emotion he himself was reluctant to acknowledge churned within him. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a single word through gritted teeth: "Fine." Chapter 28. The Revocation of Inheritance, Naturally. Shan Jing's smile deepened, imbued with a languid satisfaction and undeniable authority. She rose without reservation, under Lan Xijin's heated gaze, leisurely gathering her scattered garments, donning each piece with deliberate care. The glaring red marks on her fair skin were gradually concealed by the collar of her shirt, as if the recent intimacy was being sealed away alongside them. "Give me your private number," she commanded, approaching the mirror to adjust her collar, her voice devoid of the tenderness from moments before. Lan Xijin leaned against the headboard, his dark pupils fixed intently on her retreating figure. As she completed her preparations, her expression bore no trace of nostalgia, only a chilling clarity. The tension in his jaw tightened, and a hint of self-mocking coldness curled at the corners of his lips. Did Shan Jing truly regard him as someone to be bartered? As she deftly fastened the last cufflink, Shan Jing slightly tilted her head, her expressionless profile reflected in the mirror, regardless of how one might define it. She picked up the coat draped over the chair, seemingly recalling something, and glanced back, a hint of malicious mockery flickering in her eyes. "Ah, right. Former president," she remarked, her gaze pointedly sweeping over the disheveled bed and scattered garments. "I'll leave the cleanup to you." After all, her crimson lips curled into a smirk. "You wouldn't want anyone to know what transpired here, would you?" Lan Xijin's eyes roamed over the chaotic scene, the crumpled sheets, the strewn clothing, and the lingering air of intimacy, all reminders of his recent loss of control. He had never anticipated that his first time would require him to personally erase such evidence. A cocktail of humiliation and inexplicable irritation surged within him. "Understood," he replied in a low voice, laced with suppressed anger. Watching her turn away, without a glance back, he was once again seized by the feeling of being discarded like an object, used and thrown away. Their earlier intimacy had felt so harmonious. Yet the withdrawal was starkly resolute. Lan Xijin's favorability rating is in drastic fluctuation. Warning: target's emotions are extremely complex. A long-awaited mechanical voice interjected with a trace of jest. TSK, not doing anything? Truly a paragon of a scoundrel. The voice continued, with so many tasks assigned. It seems you never intended for me to be a good person. But I must remind you, the core task of the second phase has been misidentified. Shan Jiying's footsteps faltered. Task target, Qin Zhuo. Task deadline, 36 hours and 12 minutes. Qin Zhuo. Shan Jiying's delicate brows knitted together. An unmistakable look of disgust flashing in her eyes at the thought of that repugnant individual. If it weren't for this damn task, she wouldn't even waste a glance at that self-important playboy who lingered among the flowers. Shan Manor. The crimson sports car roared like a wild beast, shattering the tranquility of the courtyard as it came to a precise halt before the main residence. The engine silenced, Shan Jiying stepped out, her high heels clicking against the polished marble floor, producing a crisp and commanding echo. The hall was brightly lit, the atmosphere thick with tension as if frozen in time. Almost all core members of the Shan family were present, including the reclusive elder Shan, who now occupied the main seat, his murky old eyes glimmering with restrained intensity. The air felt palpable, all eyes converging on Shan Jiying as she entered the hall, like searchlights honing in on their target. Her near-mythical achievements had already reached the Shan family through official channels from Morris Academy, obliterating all doubts and extinguishing any attempts to undermine her claim to inheritance. Even the servants standing quietly at the edge of the hall now regarded her with transformed expressions. The disdain that once lingered in their eyes had been replaced by deep respect and a barely perceptible hint of fear. This young lady was no longer the unlearned waste destined for family neglect. She was poised to take the helm of the vast Shan business empire. A true heir wielding the power of life and death. Seated beside the elder, Shan Fu exhibited a complex expression, a mixture of shock and an overwhelming sense of pride. He had once watched with wide eyes as his most cherished granddaughter led the Shan family to establish a firm foothold among the 8 great financial clans, only to witness her gradual descent into ruin. He had long believed that it was the family's fortune that had waned, causing this once exalted daughter of heaven to transform overnight into a different person. Shan Linchuan stood quietly beside the elderly patriarch, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His gaze upon Shan Jiying was devoid of the anticipated resentment, anger, or jealousy. It was as tranquil as a windless lake, profound and elusive. Jiying had returned. The old patriarch spoke first, breaking the oppressive silence.
Sit.
Without hesitation, Shan Jiying walked directly to the seat reserved for her beside the elder, gracefully taking her place with an air of composure. The family meeting commenced with only one agenda. Shan Jiying was to formally reclaim actual control over the family's core enterprises. The proceedings were devoid of suspense, yet imbued with a solemn sense of ritual. Several uncles attempted to voice transitional suggestions, their words diminishing into whispers under the steady, penetrating gaze of Shan Jiying, whose calm demeanor seemed capable of unraveling any scheme. She need not utter a word of rebuttal. Her authority, forged by undeniable achievements, stifled all dissent. Jiying, starting tomorrow, you will participate in all significant decisions concerning the Shan family's core asset group and possess final decision-making power. The patriarch's decree resonated with finality as his gnarled finger gently tapped the ancient rosewood table, producing a dull sound. Linchuan, he turned to Shan Linchuan. Fully support your sister. Assist her in familiarizing herself with family affairs over the past 3 years. Yes, grandfather, Shan Linchuan replied, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. He produced a thick stack of project handover documents he had meticulously prepared and slid them before Shan Jiying. As her fingertips brushed the smooth cover of the folder, she did not open it but raised her gaze to Shan Linchuan, her lips slightly parted. Thank you, cousin. Moreover, she shifted her focus back to the patriarch, her tone resolute and unyielding. I have a request.
Oh?
A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the elder's eyes as he nodded slightly.
Speak.
The resources of the Shan family are at your disposal. I have acquired a fully equipped apartment in a prime location between the academy and the Shan headquarters. Shan Jiying stated matter-of-factly, as though discussing a trivial matter. I will move in tomorrow. Residing in the Shan household hinders my tasks and feels suffocating. The patriarch fell silent for 2 seconds before his aged voice emerged, laced with a subtle depth. Very well. Follow your heart. The meeting concluded. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows allowed the last vestiges of twilight to spill in, casting elongated shadows of Shan Jiying and Shan Linchuan across the floor. Shan Jiying picked up the weighty handover documents and turned towards the grand viewing platform connected by the windows, while Shan Linchuan silently followed, like an emotionless shadow. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice piercing through the cooling evening breeze with an eerie clarity. "What a pity," she remarked, glancing sideways, "that after so long, this position must finally return to its rightful owner." Each word bore the weight of a victor's proclamation and a reminder to the vanquished. Chapter 29. Joining the class. Shan Linchuan's gaze, serene as still water, rested intently upon Shan Jiying's face. This position, after all, was rightfully yours. His voice was steady, devoid of any hint of reluctance. Suddenly, he stepped forward, breaching the customary bounds of social distance. His elongated fingers, imbued with an undeniable elegance, gently brushed against her shoulder, deftly twirling a nearly invisible strand of a gentleman's short hair from her white uniform. The gesture was as natural as sweeping away a speck of dust. He leaned in slightly, his lowered voice carrying a chilling, penetrative quality, reminding her that it would be wise to exercise caution next time. Without waiting for Shan Jiying's response, he smoothly turned and vanished around the corner of the staircase leading to the third floor. Shan Jiying remained rooted to the spot, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the fading silhouette. It seemed she had never truly comprehended Shan Linchuan. In Shan Linchuan's study, he was ensconced in a broad office chair, shadows cloaking half of his profile. His fingertips entwined with a vintage, somewhat worn lady's necklace, its silver chain glimmering faintly in the dim light. "I will make them all pay the price," his deep voice resonated in the silence. Imbued with a weighty promise bordering on reverence, he delicately placed the necklace into a velvet-lined box, as though preserving the most precious of offerings. Removing his glasses, he wearily rubbed his temples, emotions swirling in the depths of his eyes like an unfathomable abyss. The inheritance struggle of the previous generation had rightfully belonged to his father. Yet that fateful maritime disaster had left his parents' remains unrecoverable. Subsequently, the current head of the family, who happened to be Shan Jiying's father, ascended to power without contest. Over the years, he had meticulously unraveled the threads of conspiracy, nearly certain that it was a meticulously orchestrated murder. Revenge had become the singular conviction sustaining his existence. He exerted every ounce of his strength to ascend through the convoluted power hierarchy of the Shan family, only to despairingly discover that no matter how hard he struggled, the figure named Shan Jiying remained perpetually out of reach. After 3 arduous years of her decline, he had almost touched the core of power, only to be forcefully thrust back to square one by her overwhelming presence. "That's all right." Shan Linchuan slowly donned his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses cold as steel. If this path were obstructed, he would seek a more clandestine and lethal route. What belonged to him, he would inevitably reclaim with interest in due course. The following day at Morris Academy, the class assignments had been finalized. In contrast to the turmoil in other classes, the dynamics of Class A remained largely unchanged with the arrival of Shan Jiying. As the class bell rang, she entered the classroom, an emblem of the Academy's pinnacle, guided by the class mentor, her demeanor composed. In an instant, all eyes converged upon her like spotlights. "Welcome to Class A." "Shan," the mentor beamed, gesturing towards several prominent vacant seats. "Please, feel free to choose any of these spots." Shan Jiying's cool gaze swept across the room. Only a select few had the privilege of claiming a serene space in Class A. The seat by the window illuminated the flawless profile of Lan Xijin. With an empty seat conveniently in front of him, separated by only an aisle, Bai Qinnan looked at her with a hint of a smile. Not far away, Bai Shi sat elegantly, akin to a refined nobleman, with a seat reserved beside him. In the farthest corner of the classroom, the second-to-last row remained vacant, while behind it, in the last row, Zhuo fixed a chilling gaze upon her, a mixture of scrutiny, disdain, and impatience. Shan Jiying's eyes glided over the meticulously fastened buttons of her uniform, up to the collar where the top button rested, her lips curving into an almost imperceptible arc that hinted at a secret possessiveness. Who would have imagined that beneath such a precise exterior lay the indelible marks left by him? However, Shan Jiying's gaze skimmed through the air, never pausing even for a moment on him. She disregarded Bai Qinnan's gentle indication and resolutely traversed the aisle between Zhuo and Bai Qinnan, making her way to the back of the classroom, where she gracefully took her seat. A derisive snicker, utterly unmasked, echoed from behind. Zhuo leaned forward, his masculine heat almost brushing against Shan Jiying's nape. His voice dropped low yet crystal clear, laced with malice. "What is this?" You think just because you've made it to this class, I'll look at you differently? His scoff grew louder.
Dream on.
Lan Xijin couldn't even be bothered to turn her head, rolling her eyes slightly at the air. To entertain such delusions from a target was, in her view, an insult to her intellect. Warning: target Qinjua's favorability level is at 100. Task deadline: 16 hours and 54 minutes. The intensity and depth of this class were far beyond that of ordinary courses. Here congregated true elite prodigies, and the figures standing at the podium were titans in their respective fields. Today, nearly every professor expressed keen interest in this newcomer who had created a myth of scoring 1,000 points. In the finance class, the elderly professor with graying hair adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as a hawk, and directly called upon her.
Xijin.
Please elucidate the root causes of model failure under extreme market volatility and propose at least 2 frameworks for model correction. The question was intricate, targeting the core flaws of the model. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, all ears attuned. Without raising her eyelids, Lan Xijin's cool voice flowed forth, articulating the unreasonable assumptions, introducing the random volatility model with clarity and logical rigor. Not only did she address the root of the issue, but she also directly presented the core algorithmic logic of 3 cutting-edge correction frameworks. The sharpness in the elderly professor's eyes gradually transformed into shock and elation, culminating in heartfelt admiration. Brilliant. Flawless. In quantum computing, the young prodigy professor, intrigued, queried, Sean, if you were to design a quantum circuit, how would you devise the entanglement mapping logic of the key qubits to maximize noise interference avoidance? This topic bordered on the frontier of doctoral research. Lan Xijin lightly tapped her fingertips on the desk, as if constructing a model in her mind. After a brief moment, she articulated a precise sequence of combinations, her logic so exquisite that even the young professor was left speechless, murmuring, "This line of thought is simply genius." By the end of the day, Lan Xijin had stirred the depths of this class into chaos with her absolute prowess. Every professor who attempted to test her found themselves utterly captivated by her fathomless reservoir of knowledge and terrifying analytical abilities. As the school day concluded, a throng of students surged toward the stairs. As Lan Xijin arrived at a relatively secluded corner shrouded in shadows, a burning, powerful hand suddenly reached out from behind, seizing her wrist and forcefully pulling her deeper into the recesses.
Ouch.
Her back collided with the cold wall, and she frowned. The towering figure of Lan Xijin enveloped her entirely in darkness, his heated breath, laden with restrained fury, washing over her face. He lowered his head, and his scorching lips, imbued with a sense of punishment, bit down on her sensitive earlobe. His voice, hoarse and menacing, echoed, "Lan Xijin, you truly have not changed at all. Still thinking about Qinjua?" Pain shot through her, and a flicker of icy light sparkled in her eyes. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and pushed him away. Lan Xijin stumbled back, caught off guard. "It seems you are meddling a bit too much," she remarked, rubbing her throbbing earlobe, her gaze as frosty as winter, though her tone carried a barely perceptible air of languor. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, atop the cloud-top apartments. She disregarded the fury in Lan Xijin's eyes and stated an address. At that moment, a voice tinged with curiosity floated down from the stairs. Bai Qinnan was descending, and upon seeing the two of them seemingly in close proximity within the shadows, the atmosphere felt subtly charged. Chapter 30. Worthless. Lan Xijin instantly reigned in all visible emotions, his tall figure restoring its usual cold detachment, as if the earlier turmoil had merely been an illusion. Once he regained his composure, a sense of unwillingness flickered within him. Why should he feel guilty? Even if he was discovered, what of it? Bai Qinnan halted before them, his gaze scrutinizing Lan Xijin's slightly disheveled collar and taut jawline. Before slowly inquiring, "Jean, what are you doing here?" "Discussing the details of the handover ceremony with our future President Dan," Lan Xijin replied, his tone calm and unruffled, emphasizing the word details with a significant weight. "Is that so?" Bai Qinnan's gaze traversed between the two, evidently unconvinced. "Since President Dan has urgent matters to attend to." Lan Xijin deliberately stressed the words urgent and matters, a cold smirk curving his lips. "Then I shall not disturb you." He strode away, his silhouette exuding an air of deliberate elegance and resolve. Only then did Lan Xijin raise her eyes, calmly addressing Bai Qinnan. "Do you need something, Qinnan? I have a gift for you." Bai Qinnan's expression softened instantly, like ice melting away, his previous indifference dissipating entirely. He cautiously presented a deep blue velvet box and gently opened it. Inside lay a necklace, the pendant resembling a rosebud with exquisitely flowing lines. Its heart adorned with a diamond of exceptional purity, refracting dazzling light under the glow. There was no brand imprint, yet it exuded a unique craftsmanship and substantial worth. "I wanted to give this to you yesterday." Bai Qinnan's voice carried a hint of subtle nervousness and anticipation. This necklace was designed by him 3 years ago and crafted by top artisans. At that time, he had dared not voice his feelings, fearing that once spoken, he would lose even the right to quietly protect her. The kiss in the abandoned classroom finally emboldened him to present this long-treasured gem to its rightful owner.
Thank you.
Lan Xijin's gaze lingered on the exquisite necklace for less than a second before she swiftly closed the box and tucked it into her bag. Her movements decisive and devoid of any reverence. The light in Bai Qinnan's eyes dimmed instantly in response to her indifferent demeanor. Warning: target task Zhuo, favorability 100. Task deadline 632. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Just as Bai Qinnan was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lan Xijin's emotionless voice. She didn't even glance at his waning expression, quickly brushing past him, her figure vanishing into the throng at the corner of the staircase. In the city center club, the deafening bass thumped like a fist, pounding against the chest. The air was thick with the mingling scents of expensive champagne, cigars, and the intoxicating aroma of desire. This was a haven of indulgence, a corner harboring filth and vice. Amidst the cacophony of lights and revelry, one corner exuded an aura of dissonance. In the shadows at the edge of the area sat a woman wearing a black cap. Alone, with her arms crossed and the brim of her hat pulled low, she radiated a chilling, lethal presence, forming an invisible barrier that separated her from the surrounding extravagance. A timid waiter approached cautiously, but when he caught sight of the face beneath the shadowed brim, his hand trembled violently, nearly dropping the drink menu. A majority of her face, from the left temple down to her neck, was marred by grotesque scars. The skin wrinkled and twisted, displaying a horrifying blend of dark red and charred black, as if she were a doll forcibly stitched together. Beneath the brim's shadow, her peach blossom eyes, strikingly sharp and clear, contrasted starkly with her terrifying visage. "What would you like?" The waiter's voice quivered, betraying his fear. "A dry martini," came the hoarse response, icy and devoid of emotion. "Very well." The waiter, as if granted a reprieve, nearly fled from her presence. Lan Xijin ignored the glances of disdain, fear, and curiosity that surrounded her. Her gaze pierced through the dazzling lights and shifting shadows, locking onto the table at the very center, not far away. Zhuo reclined in a plush sofa, akin to a star surrounded by planets, downing expensive spirits one after another. Several voluptuous women, clad in revealing attire, giggled and leaned closer, vying for the attention of the scion of the Qin family. A smirk of cynical amusement played on his lips as he relished the attention. "Zhuo," whispered a sharp-eyed younger associate with dyed red hair, leaning in closer, his voice tinged with unease. "That scarred woman in the corner has been staring at us for almost the entire night, and her gaze is quite unsettling." Zhuo lazily lifted his eyelids, casually following the direction indicated by his associate. Upon seeing the beguiling peach blossom eyes peering out from beneath the terrifying facade, he frowned slightly. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged through his spine like electricity. He had definitely seen those eyes before. The strong sense of dissonance caused his brows to knit tightly. The languor in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a flicker of sharp clarity. He let out a derisive laugh, suppressing the strange feelings within him as he donned his mask of cynicism once more, draining the remnants of his drink without a care for her. His tone dripped with disdain, yet his posture subtly shifted, muscles tightening imperceptibly, like a leopard sensing danger. He was curious to see what this woman intended. The cacophony persisted as time slipped away. As the night approached its twilight, the revelry of excess began to wane. Most at Qin Zhuang's table were intoxicated, swaying and being assisted by bodyguards or companions, stumbling away. Qin Zhuang dismissed the offers of support, his steps unsteady and aimless as he meandered toward a shadowy alley behind the bar. The faint sound of footsteps, nearly drowned by the wind, trailed silently behind him. Had he not been born into a criminal family, trained rigorously in counter-surveillance and assassination, with an acute awareness of his surroundings ingrained in him, he might have struggled to detect such stealthy movements. Qin Zhuang halted deep within the alley, slowly turning to lean against the cold, rough brick wall. His posture appeared casual, yet every muscle was primed for explosive action. His keen gaze pierced through the dim glow of the streetlight at the alley's entrance, precisely locking onto the figure that approached. "Come out. Are you not weary from following me all this way?" A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his lips.
Who sent you?
"My elder brother? Or perhaps my dear second brother?" In response to Qin Zhuang's scornful inquiry, the figure in the shadows remained silent. She merely lifted the brim of her hat slightly, allowing the meager light to illuminate her striking, cold peach blossom eyes, framed by scars. Those eyes. Qin Zhuang's heart constricted violently. The intense familiarity and the chilling sensation of being targeted by a venomous serpent washed over him once more. She was not an ordinary assassin sent by his brothers. Such a caliber of killer would not possess such an indifferent gaze towards life. Just as a wave of shock surged through Qin Zhuang, the figure before him moved. Whoosh! The shadow darted forward like a wraith, moving so swiftly that it left only an afterimage. A gloved fist, striking at an unusual angle, lunged toward Qin Zhuang. "Damn it!" he cursed, hastily crossing his arms to shield his chest. A dull thud reverberated, striking terror into his heart. He felt a sharp taste of blood in his throat as he slammed against the wall, pain radiating through his back, as if his very organs had shifted. The horror within Qin Zhuang escalated. He was recognized as the strongest of the younger generation of the Qin family. Yet before this woman, his reactions, strength, and speed were utterly overwhelmed. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, his eyes flared with ferocity as he unleashed a fierce whip kick, propelled by the force of the wind. However, the figure merely swayed slightly, causing his powerful strike to barely graze her waist. A golden opportunity. Having endured numerous assassination attempts and counterattacks, he recognized the vulnerability that emerged with his missed strike. His eyes glinted with determination. Seizing the moment, he drove his elbow forcefully toward the exposed vulnerability of his opponent, who had leaned back. However, it seemed that the opponent had sensed something amiss. Rather than retreating, she surged forward with the swiftness of a water snake. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Qin Zhuang's elbow distinctly registered the astonishing fullness of her form and the softness that permeated through the thin fabric. His movements momentarily faltered, revealing a subtle stiffness and bewilderment. That fleeting moment of astonishment became his fatal flaw. A cold, mocking hum escaped her lips. The scarred woman's body coiled around him like a boneless vine, entwining them in an exceedingly ambiguous yet lethal embrace. Qin Zhuang could even detect a faint scent of cedar wafting from her. Yet as if toying with him, she slackened her grip, only to unleash a renewed onslaught. Each strike was executed with an elegance reminiscent of an artist's brushstrokes, visually captivating yet lethally precise. Qin Zhuang found himself pinned to the ground, a glinting, cold blade pressing against his throat, sending a sharp pang coursing through him. As he lifted his gaze, his vision blurred, revealing the figure adorned with a cap and marred by a fearsome scar, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. In her cold peach blossom eyes, there was no triumph of a victor, no pity, nor even a hint of murderous intent, only an indifferent calm, as if she had merely crushed an insipid insect beneath her heel. Useless. Chapter 31. Mission accomplished. A tempest raged within Qin Zhuang's heart. He had been utterly defeated, rendered powerless. A grimace more grotesque than tears twisted upon his face, filled with self-mockery and despair. His voice cracked as he uttered, "Go ahead." He closed his eyes, bracing for the anticipated end. Yet, the conclusion he envisioned never arrived. Only the faintest sound of retreating footsteps echoed, growing ever distant. Qin Zhuang's eyes flew open. He beheld the figure, now unceremoniously turning away, vanishing into the darkness of the alley like a specter dissolving into the night. Not once did she cast a glance back, leaving no words behind. She left, just like that. A profound sense of absurdity and an even greater wave of humiliation crashed upon Qin Zhuang's heart. What was he? A mere wretch unworthy even of death? A plaything to be discarded after her amusement? Coughing violently, the combination of rage and injuries from their skirmish caused him to spew forth blood, staining the filthy ground before him. He collapsed onto the cold earth, staring into the profound darkness of the empty alley, his body trembling from the searing pain and the overwhelming emotional tumult. Fear, anger, humiliation, self-mockery, and the lingering sensations of softness and chilling fragrance collided violently within his chest. He had to find her, to avenge the humiliation he had suffered today.
Ding.
Mission target Qin Zhuang's affection level 50. Mission complete. Shall we adopt a different identity? Is this not a clever ruse? You permitted it, did you not? As Jiang left the alley, She tore away her disguise, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage beneath the black cap. For your entertainment, I shall oblige. Atop the pinnacle of Yunding Apartments, the frigid electronic lock emitted a soft chime as the heavy door glided open silently. The dazzling cityscape poured in through the 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a low-pressure atmosphere within the living room. Lan Xijin was ensconced in the center of the room, languidly reclining on the sofa, his long legs crossed nonchalantly. Upon hearing the door open, he lazily lifted his eyelids, his profound gaze piercing through the dimness of the room, precisely locking onto the slender figure at the entrance. His eyes, tinged with the irritation and scrutiny born from a prolonged wait, conveyed a palpable sense of displeasure. I presume my services do not encompass a 3-hour wait. His deep voice resonated, the inflection subtly rising at the end, imbued with heavy dissatisfaction and a hint of dangerous chill. Lan Xijin kicked off her shoes, her bare feet meeting the cold, smooth marble floor. Upon hearing his inquiry, she slightly tilted her head, blinking her clear yet fathomless eyes, looking at him with an air of innocence. I thought, given young Master Lan's temperament, you would have long since stormed off if you were kept waiting. Her tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. This nonchalant demeanor caused Lan Xijin's gaze to darken abruptly. He shot up, extending his long arm to pull Lan Xijin forcefully into his embrace. Taken by surprise, she found herself seated on his thigh, enveloped instantly by his warm, masculine aura. A complex scent, mingling with the essence of strong liquor, tobacco, and a unique hint of cooling cedar, invaded his senses. With one arm firmly encircling her slender waist, he grasped her chin with the other, compelling her to lift her face. His voice, deep and laden with menace, inquired, "Have you been drinking?"
Yes.
Lan Xijin replied coolly, devoid of any sign of fluster or intent to explain. She raised her hand, effortlessly breaking free from his grip around her waist and chin, slipping out of his embrace. Standing upright, she looked down at Lan Xijin, whose expression was shrouded in darkness, her tone unruffled. I smell of it, and it makes me uncomfortable. I'm going to take a shower. With that, she turned away, striding towards the bathroom of the master suite. Her slender figure, illuminated by the urban neon reflected through the floor-to-ceiling windows, exuded an aura of aloofness and control. Moments later, the clear sound of flowing water echoed from the master bathroom. Lan Xijin maintained his position on the sofa, his knuckles whitening from the pressure of his grip. His gaze was fixated on the grand, frosted glass door of the bathroom, where hazy steam began to envelop the interior. The light traced an exquisitely alluring silhouette. The water sculpted the delicate yet powerful lines of her shoulders and neck, cascading down the enticing curves of her body, gliding over her waist, the silhouette swaying slightly with her movements, each subtle curve challenging the fragile barrier of Lan Xijin's reason. His throat involuntarily constricted as he struggled to regain composure, yet his mind relentlessly replayed the exquisite sensation of her skin, the suppressed sounds she made in moments of ecstasy, and the overwhelming pleasure that consumed him. This woman was nothing short of a walking, potent elixir crafted solely for him. The bathroom door creaked open slowly, and Lan Xijin emerged, enveloped in a towel. Her damp, ebony hair clung to the side of her neck, droplets of water cascading down her skin, disappearing into the edge of the towel. The allure was undeniable, enhancing her temptation. She approached the sofa where Lan Xijin sat, her steps leisurely yet deliberate, each footfall seemingly pressing upon his taut nerves. Noticing his unmistakable reaction, a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of her lips. Her gaze tinged with a hint of mockery. It appeared that the young Master Lan Xijin's self-control required further refinement. Lan Xijin lounged languidly on the sofa, his ashen-gray eyes narrowing dangerously as they fixated on her. Self-control? He let out a low snort, laced with derision. Was not a bed partner merely meant to fulfill mutual desires? Before he could finish his thought, he abruptly seized her wrist with an irresistible force, spinning her around and pressing her firmly into the wide, plush sofa. He leaned down, his heated breath brushing against her face, his voice low and laden with inquiry and impatience. So, why me? In the past, she had often intruded upon him, but her relentless pursuit of Zhuo was notorious. Even the lofty Bai Qinnan, known for his high standards, regarded her with softness. Why, then, had she chosen to make that damned wager with him? Pinned beneath him, Lan Xijin's posture appeared vulnerable, yet her eyes remained clear, exuding an air of composure and control. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Is the young master feeling insecure? A smirk tugged at Lan Xijin's throat as he suppressed the tumult of displeasure within him.
No.
It was merely curiosity. After all, it was merely a relationship of mutual satisfaction. Who she associated with was of no concern to him. He merely needed to wait for her to dissolve that cursed bet. Amidst his tangled thoughts of struggle and inexplicable anger, he ceased his inquiries and, with a hint of frustration, captured her lips in a fierce kiss. A night of intoxicating fervor ensued. Chapter 32. The position of Student Council President the following day. In class, Zhuo arrived unusually early, occupying a corner seat in the last row. His face bore several noticeable bruises, a cut on his lip, and his gaze was somewhat unfocused, reflecting a complex mix of curiosity and agitation, completely devoid of his usual arrogance. Damn, Zhuo, what happened to your face? A younger accomplice approached, his voice hushed and filled with shock. Shut up, Zhuo interrupted impatiently, his expression dark, issuing a silent warning. His mind was consumed by the chilling, piercing peach blossom eyes and the ghostly agility of last night's encounter, leaving him disinterested in the foolishness around him. A subtle tension enveloped the classroom. Everyone's eyes flickered to Zhuo's injuries, and various conjectures flew amidst unspoken exchanges. It was evident that a mere brawl could not have marred the face of the underworld's prince, suggesting a deeper secret tied to the Qin family. As the final bell rang for the last class of the morning, a notice from the Student Council's secretariat was promptly delivered to each core member of every class. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in the grand auditorium, all students of Morris Academy convened. The atmosphere was solemn as department heads, officers, and class representatives took their designated seats. Lan Xijin sat at the center of the podium, his demeanor stern, flanked by core members Bai Qinnan, Bai Qi, and Lin Nuo on either side. Zhuo languidly leaned against the back of his chair, a wound marring his visage. Yet his gaze remained sharp as it swept across the audience below. When his eyes met those familiar peach blossom eyes in the crowd, he was momentarily taken aback. The sensation evoked by those eyes was all too familiar. But it couldn't be her. How could Zhuo possess such prowess and an icy killing intent etched deep into her very bones? Was it merely a coincidence? Or perhaps another member of the Shan family? As he pondered, Lan Xijin tapped the microphone, his deep voice resonating through the auditorium with an undeniable authority. Silence. The room fell into an immediate hush, as if a pin could be heard falling. Today's gathering was convened for a singular agenda. His gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on Zhuo. His tone remained steady, devoid of emotion. As he spoke in accordance with the regulations of the Academy and the consensus reached with Zhuo, effective immediately, I shall resign from the position of Student Council President. A wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Lan Xijin continued without hesitation, the new president will be Zhuo, who has achieved exceptional results in this month's examinations and has received unanimous recognition from the Academy's administration. He rose, gesturing formally toward Zhuo. His movements precise yet imbued with a hint of cold formality. President Shan, please. All eyes converged on Zhuo, akin to a spotlight illuminating her presence. There was shock, reverence, jealousy, and an unmasked scrutiny akin to Zhuo's. Zhuo slowly rose to her feet, clad in a tailored academy uniform, the top button meticulously fastened, accentuating her elongated neck and serene demeanor. She approached the center of the podium, standing at the position that symbolized the highest authority of Morris Academy students. She did not glance at Lan Xijin. Her calm gaze scanned the sea of faces below. Her expression bore no signs of excitement typical of a new official. Nor did it exhibit any feigned humility, only a serene acceptance of her role. At that moment, her voice resonated through the microphone, clear and steady, possessing an extraordinary penetrating quality. I shall now resume command of the Student Council. There was no lengthy inaugural speech, no insincere pleasantries. In a succinct utterance, she announced the transfer of power, simple, direct, yet imbued with an undeniable command. The audience fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed deliberately muted. Resume command? Was she ever part of the student council before? Murmured some newer students, questioning their neighbors. She was once the legend of Morris Academy. Resume command?
Yes.
They recalled the Academy's tradition, which typically allowed only university students to join the student council, with a solitary exception, Zhuo, who, during her middle school years, had been celebrated as a genius among geniuses, breaking the norm to lead the student council. It was merely 3 years ago that she had been ousted due to a series of absurd incidents, and as time passed, People had gradually forgotten this once revolutionary figure. Bai Qinnan gazed at her on stage, his expression complex, tinged with a subtle worry and heightened focus. Bo Shi wore a faint smile, pushing his glasses up slightly. Lin Nua remained expressionless, yet a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Qin Zhuo scoffed softly, adopting a more languid posture. Yet his gaze upon Shan Jiying grew increasingly piercing, as if he sought to unearth the shadow of the scarred woman from the previous night within her. Shan Jiying slightly raised her hand, her fingertips gently tapping the smooth surface of the podium. The crisp sound resonated sharply in the stillness of the auditorium. Now she spoke. Her voice not loud, yet unmistakably clear to every ear. The meeting is adjourned. The command, succinct and decisive, snapped everyone from their reverie, prompting them to rise in unison. There was no cacophony, only the shuffling of chairs and the intentional softening of footsteps. The intangible authority of the newly appointed president had, within mere moments, enveloped the room in a quiet dominance. Lan Xijin observed as Shan Jiying descended from the dais without a backward glance, her figure vanishing into the side corridor. He remained rooted in place, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was eager to see how she would navigate the quagmire of the student council she had inherited, and how she would come to him for assistance. Qin Zhuo was the last to rise, the scars on his face stark against the bright lights of the auditorium. He cast a lingering glance in the direction Shan Jiying had disappeared, licking his chapped lips, his expression inscrutable, before ultimately turning away, departing with an air of low pressure. Within the student council president's office, the atmosphere was tranquil, punctuated only by the rustling of paper. Shan Jiying sank deeply into the broad leather chair, one hand propping up her chin while the other swiftly sifted through the towering pile of documents. The legacy left by Lan Xijin proved to be more troublesome than she had anticipated, comprising several long-neglected yet resource-draining projects, alongside an immense student organization that had nearly developed its own ecosystem. Her brow gradually furrowed, her fingertips pausing on a file labeled Tennis Club. This organization accounted for nearly a quarter of the Student Council's annual budget, boasting the finest indoor and outdoor facilities, as well as the most advanced equipment. Its head, Shen Qingyun, was a celebrated tennis prodigy renowned across the continent, adorned with numerous youth championships and wielding considerable influence within the academy. During his tenure, Lan Xijin had attempted to curtail the tennis club's inflated resources, reallocating some to emerging or underprivileged clubs, only to be met with cold indifference from the talented young woman. Knock, knock. Two restrained knocks echoed.
Come in.
A young staff member cautiously pushed the door open, placing a thin file upon the expansive desk. Her voice trembled slightly with an almost imperceptible tension. President, this is the annual activity plan and budget application report submitted by Shin Qingyun of the tennis club. The staff member set down the document and retreated with an air of urgency, as if fleeing from some lurking beast. Shan Jiying's gaze fell upon the report. It was thin, merely 2 pages, starkly disproportionate to the significant resources the tennis club had historically consumed. She picked it up and opened it. The content was exceedingly perfunctory and hasty. Plan: maintain regular training, participate in the Intercontinental Student League. Budget request: 3,000. There were no details, no project justifications, not even a basic categorization of expenses. Only the final line bore Shin Qingyun's flamboyant signature, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance. A blatant display of intimidation. Shin Qingyun evidently regarded the newly appointed president as either a mere decorative figure in need of coaxing or a role that could be easily manipulated. She could not be bothered to put on a FA directly testing Dan Jiying's limits with this nearly insulting report. Furthermore, Shin Qingyun's feelings towards Bai Qinnan were no secret within the academy. The ambiguous relationship between the new president and Bai Qinnan likely added a layer of personal animosity towards her from the esteemed Minister Shin. Chapter 33. The Utilization of Bai Shi. Dan Jiying casually tossed the worthless report from the tennis club onto the corner of her desk, deeming it a waste of time to even glance at it again. She glanced at the vintage clock on the wall, noting that it was nearing noon. Just as she exited the heavy wooden door of the president's office, a figure as warm and radiant as jade perfectly obstructed her path. Bai Shi stood there, wearing a seemingly welded-on, flawless, gentle smile, with sunlight dancing upon his hair through the window at the end of the corridor. President Dan, what a coincidence, he said, his voice clear as if plucked from a stringed instrument. Dan Jiying paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow slightly. Minister Bai, do you need something? She asked, skeptical of such a coincidence. Since it was so fortuitous that they were both heading for a meal, Bai Qi gracefully gestured for her to proceed, as if he were certain she would not decline. Shall we dine together? Today's specialty at the Lushan Pavilion is truffle risotto. Dan Xijin glanced at him without responding and continued deeper into the academy. Bai Qi, unperturbed, followed closely beside her like a shadow, his steps calm and composed. The midday sun was somewhat scorching, and in the next moment, a perfectly timed shade enveloped them. Bai Qi had unfurled a simple black umbrella, holding it steadily above their heads. He tilted the canopy slightly, granting her most of the space, while half of his shoulder remained exposed to the sun. Moving with the natural grace of a well-trained, considerate steward, President Dan, Bai Qi's voice resonated softly in the tranquil space beneath the umbrella, carrying a hint of subtle reminder. Have you forgotten your promise to attend the youth competition at the music festival? Dan Xijin fixed her gaze ahead, her tone calm and unperturbed.
Did I?
I don't recall. Bai Qi's footsteps faltered ever so slightly before he chuckled softly, the warmth of his laughter barely discernible. It's rather disheartening to be discarded once you've served your purpose, President Dan. Tell me. Dan Xijin finally turned her head, her cold gaze landing on his flawless profile. Why must I participate? You've already won numerous awards. Why seek distant accolades? The space beneath the umbrella seemed to momentarily freeze. Bai Qi tightened his grip on the umbrella's handle, his knuckles paling. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking again, his voice dipping into a deeper timbre, as if the perfect mask of gentleness had cracked slightly. This year's youth competition offers not only a substantial monetary prize, but also a long-lost fragment of a musical score. He paused, seemingly suppressing some emotion. My mother dedicated her life to searching for it. This year, it has suddenly resurfaced, entrusted to the Myaxin Trust by an unidentified mysterious collector with a stipulation attached. Bai Qi's gaze shifted towards Shan Jiying. Only with the emergence of the champion in this year's youth competition at the music gala would the trust institution bestow this fragment as an additional reward to the victor. A bittersweet smile curved his lips, for I, unfortunately, had already attained the lifelong honor of being a judge at the music festival. Bound by the rules, I could no longer participate. He felt as though this sudden lead and the stringent regulations were intricately woven nets ensnaring him. Yet he had no choice but to plunge into this trap. Thus, Shan Jiying understood, her crimson lips curling into a smirk laced with playful scrutiny. Are you in such dire straits that you wish for my assistance in competing, to reclaim your mother's aspirations? She deliberately emphasized the phrase help you. However, with a shift in her tone and a glint of cunning in her eyes, she added, I seem to have only agreed to register you for the competition. But I never guaranteed you would win, did I? Bai Qi paused momentarily, then that perfect smile returned to his face, even more radiant than before. He gazed at Shan Jiying, his eyes deep and his tone resolute. You will succeed. Shan Jiying, you will not permit yourself to fail. He hesitated, his voice imbued with a persuasive power. In any realm, wouldn't you agree? Especially in areas where you are not lacking in ability. Shan Jiying let out a light laugh, the sound crisp and resonant against the tranquil, tree-lined path. By Minister, you are indeed the first to so openly exploit my talents. Her tone was inscrutable, yet it caused a slight tightening in Bai Qi's chest. The two shared an umbrella, walking closely together along the main avenue of the campus. Bai Qi gently held the umbrella for her, leaning in slightly to listen, while Shan Jiying's rare, smiling profile captured the attention of passing students, akin to a seismic bombshell. My heavens! Is that Minister Bai and President Shan? Bai Qi is holding an umbrella for President Shan. And so close. When did their relationship become so amicable? Did President Shan just smile? What could Bai Qi have said to her? Countless shocked, inquisitive, and envious gazes converged upon them, whispers of intrigue spreading like wildfire. The combination of the newly appointed president and the Minister of Culture was enough to ignite the entire Morris College. Luo Shan Pavilion, the most secluded yet elegant restaurant within the academy, boasted a refined ambience, with crystal chandeliers casting a gentle glow. Bai Qi gallantly pulled out a chair for Shan Jiying, and scarcely had they settled when a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Bai Qinnan immediately spotted the conspicuous duo by the window. Observing Bai Qi pulling out a chair for Shan Jiying, his handsome brows furrowed imperceptibly but quickly returned to tranquility as he approached. Hello, he greeted gently, his gaze resting on Shan Jiying, laced with subtle concern. Bai Minister, care to join us? Bai Qi's smile remained impeccable. Bai Qinnan accepted without hesitation. Seating himself beside Shan Jiying, the atmosphere at the table grew somewhat delicate. Bai Qi glanced at Bai Qinnan, his voice soft yet edged with sharpness. Wasn't it just 2 weeks ago that you intended to expel our President Shan from the academy? When did the relationship become so amicable? Shan Jiying raised an eyebrow, her gaze teasing as it settled upon Bai Qinnan. Upon meeting her eyes, Bai Qinnan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt wash over him, prompting a brief cough. What about Minister Bai? I distinctly recall you unceremoniously ejecting both him and his piano from the music room. Shan Jiying leisurely perused the menu, questioning. Are you certain you wish to persist in discussing these matters? The two fell abruptly silent. At that moment, the sound of hurried high heels approached from afar.
Qinnan ye.
A crisp, somewhat spoiled voice rang out. Shin Qingyun had changed out of her tennis attire, now adorned in an exquisite dress, her makeup flawless. She had a singular focus, heading straight for Bai Qinnan's table, seemingly oblivious to Shan Jiying and Bai Shi beside him. Chapter 34. An overreaching challenge? Shin Qingyun effortlessly pulled out the chair opposite Bai Qinnan and sat down, disregarding the immediate change in his expression. She casually glanced at the menu before turning to the waiter, her tone deliberately familiar. I'll have what Minister Bai is having. It was as if she were staking a claim. Bai Qinnan's brow furrowed, his voice colder than before, laced with an unmistakable distance. Minister Shen, I have pressing matters to discuss with President Shan and Minister Bai. Please vacate the table. There was no ambiguity in his relationship with Shin Qingyun. His aloofness bore no effect on her. Shin Qingyun seemed convinced that she surpassed all his admirers, believing he would inevitably belong to her, a notion utterly delusional. Only then did Shin Qingyun appear to notice Shan Jiying, crossing her arms and lazily lifting her eyelids, her gaze unabashedly dismissive and provocative. Oh, I happen to have important matters to discuss with President Shan as well. She emphasized important matters. Minister Shan should have already reviewed the report from the tennis department, correct? Shin Qingyun leaned slightly forward, her eyes fixed on Shan Jiying with an aggressive intensity. Our tennis department is relying on this funding to continue our operations. I kindly ask President Shan to expedite the budget approval. Otherwise, she deliberately paused, her voice rising so that nearby tables could hear. If this disrupts our training schedule and results in a loss of face for the Academy at next month's 8 Schools Alliance Championship, President Shan, you may find it difficult to explain. A blatant threat. She brazenly wielded the Academy's reputation against the newly appointed president. Shin Qingyun. Bai Qinnan slammed his palm onto the table, rising abruptly, his typically cold demeanor now brimming with icy fury. His eyes were sharp as he warned, mind your status and your words. Shin Qingyun was taken aback by Bai Qinnan's unprecedented severity, and the unmasked protectiveness and anger in his gaze made her heart feel as though it were being pricked by needles. She bit her lip fiercely, looking at Shan Jiying with an intensity of jealousy that threatened to spill over. Her family had relocated to the continent 2 years prior due to a power struggle, and she had only transferred from Ace Academy in the continent to Morris 2 years ago. She knew little of Shan Jiying's illustrious past and had never witnessed the moment when she led the Shan family to the pinnacle of success. To her, Shan Jiying was merely a fortunate individual who had turned her fortunes around with a single examination. Even though she now appears resplendent, deep down, she remains the absurd and laughable Shan Jiying. What merit does she possess to warrant Bai Qinnan's protection and special treatment? The report? Shan Jiying finally set down her cup. She lifted her gaze to meet Shin Qingyun's hostile and threatening stare, her lips curving into a chilling smile. Her voice crisp and composed.
I saw it.
It has already been discarded. This statement struck like a resounding slap, landing forcefully on Shin Qingyun's face in front of everyone. Discarded? This was not merely a rejection of her report, it was an affront to Shin Qingyun herself. An act that cast her dignity and pride as the head of the tennis department into the refuse. You. Shin Qingyun slammed her hand on the table in fury. The report by Minister Shen. Shan Jiying continued leisurely, disregarding her rage, her gaze scrutinizing as if appraising a substandard product. Superficial and haphazard, the data unclear, the budget inflated, devoid of sincerity. Such a thing is nothing but trash. What do you know? Shin Qingyun, thoroughly incensed, allowed her reason to be consumed by anger. Her proud tennis achievements becoming her sole weapon of retaliation. What qualifications do you have to judge my report, you who have scarcely touched a tennis racket? You do not comprehend what our tennis department requires. You are ignorant of the investments and guarantees necessary for a top-tier event. She hurled the labels of outsider and ignorant at Shan Jiying, attempting to crush her with the authority of her expertise. If the budget is not approved within 3 days, The entire tennis department will withdraw from the 8-School Alliance Tournament. The 8-School Alliance Tournament is a comprehensive competition among the 8 premier noble academies of the continent. The outcome not only reflects the honor of each academy but, to some extent, symbolizes the future possibilities of the entire continent. In recent years, although Morris Academy has maintained its top position, the gap has been narrowing. Tennis, as the most scrutinized event in noble sports, involves multiple medals and can even determine the final rankings of the academies. A pin could be heard dropping in the restaurant. Everyone held their breath, observing the fierce confrontation between the new president and the tennis minister. Bai Qinnan still wore a playful smile, while Bai Qinnan's expression darkened, his fury intensifying, poised to reprimand again. Yet, Shan Jiying's reaction surprised everyone. Instead of retaliating, she began to laugh softly, a sound filled with delight, as if she had heard something exceedingly amusing. She even tilted her head slightly, her gaze imbued with pity. "Outsider?" She echoed Shen Qingyun's words, her tone laced with mockery. Then, she gradually rose to her feet. Her tall figure cast a formidable shadow under the soft light of the restaurant. She approached Shen Qingyun, their proximity palpable, and the calm yet unfathomable depth of her gaze momentarily startled the enraged Shen Qingyun, causing an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Shen Qingyun, Shan Jiying's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the restaurant with absolute confidence and undeniable authority. "Since you are so certain that my ignorance will ruin your tennis department." She paused momentarily, her crimson lips parting to unleash a proposal that was nothing short of astonishing. "How about a match between us? Let me ascertain whether the exorbitant budget of the tennis club is truly justified." Shen Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had encountered a cosmic jest. Upon regaining her composure, she scoffed derisively, her laughter laced with absurdity and disdain. "A match with you? President Dan," she drawled, her tone exaggeratedly elongated, her gaze akin to that of one observing a fool devoid of self-awareness. "You hardly possess the qualifications for such a challenge." With arms crossed and chin slightly elevated, she spoke in a tone that reeked of condescension. "Our tennis club is brimming with talent. Any member of the reserve team could impart to the esteemed president a lesson in the mastery of one's craft. Would you like them to entertain you? We wouldn't want anyone to accuse us of bullying you." It was laughable, a novice daring to challenge her. Did she truly believe that performing adequately in theoretical subjects during the midterms equated to prowess in sports? She had wielded a racket since the age of 6. Her life was forged in the crucible of tennis. Dan Jiying's audacious provocation was, in her eyes, a sacrilege against the sport. Dan Jiying disregarded the palpable scorn and disdain reflected in Shen Qingyun's eyes, as if the barbed words were merely the buzzing of a mosquito. In a voice that was chillingly calm, she replied, "Very well. You may set the rules and select the participants. The tennis club may send anyone. Should they triumph over me?" Ignoring the contempt in Shen Qingyun's gaze, she continued with an unsettling calmness, "The budget will be approved immediately." Furthermore, she emphasized, "The tennis club's future budget shall remain beyond the scrutiny of the student council." In an instant, Shen Qingyun's eyes sparkled with elation and the certainty of victory. Was there truly any distinction between this and a gift? However, Dan Jiying's tone shifted, each word pronounced as if it were a verdict. "If the tennis club loses, the future budget will be slashed by 2/3. The facilities will be managed uniformly by the student council, and the tennis club must comply unconditionally."
Deal.
Shen Qingyun could scarcely contain her excitement as she rose, casting a condescending glance at Dan Jiying, her lips curling into a confident smirk. "At 6 o'clock this evening, at the central tennis court. President Dan, I hope you won't be frightened into retreat." With that, she departed, brimming with exuberant confidence and eager anticipation as she began to assemble her team. Once Shen Qingyun left, the tense atmosphere in the dining hall began to ease. Bai Qinnan pursed his lips, his gaze towards Dan Jiying infused with unmasked concern. Tennis was Shen Qingyun's domain, one she had immersed herself in for over a decade. He opened his mouth, intending to explain Shen Qingyun's relentless pursuit, wishing to caution her about Shen Qingyun's formidable prowess in tennis. Yet, deterred by the amused glint in Bai Qi's eyes, he swallowed his words, his brow furrowing deeper. Chapter 35. A bet, perhaps? After lunch, Bai Qinnan finally seized an opportunity, cornering Dan Jiying at the turn of the student council corridor.
"Ing."
His voice was tinged with urgency, his handsome face etched with worry. "My relationship with Shen Qingyun is not." Dan Jiying did not halt her stride, She merely cast a sidelong glance at him, her expression tranquil and unwavering. That is a matter between you and her. As for the match, it is a concern solely between her and me. Upon finishing her words, she did not linger. Striding directly towards the office, leaving Bai Qinnan standing in place, his heart a tumult of emotions, worry prevailing. As she pushed open the office door, a familiar scent of aromatic wood enveloped her. Lan Xijin sat languidly on the expansive sofa, legs crossed, fingertips playing with a brass key. If my memory serves me right, Ji Ying was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, eyebrow raised, declaring, "This office now belongs to me. The key returns to its rightful owner." Lan Xijin's lips curled into a lazy smile. "The password locks at home have already informed me. Do you really care about this office key? I hear you've clashed with Xin Qingyan." He shifted the subject, leaning slightly forward. "You plead with me." His voice dropped, laced with a hint of seduction. "I can assist you with this minor issue in the tennis department." Ji Ying cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as she walked towards the grand desk. Lan Xijin's voice carried an almost imperceptible chill. "Are you hoping to seize this opportunity to teach Bai Qinnan's audacious admirers a lesson?" Ji Ying paused in her task of organizing documents, letting out a faint laugh. "You seem particularly invested in my romantic circumstances. Should I remind you? Our relationship is merely—" She hesitated for a moment, clearly articulating two words: bed partners. The warmth in Lan Xijin's eyes instantly evaporated, leaving only a frigid stare. He abruptly rose, his tall figure casting an imposing shadow. No need for reminders, his voice deepened. "I merely believe that if the esteemed President Dan truly harbors feelings for Minister Bai, my days of freedom may not be far off." After school, at the central tennis court, news had spread like wildfire, already reverberating throughout Morris Academy. When Ji Ying appeared at the entrance clad in a crisp white tracksuit, wielding an unremarkable tennis racket, the scene before her was nothing short of spectacular. The stands surrounding the court were packed with an eager crowd, a sea of dark figures. Not only students but also several curious instructors and staff members had crammed into the throng, their faces alight with astonishment. The new student council president challenging the entire tennis department was an unprecedented event in the history of Morris Academy. In the center of the court, Xin Qingyan stood with her arms crossed, donned in a professional tennis outfit, a confident smile gracing her features. Behind her loomed the elite members of the tennis department, each casting unfriendly glares at Ji Ying. "President Dan, you certainly keep your word," Xin Qingyan's voice rang out, tinged with provocation. "The rules are simple. The first to win 6 games in a set is the victor. You may challenge any member of our tennis department."
To her,
Ji Ying seemed no match for any of her teammates. Ignoring her, Ji Ying walked to one end of the court, casually warming up with her racket, her movements seemingly unremarkable. "No need to choose. Let President Xin send someone." A flicker of indignation crossed Xin Qingyan's gaze, but her lips twisted into an even colder smile.
Wan Xin.
She called to a girl behind her, "Come entertain President Dan. Let her experience the enthusiasm of our reserve team." She toyed with the game, her fervor palpable, her gaze laced with malice. A girl named Wang Xian offered a fleeting smile as she grasped her racket and stepped onto the court. A mere reserve player. This was her opportunity to shine before the minister. The match commenced. Wang Xian served, a shot with a deceptive angle. It zipped toward a seemingly unreachable corner. Yet Ji Ying glided effortlessly, as if she had anticipated the ball's trajectory. With a flick of her wrist, her seemingly casual motion belied the precision with which her racket met the ball. The sharp sound of impact echoed. That seemingly assured point was deftly returned to the most uncomfortable spot at Wang Xian's feet. Wang Xian was momentarily stunned, her smile frozen. She served again, with even more ferocity. Yet, regardless of how cunning her angles were, Ji Ying effortlessly redirected the ball to her most challenging position. The first set concluded at a pace that left spectators breathless. Wang Xian, like a clumsy marionette, was manipulated at will by Ji Ying. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Xin Qingyun's smile had vanished entirely, her expression now one of utter dismay. "Zhang Lei," she nearly bit out, calling upon the vice minister, renowned expert known for his comprehensive skill set. "Unleash your full potential." As Zhang Lei passed her, she whispered with an air of absolute command. He nodded gravely, understanding the minister's intent, to exhaust his opponent with relentless returns. The second set began. Zhang Lei's approach was ferocious. Each shot came with fierce intent, targeting Shan Jiying directly. His strikes were swift and heavy, accompanied by a howling wind that sent shivers down spines. However, Shan Jiying remained unnervingly calm. She appeared as a finely tuned machine, calculating the ball's descent with precision. In the face of his aggressive shots, she often required only a deft sidestep, resolving crises with minimal movement. Her actions lacked explosive flair, yet embodied the subtle elegance of Tai Chi, exerting tremendous force with seemingly effortless grace. Zhang Lei poured every ounce of his strength into the match, sweat cascading down his brow, each stroke exhausting him. Yet, Shan Jiying resembled an unfathomable vortex, quietly dissipating his tempestuous power, then countering with even greater finesse. Shan Jiying held a commanding lead. Zhang Lei was panting heavily, his steps faltering, his gaze growing unfocused. In contrast, Shan Jiying maintained steady breaths, not a single bead of sweat gracing her forehead, her white sports attire gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. In the sixth game, Shan Jiying prepared to serve decisively. A seemingly ordinary flat serve, yet it was astonishingly swift. She secured the second set with an overwhelming display. Zhang Lei could no longer endure, his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the court. Silence enveloped the arena. Shen Qingyun's expression was beyond mere distress, her eyes reflecting shock, fury, resentment, and a subtle, barely discernible hint of fear. Her pride, the tennis team, had been utterly humiliated by a crushing defeat to Dan Jiying,
who had not even broken a sweat.
She fixed her gaze on the calm figure at the opposite end of the court, a wave of immense humiliation and fury threatening to consume her. She could not afford to lose. She absolutely must not be defeated by Dan Jiying in front of everyone. Useless, she muttered under her breath, forcefully pushing aside Zhang Lei, who had just been helped back. Under the myriad of focused eyes in the arena, Shen Qingyun took a deep breath and grasped her professional racket, a symbol of honor and strength, striding resolutely into the center of the court. Standing opposite Dan Jiying, she pointed her racket directly at her and challenged, "Dan Jiying, do you dare to place a wager with me?" Dan Jiying tilted her head with a smile, exuding neither tension nor fear. "By all means, Director Shen. The loser today will leave the tennis court crawling. I shall show you what true tennis is." Chapter 36. A violent confrontation. The match commenced. Shen Qingyun's racket sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh. Serve, aiming straight for Dan Jiying's face. This was not merely a game. It was an outpouring of frustration. Dan Jiying shifted her feet, sidestepping gracefully. The racket met the ball with precision.
Bang.
The ball was deftly redirected back. Shen Qingyun narrowed her eyes, a victorious smile tugging at her lips. The overwhelming defeats in the previous two matches had startled her. Yet they also revealed a crucial insight. Dan Jiying excelled at using her opponent's force against them, accurately predicting the trajectory of the ball, but seemed disinclined to engage in a direct contest of strength. Want to evade? Let us see how long you can manage that. She completely abandoned any tactical finesse. Each swing of her racket was infused with unrestrained power.
Bang, bang, bang.
The tennis ball had transformed from a mere object into a missile imbued with her fury. Dan Jiying continued to counter with grace, her footwork as light as the wind, appearing precisely at every targeted spot. Ha! Shen Qingyun shouted fiercely, delivering a near-violent smash that felt as though it channeled all her weight. The ball plummeted towards Dan Jiying's side of the court like a meteor. Dan Jiying's expression sharpened as her racket met the ball. A chilling sound of tearing filled the air. The racket in Dan Jiying's hand vibrated violently, several strings snapping at the center of the racket face. The tennis ball lost control, bouncing weakly on the ground before rolling out of bounds. 0-1, silence. Everyone bore witness to the catastrophic state of the shattered racket. Shen Qingyun gasped for breath, a twisted sense of pleasure finally gracing her features. "President Dan, will you concede? Or else the next thing that breaks one tee just be the strings." Dan Jiying looked down at the ruined racket in her hand, her brow finally furrowing in concern. Shen Qingyun's explosive power had indeed exceeded her expectations. A voice, as cold as a snow-capped mountain, resonated. Bai Qinnan had approached at some point, holding a brand-new white racket, its face gleaming with a hard sheen in the setting sun. Use this. He had been worried since learning of their wager. While he trusted Dan Jiying's prowess, he prepared for contingencies, never anticipating that his assistance would truly be needed. In the shadow of the stands, Lan Xijin observed the tall, white figure extending the racket towards Shan Jiying, his knuckles instinctively tightening, a fleeting trace of gloom flickering in his gaze, one that even he was unaware of. Bai Qinnan's gesture ignited the entire tennis court. Everyone bore witness to the typically aloof and detached head of the department displaying an expression of concern. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyun, upon seeing the unmistakable protectiveness in Bai Qinnan's eyes for Shan Jiying, as well as the evident worth of the racket, felt a surge of jealousy that instantly incinerated the last remnants of her rationality. You are helping her? Shen Qingyun's voice nearly shattered, her eyes bloodshot. Shan Jiying accepted the racket, nodding slightly to Bai Qinnan, her gaze imbued with an unusual emotion. Thank you. Turning away, her expression hardened, devoid of the previous gentleness as she directed her eyes at Shen Qingyun.
Continue.
Shan Jiying's voice was icy, a chilling command. Shen Qingyun had completely lost her sanity. She disregarded the rules of the match, the finesse required. Every strike she made was driven by a singular aim, to incapacitate Shan Jiying. The serve surged directly towards Shan Jiying's body, swift and fierce, like a bullet. Her smashes were no longer about precision but rather a frenzied assault, channeling all her strength towards Shan Jiying's wrist. Her style had transcended the realm of sport. It was akin to a lethal confrontation. Gasps erupted from the stands, some spectators unable to restrain themselves, exclaiming, Shen Qingyun, you have gone too far. Yet, in the face of this murderous intent, Shan Jiying stirred. She ceased to evade.
Bang!
Confronted with Shen Qingyun's violent serve aimed directly at her face, Shan Jiying halted momentarily, her core unleashing a terrifying power. She swung the pristine white racket, no longer deflecting. It was an unadulterated, forceful counterattack. The racket collided with a tennis ball, producing a thunderous echo. A shadow, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, hurtled forth with a speed more terrifying than Shen Qingyun's serve, crashing into the red earth behind her. Shen Qingyun's pupils constricted. What speed and power had that ball possessed? Shan Jiying flicked her wrist, her cold gaze fixed on Shen Qingyun. Was that all the strength you could muster? A blatant provocation. Shen Qingyun, fully incensed, roared as she prepared to serve once more. A glint of determination flashed in Shan Jiying's eyes, her feet pushing off the ground as she met the incoming ball, unleashing a power that rivaled Shen Qingyun's ferocity.
Bang!
Another point secured. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Strength, pure, overwhelming strength. Her power was indeed formidable. Had she merely been toying with those two opponents earlier? Wang Xian and Zhang Lei turned pale, their mouths agape, realizing that the crushing dominance they had just witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. How terrifying. One strike after another, the court reverberated with the aesthetic of violence. Each of Shan Jiying's swings radiated destructive force, mercilessly dismantling Shen Qingyun's frenzied counterattacks. The score climbed mercilessly. Shan Jiying, clutching the white racket, stood at the net. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly across the silent court. Shen Qingyun, you have lost. Shen Qingyun's knees buckled, and with a heavy thud, she knelt upon the scorching red earth. The championship racket slipped from her grasp, falling helplessly to the ground, her gaze vacant, as if all her spirit had been siphoned away. Defeated. In the very realm of power she had once taken pride in. On the tennis court, which she regarded as the essence of her existence. Overwhelmed by her most despised and belittled rival in the most crushing manner imaginable. Completely shattered. Like a soulless entity, she trembled as she propped herself up, her eyes vacantly drifting toward the exit of the court. Her lips quivered with a resolute despair, her knees slightly bent, on the verge of fulfilling that humiliating wager. Enough. A cold voice resounded from behind her. Shen Qingyun froze, bewildered as she turned around. Shan Jiying stood bathed in the halo of the setting sun, her silhouette tall and her gaze tranquil. I never stated that my wager required you to crawl out after losing to me. Shen Qingyun's eyes brimmed with incredulity and astonishment. Shouldn't this woman be reveling in her own triumph over her humiliation? Shouldn't she be mocking her with the most vicious words? I want you to lead the tennis team at the 8-school alliance competition. She paused slightly, her voice suddenly rising with an undeniable command to seize all the gold medals. Chapter 37. The Invitation to Dinner. Shen Qingyun remained rooted to the spot, nearly doubting her own hearing as a buzzing filled her ears. Finally, her parched lips struggled to move, managing to utter a hoarse, okay. Shan Jiying no longer regarded her, deftly stowing away the pure white racket, turning away to stride purposefully toward the figure waiting at the edge of the court. Today, she ultimately accepted his favor. Despite her constant assertions of independence, at the final moment, she relied on the weapon he extended. This feeling was subtly complex. Bai Qinnan stood still, watching as the elegant and poised figure drew nearer with each step. Each stride felt as though it tread upon his very heartbeat. His throat tightened, and his palms grew slightly damp. He opened his mouth, his voice carrying a barely perceptible dryness. Lan Xijin halted before him, tilting her head slightly, her usually frosty eyes now revealing an unusual vibrancy. A faint smile curved her lips as she said, "Shall we? Let us go eat together." Bai Qinnan's heart skipped a beat, quickly replaced by a more fervent rhythm. He instinctively nodded, his voice slightly strained. Sure." The two walked side by side, the setting suns stretching their shadows long and intertwining. The scene was harmoniously dazzling, akin to a meticulously composed masterpiece, instantly capturing the attention of all lingering gazes until their figures vanished entirely into the shadows of the court's exit. The once silent court exploded like boiling water. My heavens! Was that an invitation for a date? This is definitely an official announcement. Did you see the way my icy male deity looked at President Shan just now? I've never seen that before. Have you heard? During the midterm exams, President Bai was ready to give all his points to President Shan. Though later she didn't accept, at that time no one believed it. All his points.
Wow.
So it turns out President Bai can be quite terrifying when he sets his mind to it. It seems their families have been friends for generations. They must have known each other since childhood. No wonder. The swiftly spreading rumors pierced through Lan Xijin's ears with striking clarity. He remained seated in the shadows, absently rubbing the secret bite mark left on his chest by yesterday's encounter through the fabric of his uniform.
Why?
Why could the person who had writhed beneath him last night, leaving behind such vivid traces of intimacy, so easily turn her gaze to another man with such lively eyes? What did he signify in her world? Merely a fleeting plaything? A wave of icy resentment silently enveloped him, the air thickening with tension. Nearby, a group of excited students shuddered, instinctively silencing themselves as they cast furtive glances at the figure emanating an unsettling low pressure from the shadows. Lan Xijin rose in silence, his tall form exuding an unapproachable chill. He did not acknowledge anyone as he strode through the hushed crowd, each step resonating on their taut nerves. Vanishing into the darkness of the corridor, the onlookers assumed this former president was simply displeased after witnessing his rival's brilliance, none daring to probe the tumultuous storm concealed beneath his icy faade. In the heart of the city, atop a luxurious revolving restaurant, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the cityscape illuminated by night. The exquisite dishes on the table remained largely untouched. Dan Xijing rested her chin lazily in one hand, her gaze unabashedly fixed on the man across from her. The soft light from the crystal chandelier highlighted her delicate features while also casting a glow on Bai Qinnan's slightly flushed ears. Today, she spoke, "Thank you." Bai Qinnan felt unsettled under her unwavering stare, instinctively lifting his glass for a sip. The cool liquid slid down his throat. Yet it could not quell the inexplicable heat rising within him. Clearing his throat, his voice remained cool but carried a hint of warmth and resolve. "I told you. There is no need for gratitude." His gaze lifted, finally meeting hers, his deep eyes revealing an unmasked sincerity. "Anything I do for you is entirely my own willingness." A subtle smile graced her lips, tinged with mischief. "Willingly? Minister Bai, I do not like to owe favors. What do you desire?" Bai Qinnan's heart raced uncontrollably. He instinctively sought to evade her penetrating gaze, yet he found himself magnetically drawn to it. What did he want? The answer had always been etched deeply within him, though it had never crossed his lips. He swallowed hard, his usually clear thoughts descending into chaos. I want you." His voice was hoarse, laced with buried fear. "Do not disappear again." The unfamiliar stares, the chilling aloofness of the past 3 years had repeatedly jolted him awake from nightmares.
Dan Xijing Bao said.
Her expression softening for a fleeting moment. "I promise." "Promise? What assurance do you offer?" A long-absent mechanical voice suddenly intruded, dripping with cold sarcasm. "Long time no see."
Dan Xijing silently replied.
New task. Zhuo's affection level 30. It was him again?
Dan Xijing's brow twitched.
Time limit, 24. She could almost guarantee that this system was deliberately trying to vex her. Zhuo, that despicable man, she wished to avoid him at all costs. As dinner concluded, Bai Qinnan escorted her to the entrance of her apartment building. "Good night." As Lan Xijin turned to leave, a gentle force grasped her wrist. The crisp fragrance of sandalwood enveloped her in an instant. Bai Qinnan's voice was low, laced with an almost imperceptible attachment. "Good night." The apartment was devoid of life. with no trace of Lan Xijin. This was to be expected. After her shower, Shan Jiying lay down, wearily rubbing her temples. The tennis club was momentarily quiet. Other organizations would likely behave themselves as well. Yet, this system was truly bothersome. Meanwhile, in the shadows beneath the apartment building, Lan Xijin leaned against his car, the rearview mirror reflecting the taillights of the departing sports car. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, knuckles turning pale. Finally, he slammed his foot on the accelerator, the car roaring into the night like an enraged beast. He would constantly remind himself that the only path forward was for the bedmate to swiftly terminate that damned wager. At the club, under dim and hazy lighting, Qinj sank into the soft sofa, yet his gaze remained fixated on an empty corner, his expression hollow and obstinate. "Zhuo?" Someone beside him cautiously called out. Qinj frowned, returning to his senses, irritatedly retracting his gaze. "Zhuo seems distracted these past few days. Could it be he's regretting his decision regarding Shan? Get lost." Qinj scoffed, downing a swig of strong liquor. That woman? No matter how she changed, he would never forget her previously repugnant visage. His gaze inadvertently drifted back to that corner. He had dispatched the finest operatives of the Qin family to investigate the mysterious woman from that alley, but the results? As if she had vanished into thin air. Damn it. Qinj cursed under his breath, gripping the glass tightly. Why not eliminate him? Did she not even have the right to take action against him? This feeling of being utterly disregarded incited a fury within him far greater than death itself. He had to find her, had to seek answers. But where could he possibly look for her? Chapter 38. The first return to the Shan family. In the grand auditorium of Morris Academy, every seat was filled. It was the annual alumni return day, and each speaker on stage was a legend of the institution. Shan Jiying sat in the center of the front row, arms crossed, her gaze precisely fixed on the tall figure on stage, Shan Linchuan. Clad in a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, he exuded a formidable and austere presence. His speech was delivered in a calm tone, with rigorous logic. Each word struck precisely at the heart of family responsibility and business strategy, epitomizing the strength, self-discipline, and impeccable nature expected of a mature heir, yet there was an icy detachment that repelled those around him. His steady gaze swept over the audience, emanating a sense of aloofness, as if he were surveying the world from a great height. That gaze briefly flickered over Shan Jiying in the center of the front row, the amber eyes behind his silver-rimmed glasses seeming to flash with something fleeting before he averted his gaze as if nothing had occurred. Whispers floated around her. Is that Shan Linchuan? He looks even more impressive in person. The Shan family's genes seemed custom-designed for the pinnacle of the pyramid. The aura he projected was so powerful that one could feel frostbite merely by approaching him. Shan Jiying sat quietly, her arms crossed, observing her illustrious cousin on the stage without much emotional upheaval. Between them lay the unspoken rivalry born of familial competition, a tacit understanding that necessitated a degree of distance. The resounding applause signified the conclusion of his speech. As the lights illuminated the space, the crowd began to stir. Shan Linchuan descended from the podium, flanked by several respectful board members and faculty leaders, wearing a perfectly measured smile as he navigated the compliments and pleasantries that surrounded him with a polite aloofness. Shan Jiying rose, preparing to depart with the throng. However, a tall figure, exuding the brisk scent of cedar, unobtrusively obstructed her path. Shan Linchuan had somehow extricated himself from the crowd and now stood before her. Jiying, his voice was deep and melodious, resonating clearly in her ears. He lowered his gaze slightly, focusing intently on her face, as if the cacophony of the world around them had momentarily stilled. To an outside observer, this posture might seem like a brother's ordinary concern for his sister. The surrounding crowd intuitively paused a few steps away, their curious gazes fixed upon them. Shan Jiying halted, meeting his eyes with a calm demeanor. The speech was quite splendid, but that is the usual standard for Shan Linchuan. He appeared unfazed by her response. His penetrating gaze lingered on her face for a moment, before he leaned in slightly, the proximity allowing the sharp scent of cedar to envelop her senses, creating an intangible sense of pressure while skillfully maintaining the decorum of social etiquette. The family is awaiting you, he spoke, his voice lowered to a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them. The content of his words was matter-of-fact. They wished for you to assume control of Qingyun Capital's affairs at your earliest convenience. This sector requires your involvement. Shan Jiying's eyes narrowed slightly. Qingyun Capital? That was one of the core family enterprises once under Shan Linchuan's command. She gazed at him, attempting to decipher any hidden intentions from his expression. Lan Xijin met her gaze, his face still wearing that familiar detached demeanor. Yet, within the depths of his profound eyes, a fleeting glimmer of almost beguiling allure flashed by so rapidly that she questioned her own perception. He parted his lips slightly, speaking clearly and deeply. "I will fully cooperate with you." This statement was delivered with utmost seriousness, carrying an undertone of commitment. Lan Xijin was momentarily taken aback. Full cooperation? This did not seem like an evasion or a test, but rather an indication of support. She furrowed her brow slightly. Lan Xijin was an enigma to her. After expending so much effort to secure the core assets of the Shan family, he was now willing to relinquish them with merely a promise of full cooperation? Naturally. Lan Xijin straightened up effortlessly, his expression reverting to its habitual aloofness and perfection, all for the sake of the Shan family. Having spoken, he did not wait for Lan Xijin's response or commitment, as if their conversation were merely a necessary handover of duty. He inclined his head slightly, his movements graceful and impeccable, before turning back towards the awaiting board members and faculty leaders. His figure stood tall and imposing, akin to an unscalable snow-capped mountain, swiftly disappearing into the crowd of respectful admirers. Lan Xijin remained rooted to the spot, her gaze lingering on the direction of Lan Xijin's departure, her brow furrowing even deeper. Under the full cooperation of Qingyun capital, Lan Xijin's thoughts need careful consideration. As evening descended, Shan Group's headquarters loomed ahead. Dressed in a pristine white academic uniform, Lan Xijin gracefully entered the lobby. "Good evening. May I inquire if you have an appointment?" The young receptionist wore a professional smile, her gaze briefly sweeping across Lan Xijin's youthful and delicate features, revealing a hint of subtle scrutiny. She did not recognize the young lady from the Shan family, who had rarely appeared in the group over the past 3 years. "I do not have an appointment," Lan Xijin replied in a calm tone. The receptionist's smile waned slightly as she responded in a formulaic manner. "I'm sorry, without an appointment. Could you please provide your name and the purpose of your visit?" "I am Lan Xijin." Lan Xijin interrupted her, stating her name with confidence. The receptionist momentarily froze, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty passing through her eyes. Lan Xijin? The name was familiar. She was the notorious young lady of the Shan family. Yet, the aura emanating from the young woman before her was strikingly different. Not wishing to prolong the receptionist's discomfort, Lan Xijin swiftly took out her phone and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. "I am downstairs." A moment of silence followed, and then Lan Xijin's deep and steady voice resonated. "Understood." The call ended. Just seconds later, the exclusive elevator chimed softly, its doors opening. A middle-aged man, serious in demeanor and adorned with a senior assistant's badge, swiftly emerged, his gaze locking onto Lan Xijin. He approached her with quick strides, slightly bowing, his demeanor radiating utmost respect. "Miss, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This way, please." He gestured towards the exclusive elevator that had just descended. The receptionist's face turned ashen, the color draining completely. It seemed her employment was on the brink of termination. "You are quite diligent," a voice, reminiscent of a savior, broke the silence, prompting the receptionist to look up abruptly. However, that elegant figure had already stepped toward the elevator that symbolized the pinnacle of the group's authority. On the top floor, within the office of the investment department manager, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the city's dazzling lights. The interior exuded a minimalist cold color scheme, featuring a black desk and leather sofa. The air was infused with a crisp cedar fragrance, emanating an atmosphere of icy detachment, akin to its owner. Seated behind the large desk, Lan Xijin's gaze, shielded by silver-rimmed glasses, remained fixed on a document in his hand, unperturbed. Only upon hearing the door open did he slowly lift his eyes. Lan Xijin entered, and the assistant respectfully closed the door behind her. "This situation will not occur again." Lan Xijin's voice revealed no trace of emotion as he set down the document, leaning back slightly, his calm gaze settling on Lan Xijin. Lan Xijin approached the desk but did not take a seat, her hands casually resting on the icy edge of the table, signaling her composure. Lan Xijin's fingertips lightly tapped the smooth surface of the desk, creating a rhythmic sound. He picked up another substantial document from the table and slid it toward her. "This is the core business report of Qingyun Capital for the past 3 years, detailing the primary asset list, core team structure, and key ongoing projects. You need to familiarize yourself with it promptly." Chapter 39. Teasing Young Master Qin. Lan Xijin did not take the document. Her gaze remained sharp, fixed intently on Lan Xijin. With a subtle curve gracing the corners of his lips, Lan Xijin seemed to have already discerned her innermost thoughts. I have stated before, everything is for the Shan family. His voice, deep and melodious, resonated with an undeniable conviction. I trust in your abilities, and I believe you can lead the Shan family to greater heights. Lan Xijin withdrew her scrutinizing gaze, her fingertips gliding over the cold cover of the file, casually flipping it open. A mere glance sent a tremor through her heart. The report was alarmingly detailed, dissecting core secrets, potential risks, and even the gray areas, all laid bare before her. Good. She closed the file. Her response succinct, yet imbued with a resolute confidence unique to her. In the depths of Lan Xijin's amber eyes, a fleeting glimmer of elusive light flickered, almost imperceptibly. He inclined his head slightly, the depths of his gaze conveying an expectation for her performance. Without lingering any further, Lan Xijin grasped the file and turned to leave. Just as her fingers brushed the doorknob, Lan Xijin's low, magnetic voice resonated behind her. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I have pledged my full support. Her steps did not falter as the door clicked shut, severing the connection to his watchful gaze. In the office, Lan Xijin paced before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected his flawless yet icy profile, and behind his glasses, his amber eyes swirled with profound calculations. He lifted a cup of coffee, long gone cold, and took a sip, the intense bitterness spreading across his tongue. To obtain, one must first give. Only by temporarily loosening one's grip can one eventually tighten it further. In the dimmest corner of the club, where thunderous music served as a muffled backdrop, Lan Xijin concealed herself in the shadows. Clad in sleek black attire that accentuated her lithe figure, a low-brimmed cap concealed much of her face. Save for a strikingly cold pair of peach blossom eyes, glimmering with a chilling allure under the dim lights. A glass of amber liquor was just set down on the table when an inquisitive and fiery gaze locked onto her. The server trembled, nearly spilling the drink, and quickly retreated. A towering shadow fell over her, obscuring the dazzling lights and casting a dark silhouette across the table. Lan Xijin lazily lifted her gaze, her eyes, now visible beneath the cap, collided with a pair of sharply focused, leopard-like eyes. As their gazes intertwined, Zhuo finally discerned her features. Marred by a scar that consumed nearly half her face, the horrific lines spreading ominously. Yet, her enchanting peach blossom eyes exuded a familiar, yet chilling detachment. He seated himself beside her on the sofa, his body leaning forward with an oppressive intensity, fixating on her, his voice hoarse as he questioned, "Why did you not kill me?" Lan Xijin let out a derisive laugh, her voice deliberately rendered hoarse and unappealing. "TSK. It's the first time I've encountered someone so eager for death." She turned her gaze away from him, her slender fingers idly swirling the drink, the ice clinking softly. Just as she prepared to down the drink in one go, a scorching hand seized her wrist with astonishing force. Zhuo snatched the glass from her grasp. Leaning in closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he whispered in a low tone, "Tell me,
Whose side are you on?"
Lan Xijin allowed him to hold her wrist, slowly tilting her head to the side. Beneath the brim of her hat, those peach blossom eyes met his burning gaze at close quarters, cold and devoid of emotion, only exuding an air of condescension. A wicked and sardonic smile played at the corners of her lips, suggesting that he seemed unworthy to pose such questions. The words defeat, hands down, and General seared into Zhuo's heart as he gripped her wrist with fingers turning as pale as death, his breath heavy, humiliation and fury swirling in his eyes. Ultimately, he seemed drained of all strength, releasing her with a sense of profound defeat that engulfed him. A flicker of barely perceptible interest crossed Xijin's eyes as she shifted her numb wrist. Regardless of whose voice it was hoarse as she declared, "I shall offer you tenfold the reward." Xijin raised an eyebrow, her peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief. Leaning slightly forward, she closed the distance. "Oh, that sounds quite enticing." Zhuo lifted his head, his gaze ablaze as he looked at her. However, the next moment, her crimson lips parted, "But I must decline." Zhuo sprang to his feet, his towering figure casting her entirely in shadow. "Why? You should know that I am the future master of the Qin family. Those two fools are merely struggling in their dying breaths. Or, do you possess some leverage over them?" Xijin did not respond, meeting Zhuo's eyes before suddenly extending her index finger. The coolness of her fingertip, imbued with suggestive meaning, gently brushed along his taut jawline, leisurely gliding toward his slightly bobbing Adam's apple, ultimately resting upon his collarbone. Zhuo's body froze, as if struck by an electric current, uncontrollably shuddering. His Adam's apple rolled violently, a visible blush creeping up his ears. "What are you doing?" His voice rose sharply, tinged with a hint of panic. "Not bad physique," Ji Ying observed keenly, raising an eyebrow, her tone laced with mockery. "If you were to offer yourself as compensation, I might consider it." "You." Qin Zhuo was both humiliated and enraged, his face flushed crimson. In the next instant, a fierce punch aimed at Ji Ying's face came barreling towards her. Ji Ying slightly tilted her head, the punch grazing her temple, crashing heavily into the depths of the sofa with a resounding bang. The two found themselves entangled in an extremely intimate position on the couch, with Qin Zhuo nearly pinning her beneath him. She turned her head, her warm breath deliberately wafting against his sensitive ear, her voice languid and teasing, so eager to embrace. Qin Zhuo's other hand transformed into a knife-like strike aimed at her. The wine glass was swept aside, shattering on the floor. Surrounding patrons screamed and ducked for cover. The waiter summoned the manager, but upon recognizing Qin Zhuo, the manager could only sigh in resignation, clear the area, charge the damages to young Master Qin. The space was instantly vacated, transforming into a battlefield exclusive to them. Qin Zhuo's onslaught came like a tempest, each strike vicious. Yet Ji Ying evaded with an ethereal grace, her fingertips provocatively brushing against his bicep. Not bad at all. Qin Zhuo's face flushed crimson, launching a fierce roundhouse kick aimed at her midsection. Ji Ying dodged, slipping behind him, her slender, soft hand pressing firmly against his narrow waist. Feeling the tautness of his powerful muscles. You must have considerable strength. Shut up. Qin Zhuo lunged forward recklessly. A whirlwind of chaos ensued. He was forcefully pressed against the sofa by a deft power, his face sinking into the leather, while a warm hand firmly twisted his wrist behind his back. Another hand, exuding a chilling sensation, glided down his spine with an evaluative intent. It appeared that Ji Ying leaned closer, her breath brushing against the nape of his neck. Her voice tinged with a hint of regret. "Is it that Qin Shao is unwilling? You better kill me right now." Qin Zhuo's voice was muffled in the sofa, yet still fierce. "Otherwise, I will eventually kill you." A soft laugh escaped Ji Ying's lips, imbued with a cold amusement. "I shall await that." Suddenly, she released her grip, and Qin Zhuo felt a lightness on his back. Ji Ying straightened, casually flicking her wrist and glancing at the shattered wine glass scattered on the floor. "You spilled my drink." Her gaze swept over Qin Zhuo, who was struggling to rise from the sofa, his eyes filled with hatred. A wicked smile curved her red lips. "Remember to compensate me double next time we meet." With that, she cast no further glance, lowered her hat's brim, and like a specter, she glided through the chaos, leaving amidst the fearful gazes of the onlookers. The crowd gasped, astonished at a woman who dared to toy with the heir of the Qin family and yet emerged unscathed. Qin Zhuo propped himself up on the sofa, his hair disheveled, collar wide open, his chest heaving, flushed either from rage or the recent encounter. He fixated on her vanishing silhouette, the lingering warmth of her touch igniting a tumult within him. That damned woman. He must make her kneel and beg for mercy. Qin Zhuo's favorability. 20. Mission accomplished. The notification chimed in his mind. A slight smile curled at the corner of Ji Ying's lips, finding unexpected amusement in Qin Zhuo's innocent, yet furious reaction. Chapter 40. Drugged? In recent days, Ji Ying had been preoccupied with matters regarding Qingyun capital, leading to a complete silence in her interactions with Lan Xijin. At school, the former president seemed to have transformed into a total stranger to her. When they crossed paths in the corridor, not a single glance was exchanged, and the air turned frigid as they brushed past each other. Ji Ying remained unfazed by this utter disregard. However, this thorough neglect only fueled Lan Xijin's growing displeasure, festering day by day. Outskirts, private cemetery. A solitary red sports car stood outside the solemn courtyard. Ji Ying opened the car door and walked along the familiar path. Since taking over this body, she had only visited once. Burdened with system tasks and family affairs, she had only now managed to extricate herself. Her steps halted as she approached a tranquil area. Leaning against the sturdy trunk of an ancient tree, she crossed her arms, directing her gaze toward a crouched figure not far away.
Shan Linchuan.
He was intently and slowly polishing a marble tombstone with a pristine white tissue. His demeanor was as reverent as if he were caressing a rare treasure, not neglecting a single edge or crevice. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting fragmented shadows upon his slightly lowered eyelashes. Once finished, he gently placed a bouquet of pure white lilies before the stone. His amber eyes, usually distant and cold, now shimmered with a tenderness of grief and profound nostalgia. He extended his finger, delicately brushing over the photograph embedded in the gravestone, lingering for an extended moment as if drawing warmth from a long-lost past. After a while, he slowly withdrew his hand and turned around. His gaze unexpectedly collided with the inquisitive eyes of Lan Xijin, who leaned against the tree trunk, observing him intently. Lan Xijin's body subtly stiffened, his thin lips pressed tightly together, a fleeting hint of discomfort flashing in his eyes. He steadied his breath and walked toward her. What a coincidence. Lan Xijin stood upright, a faint, ambiguous smile gracing her lips. What brings you here? His voice was deeper than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Lan Xijin did not respond, her eyes drifting away from his face as she walked toward the spot where Lan Xijin had just been. He silently followed her. Approaching the gravestone, she bent down and gently placed the white tulip she had brought onto it. The gravestone was meticulously maintained, yet it remained devoid of any inscription. Only a photograph was embedded there, depicting a woman of striking beauty, her elegance reminiscent of a bygone era. Just like you, Lan Xijin straightened, her voice calm and steady. To pay respects to an old friend. Lan Xijin's gaze fell upon the beautiful visage on the gravestone, his brow subtly furrowing. He knew little about this deceased aunt, only that she had passed away unexpectedly when Lan Xijin was merely 6 years old, the cause shrouded in mystery. This was perhaps the most taboo secret of the Lan family, so much so that even her name and identity were omitted from the gravestone. A gentle breeze rustled through, stirring fallen leaves that danced between them before settling down. Observing Lan Xijin's silhouette, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. He would gradually earn her trust. Later that night, in the apartment, Lan Xijin emerged from her bath, her damp hair glistening with droplets, wrapped only in a soft white bathrobe. The living room was illuminated by a single dim floor lamp, casting an ambiguous glow that outlined her slender form. She was about to head to the kitchen for a glass of water when the abrupt sound of the electronic lock disengaging echoed from the entrance.
Moments latte.
With a soft click, the heavy door swung open. Lan Xijin's tall figure stumbled in, almost colliding with the door as he forcefully slammed it shut, leaning against it as if he had exhausted all his strength. In the dim light of the living room, his bespoke suit appeared disheveled, his tie loosened, and the top buttons of his shirt missing, revealing a well-defined collarbone and a small expanse of toned chest. The captivating charm that usually adorned his face was absent, replaced by deep-set eyes marred with crimson veins, reminiscent of a cornered beast. His pupils, unfocused yet fixated on Lan Xijin in the center of the room, burned with an all-consuming intensity. His steps, though unsteady, were alarmingly swift as he approached her.
Jean?
Lan Xijin furrowed her brow, acutely aware of his alarming state. His taut body, the erratic rhythm of his breath, the abnormal heat radiating from his skin, and those eyes that had completely lost focus, now driven solely by instinctive desire, were far from the usual Lan Xijin. Before the words could fully escape, a wave of scorching breath enveloped him. Lan Xijin's heated lips, fierce and almost savage, sealed against her own. His arm imprisoned her tightly, the force astonishing, as though he intended to crush her into his very essence. A muffled sound of surprise escaped Lan Xijin as she was thrust against the cold wall by this sudden kiss. His unrestrained kiss resembled a desperate, painful consumption, with teeth occasionally clashing, releasing a metallic tang that hinted at blood. "Don't push me away," he gasped, his voice hoarse and broken, barely coherent amidst the fierce onslaught. Chapter 41. The morning after. His feverish hand gripped her waist with an astonishing strength, his heated breath fanning against her skin, igniting a shiver within her. Had she been drugged? Lan Xijin's mind raced with alarm. Who possessed such power to ensnare someone like Lan Xijin? Moreover, he managed to maintain a semblance of his rationality, seeking her out with precision rather than indulging in indiscriminate encounters. A complex emotion flickered within her.
With a sigh,
she ceased her resistance, tilting her head slightly, passively succumbing to Lan Xijin's chaotic ravaging. From the depths of his throat emerged an agonizingly pained groan. The effects of the drug surged forth like a colossal wave, overwhelming him. He abruptly lowered his head, his feverish forehead pressing against her cool neck, his body trembling violently as his grip on her waist tightened almost to the point of pain. "Help me," he rasped, managing to squeeze out the fragmented words. Nearly a plea. Lan Xijin remained silent, responding instead through her actions. Her hand gently brushed against his heaving chest. deftly unfastening the buttons that had long been on the verge of giving way. A night of indulgence. The following day, Lan Xijin slowly opened his heavy eyelids, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and relaxation. The air around him was infused with the unique scent of cedar mingled with a hint of intimacy, coaxing him into a state of ease. He sat up, the light blanket slipping off his form, revealing a perfectly sculpted chest and arms, adorned with alluring marks of their shared night. He rubbed his brow, lifting his gaze to meet hers, an expression of curiosity laced with a hint of amusement. Lan Xijin reclined languidly on the expansive window seat, the gentle morning light outlining her slender silhouette. She wore nothing but an oversized, ill-fitting men's shirt, which barely concealed her thighs, her long, graceful legs casually intertwined. One hand propped against the window, the other cradling a cup of coffee. She sipped elegantly with a delicate grace. The wide collar of the shirt slipped slightly, revealing a pale shoulder and exquisite collarbone, while the alluring curves beneath the fabric danced in the interplay of light and shadow, exuding a dangerously languid allure. The prominent Adam's apple of Lan Xijin quivered uncontrollably, instantly igniting a familiar, searing heat within him, and his ash-gray eyes deepened into an opaque darkness. At that moment, Lan Xijin set down her coffee cup, her voice laced with a morning rasp and unmasked intrigue. "Could you enlighten us, young Master Lan, about yesterday's events?" Lan Xijin's brow furrowed tightly, as fragmented memories of the previous night surged like a tidal wave. Last night, at the old Lan residence, Lingling clung to him like an inescapable burr, a relentless nuisance akin to an incessant fly. She was the niece of his stepmother, Ning, whose ulterior motives were all too clear to him. Her intention was to ensnare him with this inexpensive niece, ensuring that when her beauty waned with age, she could still cling to the affluence and prestige of the Yin family through this connection. A year prior, she had even lamented her loneliness due to the absence of her maternal family, forcibly bringing Lingling into the Lan household. Previously, he had dismissed the pair of aunts and nieces with disdain, regarding them as mere jesters. However, he never anticipated their audacity to drug him directly in his dinner. As he battled the searing heat within, which threatened to obliterate his sanity, he burst into his bedroom. The moment he swung the door open, he was met with the repulsive sight of Lingling sprawled on his bed in disheveled attire. At that instant, a powerful wave of nausea nearly consumed him. The potent effects of the drug coursed through his veins, eroding his willpower. On the precipice of losing his rationality, one name resonated with piercing clarity in his chaotic mind: Lan Xijin. He had no time to ponder what she perceived him to be or the nature of her relationship with Bai Qinnan. His singular thought was a desperate longing for her. Immediately, he fled the Lan estate, even forcefully shoving aside Ning, who attempted to obstruct him. Using the last shreds of his rationale, he sped to her location in his sports car. The events that unfolded thereafter caused his gaze to involuntarily skim over the marks on his body that bore witness to last night's madness. The corners of his thin lips curled into a faint, chilling smile, imbued with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. "Just a few loathsome insects," he murmured, his voice low and husky from sleep, yet unable to conceal an underlying coldness. "Do not worry, I shall ensure they pay dearly." He raised his eyes, his ash-gray pupils fixating deeply on the figure basking in the morning light upon the bay window, a tumult of complex emotions roiling beneath the surface. "Thank you for yesterday." "Thank you," Lan Xijin replied, as if she had just heard an amusing jest, her crimson lips curving into a nonchalant arc. She gracefully leapt down from the window seat, her bare feet touching the cool floor, the oversized men's shirt she wore billowing with her movements, presenting an alluring spectacle that quickened one's pulse. It was a mere trifle. She strolled to the bedside, leaning in slightly, her fresh scent from her recent bath enveloping him. After all, as a competent bedmate, it was only fitting to address the urgent needs of the other party, was it not? The term bedmate struck Lan Xijin's heart once more like a dagger. His grip tightened around the sheets, his knuckles whitening from the force as they emitted a faint cracking sound. A surge of pain, mingled with anger and resentment, enveloped him in an instant. He should never have accepted her infernal wager, which had rendered their relationship so utterly grotesque. Just then, a hand with a warm and gentle touch unexpectedly covered the back of his tightly clenched fist, its knuckles pale from pressure. Lan Xijin leaned closer, so near that he could distinctly perceive the graceful arc of her curled lashes. She extended her other hand, her slender, pale finger imbued with a flirtatious, yet commanding intent, gently lifted his flawlessly sculpted chin, compelling his gaze to meet hers. With a slight tilt of her head, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with a cunning and perilous glint. Her crimson lips nearly brushed against the shell of his ear as she whispered, "You seem a bit displeased?" Lan Xijin's body tensed instantly, the wild scenes from the previous night flooding uncontrollably into his mind, a lump forming in his throat. "Since it's still early, why don't we engage in something pleasurable?" Chapter 42, A Ridiculous Misjudgment of Emotions. In the Student Council President's office, Lan Xijin strode in with grace, catching sight of the figure leaning against the doorframe of the president's office from a distance. President Bai. The registration for the music gala is about to close. Bai Qinnan stood upright, an ever-present, seemingly meticulously crafted gentle smile gracing his face as he handed over a document, the registration form. Lan Xijin accepted it, smoothly pushing the door open and walking directly towards a spacious desk. She didn't even take a seat, picking up the exquisite custom fountain pen on the desk, its nib gliding swiftly across the paper, leaving behind sharp and elegant strokes. The registration was completed in one fluid motion. The organizer for this year's competition is Zhuo, set to commence in 2 weeks. Bai Qinnan observed her, a hint of undeniable seriousness peering through his gentle facade. "I will ensure that each round's critical assessment questions are delivered to you in advance." "Oh?" Lan Xijin tilted her head slightly, the corners of her lips forming an enigmatic smile, her gaze sharp as a blade. "The head judge himself is personally aiding me in cheating? Merely to prevent unforeseen circumstances," Bai Qinnan replied, his expression composed, as if discussing the weather. "So, starting today, after class, we shall meet in the piano room." "The piano room?" Lan Xijin seemed to have heard something amusing, her fingertips lightly tapping the desk. "Didn't Team Minister Bai once explicitly state that I am forbidden from entering the piano room to tarnish your piano? Do you require an official apology for those past thoughtless remarks?" Bai Qinnan slightly inclined his body, his posture impeccable, yet his gaze unfathomable.
Gast a jest.
Lan Xijin averted her eyes. New task. Objective: increase Bai Qinnan's favorability to 50. Deadline: 72 hours. The cold mechanical voice abruptly echoed in Lan Xijin's mind.
Ha!
She almost silently scoffed, her thoughts swirling. "Is this how you randomly assign tasks based on whom you see? So casual? Host, your words seem to be rather excessive." The system's electronic voice carried a barely perceptible pause and a hint of provoked annoyance. New task released. Objective: increase Bai Qinnan's favorability to 20. Deadline: 72 hours. This time, the electronic voice inexplicably conveyed a sense of petulance. Lan Xijin shrugged in resignation, although a faint interest flickered in her eyes. "Very well. How is it discovered that beings of higher dimensions possess such a narrow-mindedness?" After school, in the piano room of the East Wing at Morris Academy, melodious and ethereal notes flowed like moonlight, permeating the tranquil space. Bai Qinnan, clad in a crisp white shirt, sat on the piano bench with his back to the door. The fluid melody cascaded under his slender, powerful fingers. The sound of footsteps echoed softly. He ceased playing and slowly turned around. His light brown eyes, illuminated by the warm glow of the piano room, appeared so profound that they seemed capable of capturing one's very soul. "Have you arrived?" His voice was deep and melodious, naturally offering half of the bench. Lan Xijin, without pretense, took a seat beside him. The two sat shoulder to shoulder, their perfect profiles illuminated in the interplay of light and shadow, resembling finely crafted works of art, conjuring a flawless tableau of ancient Greece. Bai Qinnan retrieved several pages of time-worn sheet music, delicately placing them on the stand, ready to try a few pieces. The first was a purely technical exercise devoid of emotional weight, merely a flurry of rapid notes. Lan Xijin's fingers danced upon the black and white keys, instantly transforming into two indistinct white shadows. Each note rang clear and sharp, imbued with an exhilarating sense of mastery. Next, Bai Qinnan's voice was slightly hoarse, his gaze fixated on her flying fingers. The second piece was titled Suffering. Centuries ago, a music maestro, battered by fate, composed this piece in the depths of despair after enduring the betrayal of dear ones and the catastrophic loss of his beloved, ultimately ending his own life. It was a requiem forged from fragments of the soul and a bloodied heart. Lan Xijin understood the purpose behind his choice of this piece. A great artist must possess profound empathy and imagination. For someone raised in opulence to perform such a piece rooted in pain was a more telling test of ability. As Lan Xijin struck her first heavy chord, The air in the piano room abruptly solidified. The music resonated with suffocating anguish, a profound solitude that pierced deeply, bearing the scars of a soul repeatedly torn asunder, crashing violently against Bai Shi's heart. Each note felt as if it originated from the depths of hell, heavy enough to render one breathless. Bai Qi held his breath, his light brown pupils dilating sharply. He beheld the delicate, perfect hands on the keys, his eyes brimming with shock and fascination. Surely, among the entire continent, no more than 3 individuals could evoke such profound emotion from this piece. And the other 2 were known for their tragic childhoods. Bai Qi affection level 30, the system notification echoed, tinged with an eerie resonance. The final note slowly dissipated. Shan Jiying's fingers hovered above the keys, trembling slightly. She gradually withdrew her hands, her gaze still reflecting a hint of lingering resentment and unfathomable pain. President Shan? Bai Shi's gentle voice carried an imperceptible tension, attempting to draw her back from that heart-rending state. Shan Jiying closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her gaze was once again indifferent, as if the emotions experienced moments ago were mere illusions. What does President Bai think? Her tone betrayed no ripple of emotion. Even without me, Bai Qi inhaled deeply, seriousness etched upon his features. You would still be the champion. The final piece of music is considerably simpler, a well-known wedding march. Its backstory tells of lovers who, after enduring trials, finally unite, with a melody that radiates hopes of happiness and fulfillment. Shan Jiying's fingers, once again, descend upon the keys. The notes flow forth with impeccable accuracy, the rhythm precise, and the technique flawless. However, Bai Shi's brow furrows deeper with each passing moment. What should be a sweet and joyful melody feels hollow under her touch, as though a meticulously programmed machine were executing commands, cold and piercing. After merely a single measure, he can no longer tolerate it, abruptly reaching out to grasp her moving wrist.
Stop.
His voice, typically gentle, now carries an undercurrent of suppressed agitation. He swiftly retrieves several more sheets of music, all themed around love or warmth, in an attempt to find something different. Yet, the outcome remains unchanged. Whether it be a tender love song or a heartwarming ode to familial affection, the notes that spill from Shan Jiying's fingertips are eternally precise yet devoid of warmth. Each endeavor is interrupted by Bai Qi, who exhibits clear signs of impatience and distaste. Enough. Utterly soulless. It is a sheer desecration of the art of piano. Shan Jiying raises an eyebrow slightly. I do not perceive any issue. Bai Qi abruptly stands, his chest rising and falling slightly. He looks down upon Shan Jiying, who remains seated on the piano bench, his usually gentle hazel eyes now swirling with profound disappointment and anger. After a long pause, he speaks slowly, his voice deep and clear. Shan Jiying, you lack a heart. You do not understand love, nor do you comprehend emotion. Hence, all melodies that require the infusion of love, under your fingers, are reduced to a pile of repugnant noise. As she listens to this sharp and nearly cruel assessment, Shan Jiying's brow finally furrows slightly. Does she not understand emotions? She does not share that sentiment. Chapter 43. Change missing? Let us pause here for today. Bai Qi rubs his brow. The customary warmth of his smile now vanished, leaving behind only profound fatigue. Shan Jiying presses her lips together. She does not cast another glance at Bai Qi. Rising decisively and exiting the piano room. In the apartment, she pushes the door open and carelessly tosses her bag onto the sofa, producing a dull thud. Lan Xijin emerges leisurely from the study, clearly having waited for some time. Dressed in comfortable dark loungewear, he appears relaxed. Yet a hint of intrigue flickers in his eyes upon seeing the chill on Shan Jiying's face. It is the first time he has witnessed her in such a state. Resembling a small creature whose tail has been stepped on, exhibiting a childish stubbornness.
Who has upset you?
He leans against the study doorframe, his voice low and tinged with amusement. Bai Qi, Shan Jiying utters the name. Lan Xijin's brow furrows slightly. Bai Qi? That music fanatic? A subtle displeasure arises. He recalls distinctly how, when Bai Qinnan sought to expel Shan Jiying from the academy, this music-obsessed madman had unexpectedly spoken up on her behalf. When did they develop such a connection? You and him? Lan Xijin's tone grows heavier, curiosity evident. Not familiar. Dan Jiying let out a cold snort, unmistakably exuding impatience, as if the very mention of his name had sullied her ears. She finally raised her gaze to the unwelcome man before her. It appears I did not extend an invitation to you, she remarked. Yet, Lan Xijin maintained an air of composure. even managing to conjure a faint smile that bore a hint of control. Oh, the mastermind behind my drugging has yet to be uncovered. Returning to the Lan residence feels perilous. He shrugged, his demeanor relaxed, as though stating an indisputable fact, entirely disregarding the fact that, as the heir of the Lan family, his properties were fortified with stringent security measures, a flimsy excuse, indeed. Dan Xijin scrutinized him for a couple of seconds. Ultimately, she merely let out a barely audible scoff, choosing not to expose his pretense. Very well, let it be, she thought, disinterested in entangling herself in such trivial matters. Observing her acceptance, a peculiar sense of satisfaction began to quell the discontent he felt due to Bai Qinnan, even nurturing a secret delight within him. He rationalized to himself that if the intoxicating thrill of their connection was agreeable to him, perhaps being unspoken partners in bed was a commendable option. However, the abrupt, chilling mechanical voice shattered the tranquility. Warning! Warning! Target Qin's life signs are rapidly declining. He is in a state of extreme danger. The piercing alarm echoed frantically in Dan Xijin's mind. She could scarcely muster the energy to lift her eyelids, her heart unperturbed. Zhuo? She silently questioned. How many could possibly bring the notorious heir of the underworld to the brink of death? Do you require me to implement coercive measures to prompt your action? The system's electronic voice delivered with undeniable menace. Dan Xijin's expression darkened. She despised being threatened, yet she was acutely aware of the system's capacity to enact any command. Swiftly, she rose, disregarding the immediate gaze Lan Xijin cast upon her. I have matters to attend to. I shall step out. Her tone was devoid of inflection. Lan Xijin did not press further, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Yet his eyes were firmly fixed on her retreating figure. In the dark alley, the heavy scent of rust mingled with the essence of death, enveloping her before she even crossed the threshold. Dan Xijin glided into the alley, like a ghost merging with the night, silently traversing the space littered with sprawled bodies, unconscious and discarded like tattered dolls. Deeper within the alley, intermittent dragging sounds echoed, each step laden with weight. As she drew closer, a tall, dark silhouette leaned against the wall, struggling to stabilize its faltering form, each breath accompanied by a harrowing gasp. The figure seemed to sense her presence at the alley's entrance. Abruptly spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body tensing like an injured cheetah, summoning the last of his strength to confront her. Yet it was in vain. He swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Zhuo persisted, one hand pressed firmly against the warm wound seeping from his abdomen, staggering step by step toward the alley's mouth. Finally, he neared the exit. Against the frigid glow of the main road, he discerned a silhouette, slender and indifferent. When his gaze met the visage marred by grotesque scars, Zhuo's bloodied lips unexpectedly twisted into a faintly tragic arc. You've witnessed his plight, his voice rasped, fragmented, a source of profound embarrassment. Before he could finish, the last vestiges of his strength dissipated entirely. His knees buckled, and his towering figure lurched forward, crashing heavily against Lan Xijin. She extended her arms, securely embracing his searing, weighty body. Lowering her head, her icy gaze swept over the unconscious forms sprawled upon the ground, their robust physiques and fallen postures revealing them to be a cadre of well-trained assassins. The ability to escape from such a multitude of professional killers signified no small skill. Without a moment's pause, she half-supported, half-cradled the nearly unconscious Zhuo, swiftly vanishing from the death-laden ambience. In a remote villa, under the soft glow of lights, Lan Xijin's movements were precise and composed as she tended to the numerous ghastly wounds upon him. The most grievous one lay across his abdomen, flesh-torn and threatening to breach the viscera, dark crimson blood seeping slowly. Her methods of disinfection, suturing, and bandaging were deft and unhesitating. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Zhuo, having lost considerable blood, gasped sharply, struggling to awaken from the abyss of darkness. In this unfamiliar environment, instinctual vigilance caused his sharp, elongated eyes to survey the room instantaneously upon opening, his body yearning to rise in defense. A sharp pain, akin to tearing, radiated from his midsection, draining the color from his face. He looked down to find his wounds meticulously bandaged, memories flooding back like an overwhelming tide. Lan Xijin sat a short distance away in a solitary armchair, her demeanor relaxed, legs crossed, one hand languidly propping her chin. Her enchanting eyes unabashedly scrutinizing him from head to toe. What transpired? Her voice was devoid of emotion, betraying no concern, merely a straightforward inquiry. Zhuo pressed his pale lips together, his throat constricting painfully as he recalled the murderous intent of his two elder brothers, which had finally erupted after he announced his engagement to the eldest daughter of the Su family. Furthermore, they had discovered his recent search for the woman before him, using a similar decoy to lure him into a deadly trap. It was all too humiliating. He wished to shield her from such disgrace. No matter. If you wish to remain silent, so be it. Lan Xijin appeared to penetrate his thoughts, rising nonchalantly, her movements brisk and decisive. You may stay here at your leisure. I shall take my leave.
Wait.
Zhuo instinctively shouted, his voice hoarse and dry. Where are you going? The moment the words escaped his lips, he was taken aback by their unintended implication of entreaty, which felt woefully out of place. Lan Xijin halted at the doorway. None of your concern. Her tone was cold and distant, as if rescuing him was akin to saving an ant on a whim. With that, her figure vanished beyond the threshold. Lying on the unfamiliar bed, a delayed pang of anguish began to unfurl within Zhuo. He struggled, disregarding the risk of tearing his wounds, and stumbled out of bed, meandering through the vast, cold villa. Every room was immaculate, devoid of any signs of life. No photographs, no personal belongings. Who was she, really? Why did she save him? What were her intentions? Dan Xijin did not return to the apartment where Lan Xijin resided. Instead, she retreated to a secluded dwelling, meticulously removing the makeup that concealed her identity. The following day at Morris Academy, during the break, explosive news swiftly spread through every corner of the institution. The terrifying heir of the Qin family, Zhuo, had gone missing. This news was soon confirmed. Zhuo's whereabouts remained unaccounted for throughout the day. However, his nearly fiancée, the renowned and graceful eldest daughter of the Su family, maintained her flawless smile and composed demeanor. Her calmness led many to believe that Zhuo was merely engaged in a family task that could not be disclosed. In the corridor's lounge, as Dan Xijin exited the classroom, a powerful grip seized her wrist, pulling her into an adjacent empty lounge. Lan Xijin slammed the door shut behind them, pressing her firmly against the cold door panel. Their proximity allowed Dan Xijin to clearly see the dark shadows beneath his eyelids. His handsome features bore a rare pallor and weariness. His deep-set eyes, bloodshot, fixated intensely upon her. Why didn't you come back last night? Lan Xijin's voice was hoarse. He leaned down abruptly, the bridge of his nose nearly brushing against her neck, exuding a primal possessiveness tinged with a hint of chaotic urgency. He inhaled deeply, attempting to discern any unfamiliar scent that might belong to another man lingering on her. Dan Xijin momentarily froze, her slender fingers lightly pressed against his taut chest, delivering a frosty warning that pushed him back slightly. Chapter 44. Pretending to date. Do you require me to inform you of my whereabouts? Dan Xijin raised her gaze, meeting Lan Xijin's eyes without a hint of retreat. This defiance ignited a fire within him. Rather than releasing her, he tightened his grip on her wrist. With his other hand, he forcefully clasped her supple waist, pressing her more closely against the chilly door. Their bodies fit together seamlessly, leaving no space between them. Lan Xijin's searing body heat penetrated the thin fabric of his uniform, burning her. The scent of sandalwood enveloped her, binding her utterly between his form and the door. Report? He murmured, his heated breath cascading onto her sensitive neck, his voice low and gravelly, laced with fierce possessiveness and a barely perceptible agitation. I simply wish to ensure. He paused, his lips almost brushing against her delicate skin, feeling the faint pulse beneath. That my bed partner has not been tainted by any unsavory filth. Before his words could fully escape, he lowered his head with a punitive intent, fiercely kissing her exquisitely pronounced collarbone. His teeth left a vivid, ambiguous crimson mark on her skin. Dan Xijin was taken by surprise, a soft, muffled sound escaping her throat. Just then, the ringing of a bell echoed through the air. The piercing sound of the class bell resonated sharply. Lan Xijin's movements abruptly halted. He slowly lifted his head, the tumult of desire and anger still simmering in his eyes. Releasing his grip, he stepped back, casually slipping his hands into his pockets, regaining his languid and aristocratic demeanor. Though his gaze remained fiercely locked onto Lan Xijin, in the instant he retreated, Lan Xijin had already steadied her breath. She did not glance at the mark on her collarbone. Instead, she expressionlessly raised her hand, methodically fastening the loosened buttons of her shirt one by one. The topmost button sealed the trace of desire and possession with precision. She lifted her eyes, casting a calm glance at Lan Xijin. her expression as serene as if their earlier passionate entanglement had never occurred. Observing her frigid and austere demeanor, a surge of suppressed emotion surged within Lan Xijin, igniting a fierce impulse to shatter this faade once more. He swallowed hard, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. In the evening. Do not keep me waiting too long. After school, as Lan Xijin stepped out of the classroom building, a figure obstructed her path.
Bai Qinnan,
With his perfectly gentle smile restored, beckoned her. Come with me to the piano room. Lan Xijin paused, a smirk of derision gracing her lips. Did not the president Bai say my music was devoid of emotion, a desecration of the art of piano, mere noise? Bai Qi appeared unfazed by her sarcasm, his gentle smile unwavering. He reached out, firmly grasping her wrist, unyieldingly pulling her to turn towards the piano room. Lan Xijin frowned slightly, but did not resist immediately, allowing him to guide her through the increasingly empty corridor, feeling the undeniable force of his grip. Only upon pushing open the heavy door of the piano room did Bai Qi release her hand. He turned to face her, his light brown eyes appearing particularly profound in the fading light. I have thought of a plan, he began.
Oh.
Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow slightly. Bai Qi did not explain immediately. Instead, he stepped closer, shortening the distance between them. He leaned in, his warm breath a beguiling intimacy against her ear. Let us pretend to date, he whispered, his voice low as if sharing a secret between lovers. Of course, it's not real. We will simulate a genuine romantic relationship. As he spoke, he naturally extended his right hand, slowly gliding it toward her hand hanging by her side. His fingertips first brushed against her hand, then confidently slipped between her fingers, intertwining them. Let me show you what it means to feel emotions. Lan Xijin allowed him to entwine their hands, neither breaking free nor responding. She met Bai Qi's gaze, filled with deep affection and longing, yet her expression bore no signs of enchantment or shyness. Her eyes remained clear, even tinged with scrutiny and amusement. To my knowledge, she began slowly, President Bai does not seem to have a romantic partner? A person who has never truly experienced emotions. What grounds do you have to believe that you can help me discern the essence of genuine feelings? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, but soon, he let out a soft, low laugh. The sound resonated distinctly within the quiet confines of the piano room, tinged with a certain obsession. Rest assured, he murmured, tightening his grip on her hand slightly. His light brown eyes shimmered with a tenderness, so profound it seemed capable of weeping, their depth and focus enough to ensnare any unsuspecting soul, rendering them oblivious to the faade. I shall portray the most perfect romantic partner. Watching the semblance of genuine affection in his gaze, and feeling the warmth and strength radiating from his palm, Lan Xijin fell silent for a few moments. All right, she finally replied, conceding to trust in Minister Bai's acting prowess for the time being. Hearing her agreement, Bai Qi naturally lifted one hand, gently brushing aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen by her ear, treating it as if it were a cherished treasure. Tomorrow is the weekend. He leaned in slightly, his voice sweetly coaxing, let us go on a date. Chapter 45. A Devotion of Body. A Debt of Gratitude? All right. Lan Xijin's fingertips curled slightly, entwining with his, her eyes reflecting a tenderness equally masterful in its performance. Disposing of her lackluster romantic involvement, she glanced at her watch. There was still ample time to ascertain whether the young Master Qin was alive or dead. Adorning herself in her signature dark ensemble and a cleverly crafted scar disguise, she drove toward the secluded villa in the outskirts. As she pushed open the door, a heavy scent of blood assaulted her senses. In the living room, Zhuo sat on the sofa, his muscular torso exposed, looking rather disheveled. He had his head bowed, attempting to tend to the gruesome wound on his arm. But his clumsy efforts had left the bandages in disarray, deepening the stains of crimson. The soft creak of the door hinge made him snap his head up. Upon recognizing Lan Xijin, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed his features, and instinctively, he reached for a nearby shirt to cover himself. Lan Xijin approached, her movements swift and decisive as she tore away the hastily wrapped bandages. The cold ointment spread under her fingertips, igniting a peculiar burning sensation that made Zhuo shudder. His ears flushing a deep red. I can handle this myself, he stammered. Silence was her only response. Her fingers danced across the taut muscles of his arm, sending jolts of electricity through the air. They stood in close proximity, the brisk scent of cedar mingling with the atmosphere, compelling Zhuo to ponder where he had encountered this fragrance before. His gaze involuntarily drifted to her scarred cheek, his brow furrowing deeply. How much pain must those scars have inflicted? Did this girl truly care so little? Lan Xijin lifted her eyes to meet his, their faces mere inches apart. And she caught the fleeting glimpse of pain that flickered in his eyes. When do you intend to leave? Her tone was calm and unruffled. Not until my wounds have healed, Zhuo replied in a low voice. He was determined to observe what those individuals sought to accomplish during his absence. He could not return to his properties. This place was the safest. Lan Xijin remarked, tying up the bandage neatly and stepping back, crossing her arms as she regarded him. So, how does young Master Qin plan to cover my rent? What is it that you desire? Zhuo's gaze was fixated on her enchanting peach blossom eyes, his ears inexplicably flushed, and his heartbeat became erratic. He understood what this woman desired. Her previous teasing left no doubt in his mind regarding her intentions. Should she broach the subject again, he might 20,000 a day. Settlement upon departure, Dan Xijin stated, her expression devoid of any suggestiveness or flirtation. Zhuo momentarily froze, the words he intended to utter abruptly silenced. As he met her earnest gaze, a flicker of displeasure coursed through him. This sum was trivial to him, yet why had she abandoned her previous proposal? Had his earlier refusal prompted her to relinquish all hope? The thought irked him immensely. He felt utterly deranged for harboring such absurd notions of offering himself to a woman of dubious origins. Damn it! His throat constricted, unable to suppress the tumultuous emotions brewing within him. Just as he was about to interrogate her, his elbow collided forcefully with a nearby medicine bottle. The glass shattered crisply against the carpet. Dan Xijin remained unfazed, effortlessly bending down to retrieve it. As she did, her collar loosened slightly, revealing a delicate segment of her alabaster collarbone, adorned with a fresh, ambiguous love bite. Zhuo's pupils constricted sharply, the blood within him seemingly freezing in an instant. He seized Dan Xijin's slender wrist, pulling her forcefully onto the sofa, his imposing frame pressing down upon her with an overwhelming force. Is this how you treat every man? He rasped, his voice hoarse and his eyes aflame, his heated breath brushing against her face. Can any random man take you home and touch you like this? His icy fingertips harshly caressed the glaring mark, as if attempting to erase its existence. The wound reopened under his fervent touch, crimson droplets staining the freshly bandaged gauze. Yet the physical agony paled in comparison to the dull ache in his heart. He felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart, constricting it, leaving him gasping for breath. What is wrong with you? Dan Xijin winced at the pain, her brow furrowing. Zhuo's chest heaved violently, blood from the wound dripping onto her dark attire. Is your private life so debauched? Dan Xijin narrowed her eyes, a sardonic smile playing at her lips. Qin, she enunciated deliberately, my private life does not concern you. Not my concern? Zhuo scoffed, as if he had heard the grandest joke. His gaze remained locked on the mark upon her collarbone. You truly repulse me. Each word was spat out with a venomous intensity, imbued with a deep-seated hatred and an unrecognized sense of resentment. How could he have ever considered offering himself to such a woman? He found himself more revolting than she. Repulsive? Dan Xijin chuckled softly, yet the mirth did not reach her eyes. Qin, you seem quite agitated. She tilted her head slightly, her crimson lips nearly brushing against his taut jawline, carrying a lethal provocation. Are you regretting your refusal that day? In your dreams. Zhuo's throat tightened, recoiling as if scalded. His gaze swept across the mark once more, rendering his breaths labored, his insides aching. Then let me go. Dan Xijin calmly pushed him away, sitting up slowly and rubbing her wrist, marked with red imprints from his grip. Zhuo's demeanor was easily misinterpreted. Staggering to his feet, the sudden movements aggravated his wounds. Blood oozing profusely. He cast a lingering glance at her, his expression a tumultuous mix of anger, distress, and a shred of vulnerability he was reluctant to acknowledge. Abruptly, he turned away, his silhouette rigid and resolute, each step echoing on the cold floor, crushing his own shattered pride beneath him. Not a single penny less, he rasped, delivering his final words before wrenching open the door and departing without a backward glance. Zhuo's affection fluctuated violently. Dan Xijin seemed indifferent. The host truly possesses a remarkable ability to make the target's heart shatter so swiftly. On another front, Lan Xijin lifted his wrist for the 5th time, the expensive watch's hands silently gliding across the dial. Reclining on a leather sofa, his long legs crossed, his gray eyes concealed a barely perceptible irritation. Click. Until the faint sound of the electronic lock signaled successful identification at the door. The subtle furrow in Lan Xijin's brow finally smoothed out, maintaining his composed demeanor. Like a beast poised to pounce, he strode to the entrance in a few long strides. Dan Jing barely had time to change her shoes before a cold, powerful hand grasped her wrist firmly. Lan Xijin's towering figure cast a heavy shadow, enveloping her completely. He leaned in, his warm breath carrying an aggressive intensity, his lips almost brushing against her ear. "I thought I would have to wait the entire night again," he murmured, laced with a hint of unnoticeable reproach. Dan Jing turned to face him, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes as she tilted her head to kiss his chin, leaving Lan Xijin momentarily frozen. "Are you asking me for compensation?" After a brief silence, he leaned closer, proposing, as compensation, "Accompany me to a place tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Dan Jing extended her other hand, her fingertips gently propping up her chin, feigning deep contemplation. "I have." She elongated her tone, her gaze innocent yet tinged with a hint of regret.
"A date."
Chapter 46. Is this the end? The mere mention of a date struck like a boulder into a lake, stirring a tempest in Lan Xijing's gray eyes. For a fleeting moment, he experienced a ringing in his ears, doubting his own hearing. A date?
His voice was alarmingly dry.
Yes, Dan Jing replied, meeting his gaze and innocently blinking, as if stating an undeniable truth. "With Bai Qi, my partner." Lan Xijing's throat constricted violently, her name escaping his lips with a chilling edge, teetering on the brink of losing control. His arm around her waist tightened suddenly, the force so great it threatened to snap her delicate figure in half. His chest heaved, eyes ablaze, demanding to know, "Are you joking with me? Tell me this is a lie." Dan Jing furrowed her brow slightly, feigning incomprehension of his fury. "We have only just started dating." Naturally, to play a role, she would regard Bai Qi as her true partner.
"Danxin."
The voice of Lan Xijin was laced with a painful humiliation as he fixed his gaze upon her. "What do you take me for? A clandestine third party?" From the very beginning, Lan Jing's tone remained calm and unwavering, as if she were merely stating an objective fact. She raised her hand, her fingertips gliding slowly down his taut jawline. "We are merely bed partners. Why concern ourselves with trivial matters?" A short, self-deprecating laugh escaped Lan Xijin's lips as he gripped her arms, his hands trembling slightly. "Trivial? So you wish for me to conceal our sordid affair from your legitimate boyfriend?" He advanced suddenly, his heated breath brushing against her face. "Lan Jing, do you think you know who I am?" He was the heir to the illustrious Lan family, perched atop the pinnacle of society. What kind of woman could he not possess? Am I the sort who would betray my dignity for you, becoming a mere plaything in this affair? At last, Lan Jing set aside her feigned innocence, her brow furrowed, her gaze growing icy and distant, radiating impatience and detachment. "So,
"What now?"
do you choose to end this relationship?" There was no plea for reconciliation, no hint of reluctance. Her indifference rendered Lan Xijin's fury and shattered heart strikingly absurd. "I respect your choice." "Respect?" Lan Xijin staggered as he released her, his tall frame swaying before he stepped back, colliding with the cold entrance cabinet with a dull thud. "Between us." His voice was hoarse, each word seemingly draining his strength. "This ends here." With that, he resolutely turned and pulled open the door, his usually upright figure now radiating an unprecedented sense of disarray and desolation. Lan Jing stood still, quietly listening as his footsteps faded away in the corridor. Her expression remained devoid of any excess emotion, as if the fierce conflict that had just transpired were nothing more than a trivial farce. She turned, calmly seated herself beside the sofa, and picked up the thick report on Qingyuan assets lying nearby. This company had its tendrils entrenched in various fields, including real estate, film, and healthcare, with an internal management structure that was intricate and convoluted, where a single action could have far-reaching consequences. The core issue at hand lay with the conservative elders, whose rigid and dogmatic thinking held sway over the organization. With one hand propping her elegantly shaped chin, Lan Jing rapidly flipped through the attached profiles of key figures at the end of the report. She narrowed her eyes slightly, imprinting the faces, resumes, and the intricate web of connections into her memory. As midnight approached, she closed the report, a nascent plan targeting the core power structure of Qingyuan capital beginning to take shape in her mind.
Buzz.
The screen of her phone illuminated, displaying a new message. "Unknown number. Forgot to give you my number. Remember to save it, dear girlfriend. Bo Shi." Lan Jing, all right. Bo Shi. Rest early. See you tomorrow. Lan Jing, good night. Lan Jing glanced at the time, methodically organizing the scattered documents before putting them away. She rose and walked towards the bathroom. As she emerged from the bathroom, Wrapped in a bathrobe and enveloped in steam, her phone on the coffee table vibrated fervently, its screen illuminating with numerous missed calls from an unknown number. She picked up the device, her fingertip gliding across the screen to connect the call. Hello? On the other end, there was a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing emanating through the receiver. After patiently waiting for several seconds, just as she was about to hang up, a hoarse voice emerged, almost tuneless and heavily intoxicated. Xijin. A frown creased her brow, given her understanding of Lan Xijin. He seldom indulged in alcohol. He never permitted himself to lose control, much less to become inebriated. For someone as meticulous as him, losing control was an absolute taboo. Do you have even a tiny bit of affection for me? The voice was fragmented, imbued with a desperate plea. Holding the phone, Xijin listened to the broken, drunken inquiry, her expression remaining notably placid, as if she were merely contemplating an inconsequential question. Affection? She replied with remarkable candor, even infused with a sense of nonchalance. Of course I do. If I didn't, why would I invite you to be my bedmate? Your physique, appearance, and aura, each one is top tier. To her, this was an irrefutable logic, crystal clear. Silence fell heavily on the other end of the line, only to be shattered moments later by a self-deprecating chuckle.
Ah, affection. Ah.
Just a flippant declaration of fondness, allowing you to relinquish your dignity. How utterly cheap. So cheap it makes me nauseous. Pass the phone to someone beside you. After a brief interlude of confusion and indistinct dialogue, another voice took over the receiver, marked by evident tension and caution. Hello? This is the Mijo bar. This gentleman has had a bit too much to drink. His address? Xijin replied succinctly. The bartender hastily relayed an address of a discreet establishment situated in the heart of the city, his voice trembling. Although he did not recognize the man before him, who was now lost to the effects of drink. The lavish watch on the man's wrist and the unmistakable air of authority that even intoxication could not mask silently conveyed that he was indeed someone of significant stature, capable of crushing him with a mere finger. That is the address. The phone. The bartender hesitated, uncertain whether to return the device to the imposing, drunken figure. Leave it beside him, Xijin instructed decisively, then promptly ended the call. Chapter 47. Merely a plaything. Arriving at the upscale establishment indicated by the address, the attendant had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Xijin, he immediately bowed and ushered her towards a designated area. Lan Xijin was slumped over a polished table, surrounded by several empty whiskey glasses, the amber remnants pooling at the bottoms. His face was buried in the crook of his arm, revealing only his tousled black hair and taut jawline. Sir? Sir? The attendant approached cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper. Your friend has arrived. Lan Xijin's body stirred almost imperceptibly before he slowly lifted his head. The intoxication blurred his vision, and as he finally discerned her presence, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips, his voice a husky whisper. A friend? His smoky gray eyes fixed on her, brimming with pain and self-mockery. Am I considered one? Huh. I am but a mere plaything to you, a companion you can discard at will. The servant nearby turned pale with fright, wishing desperately to become deaf at that very moment. Such scandalous revelations, how could he possibly hear them? This man, exuding an air of unassailable nobility, was truly... His gaze furtively shifted to the figure standing calmly before the table. Dan Xijing's expression remained indifferent as she cast a glance at the servant. He, as if granted a reprieve, promptly bowed and retreated, leaving the space entirely to the two of them. Breaking up with you. Lan Xijin's voice was thick with nasal tones, her eyes revealing a hint of desperate pleading, an uncharacteristic vulnerability that would never surface in his sober moments. I'm sorry. Dan Xijing's voice remained steady. Devoid of any tremor, I cannot. Why? Lan Xijin suddenly propped herself up, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in her throat, which she forcefully swallowed down. What makes him superior to me? Dan Xijing offered no reply to this inquiry. She stepped closer, her cool fingers gently lifting his taut chin, leaning slightly forward to bridge the distance. Her gaze was calm and unwavering. Lan Xijin, I have little patience. Now, will you come with me? Lan Xijin's body instantly stiffened. Even as alcohol dulled his senses, an instinctual awareness took hold. If he uttered a refusal at this moment, this woman before him would unhesitatingly expunge him from her life entirely. The panic stemming from this realization eclipsed his pride and anger. He abruptly closed his eyes, his thick lashes quivering violently. In the next breath, It was as if he had exhausted all his strength. Akin to a drowning person grasping the last piece of driftwood, he fiercely pulled Dan Xijin into his embrace. Dan Xijin found herself seated on his lap, enveloped tightly by his warm, alcohol-laden body. Lan Xijin buried his face deeply in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling the fresh, wintry scent of cedar that clung to her. His voice emerged muffled against her shoulder. I truly regret agreeing to that damned wager. Not only did I lose the position of president, but I also forfeited my pride and the heart that had long since succumbed. The following day, morning light filtered through the heavy velvet curtains, casting hazy shadows upon the floor. Dan Xijin awoke, and as she attempted to rise, she felt the weighty and fervent arm around her waist. Lan Xijin's brow furrowed even in slumber, his strikingly handsome face shadowed by unease.
Buzz.
The phone on the bedside table vibrated, shattering the silence of the room. Dan Xijin deftly extracted her trapped arm, reaching for the phone, where the name Bai Qinnan flashed on the screen. Her fingertip glided across the surface to answer. Hello. Her voice emerged, slightly hoarse from sleep. Good morning, Ing. Bai Qinnan's voice emanated from the other end, soft enough to melt, imbued with just the right amount of intimacy and delight. Did you sleep well last night? Yes. Shan Jing responded with a soft acknowledgement, securing her phone between her ear and shoulder as her gaze drifted to the man beside her, who lay in slumber. Gently removing his arm, she rose to her feet. I will come to pick you up shortly. Breakfast is already arranged. All right, she replied succinctly. She stepped into the dressing room, swiftly donning a crisp white shirt and form-fitting light blue jeans, accentuating her graceful silhouette. With a flick of her wrist, she gathered her lustrous black hair into a neat high ponytail, exposing her elegant neck. Instantly, the air of mystery that surrounded her dissipated, replaced by a vibrant and cheerful demeanor. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, she parted the curtain slightly with her fingertips and peered down. A sleek, deep gray sports car was parked below. Bai Qinnan leaned gracefully against the car door, seemingly sensing her presence. As he looked up, a warm and perfect smile blossoming across his face. Shan Jing expressionlessly lowered the curtain, retrieved her handbag, and turned to descend the stairs. Behind her, Lan Xijin opened his eyes, his gaze clear and contemplative as he observed the closed door, lost in thought. Exiting the apartment, she walked briskly toward the sports car, coming to a halt before Bai Qinnan, who regarded her with a smile. Have you been waiting long? She inquired. Tilting her head slightly, her face adorned with a perfectly timed, gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with the essence of a sweet girlfriend being picked up by her considerate boyfriend. Not at all. It is my honor to wait for you, Bai Qinnan replied, his smile deepening. Naturally, he extended his hand, taking hers with familiarity, guiding her to the passenger seat, and gentlemanly opening the door. As the door swung open, a rich and refreshing floral fragrance wafted into the air. Shan Jing's gaze swept over the back seat, where an abundance of exquisite, fresh glacial roses were displayed. Please get in, Bai Qinnan urged, leaning slightly towards her. Obediently, she settled into the car and an elegantly long hand instinctively reached for the seatbelt of the passenger side. This movement brought them closer together, their bodies nearly touching, their warm breaths mingling. His focus remained on the seatbelt clasp, long lashes casting shadows, as his fingertips subtly brushed against her waist, imbued with a hint of possessiveness. As his fingers retracted, they inadvertently glided across her hand, leaving a gentle trail. The vehicle made its way towards a serene courtyard in the city center, a private breakfast establishment catering exclusively to a select few. The atmosphere was tranquil and refined, with the sound of flowing water and melodious birdsong from the Japanese garden, isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. A server clad in a kimono, spotting Bai Qinnan, promptly bowed and led them to an intimate private room. With graceful movements, Bai Qinnan poured her a cup of warm tea, his gaze fixated on her as if she were the sole occupant of his universe. Others might have succumbed to the depth of his focused and affectionate eyes. Try this shrimp dumpling. It is the restaurant's signature dish, freshly made by the chef this morning, using blue-tail shrimp flown in just a day. He delicately picked up a translucent dumpling and placed it in her small dish with effortless ease. They appeared as though they had been a sweet couple for ages, naturally intimate and at ease with one another. Task deadline, 12:48. Must you bring up such a disheartening task during our date? I merely remind the host not to become overly absorbed in it. Chapter 48. The True Madman. Indulgence. A faint smile graced the corners of Shan Jing's lips, as if she had just heard the most absurd joke in existence. Had her acting prowess reached such a level that even the system began to harbor doubts? During breakfast, Bai Qi played the role of the impeccable knight. Every gesture embodying the ideal considerate boyfriend, flawless to the point of being unassailable. Shall we engage in something interesting? He gazed at her, his eyes bright and clear, yet harboring a subtle allure beneath the surface. Sure, Lan Xijin replied with eager consent. The roar of the sports car engine filled the air as they sped towards an expansive helipad on the outskirts. A sleek helicopter awaited them at the center, with a professional flight crew standing by. Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow. A helicopter? This seemed somewhat incongruous with Bai Qi's gentle demeanor. We are running out of time. Bai Qi appeared to read her thoughts, leaning in naturally, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Let us create some unforgettable memories. I would be delighted. Lan Xijin met his gaze, her smile still impeccable. They boarded the helicopter, the massive rotor blades beginning to spin, the intense vibrations coursing through their bodies, their hearts racing in sync with the thunderous noise. Bai Qi retrieved 2 professional parachute packs, gently and meticulously checking that they were properly fitted for Lan Xijin, confirming each buckle was secure. Finally, he bound their bodies together with a sturdy strap, as if intertwining their fates. The helicopter ascended rapidly, the vast earth shrinking into patches beneath them. The clouds were within reach. The cabin door was flung open, a rush of air flooding in, the powerful wind tugging at their hair and clothing, nearly threatening to pull them out. Bai Qi's strong arms wrapped tightly around Lan Xijin's waist, securing her firmly against him. He lowered his head, his voice clear amidst the roar of the wind, carrying an exhilarating tremor. Are you ready? Of course. Before the words fully escaped her lips, Bai Qi embraced her, without a hint of hesitation, leaping into the void. The sensation of weightlessness instantly overwhelmed all other feelings. Her body felt detached from her own. The only sound the howling wind violently tearing at her eardrums. The blood seemed to rush to her head, everything before her blurring and twisting in the rapid descent. The only tangible sensations were the warmth of their bodies pressed together and the frantic beating of their hearts. Seconds stretched infinitely in the madness of freefall. Bai Qi turned his head, his long fingers delicately brushing aside the hair that whipped around her face in the turbulent air. Then, as they plummeted towards the embrace of death, his cool lips gently pressed against her forehead. Lan Xijin calmly raised her hand, attempting to activate the parachute release mechanism on her chest pack. There was no response. She abruptly turned to Bai Qi, her eyes betraying a hint of unease. As Bai Qi met her gaze, the gentle smile upon his face not only remained but deepened. He tightened his embrace around her waist, almost as if he intended to meld her into his very being. His voice, carried by the wind, reached her. Do not fear, leave it to me. Yet, the altimeter's reading danced erratically, approaching the perilous threshold for a safe parachute deployment. Bai Qi could feel the subtle tremors coursing through the body of the woman in his arms, seemingly quaking with fear. His fingers moved toward the parachute release mechanism on his chest. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. No response. He tried again, his movements tinged with evident impatience. Still, it remained unresponsive. Their descent quickened, the limit height about to be breached. Even if the parachute were to open now, the force of impact would be enough to leave them either dead or grievously injured. The anxiety etched on Bai Qi's face vanished, replaced by a smile brimming with exhilarating excitement. He held Lan Xijin tightly, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "It seems we are truly destined to die together." At that very moment, all traces of the carefully crafted fear on Lan Xijin's face evaporated.
Oh.
She replied with a light chuckle, a hint of mockery in her eyes. But I have no intention of accompanying you to death. As her words lingered in the air, at the very altitude where Bai Qi had completely surrendered hope, Lan Xijin's hand, which he had mistaken for trembling due to fear, deftly pressed the release mechanism of her own parachute pack. A tremendous resistance surged forth, the powerful pull instantly decelerating their fall. Bai Qi's heart raced wildly within his chest. He fixated on Lan Xijin's face, so close yet so distant, his throat constricting as he rasped, "Lan Xijin, you are far more intriguing than I had imagined." The exhilarating thrill of near death, combined with the intense physiological response elicited by the bridge effect, sparked an unprecedented wave of musical inspiration in his mind, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. As the parachute landed smoothly, Lan Xijin efficiently unfastened the straps of her parachute pack and tore away the bindings that connected them. As if liberating herself from some foul burden, she straightened her posture, brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes, and gazed calmly at the still unsteady Bai Qi. A rather unconventional date, she remarked, the moment she spotted the helicopter and exchanged a brief glance with him during his conversation with the pilot. She had discerned his intentions, to exploit the terror of near death and the bridge effect to instill in her a distorted sense of dependency upon him. Alas, she never entrusted her life to another. While Bai Qi checked her equipment, she had already skillfully swapped their main parachute packs without his knowledge. He steadied himself and began to chuckle softly. The intensity in his gaze as he looked at Lan Xijin was fervent enough to seem as if he wished to consume her whole. He took deliberate steps toward her, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "Are you not afraid that we might truly perish together?" "My honor," she replied with an unwavering tone, as if life and death were mere trifles. They were kindred souls. This ignited a whirlwind of madness within Bai Qi's mind. At last he had discovered someone equally, if not more, unhinged than himself, a true madman. He stepped forward with fervor, wrapping his arms around Lan Xijin's waist in an assertive embrace, and then lowered his head, capturing her lips with a fierce kiss. This kiss starkly contrasted with his gentle exterior, as a heavy metallic taste mingled between their entwined mouths. Lan Xijin's gaze turned icy as she forcefully pushed him away. Raising the back of her hand, she vigorously wiped her split lower lip, as if erasing some form of contamination. Unperturbed by the blood staining his lips, Bai Qi straightened his posture, smoothing out his slightly disheveled attire. Regaining his poised and refined demeanor. "Let us proceed," his voice husky. "Let us continue our date." Chapter 49. A Gift for Another Man? Bai Qi drove into the heart of the city, eventually halting before a modern art museum characterized by its striking design. A personal exhibition of an obscure artist was currently being held here. As Lan Xijin alighted from the car, her gaze swept over the grand artistic signature emblazoned on the museum's faade. Legendary? She mused, a playful smirk gracing her lips. The name certainly bore ambition. Bai Qi effortlessly took her hand, their fingers interlaced, the intimacy of the gesture suggesting it had been performed countless times before. Upon entering the exhibition hall, the interplay of light and shadow was meticulously crafted, each painting illuminated at just the right angle. The air was imbued with a subtle scent of paint. They strolled side by side, Lan Xijin's calm eyes gliding over the tension-filled artworks until they paused before a large oil painting. She crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly, utterly absorbed in the piece before her. The canvas depicted a vast sea of irises in full bloom. Delicate lavender petals layered upon one another unfolded in the hazy morning light, droplets of dew clinging to the petals refracting light like scattered diamonds. The entire floral expanse exuded a solitary and noble beauty that was both cold and captivating. This painting involuntarily conjured the image of a man in her mind, the one adorned with the iris medal symbolizing the highest authority of the inspection department, Bai Qinnan. It seemed there was still a task with the 20 affection rating left unfulfilled. Lan Xijin's fingertips absent-mindedly grazed her chin. "Do you like this piece?" Bai Qi's voice broke the silence beside her, imbued with the perfect touch of tenderness. Following her gaze towards the painting, a knowing smile crept upon his lips. As if he held the reins of the situation, he retrieved his phone, dialed a number, and whispered a few instructions before casting a mysterious wink at Lan Xijin. In less than 10 minutes, a youth with disheveled golden hair, as if ravaged by a storm, hurried towards them, rubbing his sleepy eyes, his steps unsteady. "Bro, what's the rush so early in the morning? I only slept for 3 hours yesterday. I'm exhausted." The boy's yawn was abruptly cut short as he caught sight of Bai Qi and the poised Lan Xijin beside him. Lan Xijin's gaze danced with interest between the two, ultimately resting on Bai Qi with a slight arch of her brow, seemingly waiting for his explanation. "Allow me to introduce," Bai Qi, poised and composed, tightened her grip on Lan Xijin's hand. "This is Bai Lan, my cousin, the very creator of the artworks before you." "Bai Lan? What a mess," Lan Xijin remarked, a playful glint deepening in her eyes. The philosophical essence of the Bai family name indeed exudes a certain audacity. Bai Qi slightly turned, presenting Lan Xijin more clearly to Bai Lan, her tone gentle. "This is my girlfriend, Lan Xijin." "Girlfriend?" Bai Lan was abruptly awakened, as if he had just heard an absurd tale. He was all too familiar with the genetic legacy of the Bai family, inherently marked by an obsession with art. While he himself was enamored with colors, Bai Qi had devoted her very soul to music. The term girlfriend held an air of enchantment within his cousin's lexicon. Moreover, he found it hard to reconcile this notion with the formidable reputation of Lan Xijin at Morris Academy's high school division. Her legendary escapades over the past 3 years were not mere whispers confined to the university. He had even heard about the recent upheaval surrounding the student council presidency. How could such a prominent figure be associated with his cousin? Bai Lan's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Shan Jiying. The woman before him wore a flawless, delicate smile, exuding elegance and perfection. Yet, it was precisely this excessive perfection that unsettled him, an artist with an instinct akin to that of a beast for micro-expressions. She seemed too refined, too much like a mask devoid of any flaw, thus losing its vitality. Hypocrisy was his concluding assessment. So, what exactly do you want me here for? Bai Lan's tone dripped with a sense of disturbance. This painting, she pointed to the canvas of irises that Shan Jiying had been admiring, is one she particularly adores. No way, Bai Lan interjected decisively before she could finish, casting not even a glance at his own creation. Each painting was a labor of love, and he refused to part with them. To hand over his art to this masked woman was simply unacceptable. A refusal to trade usually stemmed from one underlying reason. Shan Jiying's cool voice interrupted before she could speak again. That is, the offer lacks sufficient allure.
Oh.
Bai Lan scoffed, shoving his hands into the pockets of his work trousers, embodying the rebellious spirit of youth. What, do you plan to buy me off with money? With the Bai family's wealth, money was merely a number. Therefore, even if this art exhibition were to run at a loss, every aspect of it remained of the highest quality. Your artistic style. Shan Jiying seemed unfazed by his mockery, crossing her arms as her gaze returned to the artwork. Deep in thought, especially your use of light and shadow, it appears to be greatly influenced, am I right? What if I were to offer you an original piece in exchange? Upon hearing that name, Bai Lan's pupils constricted sharply. All traces of laziness and defiance vanished, replaced by an almost feverish excitement. How do you know? His voice rose several octaves. But soon, rationality returned. He squinted at her with a hint of skepticism. Currently, there are only 3 confirmed originals in existence, and as far as I am aware, none are in the possession of your Shan family. He was acutely aware of his idol's works. He fixed his gaze on Shan Jiying, attempting to discern a hint of guilt upon her countenance. In response to his scrutinizing look, Shan Jiying offered a subtle smile, declaring, I speak of an unpublished private collection of artworks. What do you say? Is this deal enticing enough for you?
Deal.
Bai Lan responded without a moment's hesitation. Even the slightest possibility of it being a forgery could not deter him from the allure of such temptation. He promptly summoned the staff, meticulously directing them to remove the painting from the wall and prepare it for exquisite packaging. His eyes turned toward Shan Jiying, a complex expression in his gaze. To the Shan residence? He inquired. No, Shan Jiying replied, effortlessly penning an address on a nearby note, tearing it off, and handing it to him. Deliver it here. At that moment, both Bai Lan and Bai Shi's eyes fell upon the note. The instant they comprehended the address, their expressions shifted dramatically. Bai Shi's arm, which had been resting around Shan Jiying's waist, suddenly tightened, transforming from a tender embrace into an unyielding grip. He slightly turned his head, his warm breath carrying an almost imperceptible chill, his voice lowered, yet still maintaining a gentle tone, laced with an undercurrent of danger. My dear, are you thoughtfully selecting a gift for another man in front of your boyfriend? Chapter 50. No need for explanation. Shan Jiying turned her head, her clear eyes locking onto Bai Shi's, exuding a pure innocence, as if he were the one being unreasonable. Are you not going to explain yourself? Bai Shi's tone remained disarmingly soft, yet it trembled with intensity. Explain? Shan Jiying tilted her head slightly, her red lips parting as her voice emerged calm and composed, akin to stating an obvious truth. I see something that I believe suits him, and that is all. She spread her hands wide, her demeanor exuding an almost haughty assurance, as though all her actions were entirely justified. After a brief pause, she added, Is there a problem? A deep, humorless laugh escaped Bai Shi, devoid of any amusement. No problem. Certainly no problem. Indeed, their relationship had always been a charade. Once the grand music festival commenced, they would have no further entanglements. What right did he have to hinder her from fostering another man's affections? Observing Bai Shi's furious yet sardonic expression, Shan Jiying raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, she extended her hand, her warm fingertips gently brushing against his furrowed brow. Bai Shi's body instantly stiffened. Lowering his gaze, he found himself entranced by her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes, which reflected his image as if he were the entirety of her world. A sense of inexplicable intoxication caused his anger to dissipate swiftly. Her tone carried a perfectly balanced hint of exasperation, her voice soft. If you must have a reason. She leaned in slightly, her breath grazing his ear. You may interpret it as a reciprocation for that tennis racket? Are you truly willing to let this trivial matter, her fingertips increased in pressure, carrying a hint of allure, affect our rare moments together? Bai Shi's throat constricted violently. Rationality screamed absurdity, yet his body was honestly drawn in by her breath and words. The crease between his brows softened under her delicate touch. He certainly remembers the match against Shin Qingyun, recalls how Bai Qinnan appeared, presenting a replacement racket, like a knight descending from the heavens. At that moment, he could observe with the amusement of a spectator how Shan Jiying responded to Shin Qingyun, who stood beside Bai Qinnan. Yet, in retrospect, that scene evokes more discomfort than delight. He grasped her wrist, which lingered on his face, tilting his head slightly. His cool lips, imbued with a possessive fervor, tenderly kissed along the inner side of her wrist, trailing to her sensitive palm. Just this once. He lifted his gaze, his voice low and husky. Shan Jiying merely returned a vague, enigmatic smile. She would never condescend to offer hollow sweet nothings for unattainable desires. Beside them, Bai Lan stood with his hands thrust into the pockets of his cargo pants, his scrutinizing gaze beneath golden locks fixated on their interaction, brow furrowed. The more he observed, the more he felt that his ethereal cousin, typically aloof, was at that moment like a tamed beast, emotionally manipulated at will by the woman before him. Send the painting to the Bai residence now. Bai Lan's cold voice shattered the intimate atmosphere. Thank you for your trouble. Shan Jiying naturally withdrew her hand from Bai Shi's firm grip, as if the earlier intimacy had never occurred. The items you requested will arrive at the Bai residence within 3 days. Humph. Bai Lan snorted dismissively, his youthful arrogance urging him to expect promptness. He stifled a large yawn, seemingly exhausted of all patience, and turned to waddle toward the lounge. Shan Jiying diverted her gaze, taking Bai Shi's cool hand in hers. Shall we? Bai Shi reciprocated, enveloping her hand tightly within his, the grip tinged with a sense of regained possession. For the remainder of the day, they resembled the closest of lovers. Bai Shi remained gentle and considerate, embodying the perfect boyfriend, as if all chaos and madness were mere illusions. As night fell, Bai Shi's sports car eventually halted beneath Shan Jiying's apartment. He exited, circled to the passenger side, and gallantly opened the door, extending a long-fingered hand. Shan Jiying placed her hand in his, using his support to alight from the vehicle. The moment her feet touched the ground, Bai Shi's arm encircled her, drawing her into an embrace that brooked no refusal. He lowered his head, his warm lips nearly brushing her crown, his voice rich with a tumultuous, yet indistinguishable affection. It has been a delightful day.
Good night. Good night.
She effortlessly extricated herself from his embrace, turning away. Upon reaching the apartment door, just as her fingertips were about to touch the lock, a cold electronic voice echoed in her mind. Mission objective, Bai Qin and affection level 30. Mission complete. The timing was impeccable, and a barely perceptible smirk graced Shan Jiying's lips. TCH, truly confidence can be irksome.
What?
She mused with a silent scoff.
Turning the key.
Did you prefer those worthless traversers instead? The mention of those who occupied her body for 3 long years, recklessly pursuing absurd tasks, ignited a simmering fury within her gaze. This humiliation was etched into her very being, a memory she would never forget. With a click, the door swung open. The warm glow of the light cast its radiance upon the figure silently waiting on the living room sofa. Lan Xijin sat there, his back straight, yet exuding an ineffable weariness and fragility. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he abruptly lifted his gaze, his deep-set eyes momentarily flashing a myriad of complex emotions. Dan Jiying did not pause at her stride, walking directly towards him. She came to a halt before him, slightly leaning in closer. Have you been waiting long? Her voice carried a hint of languor, as if she had just concluded a date, her tone as casual as inquiring about the day's weather. As she approached, a mlang of intricate fragrances enveloped him, a blend of her crisp cedar scent mingling with the aroma of art gallery paints and the gardenia fragrance from Bai Shi. These unfamiliar scents unmistakably signified that another man had been intimately by her side throughout the day. He had thought perhaps she wouldn't return tonight. Yet, a bitter self-mockery instinctively tugged at the corners of Lan Xijin's mouth. Should he feel fortunate? Fortunate that she had at least come back? Fortunate that her connection with that man did not seem to reach the intimacy they had shared? Lan Xijin swallowed hard, avoiding her probing gaze, his voice barely audible.
Not long.
Chapter 51. the responsibilities of a boyfriend. The following day, as Dan Xijin stepped through the gates of Morris Academy, a tall, handsome figure obstructed her path. Bai Qinnan stood in the morning light, a smile that was difficult to contain gracing his lips, radiating an unprecedented softness akin to the melting snow of spring. This remarkable scene left the hurried students of Morris momentarily agape, almost dropping their jaws. Was this truly the austere and exacting minister of the inspection department? Who could tell them whether they had gone mad, or the world had? Bai Qinnan's voice, imbued with evident delight, announced, "The gift. I have received it." He had ordered the painting to be ceremoniously hung on the most prominent wall of his bedroom, ensuring that every morning, the first sight upon waking would be that sea of purple blooms. Dan Xijin nodded slightly, her expression tranquil. "Do you like it?" Before Bai Qinnan could respond, his words suddenly caught in his throat. An affable yet imperceptibly oppressive voice interjected, "Minister Bai, what a coincidence." Bai Shi approached leisurely, one hand naturally draping over Dan Xijin's shoulder, exuding a casual intimacy. He even exerted a deliberate pressure, pulling her closer, forming a posture steeped in possessiveness. "Were you satisfied with yesterday's painting?" Bai Shi's tone was as nonchalant as discussing the weather, yet it carried an undercurrent of subtle malice. He intended to declare to everyone, particularly to the man before him, that Dan Xijin belonged to him. Bai Qinnan froze in place, as though plunged into an ice cellar. A wave of dizziness washed over him, engulfing him in a profound panic that constricted his throat. He spoke slowly, his voice dry and hoarse, unrecognizable even to himself. "You too?"
We?
Bai Shi's voice rose joyfully at the end. "We are now dating." As Bai Qinnan's face drained of color, a twisted sense of satisfaction surged within Bai Shi. The displeasure that Shan Jiying had exhibited yesterday while inscribing the Bai family address before him now seemed to find its outlet. Bai Qinnan turned his gaze toward Shan Jiying. His eyes filled with the desperate plea of a drowning man clinging to his last piece of driftwood, imploring her to speak. He refused to accept Bai Shi's one-sided narrative, even though he already knew the answer from Shan Jiying's failure to push Bai Shi away. Shan Jiying met his gaze with calmness, devoid of evasion. Her voice clear and composed. "Yes, he is right." Those 5 simple words fell like a final verdict. His tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed, his knuckles turning pale from exertion as they fell weakly to his sides. He no longer looked at anyone else. He abruptly turned away, straightening his back, his steps seemingly resolute as he departed. That upright silhouette preserved the last vestige of his dignity. Watching him leave, Shan Jiying furrowed her brow slightly, raising her hand to remove Bai Shi's arm resting on her shoulder. She turned around. "Are you satisfied?" Her tone was even and devoid of emotion, betraying neither joy nor anger. "To rid my girlfriend of those with ulterior motives is merely my duty as a boyfriend." Bai Shi leaned closer, his voice carrying an air of naturalness that mirrored Shan Jiying's. "Or are you feeling distressed?" Shan Jiying averted her gaze, a faint smile curving her lips. "As long as you are happy." She stepped forward, her voice laced with a languid indifference. "Making my boyfriend happy is also part of my responsibilities, is it not?" News at Morris Academy spread like wildfire. The explosive revelation of the new student council president dating the Minister of Culture swept across the campus. As they entered the classroom in succession, almost every gaze turned towards them, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, except for 2. Bai Qinnan sat by the window, his eyes vacantly fixed on the view outside, shadows cast by sunlight upon his pallid profile. As the pair entered, his eyelashes barely flickered before returning to an eerie stillness. Compared to his usual indifference, he now resembled a soulless shell, with immense pain forcibly suppressed beneath a calm faade. On the opposite side, Lan Xijin's gaze was fixed intently on Shan Jiying. Beneath the table, his nails dug deeply into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped marks of blood. As if only this sharp pain could slightly alleviate the jealousy and resentment burning within him, Shan Jiying maintained her composure, walking directly through the space between the two and settling into her designated corner. During lunch, under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Bai Shi approached Shan Jiying in the classroom corner. A flawless smile adorned his face as he naturally extended his hand, intertwining it with her slender fingers, proclaiming their undeniable relationship. "Shall we have lunch together?" His voice, though soft, was loud enough for those nearby to hear clearly. "Yes," Shan Jiying replied, lifting her gaze to return a similarly perfect smile, allowing him to guide her to her feet. In that moment, all speculation was laid to rest. No matter how astonishing this combination may appear, no one will question the relationship between the two any longer. Naturally, this news, sweeping across the campus, swiftly found its way back to the depths of the Shan residence. After school, Shan Jiying and Bai Shi walked side by side out of the teaching building. Yet this harmony was short-lived. In the distance, beside a discreet yet imposing black sedan parked outside the school gate, stood a tall, statuesque figure. Shan Linchuan, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, with his amber eyes concealed behind silver-rimmed glasses, darkened upon witnessing the two walking together. This discontent he attributed to the impending loss of control over the situation. If Shan Jiying truly fell for someone else, all his plans would be rendered futile, and he would not allow that to happen. With long strides, Shan Linchuan approached them, his gaze scrutinizing as it wandered over the two before finally settling on Shan Jiying's face. Rumor has it, when his thin lips parted, his voice was low and steady, yet carried a chilling undertone. Indeed, it was true. I have come to take you back to the Shan residence. Your uncle has matters to discuss with you. Without granting Bai Shi a chance for pleasantries, Shan Linchuan opened the passenger door, his cold gaze directed at Shan Jiying, silently exerting pressure. Unfazed, Shan Jiying merely nodded slightly to Shan Linchuan before gracefully settling into the passenger seat. As the door closed, it sealed off the outside world entirely. Shan Linchuan took his place behind the wheel and ignited the engine. As the car glided smoothly away, he pressed his lips tightly together, his jawline taut. His amber gaze fixated on the road ahead. He did not cast a single glance at Shan Jiying, as if she were merely an object to be escorted back. The vehicle was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Chapter 52, A Relationship Lacking Blessings. The Shan residence. Crossing the threshold of the Shan family's main house, an oppressive atmosphere instantly enveloped, creating a sense of discomfort. The servants stood with their hands at their sides, silent and still, too afraid to glance around, fearing that even the slightest movement might invoke the master's wrath. Entering the foyer, Shan's father sat in the central position on the sofa, clearly having awaited their arrival for some time. He lifted his gaze, scanning Shan Jiying and the silently looming Shan Linchuan behind her, his expression devoid of warmth, filled instead with a heavy scrutiny. Sit, he commanded, his voice deep, chin slightly raised, indicating for Shan Jiying to take the seat opposite him. With composure, she settled down. You called for me? She inquired, her tone calm and unruffled. You are involved with someone from the Bai family? Shan's father did not meander around the topic, getting straight to the point with an intentionally oppressive tone. Shan Jiying nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as if lost in sweet memories.
Yes.
Absolutely not. Shan's father's brow furrowed tightly, his voice rising sharply, infused with unwavering authority and vehement resistance. Shan Jiying, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Why not? Shan's father's lips moved silently, his throat constricting, ultimately dissolving into an excruciating silence. The muscles in his face tensed, veins on his forehead pulsing, clearly struggling to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. Shouting, Dan Fu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent anger within him. His voice bore a weariness, even tinged with a subtle, almost imperceptible plea. You must heed my words regarding this matter. Aside from him, you may choose to be with anyone else. But the members of the Bai family absolutely not. The word absolutely was emphasized with considerable weight. Dan Jiying's delicate fingertips gently tapped on the armrest of the luxurious velvet sofa. Her gaze shifted to the figure on the opposite sofa. I require a reasonable justification. A reason compelling enough to persuade me to relinquish this. In response, there was still a prolonged and awkward silence. Then I cannot comply. Suddenly, Dan Jiying smiled, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Nonsense. Dan Fu slammed his palm onto the armrest, the resounding noise echoing through the hall, sending shivers of trepidation through the hearts of those present. Do you truly like him so much? Dan Jiying nodded with a sense of certainty, without the slightest hesitation. Since she was to accompany Bai Shi in this charade, there was no reason to withdraw midway. As for liking, it was merely a game prop. Fine, fine, fine. Dan Fu repeated the word thrice, his tone growing increasingly frigid with each utterance. I shall see what favorable outcome you might achieve.
Leave.
A single frigid word, laced with fury, issued the final decree of expulsion. Dan Jiying displayed not a hint of excessive emotion. She rose with composure and departed step by step. Whether this fabricated sentiment would receive the family's blessing was of no concern to her. What truly piqued her intense curiosity was the ominous secret concealed behind her father's unusual vehement opposition. Could it be related to the woman her entire family regarded as taboo, her mother? If so, she would not sever her ties with Bai Qinnan. She was eager to uncover the story hidden behind. Leaving the Dan residence, Dan Xijin did not return to her apartment. Instead, she turned the steering wheel and drove towards the villa on the outskirts. In recent days, amidst the entanglements of dating, she had nearly forgotten about the troublesome individual residing within the villa. Upon pushing open the villa's grand door, a chill laced with a hint of medicinal scent enveloped her. She lifted her gaze and happened upon Zhuo, who was carefully descending the spiral staircase, gripping the handrail with a slow and somewhat awkward gait. He wore a loose-fitting deep gray shirt, the collar open, revealing sharply defined yet slightly pallid collarbones and the faint outline of firm pectoral muscles. However, his handsome yet defiant face bore a sickly pallor, and his steps were unsteady. Upon seeing her, Zhuo halted, leaning against the handrail, a smirk of derision curving his lips. "What, have you come specifically to see if I am dead yet?" His voice was low and hoarse, infused with the frailty of illness, yet still brimming with provocation. Dan Xijin approached, turning a deaf ear to his barbed words. Having grasped the answer, Zhuo straightened his back with feigned resilience, attempting to appear less disheveled, his tone deliberately cold. "Well then, you may leave. Oh, and by the way, please leave your account number and name. As for the rent, I shall ensure it is paid to you in full." He emphasized the word rent, imbued with a resolute urgency to delineate boundaries. Dan Xijin did not respond, instead extracting a piece of notepaper and gracefully inscribing a string of numbers along with a name, which she then handed to him. Zhuo accepted the note, his gaze traversing the cold digits before finally resting on the name.
Age?
He murmured softly, his brow furrowing in confusion. Such a casual name. Who had assigned her this birth name? Or had she chosen it herself later? He seemed to savor the profound implications of the name, ultimately scoffing. It was of no concern to him, and he need not dwell on it. In the next moment, Zhuo's tall figure swayed violently. A severe wave of dizziness enveloped him, plunging his vision into darkness. Instinctively, he grasped the icy handrail of the staircase, his knuckles whitening from the strain, barely managing to keep himself upright. He gasped for breath, cold sweat beading at his temples, his complexion paler than before.
Dan Xijin.
Her forehead creased with concern, stepped forward and firmly seized Zhuo's feverish arm, unceremoniously pulling him down from the staircase. Caught off guard, he stumbled a few steps before crashing heavily onto the living room sofa, releasing a muffled groan. Zhuo struggled to rise, but Dan Xijin pressed down firmly on his shoulder. The thermometer emitted a piercing alert, the reading on the screen alarmingly high, 401. Without hesitation, she forced the resisting Zhuo back against the soft cushions of the sofa. She then swiftly headed to the kitchen, returning shortly with a towel soaked in cold water, which she laid directly upon his burning forehead. The icy sensation made him shudder instinctively. "I don't need your help." Zhuo turned his head away, his voice hoarse and weak, yet still imbued with stubborn defiance. "I saved you." Dan Xijin's voice was soft yet resonated with a chilling reprimand. "Not to let you squander your life like this." A sardonic laugh escaped Zhuo's lips, raspy yet filled with scorn. Even in his weakened state, the sarcasm in his words remained undiminished. "Would you even care?" He laboriously lifted his heavy eyelids, fixing his gaze upon her. Drawing a breath, as if expending the last of his strength, his muddled mind began to utter words without thought. "What is it? Are those men no longer satisfying you? So you've come to seek me out?" Each word dripped with a jealousy that cut to the bone. Chapter 53. Want to be a reward?
No.
In recent days, Zhuo felt as if he were under a curse. That face, adorned with terrifying scars yet inexplicably captivating, haunted him like a relentless nightmare. He spiraled into madness, obsessively speculating whom she was now enticing, just as she had once toyed with him in the bar, frivolously mocking him. Was she using the same tactics to manipulate other men effortlessly? The mere thought of such scenes twisted his insides with pain. What tormented him further was the absurd realization that, despite her scarred visage, he deeply believed she possessed an irresistible allure that could captivate anyone. This recognition bred jealousy and panic within him, intensifying his suffering. Faced with his spiteful and jealous inquiries, Dan Xijin showed no sign of anger or offense on her face. Her peach blossom eyes regarded him, tranquil yet devoid of any ripples. The gaze felt less like that of a living being and more akin to the scrutiny of a wildcat or stray dog, nervously baring its teeth. Casually picked up from the roadside. "Take the medicine." Her tone was flat, as though issuing a command, delicate fingers pinching two white fever-reducing pills. Zhuo, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly turned his head away, pressing his pale lips tightly together, silently resisting with a feeble defiance. Dan Xijin inhaled sharply, as if even this modicum of patience was waning. She ceased her idle chatter, directly lifting her hand to grasp Zhuo's chin. Caught off guard, he was compelled to part his lips. Her warm fingertips, soft against his mouth, pressed down. This sudden intimacy rendered him rigid, blood rushing to his head in an instant. Fortunately, the flush from his high fever perfectly masked the tumultuous heartbeat and blush ignited by that infuriating touch. The pill was forcefully inserted into his mouth, followed by a cold glass pressed against his lips. With brisk efficiency, Dan Xijin poured 2 mouthfuls of water down his throat. Once her task was done, she naturally withdrew her hand, as if merely completing an obligation.
Cough.
Cough, cough. The water's irritation provoked a violent fit of coughing from Zhuo. Drops slipped down his tilted jaw, meandering through his open collar, disappearing into the taut contours of his chest. The droplets left an ambiguous, cool trace, stirring a subtle shiver in the crisp air. You woman. Zhuo coughed, his eyes reddening. After finally catching his breath, an absurd feeling of vulnerability engulfed him. Instinctively, he bit down on his recently touched lower lip, attempting to cloak the tumultuous stirrings of his heart and mind with sharper words. Who permitted you to die here? Dan Xijin interrupted coldly, her voice husky from the deliberate lowering. I cannot account for this to the Qin family. Her reasoning was as frigid as it was pragmatic, dismissing any notion that her actions stemmed from concern, categorizing that brief contact solely as an obligation to avert complications. As the medication began to take effect, Zhuo felt his head growing heavier. His throat parched as if it were on the verge of igniting, and the feverish heat enveloping him prompted an involuntary frown. Water. Eyes closed, his thick lashes trembled slightly from discomfort, his voice carrying an inexplicable tone of petulance born from his muddled consciousness. Feed me water. The lilt was soft and indistinct, almost tinged with a hint of childlike dependence, starkly contrasting with his usual sharpness when lucid. Dan Xijin let out a derisive laugh, surprised to discover this proud man, akin to a wild beast, possessed such a side. She retrieved the water glass once more, her actions lacking tenderness, even tinged with impatience, as she brought the rim close to his cracked lips. Zhuo squinted slightly, his awareness beginning to dissipate. Instinctively, he leaned into her hand, sipping the cool water in small gulps, like a small creature finally receiving solace, astonishingly docile. The heaviness of her eyelids felt as if weighed down by a colossal stone, and her consciousness was gradually engulfed by darkness. Watching him breathe steadily, Dan Xijin confirmed that he would not recklessly endanger himself for the time being. She rose, preparing to depart. However, at the very moment she turned, a searing hand shot out from the sofa, exerting the last remnants of strength to firmly grasp her wrist. The force was astonishing, imbued with an unyielding persistence that forbade her departure. Do not leave. Zhuo's eyes remained tightly shut, his thick eyelashes casting shadows upon his pallid cheeks. His body trembled slightly from fever and exertion, his hoarse voice carrying a broken plea. Please, do not go. He clutched her wrist as if it were a lifeline in the abyss of darkness. He could not let her leave. He could not bear to be abandoned again. With a deft twist of her wrist, Dan Xijin easily freed herself from Zhuo's scorching grip. Yet, driven by the last vestiges of his determination, his hand slid downward, grasping the hem of her clothing with an iron grip. Young Master Qin, Dan Xijin lowered her gaze, her cold eyes settling upon the hand whose knuckles had turned white from exertion, her tone laced with a hint of playful mockery. Were you not just trying to send me away? Zhuo's narrow eyes struggled to open a sliver, his damp hair clinging to his forehead. His throat constricted painfully as he managed to whisper, I promise you.
What?
Dan Xijin furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss as to the meaning of his disjointed promise. She could not recall any matter requiring his assurance at that moment. I will be your. Each word seemed to be uttered with the last remnants of his strength, offered as a form of compensation. It was only then that Dan Xijin recalled their encounter at the bar, where she had deliberately teased him in a frivolous manner to provoke his ire. She had believed it to be an insult, a provocation that would stoke his hatred. Never had she imagined that this proud heir of the Qin family would take her just seriously in his feverish delirium, and in a posture almost humble, would bring it up himself. I refuse. Dan Xijin's voice was unwavering, crisp and decisive, not wasting a moment to ponder her response. Chapter 54. I dislike filthy men.
Why?
Qinj was suddenly struggled to rise from the sofa, eager to question her, why she had teased him, mocked him, saved him, and now could so callously cast him aside. Yet, the fever had utterly drained him of strength, and he collapsed heavily back against the sofa. From her elevated position, Lan Xijin regarded his disheveled state with a gaze devoid of any compassion. Because, she stated simply, I do not like filthy men. Those few words fell upon Qinj like a bucket of icy water, awakening him to some clarity. Desperately, he yearned to articulate something. Yet the suffocating sensation in his chest rendered him speechless. Cough, cough, cough. Qinj was suddenly erupted into a fit of agonizing coughs, his body curling in pain from the violent spasms. He pressed his mouth shut, but the oppressive coughs escaped through his fingers, and a pallor of anguish spread rapidly across his face. I do not seek to comprehend his explanations. However, his justifications were abruptly interrupted. On that day, Lan Xijin's voice returned to its customary calmness, as if she were recounting a trivial matter unrelated to herself, imbued with a sense of indifferent detachment, merely jesting. She tilted her head slightly, gazing into Qinj's pained eyes, her tone laced with a hint of disbelief. Surely, he could not take this seriously?
I jest.
Qinj stood frozen, questioning if he had succumbed to a fever delirium, hearing things that were not uttered. Just a jest? The foremost heir of the prestigious Qin family cast aside all his proud dignity, voluntarily offering himself as recompense, while she casually dismissed it as mere banter. The overwhelming absurdity and the humiliation of being thoroughly deceived consumed the remnants of his sanity. A sharp pain surged within his chest. Suddenly, Qinj let out a low, rasping laugh, fragmented and broken. He mustered the last of his strength to articulate slowly, a jest? That is simply too splendid. So splendid that I resemble a complete farce. The moment his words fell, he no longer looked at her, nor did he possess the strength to do so. He closed his eyes, the thick lashes casting shadows upon his pallid eyelids, concealing all his anguish. Lan Xijin's gaze lingered on the lifeless figure for a fleeting moment. She did not tarry any longer, turning away without a trace of regret. Upon returning to her apartment from the villa, the brand-new easel and complete set of paints she had instructed to be sent were already neatly arranged before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Changing into comfortable loungewear, she sat before the easel. Taking up a brush and dipping it in paint, her expression was a rare blend of focus and tranquility. The brush glided smoothly across the canvas, immersing her in a serene world of creation. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the glass, casting a soft golden hue upon her, rendering her as if a celestial being inadvertently gracing the earthly realm. The gentle sound of the electronic lock unlocking broke the silence. Lan Xijin entered, an unmistakable weariness etched on his brow. Upon his gaze landing on the elegant figure by the window, he found himself momentarily entranced. Her concentrated demeanor and the ethereal beauty radiating from her seemed to be an exquisite masterpiece, instantly soothing the turmoil within his heart. He instinctively softened his steps, as if to avoid disturbing the spirit residing there, slowly approaching her from behind. The crisp scent of cedar wafted around her, subtly enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out, his fingertips cautiously brushing aside a few strands of her soft hair that had fallen upon her shoulders. Lan Xijin did not turn, her brush continuing its dance upon the canvas, her voice languid yet casual. Where have you been? I made a trip back to the Lan family, Lan Xijin replied, his voice low and somber. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of distaste crossing his features. Ever since that day he had been drugged and expelled from the Lan family, he had not rushed to confront those troublesome clowns. Little did he expect that an Ing and her niece and Lingling could not contain themselves, fearing his retribution, and thus they preemptively played the victim, staging a scene that inverted right and wrong. An hour ago, at the Lan residence, Jean, what on earth is happening? Upon entering the Lan household, he was met with a stern interrogation from the family head, Lan Qinfeng. Lan Xijin's cold gaze swept over An Lingling, who stood beside his father with a tearful expression, and An Ing, feigning concern, as a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips. This should not be my inquiry. Your aunt claims? Lan Qinfeng's voice trembled with suppressed fury that you were excessively inebriated and attempted to take advantage of Lingling. Thankfully, she intervened in time to prevent a grave error. It has been several days, and not only have you failed to apologize to Lingling, but you have also been hiding in shame. What do you have to say for yourself? Lan Xijin seemed to hear the greatest absurdity, raising an eyebrow.
Oh,
Is that what she said? He turned his gaze towards An Lingling, who recoiled slightly under his scrutiny. I have already inquired with the servants on duty.
what more could you possibly say?
Lan Chenfeng clearly placed his trust in the evidence and the weeping of those around him. Therefore, Lan Xijun's voice turned icy. What do you wish me to do? First, apologize to Lingling. Lan Chenfeng stated firmly. Then, inquire about Lingling's feelings. If she has any affection for you, then apologize? Lan Xijun interrupted him directly, the last vestige of warmth in his eyes vanishing entirely. He deliberately retrieved a microchip from his uniform's inner pocket, his gaze sweeping over the ashen faces of An Ing and An Lingling. Before we proceed, I believe it is prudent for you to view this first.
No.
It's impossible. An Lingling screamed in disbelief, only to cover her mouth abruptly, her eyes brimming with terror.
Impossible?
Lan Xijun's voice was eerily calm. Do you truly believe your people have completely dismantled the surveillance in my room? Ever since his mother passed away, from the very first day An Ing entered the Lan household, he had never lowered his guard. He had even installed covert backup surveillance in his own bedroom, never anticipating it would be utilized so soon. Upon witnessing the terror etched on An Ying's and An Lingling's faces, Lan Chenfeng was already aware of the truth.
Chenfeng.
Allow me to explain. An Ing attempted one last desperate struggle, her voice tinged with sobs. How do you wish to handle this? Lan Chenfeng took a deep breath, suppressing his rage as he turned to Lan Xijun, his tone laden with complexity. Lan Xijun's voice bore heavy disappointment and detachment. Dispose of it as you see fit. He paused. I will move out. I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Lan Chenfeng promised, though the weight of his deliberation was evident. Lan Xijun knew his father all too well. The so-called explanation would, at most, entail expelling An Lingling, an inconsequential woman, from the Lan family as a warning. As for An Ing, the woman who had accompanied him for many years, he would never truly harm her. The so-called explanation was merely a tactic to quell his anger and maintain a facade of peace. However, none of this mattered anymore. Once the Lan family was completely under his control, he would personally rectify everything meticulously and thoroughly. Pulling back from his distant thoughts, Lan Xijun's gaze returned to the serene figure before him, capturing the essence of her beauty and dispelling the weariness within his heart. He leaned down, cautiously enveloping the ethereal Ji Ing in his embrace. Warm lips, imbued with reverence and affection, descended upon her elegantly sculpted shoulders and neck, bestowing gentle yet fervent pecks. Chapter 55. Be a little good. All of Ji Ying's focus was consumed by the canvas before her, utterly oblivious to the world around. This sense of being completely overlooked stirred within Lan Xijin a tumult of jealousy, having witnessed her affectionate moments with Bai Qi earlier that day. He leaned down, infused with a hint of petulance, applying greater pressure as he marked her delicate skin with a clear and suggestive bite. Ji Ying gasped, letting out a soft, involuntary hum, instinctively turning her head away. In that fleeting moment of turning, her tender lips, as soft as feathers, brushed lightly against his cheek. The coolness of the contact caused Lan Xijin's body to momentarily stiffen. Be a little good, Ji Ying's voice emerged, tinged with a trace of exasperation at the interruption, yet devoid of anger, resembling more an attempt to soothe a sulking large dog. This almost pet-like tone did not infuriate Lan Xijin. Rather, it birthed a peculiar sense of satisfaction within him, as if this intimate reprimand were a privilege solely his own. He replied softly, his voice laced with an unrecognized compliance and delight. He ceased his attempts to gain her attention through fervent means and instead stood quietly by her side, his long fingers unwittingly entwining with the ends of her soft hair, playfully toying with it in gentle loops. Merely being near her, inhaling her essence, and observing her concentrated profile allowed the jealousy and dark vengeful thoughts from earlier to dissipate, leaving in their wake a profound sense of peace and contentment. He had witnessed her walking side by side with Bai Qi, observed the smiles she bestowed upon that man. In that moment, jealousy had nearly consumed him. He even maliciously entertained thoughts of how Bai Qi would react upon discovering the deep entanglement shared between him and her. Would he crumble? Would he leave her? Yet, this destructive fantasy was quelled at the thought of Ji Ying's indifferent and distant gaze. He understood all too well that any attempt to disrupt her established order could lead to her utter disdain and abandonment. This anxiety of gain and loss, this bone-deep anguish, was effortlessly soothed by her focused silhouette as she painted, by her casual remark of be a little good. Lan Xijin sighed inwardly in self-deprecation, realizing he was irredeemable. As the final stroke of color was laid, the night had deepened outside, revealing a splendid urban panorama through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhiying set down her brush, stretching her slightly stiff shoulders and neck, finally turning to face the ever-watchful Lan Xijin. She tilted her head slightly, the enchanting allure of her peach blossom eyes reflecting a trace of relaxation after completing her work. The natural curve of her lips, however, was imbued with silent temptation in Lan Xijin's eyes. His gaze darkened instantaneously as he leaned down to capture her lips in a kiss. This kiss was fraught with a pent-up release of emotions, filled with aggression and possessiveness. His long fingers forcefully tangled in her soft hair, securing the back of her head, leaving no room for retreat, enveloping her entirely in his heated breath. With a sense of acquiescence, Lan Xijin did not resist. Instead, she willingly extended her arms, encircling his lean waist. Soft, fragmented moans escaped uncontrollably from their closely pressed lips, further igniting the fervor within Lan Xijin's heart. His kiss deepened, imbued with an almost ravenous intensity, leaving his mark upon her lips and neck. Outside, the city's clamor continued unabated, while within, the essence of spring flourished boundlessly. The following day, in the Student Council President's office, Lan Xijin sifted through the pile of college documents and departmental reports strewn across her desk. As she had anticipated, following the tennis club's public match, an event meant to serve as a warning to others, other clubs had indeed become more restrained, devoting their utmost efforts to prepare for the critically important 8 schools alliance competition next month. Particularly after the tennis match, Shin Qingyun had even bypassed the usual protocol of reapplying for the budget, opting instead to personally fund the renovation of the venue, the updating of equipment, and even deploying her top-notch private coaching team directly to the site. A pair of restrained knocks resonated at the door. "Enter," Lan Xijin called, her voice cool and echoing within the office. The door was cautiously pushed open, revealing a junior staff member adorned with an iris medal, who entered with evident anxiety, hands cradling a document that he respectfully placed upon Lan Xijin's expansive desk. "President, this is the summary report from the inspection department regarding last week's disciplinary violations on campus." The junior staff member's voice trembled slightly. At last, Lan Xijin lifted her gaze, briefly skimming the report before settling her eyes upon the young man. "Where's Minister Bai?" she inquired. According to regulations, this should be presented personally by Minister Bai Qinnan. The junior staff member, now even more apprehensive under her scrutiny, lowered his head further. "The minister said he was feeling unwell, so he asked me to deliver it on his behalf." This excuse felt almost painfully transparent, as though he were on the verge of declaring that he wished to avoid her company entirely. "I understand." Lan Xijin's expression remained unchanged as she merely nodded, signaling that he could take his leave. The junior staff member, as if granted a reprieve, nearly fled from the room. Lan Xijin picked up the report and opened it, revealing Bai Qinnan's signature style, methodical organization, thorough data, precise statements, and a tone devoid of any emotional warmth. She set the report down, rose from her seat, and strode purposefully toward the door. Just as she pulled it open, she encountered Bai Qi, who was approaching with an impeccable smile, holding a document of his own. "Are you heading out?" he inquired, the gentleness of his demeanor unwavering. "This is the activity planning report from the cultural department." "Yes, please place it on the desk." Lan Xijin replied without pausing, casting him a brief glance before brushing past him. Bai Qi's smile remained flawless, though a subtle hint of curiosity flickered in the depths of his light brown eyes as he watched her depart. That direction, it seemed, was toward the inspection department. Lan Xijin arrived at the door of the inspection department, raised her hand, and rapped lightly 3 times on the door. "Enter." A voice emanated from within, familiar yet deeper than usual, imbued with an air of cold detachment and aloofness. Lan Xijin pushed the door open and stepped inside. Bai Qinnan stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned to the entrance, gazing out into the world beyond. His silhouette remained tall, yet bore an undeniable air of solitude. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, but upon recognizing the visitor, he froze in place. She approached him, asking softly, "Are you unwell?" Chapter 56, Someone More Important Than Them. Bai Qinnan's Adam's apple bobbed awkwardly, his parched lips parted ever so slightly, yet ultimately, he averted his gaze, unable to meet her enchanting eyes. His voice emerged hoarse and fragmented, laced with a deliberate indifference. "This does not concern you." "Does it not concern me?" Lan Xijin seemed to find humor in his words, a faint smile gracing her lips. She did not halt her advance. Instead, she pressed closer, her delicate high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor, each step striking a chord in Bai Qinnan's heart. As she grew nearer, he instinctively recoiled, yearning to create space to alleviate his mounting anxiety. However, behind him loomed his broad office chair. He collided with its edge, losing his balance, and fell heavily into the seat. Powerless, he could only watch as Lan Xijin edged closer. Leaning slightly forward, she diminished the remaining distance between them. So close that he could distinctly sense the crisp scent of cedar emanating from her, so near that he felt the warmth of her breath caressing his skin. Her cool, slender fingertips, imbued with a playful audacity, lightly touched his tightly pressed lips. "Where do you feel unwell?" she queried with a teasing laugh, her voice laced with an intoxicating allure. "Is it here?" Her fingers lingered on his lips, sending shivers coursing through him. They did not remain still but glided downward, brushing over the pronounced, tumultuous movement of his Adam's apple. "Or, is it here?" she inquired, feeling him tighten beneath her touch, accompanied by a suppressed swallow. Ultimately, her delicate fingertip rested over his heart, pressing gently through the thin fabric of his shirt. "Perhaps it is here?" She lowered her voice further. Bai Qinnan was compelled to tilt his head back to meet her gaze, and he could even count her thick eyelashes. The thought that if he tilted just a fraction more, he could touch her soft, alluring lips sent an electric thrill through him, further entangling his already chaotic thoughts. He swallowed hard, a fragment of rationality returning. Startled, he grasped her wrist, which lingered on his chest, as if burned. "What are you doing?" He looked up, his usually icy eyes now filled with anguish. He fixed his gaze upon her, his voice hoarse with a desperate inquiry, almost as if questioning his own irresistible dissent. "You already have a boyfriend." He emphasized this fact, as if to remind himself. "He is insignificant." Lan Xijin's voice remained calm and unruffled, as though discussing the weather or stating a mere fact. Her nonchalant words tightened Bai Qinnan's heart. "Insignificant, indeed," he murmured, lowering his head, a hollow, self-deprecating laugh escaping his lips. Within that laughter lay an essence of despair and absurdity. "Indeed, what truly holds significance for you?" He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze shattered and bewildered. "Do you know how elated I felt when I beheld that painting?" he murmured, his voice tinged with a sense of disorientation. Yet deep within his eyes surged a torment akin to being torn asunder. The expanse of irises was so breathtaking. He had believed, perhaps naively, that he had finally carved out a unique space in her heart. Yet, that thought was soon shattered. He clenched his eyes shut, and upon reopening them, his irises brimmed with the agony of betrayal. "It was you who chose together." The mere thought that the artwork, which encapsulated all his joy, might still harbor traces of Bai Qi's essence, rendered him nearly breathless with anguish. He yearned to tear it apart, to reduce it to ashes, to obliterate every association that brought him such unbearable pain. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, for it was a gift from her. Lan Xijin, his voice trembled, infused with a desperation that felt like a cornered animal's lament, his shattered gaze fixed upon her. "Why do this to me? Why offer him hope only to crush it with your own hands? Why subject him to such cruel manipulation?"
No.
Lan Xijin interrupted his spiraling lament with a steady voice. Bai Qinnan froze, as if he had misheard, caught in disbelief, simply staring at her in a daze. "Not chosen together with him," Lan Xijin reiterated, her tone remaining even. Yet a flicker of discontent danced within her peach blossom eyes. Was that her disdain for his misunderstanding? Was she attempting to clarify? After a fleeting pause, Bai Qinnan's heart began to race uncontrollably. He fixated on her eyes, striving to discern something further within them. An abhorrent thought arose unbidden. He detested the notion of ever witnessing her unhappiness. Even now, even while she inflicted upon him such profound hurt.
Ah.
Ultimately, he merely managed to force out a muffled syllable from the depths of his throat, laden with awkwardness and a glimmer of humility he had not even recognized in himself. "I'm sorry." Lan Xijin spoke slowly. Bai Qinnan's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had heard the most improbable words in existence. An apology? Lan Xijin? That woman who always stood so high above, exuding confidence bordering on arrogance, was actually apologizing to him? Bai Qinnan's mind went blank, rendered speechless as he gazed at her, as if truly seeing her for the first time. Lan Xijin observed his astonishment with a hint of a sigh, imbued with a sense of helplessness and a trace of elusive fatigue. "Some matters." Her voice, softer than before, resembled the gentle melting of spring snow, imbued with a rare tenderness. I cannot yet provide you with an explanation, but she articulated with deliberate clarity, you are a presence more significant than all of them combined. Bai Qinnan stared into her eyes, momentarily entranced, where his own reflection shimmered back at him. In the next instant, his reason crumbled entirely. Bai Qinnan abruptly raised his hand. That bony hand, imbued with an irresistible force, grasped the delicate nape of Shan Jiying's neck. He no longer contemplated the notion of a legitimate boyfriend, the constraints of ethics, or the maddening allure of moral boundaries. Lowering his head, he surrendered to the long-suppressed yearning, pressing his lips deeply against the tender, rosy petals that had unsettled him and sparked a feverish desire since earlier. The initial contact was imbued with a sense of preciousness and caution, akin to the rediscovery of something lost. Yet, swiftly, anguish and jealousy surged like a wildfire, transforming his kiss into something profound and fervent, marked by an almost predatory intensity. The minister of the supervisory department, who had always ingrained rules into his very being, now wholly abandoned his principles and limitations. Concepts of fairness, self-restraint, and moral boundaries held no significance. Chapter 57. The Ineffectual Game of Love. His other hand, which had rested on her delicate waist, tightened its grip with an intensity born of pent-up desire, drawing her closer into his embrace. Startled, Jing found herself seated upon his lap, the closeness of their bodies amplifying Bai Qinnan's already erratic breath into something more heated and labored. The long-repressed longing within him ignited, consuming his being. He trailed his fervent lips along her graceful jawline, showering her with gentle, reverent kisses. Burying his face in the fragrant curve of her neck, the heat within him surged to its zenith, yet it did not escalate into further demands. Instead, it coalesced into a near-possessive embrace, as if he yearned to merge her essence with his own. His chin pressed heavily against her slender shoulder, his warm breath cascading over her sensitive neck, greedily inhaling the alluring, crisp scent of cedar that enveloped her. Are you still unwell? His voice emerged muffled from the nape of her neck, hoarse and laden with uncontainable desire. Ji Ying languidly leaned against his heaving chest, her voice tinged with a huskiness that betrayed her teasing demeanor. Her fingertips unconsciously traced the taut line of his back. Bai Qinnan's body momentarily stiffened, a subtle reaction instantly followed by his ears flushing crimson at a visible pace. In retrospect, this excuse felt juvenile, akin to a petulant act designed to garner attention. He buried his face deeper, falling silent, with only the heat of his breath and the rapid thumping of his heart betraying his embarrassment and ineffable satisfaction. Eventually, this sense of fulfillment transformed into a whisper imbued with tentative exploration and humble pleading. If you find yourself in any trouble, he paused, as though summoning great courage.
Please tell me.
Despite knowing her innate pride and her habitual independence, he could not help but hope that she might allow him a glimpse into her heart, even if just a crack. Jing replied softly, raising her hand to gently caress his soft, cool strands of hair with an unusual tenderness. It's not too troublesome. Everything at present is manageable. The sunlight outside was just right, filtering through the bright glass, casting a warm glow upon the two entwined figures. Bai Qinnan stubbornly held her in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. In her heart, Bai Qinnan was indeed different. From their childhood acquaintance, he had always followed her, unconditionally clearing obstacles from her path and willingly bearing all blame on her behalf. She never believed she owed anyone anything, viewing human relationships merely as exchanges of interests. Yet, in the presence of Bai Qinnan, his offerings were abundant and pure, devoid of any expectation for reciprocation.
Today,
had it been anyone else attempting to draw her attention with such juvenile excuses, she would have felt nothing but annoyance. This indulgence was a privilege she had never truly examined, exclusive to him alone. After soothing Bai Qinnan, Shan Jiying returned to the student council president's office. On the desk lay an event proposal recently delivered by Bai Shi, accompanied by a simple note with elegant handwriting. The piano room awaits you. Shan Jiying's gaze lingered on the note for a moment before she dismissively averted her eyes, as if it were merely inconsequential scrap paper. Turning, she made her way toward the exclusive piano room deep within Morris Academy. Upon reaching the door, an oppressive and distorted melody assaulted her senses. Bai Shi sat at the exquisite classical piano, his long fingers frantically dancing across the black and white keys. He played a classical masterpiece that was meant to be tender and poignant, yet at that moment, it had become utterly dissonant. Each note pulsated with an anxious rhythm and an inescapable darkness. The music transformed from a fluid melody into a cacophony filled with struggle, questioning, and an almost violent jealousy. Footsteps approached and paused outside the door. The music abruptly ceased. Bai Qi inhaled sharply, his hurried breath betraying the turmoil within. In an instant, the distorted emotions etched across his face faded, replaced by a mask of serene perfection. He turned to face Zhan Jiying as she entered, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Perfectly measured. "You've arrived," he greeted, his voice steady, devoid of any hint of unease. "It is time to assess our progress." He produced several meticulously prepared sheets of music, once again centered on the theme of ultimate love. Placing the scores on the stand before her, his eyes shimmered with a near-obsessive anticipation. Zhan Jiying's expression remained calm, as if accepting the most mundane of tasks. She gracefully seated herself on the piano bench, adjusting her posture without glancing at the scores. Those melodies were already etched into her muscle memory. Raising her hand, her fingertips touched the cool keys. In the next moment, fluid and precise notes flowed forth. Perfect. Utterly flawless. Each note's timing and intensity seemed measured by the most precise instruments, aligning perfectly with the demands of the score. There was no superfluous emotion infused, no personal interpretation to disrupt the purity. The profound love that should have resonated deeply was reduced to mere flat symbols beneath her fingertips. Unlike the last time, Bai Qi did not interrupt her in anger. He simply stood quietly to the side, slightly leaning against the piano, his gaze fixed on her tranquil profile. He was observing, listening, feeling, experiencing the despairing emptiness beneath the flawless performance. She harbored no feelings for him. This realization pierced his heart. There was no anger, only a profound sense of resentment. As the song concluded, the final note dissipated into the air, leaving behind a deathly silence. "Ah!" Bai Qi chuckled softly, a laugh that was stifled, tinged with self-mockery and a sense of injustice. "I actually thought there would be at least a ripple of emotion within you, a slight stirring for him, as an individual. It turned out it was all merely her faade. And he, the fool who initiated this game of pretense, found himself moved amidst her exquisite acting. Even while playing those enchanting melodies, his mind was filled with her recent false smiles and frowns." Zhan Jiying tilted her head slightly, meeting his bloodshot eyes. Her face adorned with an expression of innocent confusion. She even casually shrugged her shoulders, her movements as nonchalant as if discussing the weather, her voice calm and undisturbed, suggesting that this method was not particularly effective. Bai Qi's lips curled slightly, his eyes ablaze with a fervent emotion named obsession. He leaned in slightly, enunciating each word with a tender, yet chilling possessiveness. "Zhan Jiying, I shall undoubtedly make you fall in love with me." The authenticity of Chapter 58. Zhan Jiying scoffed. "I look forward to it. After school, at the Bai residence." As Bai Qi stepped through the grand entrance of the Bai household, Bai Lan burst forth from the foyer like a leopard that had spotted its prey. His eyes gleamed with an almost overflowing excitement, completely shedding his usual anger. "Brother, you've finally returned." His voice rose with exhilaration, radiating an indescribable exuberance. "What's the matter?" Bai Qi forced a slight smile, attempting to display a semblance of his customary gentle demeanor, though the smile did not reach his eyes, which reflected deep fatigue. The frustrations and anguish from the day's practice still weighed heavily on his heart. "The painting! It has arrived!" Bai Lan nearly danced with joy, the authentic piece. Bai Lan needed only a glance. With his countless reproductions of the painting, he understood that the play of light and shadow, the enchantment of colors could not be replicated by any imitation. He was utterly convinced that only a true master could create such a marvel. Bai Qi paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his brow. "Where? She actually brought out her hidden treasure?" This piqued his interest. "In my exhibition hall. Come quickly." Bai Lan eagerly pulled Bai Qi along through the labyrinthine corridors of the Bai home. As a family born for art, nearly every core member possessed their own exclusive exhibition hall, akin to small museums, dedicated to preserving their hard work and collected treasures. Upon entering Bai Lan's modern exhibition hall, a colossal painting stood proudly at the heart of the gallery. The scene depicted was not one of extraordinary spectacle, but rather a winding path through a tranquil forest. Yet, the mist that flowed through the trees like gossamer transformed the ordinary sight into a dreamlike vision. The sunlight penetrates the dense foliage and the swirling mist, casting a mosaic of dappled light. The intricate veins of each leaf, and the gentle flow of every wisp of fog exude an overwhelming sense of reality. This is not merely a landscape painting, it is a grand display of mastery over light, color, and technique. Through the artwork, one can distinctly sense the creator's formidable confidence, a commanding presence that resonates deeply within Bai Qi, leaving him momentarily entranced. The relentless pursuit of technique depicted in the painting suddenly aligns with an elusive figure in his mind. The chilling notes she played resonate with the essence emanating from this artwork, a striking resemblance that leaves him in awe. Beside him, Bai Lan stands with hands clasped together, his face illuminated by a nearly reverent admiration and excitement. He feels immensely fortunate for the decision he made, thinking to himself, "I have truly struck gold. This is the wisest trade of my life." Unmoved by his brother's exclamations, Bai Qi's gaze remains fixed on the astonishingly delicate play of light and shadow on the canvas. Almost instinctively, he extends his hand, his long fingers trembling ever so slightly, tentatively reaching toward a corner of the canvas. "Brother, what are you doing?"
Bai Lan Xijin.
His voice sharp and frantic, as if a cat had its tail stepped on. He instinctively reaches out to swat Bai Qi's hand away, fearing the sanctity of his beloved masterpiece would be sullied. Yet, Bai Qi's movements are swifter. His fingertips brush lightly against the slightly raised paint. He retracts his hand abruptly, looking down at his fingertip, which bears a minuscule amount of vivid green pigment. The air seems to freeze in that moment. Bai Lan's voice catches in his throat, his eyes wide as he fixates on the brilliant green on Bai Qi's fingertip. As one who engages intimately with paint, Bai Lan understands more than anyone that for an oil painting to reach a state where a touch leaves no discernible mark, it requires at least 3 days of meticulous work. Thus, this painting, which could be deemed a divine masterpiece, must have been completed only recently. "Brother." Bai Lan's voice trembles with shock and elation as he grasps Bai Qi's arm, his eyes glinting with a nearly frenzied light. "She knows. She must know." His tone mirrors Bai Qi's own obsessive fervor. "Tomorrow, take me to see her." "No," Bai Qi replies, his voice resolute and unyielding. He rejects Bai Lan's request without a moment's hesitation.
"Why?"
Bai Lan presses, desperation lacing his words. "There is no reason," Bai Qi retorts, shaking off his brother's grasp, a fierce possessiveness flickering in his gaze, one he himself struggles to comprehend. He dismisses Bai Lan's further inquiries and turns, striding purposefully towards his study. He cannot allow Bai Lan to have excessive contact with Lan Xijin. If his suspicions are correct, with his understanding of Bai Lan, any fervent admiration he might direct towards Lan Xijin could lead to unimaginable consequences. With a resounding thud, the door to the study slams shut. Bai Qi sits at his expansive desk and powers on his computer. He drew in a deep breath, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard as he embarked on a frenzied quest for every morsel of information regarding the enigmatic painter. The search results were scant, with public records on the internet almost non-existent, akin to a ghost deliberately erased from existence. Only the 3 masterpieces remained, repeatedly showcased, analyzed, and revered on art websites. Bai Qi clicked on the highest resolution images, enlarging them one by one, greedily scrutinizing every detail of the artwork. It was a relentless pursuit of perfection, a striking confidence that gazed down upon all. The more he looked, the faster his heart raced. This feeling was hauntingly familiar, the soul emanating from the painting. The precise sense of mastery it exuded was undeniable. "It is her," Bai Qi murmured dreamily, his gaze fixed on the screen. He was now utterly convinced it was Lan Xijin. His heart pounded as if struck by a heavy hammer, a profound shock coursing through him from the depths of his soul.
Who was Lan Xijin?
The more he glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, the more the burning desire to investigate consumed him. He yearned to tear away her faade, to unveil the astonishing soul hidden within that perfect body.
Why?
After leaving such a brilliant mark at the pinnacle of art years ago, had she willingly languished in obscurity for 3 years, bearing the stigma of worthlessness? Did those unsightly harassments and humble pursuits of affection hold a deeper intention? No. Bai Qi quickly dismissed that notion. The face from his memories, though similar to the present, bore a rot that was utterly different from her now. He abruptly shut his laptop, plunging the study into an immediate silence, save for the frantic beating of his heart for a singular person. Chapter 59. The Return of Qin Zhuo. The following day, Morris Academy. Morris Academy was once again the center of a significant announcement. Qin Zhuo, the heir of the Qin family, had returned. Accompanying this return were the bloody secrets within the Qin family. During Qin Zhuo's absence, Undercurrents had surged within the family. The other two heirs, Qinzhua's half-brothers, seemed to have reached a tacit agreement, gradually encroaching upon the core powers that originally belonged to Qinzhua. Everything appeared to have been settled. However, on the very night of the power transfer ceremony, that bloodied man emerged as if returning from the depths of hell. The previous night, the Qin family had endured a silent, yet brutal cleansing. It was said that those two treacherous heirs had no room to struggle, being swiftly sent back to their branches, forever severed from the core of power. This method silently proclaimed to all that Qinzhua's disappearance had been a long-conceived family betrayal, and he had decisively triumphed in this struggle for familial dominance. Nearly the entire academy's attention was focused on Qinzhua. He sat in that familiar corner of the classroom, yet the aura he exuded was starkly different from the past. A gloomy presence enveloped him, his gaze frigid, the unhealed abrasions on his cheek adding a dangerous edge rather than detracting from his appearance. He casually twirled a valuable fountain pen between his fingers.
Zhuo.
The red-haired youth eagerly approached, his voice tinged with the relief of survival. "You are finally back." Qinzhua did not lift his eyelids, merely responding with a faint hum. His dismissive reply suggested that the person before him was no more significant than a speck of dust in the air. Just then, Lan Xijin entered the classroom. Instinctively, Qinzhua raised his gaze, only to collide with her bewitching, peach blossom eyes. His heart was abruptly pierced. Once again, those eyes, a haunting resemblance to that woman who had appeared like a specter, toyed with him and vanished without a trace, were maddeningly similar. A surge of unnamed anger, mingled with the humiliation of being toyed with, caused Qinzhua's eyes to turn icy, and he furrowed his brow, quickly averting his gaze. However, Lan Xijin seemed oblivious to the chill of his dissatisfied gaze. A hint of a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth as she cheerfully walked to her seat. The source of her good spirits was the astronomical sum that had arrived punctually in her secret account, named after Ingji, the night before. It appeared that this young heir of the Qin family was, at least in the matter of keeping promises, quite competent. She thought idly as she settled into the seat in front of Qinzhua. A faint scent of cedar wafted into Qinzhua's nostrils with her movements. His fingers tightened around the pen, turning white at the knuckles. This fragrance, the same cool scent that lingered when that woman had playfully teased him, was now haunting him. He had exerted every ounce of strength he could muster to investigate Ingji the previous night, only to find nothing. That woman seemed to exist solely to toy with him, before disappearing entirely. Could she truly be a member of the Shan family? Yet, there had been no reports of any member undergoing such a drastic transformation in appearance over the past decade. Never mind. He forcefully suppressed the tumultuous thoughts, his expression darkening even further. The payment had been settled. He and Ingji were completely disentangled. As for Lan Xijin, she was merely a coincidence. Xiao Zhuo. A voice as gentle as water rang out. Su Qingya approached gracefully, her face adorned with an impeccable smile. "It's wonderful to have you back. Everyone has been worried about you these past few days." Qinzhua's gaze settled on her face, his voice low and distracted. Sorry." His response was overtly perfunctory. "Shall we have lunch together?" Consider it a welcome-back gesture. Su Qingya appeared oblivious to his indifference, her smile unwavering. Qinzhua almost reflexively intended to refuse. But when his eyes met Su Qingya's, his brow furrowed deeply. Recalling the transaction and understanding they had reached, he swallowed hard, forcing himself to amend his words. Understood." At lunchtime, Bai Qinnan, as usual, approached Lan Xijin's seat with determination. He leaned slightly, his voice low and melodious, imbued with an intimacy that others could not intrude upon. Would you join me for a meal?" This scene unfolded clearly before Qinzhua in the back row. He observed with cold detachment, a smirk of undisguised mockery playing at the corners of his lips. He had not expected that in just a few days' absence, this once despised waste of space had managed to captivate the lofty musical prodigy of the Bai family. How amusing! He scoffed inwardly, wondering when Bai Qi's gaze had become so distasteful. With an impassive expression, Qinzhua rose from his seat, casually slipping his hands into his pockets, exuding a chilling aura that commanded distance. He strode past Bai Qinnan and Lan Xijin without casting them a glance. His footsteps halted in front of Su Qingya's table, where he rapped his fingers sharply twice against the surface. "I'm leaving," he uttered coldly, not pausing for Su Qingya's response before turning on his heel and striding towards the door without looking back. For a fleeting moment, the gentle smile on Su Qingya's face faltered, but she quickly regained her composure, hastening to follow Qin Zhuo's retreating figure. In the private room on the top floor of the Academy's dining hall, Qin Zhuo and Su Qingya sat across from each other, the exquisite dishes before them nearly untouched, enveloped in a silence that hung heavily in the air. Congratulations, Su Qingya broke the silence first, her flawless smile returning as she finally achieved what she desired. Qin Zhuo's gaze shifted from a distant point outside the window back to her face, responding with a curt "m." The single syllable bore no warmth, lacking even a hint of a victor's joy, only a profound weariness and a deeper sense of estrangement. Su Qingya's smile dimmed slightly. Her fingers unconsciously twirled a strand of hair, betraying her unsettled emotions at that moment. Her eyes, usually brimming with tenderness, now held a suppressed dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, her voice remained soft. Since we are allies, Qin Zhuo, why did you not even inform me of your actions this time? These past few days? She felt like an outsider left in the dark. She was oblivious to the reasons behind Qin Zhuo's disappearance. Yet she had to maintain the faade of the perfect fiancé within the academy, stabilizing the swirling rumors. Qin Zhuo's thick eyelashes fell, concealing the turmoil beneath. He pressed his lips together. The situation had erupted unexpectedly. This explanation sounded absurdly feeble. With the Qin family's extensive intelligence network and his own capabilities, even the most sudden events could be signaled in due time. Yet his mind had been consumed only by one figure during these days. His fingers unconsciously brushed over the scar on his abdomen, the very spot she had once bandaged for him. Su Qingya observed him quietly, noting his momentary distraction. Her brow knitting slightly. What had transpired? What was he concealing? Chapter 60. Annulment of Engagement. Qin Zhuo's long fingers tapped rhythmically, yet subdued against the table, the sound echoing in the silence. After several moments, he finally raised his gaze, determination glinting in his eyes. I want him to speak, he stated, his voice low and steady. Annul the engagement. The elegant and gentle facade that Su Qingya always wore shattered in an instant. Her pupils trembled. Disbelief etched across her face as she regarded him. Qin Zhuo, she exclaimed, her voice rising slightly in anger, losing the soft demeanor she had maintained. A cold, false smile graced her lips. What? After just dealing with your two brothers and securing your position, you can't wait to burn the bridge behind you? Qin Zhuo frowned deeply, not refuting Su Qingya's accusations. His decision to annul the engagement was indeed fueled by intense personal emotions, bordering on impulsiveness. Yet, as soon as he closed his eyes, the woman's mocking and disdainful words, "Dirty man," relentlessly ground against his self-esteem. He was not. No. He suppressed the surging feelings of humiliation, his voice remaining icy. I will fulfill my promise to you. Until you completely eradicate those obstacles within the Su family, the resources of the Qin family will still be at your disposal to aid your endeavors. This was the line he drew, the cost of maintaining a semblance of alliance. Su Qingya's chest rose and fell violently as she stared intently at Qin Zhuo, only to find a void of indifference in his gaze. After a few seconds of silence, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Anger would not resolve the issue. Qin Zhuo's promise remained, and its value was intact. Su Qingya had never acted impulsively with those who could be of use to her. Very well. She reseated herself, her voice returning to a calm, businesslike detachment. But grant me 2 more weeks. Qin Zhuo barely concealed his sigh of relief, the taut line of his jaw relaxing slightly. However, Su Qingya was not yet finished with him. She lifted her nearly untouched wine glass, stating, in comparison to this, I have a question. She paused so suddenly, so impatiently, wanting to draw a line with me. Have you encountered someone who stirs your heart? The phrase stir your heart was laden with irony, her emphasis unmistakable. Qin Zhuo's breath caught in his throat. Stir his heart? For whom? For the one who toyed with him, mocked him, and then vanished without a trace? His Adam's apple moved laboriously, yet he merely averted his gaze. It had not even begun, yet had ended in such a humiliating manner. What could be considered heart-stirring? On the other side, in the Academy's dining hall, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the top-level private room, Bai Qinnan gracefully pulled out a chair for Lan Xijin, his gaze unwaveringly focused on her, imbued with a disarming tenderness. The exquisite dishes were laid out before them. Yet Bai Qinnan made no move to eat. He gazed intently at Lan Xijin, whose expression remained indifferent. That painting, he said, his voice low and melodious, is truly beautiful. Don't you think? Lan Xijin's hand, gripping the fork, hesitated for a moment before she nonchalantly speared a small piece of food and brought it to her lips. Meeting Bai Shi's penetrating gaze, she showed no surprise, only calm acceptance. She shrugged indifferently, tacitly acknowledging his conjecture. As for her identity, to her, it was merely an inconsequential interlude, devoid of any need for concealment. In her childhood, her mother's sudden passing plunged her world into turmoil. She had to engage in something that would allow her to focus and divert her attention. She locked herself in the art studio, unleashing her pain through frantic strokes of the brush on canvas. Most of those paintings were torn to shreds by her own hands the moment they were completed. Only 3 survived the chaos and calm, carelessly discarded in a corner of the warehouse. Later, when she realized that her future depended solely on herself, she could not afford to succumb to despair, and those 3 paintings had long been forgotten. Never again did she pick up a brush. Until a dishonest servant from the Shan family brought them, along with other stolen items, to the auction house. What was referred to as such was merely a reflection of her tumultuous emotions at the time, a mere distorted symbol hastily drawn without the effort of signing her name. Ironically, this very symbol has become a myth within the realm of art.
unexpectedlove, Bai Si Chukka Sopti.
His laughter imbued with a possessive delight akin to discovering a rare treasure. My girlfriend possesses such a maddening identity. His gaze fell upon Shan Jiying's hands, delicate and fair, with perfectly proportioned fingers that resembled God's most meticulous creation. These hands could not only conjure masterpieces that evoked reverence, but could also render pieces like suffering with heart-wrenching intensity. A fervent obsession and desire churned in the depths of Bai Shi's eyes. How so? Shan Jiying set down her fork, meeting his gaze with intrigued curiosity. Are you blaming me for concealing this? Bai Shi's voice bore a tone of reverence as he slowly extended his hand, gently brushing over the back of her hand resting on the table without actually making contact, as if fearful of disturbing something sacred. I was merely contemplating. He lifted his gaze, the depths of his eyes revealing unmasked fervor, how I might come to know you better, to uncover all that you are, your past, your suffering, your talent, your secrets, and what lies within your cold heart. Bai Shi's heated fingertips nearly grazed Shan Jiying's hand, while she propped her chin on one hand, seemingly an observer of a performance. However, a shadow loomed over them, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Lan Xijin had unknowingly positioned himself beside their table, clad in a sharply tailored white uniform, devoid of any creases. His countenance was stern, exuding an unwavering, businesslike indifference.
Jin?
The fervent obsession in Bai Shi's eyes diminished, replaced by a flawless smile that, however, did not reach his eyes. Lan Xijin's gaze scarcely lingered on Bai Shi's face. He turned directly to Shan Jiying, his voice low and steady. I have matters to discuss with President Shan. I trust you do not mind my joining? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he had already pulled out the chair beside Shan Jiying with an air of undeniable authority. A subtle crack appeared in Bai Shi's previously perfect smile. His light brown eyes narrowed slightly, searching for any sign of vulnerability. Was this a matter of duty, or did it harbor ulterior motives? Yet, Lan Xijin's expression was impeccable, revealing no emotion beyond his cool professionalism. If I am not mistaken, Bai Shi's voice remained gentle. This is not the time for student council affairs. The implication was unmistakable. What could be so urgent? Lan Xijin seemed oblivious to the dismissal in Bai Shi's words. He did not even lift his eyelids, his long fingers gracefully reaching for the menu at Shan Jiying's side, as if it were a mere coincidence. He spoke in a flat tone, devoid of inflection, casually opening the menu and allowing his slender fingers to glide over the paper surface with a nonchalant arrogance, as if he were the true master of this seat. Chapter 61. A Secret Affair? His peripheral vision was attuned to the expression of Shan Jiying, noting her lack of intention to dismiss him, even in the slightest showing of displeasure. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of his lips, a secret satisfaction taking root within him. He maintained an appropriate calmness on the surface, yet the frantic beating of his heart silently betrayed his earlier apprehension. He feared to catch even a hint of annoyance on her face. Yet there was none. Was this her tacit approval? Or, perhaps, a different form of indulgence? The responsibility for hosting the alliance competition among the 8 schools had fallen to Morris Academy. After instructing the attendant regarding the meal, Lan Xijin casually set down the menu, directing his gaze toward Shan Jiying. Indeed, she nodded gently, acknowledging the well-known fact that the entire Morris was actively preparing for this event. As the host, his voice remained steady, emphasizing that for the honor of the continent and the academy, there must be no room for error in this competition. Shan Jiying raised an eyebrow, her enchanting peach blossom eyes quietly observing him, waiting for him to continue. You have only recently assumed the position of president, and perhaps are still unfamiliar with the specific procedures and details of the competition in recent years. Lan Xijin's tone was devoid of emotion, as if presenting an objective fact. To protect the honor of the academy, he deliberately paused for a moment, his tone becoming increasingly grandiose. During this period, I will act as your assistant, offering my full support. His words were impeccably crafted, leaving no room for criticism. Even Bo Shi, who stood nearby, had to concede that this reasoning was flawless. A smirk played at the corners of Shan Jiying's lips, her gaze laced with a hint of amusement. How considerate of the former president. In the student council's archive room lay detailed records from previous years when other academies had hosted. Ignoring her teasing remark, Lan Xijin's gaze remained locked on her. After dinner, I would appreciate it if President Shan would accompany me to retrieve them. A glimmer of curiosity and unease flickered in Bo Shi's light brown eyes. He understood Lan Xijin all too well. Beneath the surface lay the arrogance and scheming of a noble heir. Such individuals, who would not hesitate to act against their own for personal gain, could hardly be believed when they spoke of collective honor. Lan Xijin's actions were undoubtedly tied to the interests of the Lan family. Or perhaps a more absurd and disheartening thought suddenly surged in his mind. He swiftly suppressed this notion.
Impossible.
He had been unceremoniously ousted from the presidency by Shan Jiying, who had defeated him by a mere humiliating point. With his inherently proud nature, his thoughts should be consumed with revenge, with making her taste the bitterness of failure. It was utterly inconceivable. Forcing down the tumultuous emotions rising within him, Bo Shi restored a warm smile to his face, naturally placing the freshly peeled shrimp before Shan Jiying. Try this. It's quite fresh. Good, Lan Xijin remarked, his gaze sweeping over the tender moment shared between the two. The air around them suddenly turned colder. A feeling known as jealousy clawed at his reason. Beneath the tablecloth, a slender hand stealthily brushed over her knee. With a searing intensity and an aggressive demeanor, a hand slid toward the hem of Shan Jiying's uniform skirt, exuding a brazen provocation. Beneath the cool, opulent fabric lay soft, delicate skin. His fingertips bore an almost destructive desire for possession, audaciously caressing and kneading. This clandestine act unfolded right under the watchful eyes of her legitimate boyfriend, akin to the illicit thrill of an affair, tightening his throat and nearly suffocating him. He gazed at her. Shan Jiying maintained her composure, engaging in conversation with Bai Qinnan, as if the hand shamelessly lingering on her thigh were non-existent. This calm demeanor only intensified the discontent simmering within Lan Xijin. The pressure beneath his fingers increased, leaving distinct red marks on her fair skin. That restless hand, growing bolder, sought to greedily explore the smooth curves upward. At that moment, Shan Jiying's other hand, positioned beneath the table, firmly grasped his mischief-making wrist. The grip was neither gentle nor subtle, carrying an unmistakable warning. She did not even glance at him, continuing to converse with Bai Qinnan, yet the pressure of her fingertips on his bone was astonishingly forceful. Rather than feeling anger, Lan Xijin found himself oddly exhilarated. He leisurely withdrew his hand, even deliberately squeezing it once more before returning the offending hand to the tabletop as if nothing had transpired. His long fingers appeared particularly elegant and pristine under the light. He seemingly idly traced the pads of his thumb across his index and middle fingers, as if savoring the delicate sensation of her skin. The gesture was graceful, yet imbued with a blush-inducing implication. After the meal, Bai Qinnan intended to accompany them to the archives, but Lan Xijin deflected him with a casual remark about confidential documents that were not meant to be disturbed. Bai Qinnan glanced at Shan Jiying, his eyes questioning. She responded with an indifferent expression, urging him to return first. Bai Qinnan's gaze flitted between the two before finally resting on Shan Jiying's profile, suppressing the unease brewing within him and forcing a smile.
All right.
Shan Jiying acknowledged, rising first and heading towards the dining hall exit. Lan Xijin followed closely behind, his tall figure nearly overshadowing her. The two walked in tandem toward the student council building, where the archives resided at the deepest point of the top floor. As the door swung open, a wave of the musty scent of aged paper washed over them. Rows of deep gray iron filing cabinets stood silently, with only a few high windows allowing in muted, golden light. Lan Xijin turned to close the door, the sound of the lock echoing sharply in the stillness of the room. The procedural details and emergency plans from past competitions are located in Area 3, Row 3. Top level, he stated, his voice low and reverberating as he pointed toward the shadowy depths of the filing cabinets. Lan Xijin did not look at him, but walked directly toward the indicated position. She approached the third row of cabinets and looked up, noting that several documents marked for the 8-school alliance competition were indeed placed high enough that she would need to stretch on her toes to reach them. She extended her arm, her fingertips just shy of the folder, just as she slightly rose on her toes to retrieve the document. A formidable presence surged unexpectedly from behind. Lan Xijin's towering figure drew near, his chest nearly pressing against her straight back, the heat of his body emanating through the thin fabric of her uniform. The hand that had just committed misdeeds in the restaurant crossed over her shoulder, resting upon the documents above her head. Lan Xijin found herself entirely enveloped beneath him, trapped between his form and the iron cabinet, creating an airtight cage. His other hand did not reach for the documents, but rather naturally covered the back of her hand that was extended toward them. His fingers forcefully intertwined with hers, in a manner that brought her hand, and consequently her body, closer to him. Chapter 62. The Mysterious Contestant. Lan Xijin leaned slightly forward, his warm breath cascading over her sensitive neck. His deep voice laced with an enigmatic allure. "Do you need assistance, President Shan?" His other arm firmly ensnared her slender, yet soft waist. His breathing grew noticeably heavier, unabashedly revealing his body's response to her presence. The hand that had initially intertwined with hers tightened slightly, the knuckles turning pale, infused with an almost obsessive possessiveness. This position was tantalizingly ambiguous, leaving only their breaths resonating in the confined archive. "Is this sufficient?" Lan Xijin's voice broke the silence, lacking any attempt to escape. Allowing him to hold her in such an intimate manner, her tone calm and unruffled, untouched by a hint of desire. "Not enough." Lan Xijin nearly greedily buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the alluring fragrance that clung to her. He felt as if he had been poisoned by an insatiable longing, and she was the sole antidote that could temporarily quench his thirst. "You were so composed before me. Do you not fear that his thin lips might graze the skin at the back of your neck?" His hoarse voice suppressing a tumult of jealousy. "Shall I inform Minister Bai of our clandestine relationship?" The calm demeanor she had exhibited in the restaurant was like a thorn embedded in his heart. Had she accurately gauged that he would willingly remain her lover in the shadows? Confident that he would never dare expose their secret or seek retribution? "Suit yourself." Lan Xijin's response was placid, even tinged with a hint of indifference. Fear? She simply did not care. Bai Shi's reaction, the gaze of others, the potential troubles they might bring, were to her nothing more than insignificant specks of dust, unworthy of her attention. "Suit me?" Lan Xijin lowered his head and playfully nipped at her earlobe, laced with a hint of reprimand. "Then it seems you think little of me." This realization lightened Lan Xijin's mood. What did it matter if he was the official boyfriend? Was he not also a figure that could be easily discarded? At that moment, she turned her head, her gaze sweeping across his face, which was etched with desire. "I do not believe this is a fitting place for your arousal. The documents, hand them to me." Lan Xijin's body instinctively obeyed her command. He stretched out his arm, effortlessly retrieving the folders from the high shelf and presenting them to her. In that instant of acquiescence, even he felt a tinge of absurdity and grievance. Lan Xijin extricated herself from his yet-to-tighten embrace, as if the exhilarating scene that had just transpired had never occurred. Her slender fingertips danced over the documents in her hands, her expression one of unwavering concentration. The contents of the files were meticulous and indeed held significant reference value for Morris Academy as the host of the prestigious 8-school alliance competition. Lan Xijin stood in place, his gaze intensely fixed upon her, observing her serene profile, the subtle flutter of her eyelashes as she turned the pages, and the way her lips pursed in contemplation. "Thank you," Lan Xijin said, closing the file and meeting his fervent gaze without a hint of hesitation. "Report to the office starting tomorrow." President's office. Upon returning to her office, she sat at the expansive desk, meticulously reviewing the competition documents. A knock at the door interrupted her, as she placed a stack of candidate profiles for the music festival competition upon her desk, a gentle smile illuminating his face. "Take a look at this year's lineup." Lan Xijin picked up the materials and opened them, her eyes immediately drawn to the impressive resumes that were almost dazzling in their brilliance. "These three," she leaned in, his long fingers pointing at the pages, "are your most formidable opponents in this competition. The first, Jian Yun, from the Jian family, a low-key yet profoundly rooted family with a century-long legacy in music. Unlike the Bai family, which boasts a sprawling artistic lineage, The Jian family has remained focused solely on music, passing down their craft through generations with purity and dedication. Jian Yun, in particular, is regarded as a once-in-a-century prodigy, carrying the weight of her family's expectations. Her name has long echoed through the classical music realm. Renowned for her soul-stirring empathy, she has nearly swept the mainstream international awards, and the youth competition at the music festival represents the final piece in her quest for Grand Slam glory. The second, Song E. His journey starkly contrasts with that of Jian Yun. The records indicate he was born in the continent, his parentage unknown, and grew up in an orphanage. Lacking a prestigious lineage and the guidance of esteemed mentors, his connection with the piano began with an old upright in the orphanage. The moment his tender fingers first touched the keys, his talent astonished all who were present. His music resonates with a vitality that emerges from the depths of suffering. The third, Xiang Luhui, the most enigmatic of the trio. The profile page contains no photograph, only a line of terse, almost cold text. Xiang Luhui, hailing from the royal family of the continent. Beyond that, there is no additional information, no prior competition records, only the surname and lineage that signify immense power. Do not worry too much, Bai Qi's voice bore a soothing quality. With your skills, he hesitated, as long as the final theme does not deliberately lean towards intense emotionality. The championship will undoubtedly be within your grasp. Shan Jiying's fingers lightly stroked her chin as her gaze roamed over the profiles of the three competitors, ultimately lingering on the blank photo frame of Xiang Luhui. The unknown nature of this mysterious royal member often signifies the greatest variable. Over the past few days, Bai Qi devoted himself entirely to her, accompanying her as they dissected and analyzed the classic compositions that encapsulate the most fervent emotions of humanity. However, the results proved to be disheartening. Shan Jiying's performance technique remained impeccably flawless. Yet, when it came to conveying the tender nuances of love, the music that flowed from her seemed to emanate a dispassionate analysis, starkly contrasting with the essence of romantic longing. It was as if her melodies were mere equations in a mathematical formula. He was unable to alter her. Her past had shaped her world, her logic, and her method of emotional expression. No one could change that. Shan Jiying merely chuckled softly, her eyes devoid of any worry, radiating her customary confidence. Rest assured, I shall retrieve that incomplete score for you. Her words instantly instilled a sense of calm. Was her emotional depth insufficient? To her, that was merely an excuse for those lacking in skill to rationalize their failures. She had no need for those ephemeral sentiments. Her extraordinary prowess was sufficient to obliterate all superficial embellishments. Well, I shall do my utmost, Bai Qi murmured, a hint of distraction in his demeanor. The fragile romantic relationship between them was destined to reach a definitive conclusion with the onset of the competition. What had it all begun for? Even he had begun to forget. Chapter 63. Proclaiming Ownership. Zhuo Art Center. The Triennial Music Festival competition commenced today, garnering unprecedented attention. In the youth category, the mere mention of the century-old family prodigy, Jian Yun, striving for a Grand Slam was a topic of great discussion. Not to mention the emergence of a mysterious contestant from the royal family of Zhuo. It is worth noting that this royal lineage, known for producing musical geniuses, has always maintained a low profile, rarely engaging in external competitions, as worldly accolades hold no significance for them. Dressed in a simple yet exquisitely textured black gown, Shan Jiying leaned casually against a long table set for refreshments. She stood there quietly, in stark contrast to the buzz of reporters and flashing cameras surrounding the champion candidates nearby. The journalists eagerly thrust their microphones toward the focal figure. Miss Jian, should you triumph in this competition, you will become the 4th Grand Slam pianist on the continent. How do you feel at this moment? A reporter inquired excitedly. Jian Yun smiled graciously, exuding the elegance and modesty characteristic of her illustrious family. I will give my utmost effort and strive to meet expectations. Are there any competitors you are particularly attentive to in this competition? Indeed, she replied, her gaze drifting towards a figure almost shrouded in shadow nearby. I had the honor of hearing Mr. Song Yi's performance. His explosive power is truly breathtaking. She gestured in his direction. The individual mentioned, Song Yi, was partially obscured by the tousled hair that veiled much of his brow and eyes, emanating an aura of gloom and unease. He resembled a startled creature, his voice barely audible, betraying an evident stutter. Thank you. This timid demeanor was a stark contrast to the formidable performances he was rumored to deliver. And what of Her Highness, Princess Xiang Lihue? The reporter attempted to steer the conversation towards the most enigmatic presence, noting that this was the first time a member of the Zhuo royal family participated in such a public event. To compete alongside Her Highness is truly an honor, Jian Yun remarked sincerely, casting her gaze towards the heavily guarded direction. Not far away, Princess Xiang Lihui sat poised in a velvet armchair, encircled by a protective ring of bodyguards, forming an invisible barrier that completely isolated her from the bustling venue. As Shan Jiying gazed into the past, she raised an eyebrow slightly. Xiang Lihui's features were exquisitely delicate, and her enchanting, peach blossom eyes invoked a sense of familiarity. Her high, almost rugged nose, with its sharply defined lines, added an air of unassailable strength to her strikingly beautiful visage. Clad in an impeccably tailored silver-gray gown, the hem cascaded like frozen moonlight. Each piece of her luxurious jewelry was worth a fortune, further enhancing her regal presence. This incongruous display naturally attracted a flurry of whispered comments. How pretentious. Beautiful, indeed. But she seems a bit intimidating, doesn't she? Not quite the essence of femininity. Indeed, who here does not come from a distinguished lineage? Yet, none behave in such a manner.
Sure.
After all, it is the royal family. That gaze makes me uneasy. Shan Jiying's eyes lingered on Xiang Lihui's face, which embodied a captivating contradiction. Suddenly, their gazes collided. Xiang Lihui offered a faint smile before averting her eyes. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a more intense commotion. All cameras and eyes abruptly shifted towards the entrance. Reporters surged forward like a tide, invigorated. Shan Jiying, with an air of indifference, lifted her gaze, only to meet a pair of smiling eyes. Bai Qi, dressed in a flawlessly tailored black tailcoat that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, stood tall with an air of restrained sensuality, making him stand out in the crowd. With his customary gentle smile, he declined the reporter's inquiries and swiftly navigated through the throng, heading directly towards Shan Jiying. He positioned himself beside her, leaning in slightly, his deep, tender voice tinged with intimacy. Are you nervous? Shan Jiying crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at him, a flicker of displeasure at the disturbance of her tranquility passing through her eyes, yet she remained silent. However, Bai Qi's approach and whispered words ignited the entire venue. The reporters went wild, their flashbulbs creating a blinding sea of light. Mr. Bai, what is your relationship with this contestant? Is she your student? As a judge, does this constitute a conflict of interest? Please clarify. In the face of the overwhelming scrutiny, Bai Qi's gentle smile remained unperturbed, exuding an air of serene confidence. Naturally, he extended his hand, and under the gaze of countless cameras and eyes, he firmly grasped Shan Jiying's hand, their fingers entwined. His voice resonated clearly and powerfully, are in a relationship. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Regarding the issue of fairness, Bai Qi's gaze swept over the aggressive reporters and the contestants with varied expressions, his tones still amiable. If there are any objections, I welcome you to submit a request to the competition committee at any time, seeking the revocation of my judging qualifications. He smiled slightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The entire venue was enveloped in an eerie silence. To revoke the qualifications of the Saint of Music. Such a notion was absurd. No one dared to pursue that line of inquiry. Bai Qi seemed oblivious to the tension his words had created. He turned slightly, gently tucking a stray lock of Shan Jiying's hair behind her ear, his fingertip brushing against her earlobe with a feather-light touch. His voice was deep, akin to a lover's whisper, yet resonated clearly enough for those nearby to hear. I must report to the judging panel. Do not fret, just perform as you normally would. He paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his voice soft yet assured. Champion, it shall undoubtedly be yours. The expressions of the surrounding competitors, particularly those self-proclaimed geniuses, darkened instantaneously. A tempest of anger and resentment threatened to erupt within them. Preordained. This is an utter affront. They had toiled tirelessly, only to be relegated to mere pawns in this couple's game. Jian Yun bit down hard on her lip, nearly drawing blood. She had always regarded Bai Qi as her idol, a beacon on her musical journey. Yet, he so casually bestowed the title of champion upon an individual of little renown in the realm of music. This was nothing short of a desecration of her, and every competitor's professional merit. A wave of betrayal and fierce defiance surged within her. She would demonstrate through her prowess that he could be mistaken. Bai Qi departed with a calm demeanor. The murmurs of the crowd gradually faded, but Dan Jiying could keenly sense the intensified hostility and dissatisfaction directed toward her. She lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes. Maintaining her posture of arms crossed and leaning against the table, she appeared unaffected, as if the earlier uproar had never transpired. Bai Qi's actions were deliberate. His ostentatious declaration of ownership, what madness was he indulging in? Was it intended to provoke her competitive spirit through the scrutiny of others? Meanwhile, Bai Qi strolled through the corridor in high spirits. His intentions were not driven by victory or defeat, but rather to publicly bind their fates. His brazen claim of possession was a strategic maneuver to ensure that their relationship could not be easily severed by public opinion. Chapter 63. A change of peace? A self-induced humiliation? The opening ceremony concluded amidst an atmosphere thick with personal agendas. The pace of the music festival competition was relentless, spanning 3 days from preliminaries to finals, leaving no room for respite. The preliminary round commenced on the afternoon of the opening ceremony, with the order of performance determined by a draw among the 32 elite contestants. Every performance was broadcasted via intercontinental channels, reaching every corner of the globe. Dan Zhiying's number was 19, a seemingly stable position. The first performer was none other than Song Yi, one of the most talked-about participants of the event. His chosen piece was not a display of technical prowess, but a mournful, ordinary etude. Yet, as his fingers pressed the keys, the depths of his soul's anguish and solitude surged forth. Each note was imbued with profound sorrow. The melody under his command seemingly took on a life of its own, transforming into a silent lament. The entire art hall was instantly enveloped in a somber, heavy atmosphere. Even through the cold screen, countless viewers were profoundly moved by this raw emotion. A true genius. What has this orphan endured to evoke such a piece? This talent is terrifying. Help! I can't stop crying, reminded of those I can no longer see. The preliminary round of this competition has unleashed such a formidable display. Song Yi, with a poignant melody, stirred the sorrow within all hearts, establishing an exceptionally elevated standard for the contest. His final score reached an impressive 951, a figure nearly insurmountable during the preliminary phase. The subsequent contestants, though exhibiting remarkable skill and consistent performances, appeared rather mundane in comparison to Song Yi's soul-stirring rendition. Their scores mostly hovered around the 85 mark, failing to evoke any significant excitement. Then came the 18th contestant, Jian Yun. With an elegant sweep of her gown, she approached the piano like a regal princess, her fingers dancing over the keys, producing a sequence of notes. Has she changed her piece? Why is she playing Dawn? She had abandoned her meticulously prepared preliminary selection in favor of this challenging yet revered healing song. This was one of her signature pieces, originally reserved for the semi-finals, or even the finals. The melodious and warm notes cascaded like the gentle rays of the rising sun, softly illuminating every corner of the hall. The melody seemed to possess invisible yet tender hands, gradually erasing the sorrow that lingered in the hearts of the audience after Song Yi's performance. Seated before the piano, Jian Yun exuded a serene and gentle aura, embodying a goddess of compassion for all beings. This is precisely the unparalleled charm she radiates on stage. Oh my, Dawn. She dares to unveil it in the preliminaries? Is it because Song Yi's piece was so sorrowful that she has come to heal everyone? How thoughtful of the goddess. This is a game changer. But the next contestant is in for a rough time. This is practically a dimensional strike. How can anyone follow this? Who is contestant 19? Oh, Bai's girlfriend? Yikes, this is dire. Almost everyone was acutely aware that after Jian Yun's performance of this healing masterpiece, the subsequent contestant, unless possessing overwhelming prowess, would not only fade into the background but might also be subject to subconscious score reductions due to the stark contrast. Upon learning that Dan Zhiying had drawn number 19, Jian Yun had resolutely decided to perform this piece. Her intentions were crystal clear, to utterly crush Dan Zhiying with absolute strength in the preliminaries, leaving her no opportunity to struggle. The championship, merely a foregone conclusion? Jian Yun scoffed inwardly, finding it utterly laughable. As the final note dissipated, silence enveloped the hall for a fleeting moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Among the judges, several masters expressed unrestrained admiration in their gazes. They recognized that Jian Yun's future achievements would be immeasurable. Her final score, 986. In the hearts of the majority, the title of first place in the preliminaries had already been secured. Amidst the resounding applause, Jian Yun rose gracefully, a flawless smile gracing her lips as she thanked the audience and descended the stage. At the side of the stage, she chanced upon Dan Zhiying, who was about to take her turn. With her head bowed and an expression void of emotion, she absent-mindedly twirled a strand of hair. Observing the desolation etched on her face brought a sense of satisfaction to Jian Yun. A victorious smile played at the corners of her lips. Her voice sweet yet devoid of warmth. Good luck. As Shan Jiying heard the words, she slowly lifted her gaze. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes were calm and undisturbed, devoid of the slightest hint of the anxiety or despair that Jian Yun expected. She merely nodded with an air of indifference, her voice betraying no emotion as she uttered a simple thank you, delivered with perfect nonchalance. Contestant number 19, are you ready? Please prepare to go on stage. The urgent call from the staff interrupted this brief exchange. Just as Jian Yun, embodying the stance of a victor, was about to depart, a voice devoid of inflection resonated from behind her. I wish to change my piece. Jian Yun halted abruptly, her steps stilled. The staff member also paused, taken aback. Certainly. Which piece would you like to change to? The competition rules permitted last-minute changes. The organizing committee had prepared scores for nearly every renowned composition in existence, allowing contestants to adjust their selections based on preceding performances, a notable feature of the musical gala. Shan Jiying's gaze flicked over the list of pieces in the staff member's hands. Her voice was soft, almost laced with incredulity. What? Jian Yun exclaimed, spinning around in disbelief, her eyes fixed on Shan Jiying. The staff member gasped, are you certain it is that piece? The composition in question was exceedingly famous, penned centuries ago by a musician standing amidst the ruins of his war-torn homeland, reflecting on the bygone splendor of his past. Its emotional depth was both grand and tragic, and its execution was notoriously challenging, demanding not only absolute technical prowess, but also profound life experience. Consequently, this piece had never graced a competition for the youth category, as those who had performed it publicly were all venerable musicians with extensive backgrounds. For a contestant so young to choose such a self-destructive piece in the preliminary round was unfathomable. Suppressing her astonishment, Jian Yun furrowed her brow, her tone condescending as she cautioned, Shan Jiying, while we are rivals, I advise you to reconsider. This is merely the preliminary round. Choosing such a piece is tantamount to sabotaging your own future. You cannot possibly master it. The implication was clear. She was setting herself up for humiliation. The staff member regained composure, his voice laced with cautious inquiry. Miss Shan, are you truly certain? Shan Jiying regarded him calmly, as though confirming an utterly mundane choice. She nodded, her voice steady and imbued with an undeniable resolution. Yes, I am certain. Chapter 64. A perfect score? Effortlessly achieved. Very well, please prepare to take the stage. The staff member's hand trembled slightly as he struck through the previous piece in the register, inscribing the new selection with a reverent touch. Jian Yun observed Shan Jiying, who appeared to approach the stage with the ease of someone merely going to fetch a glass of water, and a sense of absurdity washed over her. She could not help but let out a derisive laugh, her tone dripping with unmasked scorn. Well then, I wish you good luck. She emphasized the words good luck, as if pitying a fool unaware of their own limitations. On stage, as the host's announcement concluded, Shan Jiying took her steps forward, ready to perform. She moved with an elegance that captivated all, her pure black skirt resembling the feathers of a black swan as she gracefully ascended the stage that garnered the attention of countless spectators. At this moment, the online viewership for the youth category surged to unprecedented heights, and when the figure of Shan Jiying appeared on screen, a torrent of comments overwhelmed the display. Here she comes. Why such a calm expression? Impressive mental fortitude. Just putting on a brave face. Playing behind Yun Bao, she is truly unfortunate. To be frank, her beauty and poise are exceptional. Ah, so Bai Qinnan is indeed a fan of looks? Waiting for a blunder. Too bad Bai Qinnan. As a judge in the adult category, one to witness his young girlfriend's mishap. Starting with hellish difficulty, let us observe a moment of silence. As Shan Jiying settled onto the piano stool, her back straightened with poise. Her long, fair fingers, akin to the most exquisite creations of an artist, gently graced the keys. The venue fell into an eerie silence, as if even the air had solidified. The few seconds of quiet stretched infinitely in the eyes of those anticipating a spectacle. Has she hit a snag? Too frightened to play? TSK, her mental resilience is lacking. Suddenly, those seemingly delicate hands sprang into action. A torrent of resounding notes erupted without warning, shattering the silence like a tsunami crashing against mountains. Her body inclined slightly forward, her brow furrowed, her fingers creating indistinguishable afterimages on the keys. Each strike was swift yet flawlessly executed. In an instant, the souls of all present were wrenched from reality by the music. No longer did they see the stage of the art hall. Instead, they were transported to a battlefield shrouded in smoke, to crumbling palaces and scorched earth. They witnessed an ancient empire's once glorious splendor, only to see it plunge into the chaos of war. The tempestuous piano melody encapsulated the rise and fall of civilization, the joys and sorrows of a nation, wrenching at the hearts of every listener within those fleeting minutes. The entire art hall was enveloped in a profound silence. The audience remained frozen in place, even forgetting to breathe. Their eyes widened, their faces etched with sheer astonishment, mingled with a hint of bewilderment. Among the judges, several venerable masters with silver hair also lost their usual composure. Their hands trembled, their cloudy eyes glistening with unshed tears, faces betraying an unmistakable mix of awe and ecstasy. They understood better than anyone else what Lan Xijin's performance of the Rite of Spring signified. This impeccable technique, this emotion that pierced the soul, transcended mere performance. It was miraculous. The realm they had pursued throughout their lives was magnificently embodied in such a young girl. A prodigy? No. The term genius scarcely encapsulated her extraordinary talent. As the final poignant note descended, its echoes reverberated through the still hall. Lan Xijin slowly withdrew her hands, rising with grace, facing the audience, and executing a flawless bow. It felt as if a century had passed. Suddenly, the hall erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause, a fervor 100 times greater than before. Enough to overturn the entire art center, accompanied by cries tinged with emotion.
Ah!
It's the Rite of Spring. This is worth my entire lifetime. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Voice breaking. The barrage of comments on the live streaming platform erupted after a brief silence, flooding the screen with a flurry of inquiries. Am I deaf? Or is this some sort of hallucination? Is this the preliminary round? Is this a recording? Unless it plays out again, right before my eyes. Who leaked the insider information that led me to believe this was merely a fade? Bai Qinnan. Is your wife a deity? A perfect score. It must be 100. If it falls short by even a single point, I shall take down the organizing committee. Look at the judges. Those elderly professors are trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Their faces are flushed with excitement. On the judging panel, there was no discussion, no hesitation. The esteemed masters, with a reverent fervor akin to a pilgrimage, inscribed an unprecedented score of 100 on the scorecards, a mark never before seen in the youth category's preliminaries. A flawless score, without the need to discard the lowest mark, sent the audience into another frenzy. No one questioned its fairness, and the spectators felt that a perfect score was a mere limitation imposed upon her. A perfect score. Unprecedented. I recall Bai Qinnan scored 999 in his youth preliminaries. Just a point shy of divinity. His wife is even more extraordinary. This competition is bound to be spectacular. A celestial clash. In the backstage lounge, a colossal screen displayed the progression of the competition, and Jianyun fixated on the score of 100. Her fingers tightening as her nails dug into the luxurious leather armrest of the sofa. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Was her meticulously planned change of piece merely a stepping stone for her opponent to ascend to global acclaim? It was an absurd jest. The final piece of the grand slam she sought was her first step towards catching up with Bai Qinnan, now to be abruptly halted? No, it was inconceivable. Jianyun sprang to her feet, her complexion pale, and hurriedly exited the lounge, plunging into the practice room provided by the committee. Only through frenzied practice could she perhaps numb herself temporarily. She must practice. Practice until she surpasses that monster. As Lan Xijin made her way back to the relaxation area, the atmosphere had undergone a dramatic transformation. Those competitors who had previously looked down on her during the opening ceremony now lined the corridors. Their gazes, once filled with disdain, were now replaced by sheer astonishment and reverence. Several contestants, who had previously held themselves in high regard and openly expressed dissatisfaction, now wore near sycophantic smiles, eagerly approaching her. Xijin. It was simply unbelievable. Your performance was miraculous. Their voices trembled with excitement. Thank you. Lan Xijin continued her stride, her tones still unperturbed, as if the earth-shattering performance had merely been a casual exercise.
Miss Shan.
Another competitor summoned courage, their voice laced with urgency, in the second measure of the third movement. I have attempted countless times and still cannot achieve the clarity and power you exhibited. I beg for your guidance. Upon hearing this, Shan Jiying finally paused. She turned her head, her cool gaze sweeping over the questioner's flushed face, and succinctly articulated several key points. As Shan Jiying no longer lingered, she gracefully pushed open the door to her lounge under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. Chapter 65. The Deceptive Kiss. Inside the lounge, a vast screen broadcasted the ongoing proceedings of the competition. Through the screen, one could sense that the concert hall remained enraptured by Shan Jiying's performance, the air thick with an intangible restlessness. The next contestant, pale as a ghost, appeared to be on the verge of collapse even before stepping onto the stage. He ascended as though his very soul had been extracted, nearly collapsing onto the piano bench. As his fingers made contact with the keys, he began to gasp for breath. His knuckles trembled, producing fragmented notes rife with errors. Under immense mental pressure, maintaining a normal standard became an unattainable luxury without exceptional resilience. This was precisely what Jian Yun had initially intended, though she had not anticipated that Shan Jiying was no ordinary individual. The subsequent contestants performed in a manner that could only be described as unremarkable. In the wake of Shan Jiying's dazzling display, even the most melodious performances paled in comparison, failing to capture the audience's ears. As Shan Jiying raised her hand, poised to silence the cacophony of the screen, the next figure to grace the stage caused her fingers to momentarily halt.
Xiang Li Hui.
The figure on screen ascended the stage with measured grace, each step exuding a regal elegance that seemed etched into her very being. She paused before the piano, not immediately sitting down but instead lifting her gaze to calmly survey the audience below. Her expression bore no trace of humility, rather, it conveyed an absolute nobility that looked down upon the multitude, as if all present, including the judges, were merely listeners to her performance, not assessors. Her long, slender fingers, sharp and poised, lightly rested on the black and white keys before decisively pressing down.
Fine.
Yet another piece that could be deemed explosive during the preliminary rounds. This peak work in a minor key was renowned for its complex, enigmatic, and unpredictable melodies, akin to navigating a lavish yet perilous labyrinth. The composition was cold and somber, yet imbued with an eerie grandeur, instantly chilling the atmosphere of the entire venue. Xiang Li Hui's technique was as precise as a textbook example. Throughout her performance, her demeanor remained serene, as if she were merely playing a simple nursery rhyme. Goodness, another prodigy has arrived. This competition will surely be historic. The royal family of the continent truly lives up to its reputation. So cold, I have goosebumps. This piece sends shivers down my spine. What an eerie selection. Watching the figure on the screen who appeared to navigate the performance with effortless ease, as though engaged in a game, Shan Jiying's lips curved into an intrigued smile. It seemed this competition was proving to be far more captivating than she had anticipated. The mysterious royal member daring to present Fallen, a piece that most audiences might struggle to comprehend and could even find distasteful, was indeed intriguing. The final score was revealed, 999. The judges wiped the sweat from their brows, almost reverently awarding this score. Had it not been for the miraculous performance of a perfect score by Shan Jiying, the display by Xiang Li Hui would undoubtedly merit an uncontroversial full mark. The participants of this year's youth competition are indeed a remarkable group. As the preliminary rounds concluded, the youth segment of this musical gala ignited a frenzy across global social media. The title of Battle of the Gods instantly dominated the headlines. Ultimately, the last 12 contestants were regrettably eliminated, while the top 20 elites advanced. The first round of the official competition is set for the following morning. A gentle knock resounded at the door of the lounge. Shan Jiying rose to answer it. Standing outside was Bai Qinnan, now clad in a fitted dark uniform. Having shed his judging attire, which accentuated his tall stature, he stepped inside with a long stride, locking the door behind him. The previously neutral space became imbued with a hint of intimacy. He naturally and assertively grasped Shan Jiying's delicate wrist, pressing her soft form between the cold door and his heated chest. His breath enveloped her entirely. I listened to your performance, he spoke, his voice deep and tender, infused with a near-worshipful obsession as his fingers delicately traced her cool brows and eyes. It was too perfect, so perfect that it made my very soul tremble. He inhaled deeply, as if to engrave her essence into his lungs. I have submitted a request to the organizing committee. He gazed deeply into her eyes, his gaze fervent. For the upcoming competitions, I will serve as a judge in the youth category. Regret flooded his heart upon realizing he had not been able to hear her flawless performance live from the audience. Shan Jiying raised an eyebrow. meeting his ardent gaze with a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery. What is it, Director Bai? Are you hoping to incite rumors of favoritism on my behalf? His earlier actions had already drawn considerable negative attention, though she had quelled those murmurs with a single piece. No, Bai Qi immediately refuted, a flicker of urgency and barely perceptible panic crossing his features. He pressed his lips together, his voice tinged with apology.
It's not just me.
Several chief judges have also proactively requested to switch groups. They all wish to hear every note of your upcoming performances. No one can resist you. His last words lingered for few moments, akin to a lover's whisper, before he reluctantly added, your performance. His thumb, filled with affection, glided downwards, eventually resting upon her soft, full lips. His fingertips caressed her delicate skin with an air of possessiveness, his gaze brimming with an almost overwhelming obsession. He cupped her face as if cradling a priceless treasure, leaning in slowly, his warm breath cascading over her nose. Yet, the longed-for kiss never graced her lips. Instead, with a nearly self-punishing restraint, he reverently pressed his knuckle against her mouth, a kiss that existed only through the barrier of his fingers. With eyes closed, his thick lashes fluttered slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed as if he were enduring profound torment. Lan Xijin leaned quietly against the cold door, her untroubled eyes fixed on the man before her, who was utterly captivated by her presence. She neither pushed him away nor embraced him, remaining as a distant observer. Bai Qi slowly opened his eyes, meeting her calm and unruffled gaze. The realization that she had not rejected him sent his heart racing, overwhelming him with a humble, euphoric joy that nearly shattered his reason. His breath grew heavy, his throat tightened, and a more fervent flame ignited in his eyes, teetering on the brink of eruption. Yet, in the next moment, those crimson lips, which he had just brushed with his fingertips, slowly parted. Each word she uttered plunged him into the depths of despair. Minister Bai. Our relationship ends here. Chapter 66, Bai Qi's devotion. She did not even attempt to escape his grasp. Instead, she crossed her arms, regarding him with an indifferent stare.
What?
Bai Qi's voice emerged hoarse and muted, tinged with disbelief and confusion. Just hours ago, he had boldly declared their relationship before the world, and she had not objected.
Why?
This romantic game concludes here, Lan Xijin reiterated kindly.
Why?
Bai Qi could no longer maintain his gentle facade, a flicker of suppressed madness flashing in his gaze. The competition has commenced. Lan Xijin spread her hands, her movements graceful yet devoid of mercy, making it clear that to continue was futile. Moreover, tilting her head slightly, an air of innocence graced her exquisite features. Your method, it seems, is now of no use. Bai Qi's arms tightened abruptly, his knuckles widening from the pressure, as if he sought to merge her into his very being. The contest is not over. We can explore other methods. Such as? Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow, awaiting his next words. Facing her indifferent gaze, Bai Qi felt a sharp pang in his heart. He pressed his lips together, his long fingers suggestively tracing her slender waist. His voice a low, seductive whisper, desire is but another form of affection. Leaning in slightly, his heated breath purposely fanned across her sensitive ear, laced with raw temptation. Let us turn our pretense into reality, shall we? I will ensure that all the resources, connections, and wealth of the Bai family are at your disposal. He paused, lowering his voice further, imbued with sacrificial allure, including myself. This was a promise potent enough to drive countless individuals to madness, the entirety of a prestigious artistic lineage, along with his own being, a figure many revered. Yet, in response, she raised her hand, her gesture swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation or lingering sentiment, brushing aside his hand that rested on her waist. Unfortunately, she articulated each word with disdain. I have no interest in you. She did not even deign to cast him another glance, turning away and leaving him with a dispassionate silhouette. Bai Qi stood frozen, his blood seemingly congealing in an instant, his heart gripped by suffocating pain. That handsome visage turned as pale as parchment, the fleeting sweetness and sense of control from his earlier proclamation now utterly shattered, leaving only anguish and despair. He, Bai Qi, had wagered the entirety of the Bai family, offering himself as a bargaining chip, only to receive a flippant dismissal of disinterest in return. Did you not feel even the slightest stir of emotion during this time? He rasped, the final fragmented question escaping his dry throat. What of those gazes that seemed to regard him as the entirety of her world? What of those sweet, tender whispers? Were they merely the result of masterful acting? Indeed, Shan Jiying did not even glance back, shattering his last vestige of hope. She cast one final deep look at her indifferent and resolute silhouette before abruptly turning away, nearly fleeing as he hastily exited the door. His steps were disordered and unsteady, as if lingering for even a moment longer would cause his pride to crumble entirely, exposing his fragile heart. Shortly after Xi's departure, an invitation to the banquet was delivered by the organizing committee. When Shan Jiying reappeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, she had donned a simple yet elegantly chic off-the-shoulder white gown. Her long black hair was casually gathered into a loose bun, with a few stray strands lazily cascading down her neck, shedding some of the sharpness of the stage for a more ethereal, moonlit coolness that was breathtakingly beautiful. Her presence instantly captivated the attention of all in the room. At that moment, she was the very embodiment of a topic of conversation. The flash of cameras at the entrance erupted like a storm. "Miss Shan, how do you feel having set a historical record in the preliminary rounds?"
Miss Shan,
"Could you share the direction of your song choices for the upcoming competition? Will you challenge yourself with more difficult pieces?"
Miss Shan,
"Has Mr. Bai provided you with crucial guidance and support in your musical journey?" Questions surged forth like a tidal wave, but Shan Jiying's expression remained unchanged. She merely raised her hand slightly, declining all interviews. She strode directly through the encircling reporters into the banquet hall. Inside, the atmosphere was relatively tranquil, with soothing classical music flowing through the air. Many contestants cast admiring and inquisitive glances her way, yet all maintained the characteristic reserve and distance of the artistic community. Shan Jiying took a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray. She had no intention of mingling in any social circles, her gaze sweeping over the crowd until it settled on an archway connecting to the terrace not far away. Beyond the terrace lay the city's dazzling nightscape, the evening breeze carrying a hint of chill. She made her way in that direction. However, as she approached the entrance to the terrace, several tall, imposing bodyguards clad in black suits blocked her path, their eyes issuing a warning. Shan Jiying paused momentarily, her long lashes lifting as her gaze surpassed the bodyguards to the figure deep within the terrace. The individual stood tall and straight like a pine, adorned in an opulent dark suit. Even from behind, an unmistakable aura of nobility and aloofness emanated from them, suggesting a long tenure in a position of power. Sensing the movement behind, the figure slowly turned. It was Xiang Lihui. Her face, almost perfect in its beauty, bore no expression, her deep-set eyes locking onto Shan Jiying. Without uttering a word, she subtly inclined her chin towards a middle-aged man resembling a butler, who led the group. The butler's face revealed hesitation, as if he wished to dissuade her, yet under the weight of Xiang Lihui's imposing gaze, all words were swallowed. With a resigned wave of his hand, the bodyguards, well-trained, took a step back, clearing the passageway, yet their vigilant eyes remained fixed on Shan Jiying. In an instant, the terrace was left with only the two of them. Xiang Lihui did not advance, nor make any pleasantries. She retrieved a platinum-edged notepad and an equally luxurious pen from the adjacent table. Lowering her gaze, her slender fingers swiftly inscribed notes upon the notepad, her movements marked by elegance and fluidity. Upon completion, she tore off the sheet, refraining from approaching, instead giving it a gentle nudge with her fingertip. The paper bore but a single line, the strokes imbued with vigor and a subtle brilliance. What a splendid performance! Dan Jiying merely extended two fingers, delicately picking up the note, her gesture casual, as though she were merely collecting a fallen leaf. "Thank you, Your Highness." The words Your Highness were enunciated with particular clarity, laced with a near-ostentatious probing. Yet, Xiang Lihui's countenance remained serene, a faint glimmer of intrigue seemingly flickering in the depths of her eyes. She picked up the pen once more, inscribing further notes. She then returned the notepad to Dan Jiying, upon which were inscribed the titles of 4 compositions. 1. Drupa Concerto. 2. Seeking the Path. 3. The Unnamed. 4. The 5th Piano Sonata of Stutzi. Each piece, a masterpiece. They embody a confluence of technique and emotional expression, serving as a litmus test that countless pianists might struggle a lifetime to truly conquer. Dan Jiying's gaze swept over the 4 lines, her delicate fingers gently tapping against the icy railing. She arched an eyebrow, looking once more at Xiang Lihui, her voice now devoid of previous artifice, infused instead with the thrill of encountering a worthy adversary.
"Oh."
She elongated her tone, a hint of comprehension suffusing her words. "Is Your Highness directly revealing her intentions to me?" This was a bold and confident declaration of challenge. At last, Xiang Lihui made a move. She slowly straightened her posture, the moonlight outlining her poised and imposing silhouette. Leaning slightly forward, she pinched the final note between her fingers, her gaze fixed intently upon Dan Jiying. Show me your utmost effort. Chapter 67. The preliminary round commences. Naturally, Dan Jiying's eyes roamed over the inscription on the note, the curve of her lips deepening. Yet the mirth in her eyes appeared even more genuine than before. She would indeed give her all, as her opponent was worthy of her full display of prowess. Xiang Lihui did not linger, nor did she cast another glance in her direction, turning instead to depart, leaving behind a figure that exuded both nobility and aloofness. She raised her hand slightly, and a cadre of well-trained bodyguards surrounded her, escorting her directly to her exclusive lounge, leaving the empty, silent terrace to Dan Jiying alone. In the lounge, Xiang Lihui sat gracefully upon a single armchair, her long legs crossed elegantly, her fingertips lightly tapping against the velvet armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. Her gaze lowered, resting upon several high-definition photographs scattered across the table before her. Without exception, they captured moments of Dan Jiying performing on the preliminary stage. The interplay of light and shadow was masterfully executed, vividly reflecting her furrowed brow in concentration and the fleeting shadows of her fingers dancing over the keys. The butler stood nearby, observing his mistress's focused demeanor, a flicker of barely perceptible concern passing through his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. His voice lowered to a respectful whisper, "Your Highness, we have tasks to attend to during our stay. Should we not minimize our interactions with those unrelated to our purpose?" Xiang Lihui's fingertips paused as they tapped against the armrest. She slowly lifted her gaze, her enchanting peach blossom eyes revealing no discernible emotion, and responded to the butler with a barely audible, mm. This single syllable was so indifferent that it was impossible to discern whether it was an affirmation or a rejection. Her attention returned to the photograph, her fingertips gliding over the cold, pale contour of Shan Jiying's profile illuminated by the spotlight. The following morning, the curtain rose on the first round of the competition, drawing the eyes of the masses. Each round of the main event would revolve around a central theme, with contestants required to select and interpret a piece of music based on their personal understanding. The topics for each round were delivered to all contestants the night prior. The theme for the first round was a solitary character, memory. A single character, yet the interpretative scope was vast and perilous, resting entirely on the contestants' thoughts. The order of performance for this competition was determined by the reverse of the preliminary round results. This meant that Shan Jiying, who had achieved the highest score in history during the preliminaries, would perform last. The intent of the event organizers was clear. They aimed to preserve the greatest suspense and anticipation for the finale, ensuring that the audience's enthusiasm would remain kindled until the very last moment. On the judging panel, the lineup had undoubtedly been elevated compared to the preliminary round. Several esteemed masters, who would typically preside over the adult finals, were now seated with evident interest among the judges for the youth group. Their gazes were imbued with scrutiny and expectation, clearly drawn in by the astonishing performances of the preliminaries. Bai Qinnan sat in the central position of the judging panel, his impeccably tailored black tailcoat accentuating his tall stature. However, the usual warmth and grace that characterized his demeanor were now overshadowed by an unusual fatigue. His eyes bore heavy dark circles, and the once vibrant light in his hazel irises had faded, leaving behind a hollow dullness. He forced himself to remain seated, yet it seemed as though his soul had been extracted, his spine rigid with an almost imperceptible tension. The audience was packed to capacity, even more so than during the preliminary round. Countless music enthusiasts, media representatives, and industry insiders showcased their ingenuity just to secure an entry ticket, eager to witness this musical feast, lauded by the media as a battle of the gods. In the front row, the prime seats offered the best view. As Bai Qinnan took his place, his gaze fell upon the familiar yet inexplicably displeasing figure beside him, Lan Xijin. He lounged comfortably against the back of his chair, his long fingers absent-mindedly rubbing his knuckles, seemingly lost in thought. "Xijin?" Bai Qinnan frowned at him, his skepticism unmistakable. "When did you develop an interest in classical music?" Lan Xijin tilted his head slightly, a familiar smile playing on his lips. Such a splendid competition deserves to be witnessed in person, to be truly appreciated. He paused, his gaze lingering meaningfully over Bai Qinnan's sharply defined profile. Lowering his voice with a hint of probing, he added, "Could it be that Bai Xiao has other reasons for being here?" Bai Qinnan's movement to sit down faltered imperceptibly. He pressed his thin lips together, refraining from an immediate response. He certainly could not admit that he was there for Lan Xijin. That would only place her under unwarranted scrutiny and invite unnecessary trouble. However, it appears that Lan Xijin is not particularly fixated on the answer. He withdrew his overly inquisitive gaze and seemingly nonchalantly shifted the topic, though the motion of his fingers, now slightly more forceful, betrayed an underlying tension. Your relationship with our club president seems rather extraordinary. Upon mentioning the name of Lan Xijin, Bai Qinnan's initially stoic expression softened, akin to the thawing of ice and snow. A flicker of warmth passed through his deep-set eyes, his thin lips pursed slightly, ultimately manifesting as a low, singular sound. This word bore the weight of unspoken pasts and an unarticulated understanding. For a fleeting moment, the smile on Lan Xijin's face froze. He distinctly perceived the unique softness in Bai Qinnan's gaze, one that remained unchanged even after she publicly acknowledged her relationship with Bai Qi. A potent blend of jealousy and panic suddenly pierced his heart. Is it truly such affection? So profound that it allows for the presence of another man by her side to be disregarded? He abruptly averted his gaze, directing it toward the empty stage, attempting to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. His fingertips turned pale from the pressure, a self-mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Was he not the same? Well aware that he was drawn to a chasm, yet unable to resist her allure, like a moth drawn to a flame. He could only humbly numb himself to thoughts and sights, desperately trying to sustain their fragile relationship. At that moment, the venue's lights gradually dimmed, and the host's steady voice resonated, announcing the official commencement of the competition. The initial contestants had shed the tension and uncertainty that had characterized their preliminary performances. After a night of reflection, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding that merely competing alongside those genuine prodigies was an honor worthy of a lifetime. Thus, their performances were stable, even exhibiting moments of brilliance as they relished each remaining act. The online fervor had reached a crescendo. The bullet chat section of the live streaming platform had devolved into a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. Yun Yun, fly freely. The notes shall forever accompany you. Show your true strength, darling. What will Lan Xijin present today? So looking forward to it. Song E, you can do it. The enthusiasm surrounding the betting on the ultimate victors of each round had escalated to near manic levels. Shortly after the announcement of the first round's topic, the latest real-time support rating stood at Jian Yun 36, Song E 12, Shan Jiying 22, and Xiang Lihui 17. Jian Yun had amassed a substantial fan base over the years, naturally holding an advantage over Shan Jiying and Xiang Lihui, who had rarely made an appearance in the music industry. Chapter 68. 12 Echoes. As the preliminary round gradually approached its latter half, the contestants' interpretations of the theme memory became increasingly diverse. Some reminisced about their peak moments in life, others mourned lost loved ones, while some poured forth painful recollections. Song E took the stage. The piece he chose was a poignant and sorrowful funeral march. The somber piano notes compelled every listener to involuntarily share in his grief. This was his indelible memory, a profound trauma from losing his parents in childhood and becoming an orphan. The performance was profoundly moving, enveloping the entire audience in a shroud of melancholy. The final score, 974, was a remarkable affirmation of his artistry and emotional depth. Next up was Jian Yun, a musical prodigy whose selection was a timeless classic revered across centuries. She interpreted the piece as a lofty tribute to a glorious era. Although the intent seemed somewhat contrived, it remained within the permissible bounds of the competition. The composition itself resembled an indelible luminescence in the hearts of the world. As the familiar and sacred melody flowed from Jian Yun's fingertips, countless listeners found themselves gently enveloped in a warm, nostalgic haze. Her performance was nothing short of exemplary, each keystroke executed with precision, showcasing the impeccable foundational skills of a once-in-a-century talent from a prestigious musical lineage. Her expression was grave, the immense pressure she bore palpable despite her attempts to conceal it. Only after her piece concluded did she exhale a sigh of relief. The audience erupted with emotion, exclaiming their awe, "I can't believe it's this piece. It stirred something. Tears are welling up. It feels as if my soul has been embraced by this melody." Yun Bao. You were born for the piano. Mother will always love you. Steady. Truly impressive. This is real talent. When the final score was revealed, 991, Jian Yun's fingers tightened on the keys, her knuckles whitening. A slight smile graced her lips, a glimmer of pride flickering in her eyes. She was skeptical that Xiang Li Rue and Dan Ji Ying could replicate their preliminary round miracles in every performance. Her choice of piece was both challenging and evocative, and her execution approached perfection. Online, her support surged past 40. With her back straight, she performed an impeccable bow, chin held high, exuding her own brand of pride as she exited the stage. As she brushed past Xiang Li Rue, who offered not even a glance, Jian Yun bit her silver tooth, watching the figure stride resolutely towards the center stage. Under the spotlight, Xiang Li Rue remained unattainable, radiating an aura of unassailable nobility. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. All rise. Hush. Tread carefully. The royal family has already designated a crown prince. Choose your words wisely. Oh my, why has such a princess been hidden away until now? As her fingers descended, the piano resonated with a sudden surge. The piece she had chosen was one listed on the note she had handed to Dan Ji Ying. This work is renowned for its devilish polyrhythms, interwoven accents, and mesmerizing motifs. Legend has it that a musician captured the heavenly sounds he heard in his dreams. The entire composition oscillates between the illusory and the real, portraying a bizarre dreamland. This was undeniably a piece crafted for virtuosity. Here we go again? Is the difficulty about to drive us mad?
Ah.
My scalp is tingling. This is even more intense than the preliminary round. This is the true battle of the gods. As the final complex note dissipated into the air, fragments of dreams seemed to linger in the atmosphere. Xiang Li Rue rose gracefully. The score illuminated, 999. 2 judges awarded a perfect score of 100, while 4 others granted a score of 999. This subtle scoring silently proclaimed that they left a final sliver of judgment for the last contestant, who had yet to take the stage. Sang Luhui seemed unfazed by the result. She nodded slightly and gracefully descended from the stage. Her gaze briefly intersected with the playful smile of the waiting contestant, Shan Jiying, and the two exchanged a knowing nod. The final contestant, Shan Jiying. The host's voice triggered a stir among the audience. In the center of the judges' panel, Bai Qinnan instantly froze, his entire demeanor rigid as a statue. He pressed his pale lips tightly together, his gaze fixated on the edge of the stage. There, a figure draped in an icy, resolute white was approaching. Each step felt as if it were treading upon his very heart, intertwining the agony of rejection with an uncontrollable flutter, nearly tearing him apart. Shan Jiying completely disregarded the searing and painful gaze directed at her. Her calm eyes swept over the dense crowd below, ultimately landing on a seat in the front row.
Bai Qinnan.
In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a barely perceptible smile graced Shan Jiying's lips, ephemeral yet imbued with a unique understanding amid the throng.
Thud.
Bai Qinnan felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart, only to release it abruptly. That nearly imperceptible smile carried a more profound impact than any declaration of love. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he alone received this secret greeting. An indescribable warmth surged through him, igniting a willingness to do anything for her smile. Meanwhile, beside Bai Qinnan, Lan Xijin's breath hitched abruptly. He caught the direction of Shan Jiying's gaze, and the fleeting smile that had eluded him. In her eyes, he found not a trace of himself, not even a hint. A wave of immense disappointment and jealousy pierced his heart. His complexion drained of color, turning pale, and even his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. How could she so utterly disregard him? On stage, Shan Jiying took her seat. The pure white silk gown appeared even more regal and aloof under the lights. She made no unnecessary movements, did not adjust her breathing, did not warm up her voice, nor did she glance at the judges. Then, her fingers, in an almost casual manner, gently descended. A solitary note in the mid-range echoed through the hushed concert hall. The audience was instantly engulfed in confusion. What was this? Such a bland, almost eerie opening? It resembled the sound a child might accidentally press on a piano key. Compared to the grand entrances of Sang Luhui and Jian Yun, it was worlds apart. Meanwhile, the online platform was flooded with question marks. Is there something wrong with my ears? No way. I was most looking forward to the last contestant. However, at the judges' table, several esteemed masters jolted in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their pupils ablaze with a mix of astonishment and near-ecstatic excitement. It was that piece. It was 12 Echoes. The name reverberated profoundly within the minds of seasoned musicians acquainted with its background. Few have encountered this composition. It is not the creation of an ordinary musician, but rather that of a genius cursed by music, a patient grappling with severe schizophrenia, harboring 12 distinctly different personas within. These personalities vary in age, gender, and temperament, ranging from a brooding, violent middle-aged man to an innocent, carefree child, alongside an elegant, yet melancholic noblewoman. These tumultuous souls vie for dominance over consciousness, yet they share an almost instinctual obsession: music. Chapter 69. The preliminary round concludes. 12 Echoes is the result of these 12 souls collaborating on the precipice of madness. It is not a symphony in the traditional sense, but resembles a jigsaw puzzle of fragmented memories forcibly assembled. The entire piece is imbued with a disconcerting sense of rupture and discordance. It demands that the performer possesses not only unparalleled technical prowess to navigate its bizarre variations, but also the mental fortitude to master 12 disparate styles. This is a test not merely of skill but of the very limits of the mind, causing many top pianists to hesitate in its face.
And now,
this seemingly delicate and graceful figure has chosen it. In the audience, as the spectators' confusion reached a zenith and the judges' hearts raced perilously close to bursting, Dan Xijin's fingers moved. Her slightly lowered eyelashes lifted, and her 10 fingers struck the keys with fervor. A succession of notes erupted like thunderclaps, the sound of frenzied release of pent-up madness. The notes reverberated like shockwaves, causing the front-row listeners' eardrums to thrum. This ferocity lasted but a few phrases. Suddenly, all power seemed to be siphoned away in an instant. Dan Xijing's body leaned back slightly, tilting precariously at a fragile angle. Her elevated fingers transformed into a feather-light caress, gliding over a series of high notes. The sound was ethereal, transcending the earthly realm, imbued with a childlike innocence and a heart-wrenching sense of confusion. The audience was utterly stunned. Is this truly the same person performing? Can one individual express such a profound emotional transformation and technical mastery? In the judges' section, Bai Qi's pale visage contrasted starkly with the fervent obsession burning in his eyes. His body trembled involuntarily, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on Dan Xijing. Each graceful gesture of her hands emanated a brilliance that sent shivers through his very soul. He understood her better than anyone else, the madness flowing from the depths of her musical expression. This madness was akin to opium, possessing a deadly allure that ensnared him, suffocating him, rendering him helpless. He was utterly convinced that they were kindred spirits. Only he, Bai Qi, could truly comprehend the essence of her music. Only he was worthy of standing by her side. In the shadows behind the stage, Xiang Li Hui similarly fixed her gaze upon the radiant Dan Xijing. Unbeknownst to her, her breathing had grown heavy, her enchanting, peach-blossom eyes resembling those of a hawk locking onto its prey, swirling with unabashed admiration and scrutiny. "Your Highness?" The butler acutely sensed a shift in the atmosphere surrounding him and cautiously whispered a warning. Xiang Li Hui furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze unwavering, as if she had not heard a word. Miss Dan exceeded expectations with her formidable prowess, proving to be a formidable adversary. The butler pondered his choice of words, lowering his voice further, contemplating whether additional measures were necessary to ensure the success of their mission. He subtly hinted at the possibility of removing obstacles. Finally, Xiang Li Hui turned her head slowly, her eyes icy, her voice deep and incongruous with her appearance. "No." Yet the butler's heart tightened, eager to persuade her further. "Would you like me to repeat myself?" Xiang Li Hui's tone grew even colder, imbued with royal authority. "I misspoke, Your Highness, forgive me." The butler felt a jolt of anxiety. He pressed his lips together, respectfully taking a step back, though his lowered gaze betrayed a profound worry. He had never witnessed this esteemed prince from the continent show such almost obsessive interest in any opponent. This was hardly a good omen. In the audience, Lan Xijin and Bai Qinnan's eyes were firmly locked onto Dan Xijing. Their admiration was fervent and pure. If only they could divert their gaze for a moment, they might discover the rival beside them sharing the same thoughts. As the final note dissipated into the air, Dan Xijing gradually withdrew her hands from the piano keys. She lifted her eyes, returning to her customary indifference, as if the breathtaking performance had nothing to do with her.
Wow.
Is this human? Isn't it time to unleash the ultimate move?
Just go all out.
I just finished researching the background of the piece, and this is hellishly difficult. Look at Bai Qinan's expression. That gaze, I'm done for. He is utterly smitten. Who said my sister Dan isn't worthy of him? Step forward and speak. TSK genius? A genius is merely the threshold to meet my goddess. The internet erupted, and Dan Jiying's popularity surged, leaving her competitors far behind. 2 consecutive performances deemed miraculous utterly dismantled the fleeting criticisms. She was undoubtedly a true genius. Dan Jiying, her expression calm, descended the stage, traversing the dimly lit backstage corridor. Just as she reached the corner leading to the exit, a force, imbued with a searing intensity, seized her wrist. She was pulled into the shadow of the corner's exit with an irresistible strength. Bai Qinnan's heated chest pressed against her back, his tall frame trembling on the verge of collapse. He gripped her tightly, as if to break her waist, burying his head deeply into the crook of her neck. His warm breath cascading over her sensitive skin. "Don't push me away," he uttered, his voice hoarse and fragmented, each word laced with a desperate plea. "You must have a use for me. I would do anything for you." He tilted his head slightly, an almost sacrificial devotion evident in his expression. His warm lips trembling against her slender neck. "I can't hear your music," he murmured, his voice laden with suppressed humility. "You have never been moved by anyone. Not even a little." He appeared to be articulating a truth that brought him both anguish and a sense of reckless hope, since you do not require love. He tightened his embrace with an air of desperate finality. "Do not part from me," he humbly implored, leaving others astonished at the sight of the once exalted musical prodigy, now reduced to a state of utter humility. "I can discern your ambition. Allow me to remain by your side, even if merely as a tool." His breath grew heavier as he uttered, "I love you." Chapter 70. The princess's invitation. Any utterance from Shan Jiying was delicate, akin to a feather's caress. Yet it tightened Bai Shi's heart, as if bracing for the ultimate judgment from his deity. "Shadow? You all." From beyond the shadows, 2 elongated figures had silently taken their stand. Bai Qinnan and Lan Xijin observed from a distance, capturing the seemingly ambiguous silhouettes of Shan Jiying and Bai Qi at the corner. 10 minutes prior, the preliminary round had concluded.
Lan Xijin,
Her gaze following Shan Jiying as he vanished into the backstage corridor, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Shall we? Let's go congratulate our President Shan." Bai Qinnan pressed his lips tightly together, a faint discontent flickering in his eyes. He was most unwilling to accompany Lan Xijin but found no legitimate reason to refuse her. Each harbored their own thoughts as they navigated through the dissipating crowd, hastening toward the backstage area. From afar, they spotted Shan Jiying being pulled into the shadows of the corridor by Bai Qi. Their hearts raced, and they quickened their pace, anticipating a potentially heart-wrenching scene. Yet, instead of witnessing an intimate moment, they first overheard Bai Qi's confession, humble to the point of being ground into dust. Bai Qi's movements froze momentarily. He straightened abruptly, like a trapped beast whose secret had been laid bare. A hint of disarray etched upon his features as he turned to face the 2 figures outside the shadows. Upon recognizing Bai Qinnan and Lan Xijin, he scoffed lightly. His instincts had proven correct. Not only had his childhood friend Bai Qinnan developed feelings, but even the astutely cunning Lan Xijin seemed to harbor an interest in her. It appeared that the lunch meeting, which had seemed coincidental, was anything but. At that moment, he also realized the blatant desire reflected in Lan Xijin's gaze. Their eyes met across the distance, and he was met with no hint of embarrassment or retreat from her, only the familiar smile that bore a semblance of victorious mockery. "Every word I spoke was sincere." Bai Qi averted his gaze, lowering his head as he spoke in a tone barely above a whisper, his breath warm against Shan Jiying's ear. Then, straightening his back, he turned and strode away, leaving behind the silence and awkwardness for the remaining 3. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Shan Jiying lifted her gaze, her expression calm and unperturbed as she surveyed Bai Qinnan and Lan Xijin, leisurely crossing her arms and awaiting their initiation of conversation. Bai Qinnan's voice trembled subtly as he inquired, "You've been frequenting the piano room lately. Is it to prepare for the music festival?" His question was laced with caution. "Indeed," Shan Jiying replied with the slightest nod, a tacit acknowledgement. An indescribable ecstasy overwhelmed his rationality, rendering him nearly unable to rein in his tumultuous emotions. It was not for the sake of a rendezvous with Bai Qi, but rather for the grand competition. "What brings you 2 here?" Shan Jiying's gaze flickered between the 2. Her tone indifferent, devoid of discernible emotion. "Of course, we are here to witness President Shan's brilliance today," Lan Xijin replied with a light chuckle, her voice imbued with an unprecedented ease and delight, as if she had shed a burdensome weight. Thus, he was not the third wheel, was he? This realization dissipated much of the self-loathing that had arisen from Shan Jiying's public declaration of her relationship. Shan Jiying merely cast a languid glance in his direction. Offering no response, she turned and proceeded directly toward her lounge. Just as she reached the door, a figure clad in uniform silently blocked her path, bowing respectfully. "Miss Shan." The butler of Xiang Lihui spoke in a calm and restrained tone. "His Highness requests your presence for lunch." Bai Qinnan instinctively stepped forward, his tall frame forming a protective barrier before Shan Jiying, his narrowed eyes fixated on the butler, emanating a warning aura. Having placed second twice by a mere 0.1 margin, Xiang Lihui's invitation at this moment could easily be perceived as sinister. Lan Xijin also advanced a half-step, positioning herself beside Bai Qinnan. Her voice lowered in a cautious reminder, this invitation at such a moment may carry ulterior motives. This princess is virtually a phantom online, her temperament inscrutable. Yet, Shan Jiying's fingertips gently pressed against Bai Qinnan's taut shoulder, an action imbued with an unusual soothing power, not out of dependence, but rather resembling a directive to retreat. "Lead the way," she instructed the butler, her voice calm and untroubled. She harbored a profound curiosity not only about Xiang Lihui's choice of repertoire today, but also regarding the enigmatic princess herself. The butler remained stationary, merely bowing slightly, respectfully adding, "His Highness has requested only your presence." Shan Jiying slightly tilted her head, glancing at Bai Qinnan, whose expression had darkened, and the contemplative Lan Xijin, shrugging helplessly.
Ing.
Bai Qinnan's voice was laced with urgency. "If anything happens, contact me immediately." Shan Jiying replied indifferently, a gesture of reassurance. Without further delay, she turned and followed the butler, escorted by 2 bodyguards towards the strictly monitored domain, Xiang Lihui's lounge. Upon entering, the door was closed behind her by the butler, sealing them into a private space. The air was infused with a faint, elusive fragrance. A grand dining table was adorned with an exquisite array of dishes reminiscent of a 5-star hotel buffet, ranging from Chinese dim sum to Western cold cuts, a cornucopia of options. Xiang Lihui remained seated gracefully at the head of the table, her slender fingers casually resting on the pristine white tablecloth. She raised a hand slightly, gesturing to the seat opposite her, the motion imbued with royal elegance. Shan Jiying took her seat without ceremony, relaxed in posture, even exuding a hint of languor. She rested her chin casually on one hand, her penetrating gaze revealing an unmasked curiosity and interest as it settled upon Xiang Lihui's breathtakingly beautiful face. The aura emanating from this individual compelled her to delve deeper. Princess S' choice of song was first broken by Dan Jiying, who spoke up to shatter the silence, a faint smile curving her lips, truly intriguing. She referred to the piece, a dazzling display of skill imbued with an enchanting and challenging essence. Upon hearing this, Xiang Lihui raised her eyebrows slightly. "Do you like it?" She swiftly penned a note and slid it across the table. Dan Jiying met her gaze with an air of sincerity, devoid of any pretense or formality. Of course. The smile on Xiang Lihui's lips deepened. She had remained impassive in the face of the accolades lavished by the esteemed elders. Yet, at this moment, the simplicity of those 2 words from the person before her stirred a rare, distinct emotion within her. Chapter 71, A Royal Scandal? Did you enter this competition for that relic? Another note was pushed across. Xiang Lihui regarded Dan Jiying with an inquisitive look, her long, finely boned fingers gently tapping the table. Dan Jiying furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before a glimmer of understanding flickered in her eyes. "You mean that fragmented score?" Her tone was casual, laced with a hint of indifference. She had entered the competition solely as a means of exchanging favors, having agreed to assist Bai Qinnan with his troubles. As for the complexities surrounding that fragmented score, she had not delved deeply into them. However, it was evident that a prize significant enough to captivate even the music saint and draw the reclusive princess of the continent into the fray was steeped in profound intrigue. It seemed that the princess's arrival was indeed motivated by this. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Lihui met Dan Jiying's gaze and nodded earnestly. This was not only the objective of her journey, but also the mission she bore. That fragmented score was tied to a chapter of history long buried in obscurity. A traitor had absconded with the complete sacred composition, which symbolized the nation's fortune and spiritual totem. Since then, the royal family had gradually diminished in power. After the traitor's death, the sacred composition was torn asunder and scattered far and wide. The royal family had expended unimaginable resources to recover a fragment. This time, the youth competition's prize was one of the crucial remaining pieces. To ensure the safe retrieval of this relic, She had gone to great lengths to disguise her identity and come personally. Unfortunately, Dan Jiying's crimson lips curled into a vibrant yet cold smile. Her eyes igniting not with regret, but with an exhilarating sense of rivalry. I need it too. The corners of Xiang Lihui's brows barely twitched in response. She revealed no hint of offense, nor attempted to pressure Dan Jiying with her royal status, or tempt her with incentives to withdraw. Such tactics were beneath her. Since neither had any reason to concede, the competition became all the more pure and anticipated. However, Dan Jiying shifted her tone, her enchanting gaze locking onto Xiang Lihui. If I emerge victorious and claim that fragmented score, she leaned in slightly, her voice laced with a seductive challenge. Might I implore your highness to share the complete tale that lies behind this relic?
Xiang Liu's pupilles fliquèrent momentarily.
Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her jawline was taut. The atmosphere was thick with the weight of a scandal that the imperial family would rather forget. Time slipped away, second by second. At last, Xiang Lihui lifted the expensive fountain pen from the table and slowly inscribed a few words onto the stationery. If you can win in the end. Shan Jiying's smile blossomed instantaneously, radiant and vibrant like a mandala in full bloom, exuding a deadly allure. For a fleeting moment, Xiang Lihui found herself momentarily entranced by her enchanting visage. She quickly regained her composure, a veil of royal detachment and authority falling back into place. In Shan Jiying's lounge, after departing from Xiang Lihui, she returned to her own sanctuary. As she pushed open the door, a wave of aggressive sandalwood fragrance enveloped her. Lan Xijin lounged lazily on her sofa, legs crossed. One hand casually draped over the armrest while the other toyed with a gilded card embossed with the emblem of the tournament's organizing committee. He appeared utterly at home. Yet his ash-gray eyes locked onto her the moment she entered, brimming with unabashed intensity. Where's Bai? Shan Jiying scanned the room, noticing Bai Qinnan's absence, and inquired with an even tone. Oh, Lan Xijin drawled, his voice elongated with a deliberate playfulness. So concerned about him? I temporarily diverted him with a small, benevolent fib. After Shan Jiying had left with the butler, he had, under the guise of not wanting to disturb her preparation, cleverly coaxed the anxious Bai Qinnan away. As for himself, naturally, he had returned immediately. In the game of love, a touch of strategy is merely essential. He waved the gilded card teasingly, revealing the topic for the next round of competition. Here, the subject for the upcoming match has just arrived. Shan Jiying remained silent and approached directly, extending her hand to retrieve the card. Just as her fingertips were about to brush against it, Lan Xijin moved the hand that had rested on the armrest, capturing her wrist with an intensity that felt like a long-held tension released. Simultaneously, he leaned forward, encircling her waist with his other arm. Shan Jiying felt herself lifted effortlessly, and in the next moment, she found herself ensconced in his embrace, his chest pressing against her back, arms firmly around her waist, his chin nearly resting against her neck. His heated breath deliberately overpowering the lingering scent of Bai Shi. Why, in such a low, hoarse voice, do you speak with such suppressed anguish? Not even a glance to spare for me before the event today? He was still consumed by jealousy over the shared glance Bai Qinnan had received amidst the crowd. Shan Jiying's brow furrowed, an aura of icy resolve radiating from her. Release me. Her voice, though soft, bore the weight of a final ultimatum, instilling a sense of panic. Lan Xijin's heart ached, and with a reluctant concession, he loosened his embrace slightly. Shan Jiying effortlessly extricated herself from his embrace, her movements clean and decisive, devoid of any lingering sentiment. She did not cast a single glance in his direction. Instead, she reached out and calmly took the gilded card he had forgotten to clasp tightly in his distraction. Her gaze briefly skimmed the words inscribed on the card, which bore a solitary word, love, the very subject that Bai Shi had claimed she was least adept at discussing. Her expression remained tranquil, as though she perceived nothing more than an inconsequential symbol, unperturbed and devoid of any trace of anxiety or disquiet. Discarding the card, one that could perplex countless contenders, she tossed it aside onto the coffee table as casually as one would discard a piece of refuse. Only after completing this act did she slowly pivot, finally directing her attention to Lan Xijin. Her gaze resembled that of an appraiser scrutinizing an object or contemplating how to address a troublesome matter. The air in the lounge was frigid, almost palpable in its stillness. Ultimately, she parted her crimson lips, her voice imbued with a chilling objectivity. Lan Xijin, I do not wish for a relationship. She paused slightly, her eyes as cold as ice. To be intertwined with your excessive, unnecessary personal emotions. That would render me, she articulated each word with deliberate precision, very much a burden. Chapter 72. On the theme of love. Lan Xijin stood frozen in place, his body trembling slightly. What? His voice emerged dry and hoarse, tinged with disbelief. Or perhaps a struggle to accept the truth. I said, Shan Jiying interjected, her tone as nonchalant as if discussing the weather outside. This wager ends here. You are free. I disagree. Lan Xijin surged forward, grasping her wrist with a fervent grip. His eyes blazed with a crimson hue, brimming with the fury of abandonment and a deeper sense of resentment. You say it begins, and it begins. You say it ends, and it ends. What am I to you? His question reverberated within the silent lounge. Isn't freedom a good thing? Shan Jiying tilted her head in confusion, her enchanting eyes filled with perplexity. Hasn't this always been a source of shame for you? Lan Xijin's movements froze instantaneously, as if he had been struck to the core by her words. Indeed, he had initially detested this wager. It incessantly reminded him of his status as a loser, forced to sell his own body. Yet at some point, that aversion had morphed into something else entirely. He had become enamored with the exquisite sensory experiences she provided, unwittingly surrendering his heart to her, savoring every moment, utterly entranced. When will it end? Lan Xijin's voice dropped to a husky whisper, infused with a near-humble plea. He tentatively encircled her waist, afraid to apply too much pressure for fear of invoking deeper irritation and disdain. I will decide. Shan Jiying coolly lifted her gaze, her expression unyielding.
Lan Xijin.
No one to stop. I will fulfill my obligations. Lan Xijin bit down on his molars, uttering a promise laced with humiliation. I will not overstep. Nor will I burden you. Yet his heart felt as though it were being slowly flayed. Shan Jiying's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, her expression as calm as a still lake, as if appraising the value of an item. Finally, she uttered 3 words with a dismissive tone. Leave now. Lan Xijin cast one last, deep glance at her before succumbing to an overwhelming silence, a pall of desolation enveloping him. The tumultuous journey from the moment he discovered her true relationship with Bai Qinnan to the present agony felt like a fall from paradise to the depths of despair. He abruptly turned away, burdened by a heavy sense of defeat and humiliation, hastily exiting the lounge that had shattered his dignity. The room returned to its icy silence. Sitting on the sofa, Jiying's gaze casually skimmed over the gilded slip of paper on the coffee table. The word love stood out starkly. Her fingertip brushed against the word lightly, the gesture imbued with a casual irreverence, a faint smirk gracing her lips. Love, she murmured, her voice laced with unabashed absurdity and derision. It was indeed a topic of extreme absurdity. The semi-final commenced in the afternoon. This round would directly eliminate 5 contestants, leaving the remaining 5 elite competitors to advance to the finals. The relentless intensity of the battles pushed each round to the extreme limits of both skill and willpower. Competitors not only had to showcase their artistry but also contend with physical exhaustion and mental fatigue. Completing the selection and perfect execution of pieces within such a brief interval was the ultimate test of all contestants' fundamental skills and adaptability. The theme of love offered a brief respite for most contestants. This theme was an eternal subject that nearly all pianists encountered from their earliest days. Their interpretations had reached a level of mastery. Even Song Yi, typically somber, chose a warm-hearted piece. His tousled black bangs slightly obscured his eyes, a rare, faint smile tinged with nostalgia gracing his lips. Ah, what do I see? Is my baby smiling? What delightful thought crossed my baby's mind? This smile melts my heart. The music flowed like a flickering candlelight in the darkness. That light, though faint, radiated warmth. Song Yi's fingers danced across the keys, reminiscing about the solitary years shrouded in gloom at the orphanage, the only beacon of light in his life. Upon entering the orphanage, the loss of his parents plunged him into a profound silence, rendering him an outcast among the other children, who treated him like a monster, bullying him mercilessly. That darkness made it arduous for him to utter a complete sentence. Only music served as his voice. The piece he performed was the very first he had played upon discovering the piano, technically simple yet imbued with the rare happiness of his barren childhood. He sought no competition regarding the theme, merely wishing to unveil the memories of love buried deep within his heart. His final score was 936. While his emotions were genuine, the inherent technical difficulty of the piece limited the score's ceiling. Nevertheless, this score was more than sufficient for advancing to the finals. Song Yi accepted the results with calmness, reverting to his usual silence. In stark contrast, Jian Yun's selection exuded competitiveness. She chose a classic love sonata, rich in emotional highs and lows. This piece unfolded like a complete dramatic script, from the initial flutters of first encounters to the passionate entanglements of romance, culminating in the heart-wrenching farewell, ultimately leading to eternal sorrow. The emotional breadth of the piece is vast, and its intricate technical variations impose almost stringent demands on the performer's control and expressiveness. Jian Yun, a prodigious pianist renowned for her gift of emotional resonance, has fully harnessed her strengths. Her performance is not merely flawless in technique, it also exhibits a masterful command over emotion and intensity. She transports the audience into an unforgettable tragedy of love, their hearts rising and falling with her every note. As the final chords fade, the grand concert hall descends into a brief, vacuum-like silence, only to be shattered moments later by thunderous applause. The final score, 998, an almost perfect mark. Yet, as Jian Yun descends the stage, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes betray little excitement or joy. Instead, they reflect a profound tranquility. The weight of repeated failures has polished her pride, rendering it more restrained and perilous. The heavy admonitions from her family echo in her ears. The Jian family's ascent to the pinnacle of the musical world hinges on her performance in this competition. The burden she carries transcends personal honor or disgrace. Her gaze seems to casually sweep over the piano she has just played and the seemingly ordinary sheet music resting upon its stand. A barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of her lips, she still possesses other aces up her sleeve. Chapter 73. Is there a problem with the piano? As the semi-finals approach their conclusion, only the two most anticipated contestants remain, Xiang Li Hui and Shan Jiying. Xiang Li Hui takes the stage and settles at the piano. She does not glance at the audience, but slowly closes her deep-set eyes, as if engaged in a solemn ritual. As her fingertips descend, a melody flows forth, a near-sacred hymn that has been revered in this land, known as the cradle of art. The blood of its people has coursed with devout faith from ancient times to the present. Beyond the royal families, there exists an even older and more mysterious lineage, guardians of this faith for generations. Each generation births a gifted son or daughter, embodying the spiritual hopes of the populace. Dynasties may rise and fall, yet this family stands resolute, while the royal courts dare not neglect their enigmatic presence. This composition was birthed centuries ago by a compassionate goddess. At that time, the land was ravaged by a catastrophic disaster, with extreme cold and heat occurring simultaneously across the continent, leading to widespread suffering. She witnessed the inferno of humanity, her heart wrenched with grief, the immense sorrow and her impotent rage transformed into weeping notes, composing this transcendent masterpiece. However, shortly thereafter, the goddess succumbed to exhaustion, fading into despair. Yet a miracle occurred. This piece, steeped in blood and tears, swiftly spread throughout the continent, miraculously soothing countless despairing souls. The people firmly believed that within this melody lay divine blessings and strength, capable of dispelling misfortune and ushering in hope. Even more wondrously, the disaster subsided shortly after the melody began to circulate. From that moment on, this piece has been venerated as the sacred sound of prayer, played at all significant celebrations and state ceremonies throughout the land. The performance of Xiang Li Hui was magnificent and grand, each note resonating with a power akin to mountains and seas. Online, the citizens of the continent had already succumbed to a frenzy of worship. Xiang Li Hui's rendition surpassed every melody they had previously encountered, embodying a sincerity and grandeur exclusive to the royal lineage. Ah, Your Highness! Only the children of the continent can truly appreciate the worth of this melody. My grandfather shed tears upon hearing it from his sickbed. The continent shall undoubtedly regain its former glory. However, as the piece approached a crucial juncture requiring a vast leap across the keys, an exceedingly subtle dissonance emerged. Xiang Li Hui's brow furrowed slightly. This minute anomaly might elude the ordinary listener, yet the judges in the front row instantly detected this fatal flaw. Xiang Li Hui's breath remained undisturbed. She suppressed the ripple caused by this unexpected occurrence, and the subsequent performance continued flawlessly, imbued with undeniable royal dignity. Upon the conclusion of the piece, she rose slowly, emanating an icy aura, her gaze sweeping over the ebony piano. The judges' panel fell into a brief and solemn silence. The emotional depth, technical prowess, and noble intent were all impeccable, yet a blemish marred this perfection. Ultimately, the score was 996. In the waiting room, Jian Yun, who had been intently watching the screen, finally relaxed her taut shoulders upon seeing this score, her lips curving into a relieved smile. As Xiang Lihui descended the stage, the steward rushed forward. Worry etched on his face. Your Highness. Just now, Xiang Lihui merely shook her head slightly. Her gaze traversed the crowd, landing in the waiting area, where Shan Jiying was quietly confirming the final details of her piece with a staff member. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Lihui strode forward. The steward's heart raced with alarm, yet he dared not intervene, hastening to keep pace. As Xiang Lihui approached Shan Jiying, he swiftly and discreetly offered her a pen and a slip of paper. Xiang Lihui accepted, her pen gliding across the paper, leaving behind a few words. The piano has issues. Shan Jiying cast her eyes over the note, and a flicker of surprise briefly crossed her usually placid gaze, quickly morphing into a playful smile. She raised her eyes to meet Xiang Lihui's subtly concerned expression. She had certainly detected the anomaly in Xiang Lihui's performance. Yet, she never anticipated that the princess, burdened with the mission of reclaiming the incomplete score, would personally alert her. Shan Jiying's gaze casually flickered to the staff member who had just spoken with her, now appearing excessively tense, her lips curling into a bewitching arc. I request, she paused, articulating each word carefully, to re-examine that piano. The designated official visibly stiffened, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead, and he forced an air of calmness, stating, Miss Shan, the competition is imminent, and we have already inspected it multiple times to the highest standards. There is absolutely no issue. Please trust our professionalism. Is that so? Shan Jiying's voice was soft, like a feather brushing against skin, yet it pressed heavily upon the official's chest, nearly rendering him breathless. What if I insist? The person in charge swallowed hard and could only nod stiffly. Everything is fine. We will send someone to check immediately. He gestured discreetly to a staff member nearby, and the two hastily ascended the stage, feigning a thorough inspection of the piano. Miss Shan, we have conducted a meticulous examination, and there are no issues with the piano. Shan Jiying's gaze slowly swept over their faces, and her smile grew even more radiant. Thank you for your trouble. She elongated her tone, her words dripping with playful sarcasm. It's nothing. It's our duty. The person in charge wiped his brow, feeling a sense of relief. Just as Shan Jiying was about to take a step, a searing hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Xiang Liuhui's eyes, always deep and expressive, now revealed an unmasked concern. This scene struck the housekeeper like a thunderclap, stirring a tempest within him. What had he witnessed? Their Highness was genuinely worried about her opponent? Madness. Shan Jiying slightly tilted her head, glancing at her wrist held captive before meeting Xiang Liuhui's gaze. She did not pull away, her lips parted gently, her smile enchanting like a blooming poppy, tinged with a hint of irreverence. Princess, do you not trust me? She leaned in closer, whispering in a tone only the two could hear. Xiang Liuhui's breath caught sharply, her clenched fingers instinctively curling tighter. Shan Jiying turned away, striding confidently toward the stage. Her silhouette was straight, still exuding unwavering self-assurance. Xiang Liuhui remained rooted in place, her fingertips seemingly lingering with the sensation of the other's wrist. In the center of the stage, Shan Jiying settled herself gracefully. She extended her flawless, elongated fingers, gliding them casually across the keys from left to right. Noticing a few subtle tonal discrepancies, she smiled slightly. Jian Yun, watching her from behind the screen, felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. What to do? Below, the judges also detected the anomaly, just as they were about to inquire. Shan Jiying's fingers returned to the keys. Without granting anyone a moment to react or breathe, the performance commenced. Chapter 74. The True Monster. The judges furrowed their brows, their expressions interwoven with regret and helplessness. They had caught the minute yet genuine pitch discrepancies within the music. Observing the noble, confident figure on stage insist on using this piano, they could only sigh internally. A piece that should have dazzled the world was likely to be marred by these unavoidable flaws. At the center of the judging panel, Bai Shi's gaze diverged from the rest. He simply focused on Shan Jiying, devoid of worry. An intense intuition told him she was anything but reckless. She possessed the ability to master everything. Finally, her long, perfect fingers descended. The instant the first note resonated, time seemed to freeze. All true aficionados of classical music, rather than mere spectators, including the front-row judges, the competitors backstage, and countless professionals before the screen, were suddenly enveloped in expressions of utmost astonishment. This melody, this piece, It was insert title here, a name that appears rather ordinary, even somewhat perfunctory, yet signifies one of the top 3 superlative etudes throughout the ages on the continent. Its creator is a figure of both legend and controversy, a prodigious talent of unparalleled stature. His life is a tapestry woven with tales of romantic escapades, his rumored liaisons ranging from empresses to prisoners, yet no one has ever succeeded in anchoring his wandering spirit. He seems to merely frolic through existence, viewing music as a mere pastime rather than an earnest pursuit. Nevertheless, each seemingly casual stroke of his pen has culminated in masterpieces revered across centuries for their technical brilliance. This particular piece, a paragon among legends, is said to have been sketched in a moment of intoxicated inspiration on a stained napkin within the raucous confines of a tavern, birthed from a morning after a night of revelry. Its creation was so nonchalant, yet it encompasses devilish technical demands, recognized as one of the most challenging pinnacles in his oeuvre. The judges seated below could feel their hands tremble uncontrollably upon their laps. Was it excitement? Fear? Or perhaps reverence? At that moment, they found themselves unable to articulate the complexity of their emotions. In their lifetimes, they had witnessed no more than 3 pianists brave enough to fully confront this piece in a public setting. Even the revered Bai Qinnan, a stalwart of the musical realm, had only mustered the courage to attempt it once during a prestigious solo concert. To this day, no one has dared to tackle this death piece in competition. The judges' hearts were torn between elation and regret, ecstatic to witness this composition resurface on a grand stage within their lifetimes, yet lamenting the inadequacy of the cursed piano. The concluding phrases of the piece concentrated almost entirely in the precarious, mid-high register of the piano. In the face of pitch discrepancies, how could it possibly be rendered flawlessly? It was destined to be a miraculous performance fraught with imperfections. Alas, how regrettable! Yet Bai Qinnan seemed to be transcending into another realm. He closed his eyes, his heart aching with every seemingly weightless note. This composition was remarkably unique. It demanded the performer to wield control akin to that of a devil, rendering tempestuous notes as ethereal as feathers. It articulated a deconstruction of love as perceived by the wayward genius, chaotic, void, and devoid of meaning. He reveled solely in hedonistic pleasures, utterly indifferent to the responsibilities of love. Was this how she perceived love as well? As Bai Qinnan opened his eyes, he beheld the figure on stage, each movement tugging at the strings of his heart, an overwhelming tide of confusion and anguish swirling within him. What was he to do? Moments later, a flicker of almost obsessive determination emerged from his tightly pressed lips, as if he had resolved something profound. The performance had flowed seamlessly thus far, flawless in its execution. Yet, among those in the know, a palpable tension mounted. The most treacherous zone of the piece was about to arrive, the final measures reliant entirely on precise control of the mid-high register. The judges held their breath, bodies instinctively leaning forward, fingers gripping the armrests as if bracing for an inevitable tragedy. And yet, the anticipated cacophony of discordant notes and chaos failed to materialize. Those delicate, fair fingers navigated through the seemingly disordered notes with remarkable finesse. Each note that should have strayed was forcibly guided back onto the correct path by an astonishing control. The intensity, rhythm, and timbre remained impeccably perfect, right until the final note fell crisply into silence. Lan Xijin rose calmly, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. She exuded an air of grace and composure, as if she had merely completed a routine practice rather than an extraordinary challenge. The judging panel was enveloped in an almost petrified silence. Several esteemed experts stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly agape, their expressions a blend of utter shock and disbelief. The looks they cast upon Lan Xijin were akin to those directed at an unequivocal anomaly. The atmosphere was still, with the audience collectively holding their breath, their gazes fixed on the judges, anticipating an indisputable score. The online streaming room had descended into utter frenzy. Is the judging panel malfunctioning? That was explosively perfect.
Damn.
An art student here. You have no idea what signifies. Back in the day, even Bai Qinnan nearly collapsed after performing. And she dares to play in a competition with such steadiness? Holy moly. So, is a true god descending upon us? I must say, my threshold seems to have genuinely been elevated. If she suddenly sprouted a halo and ascended, I wouldn't even be surprised. Each performance is more absurd than the last. What on earth is her limit? At this rate, she must be attempting that piece in the finals, right? No way. If that's true, I would do a headstand and wash my hair on the spot. After a protracted silence, the scoreboard finally illuminated with a dazzling number once again. Another undisputed perfect score. The semi-finals had concluded. As the live broadcast signal was about to be severed, the staff began to tidy up the venue. At that moment, an elderly figure with wispy hair, a titan in the music world, trembled as he ascended the stage. He was the one who had reacted most fervently at the judging panel. Ignoring those around him, he made his way directly to the piano on stage. His age-spotted hands, imbued with a near-religious reverence, gently brushed over the keys. Then, he tentatively pressed a few of the most basic chords in the mid-range. A cacophony of disarray erupted. The old professor's body jolted, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the piano bench. His wrinkled face contorted with extreme shock, his murky eyes fixated on the row of keys, his lips quivering as he murmured dreamily, "Indeed, she is on such a piano. A true monster." If that esteemed figure were to witness her interpret his work in such a manner, he would surely envy her talent. A final sigh, though faint, resonated clearly through the still-active audio equipment, drifting into the fading live broadcast signal. Chapter 75. The Internet Storm. What does that mean? Does this imply there is some insider information? What on earth did the old man mean by that? It's driving me crazy. The live broadcast signal abruptly ceased, yet the tempest on the internet had only just begun. Discussions surrounding Lan Xijin's astonishing performance swept across all social media platforms. Amidst this fervent discourse, a sensational post emerged on the front page of a premier music forum, quickly capturing the attention of the entire online community. Hurry and worship. Frame-by-frame analysis. Lan Xijin's performance of far more terrifying than you can imagine by a factor of 10,000. Upon its release, the server nearly buckled under the weight of the overwhelming influx of visitors. 1. Don't keep us in suspense. Share the goods, please. Urgently. 2. I've set up my seat. Snacks and drinks ready. 3. After reading dozens of analysis posts praising the piece and its flawless execution, I still feel as though something is missing. I await the hostess insights. Host, Little Sunflower 102. Everyone, please remain calm. As for the devilishly difficult nature of and how Sean's performance skills reached unparalleled heights, many great minds have already articulated this, so I shall refrain from reiterating. But before we proceed, let me reiterate, our goddess is magnificent.
Now,
to the crux of the matter, I am about to unveil a more horrifying truth hidden beneath the flawless performance. This divine piece was accomplished on a piano with severely distorted tuning. 103 what? Please elaborate. 104 what does that mean? Hurry and explain. 105 I have a chilling premonition. Host, please continue. Host, Little Sunflower 301 Key Clue 1. Prior to the performance, an exceedingly rare occurrence transpired. Staff came to inspect the piano. According to competition norms, piano checks typically occur only before the event or during intermissions. The request for an inspection just before the performer took the stage was inherently suspicious. Considering the subsequent events, I boldly speculate that Sean had detected an issue with the piano, but was brushed off by the staff. 302 Upon reviewing, it's true. She communicated something to the staff, and then 2 individuals came on stage to feign adjustments. 303 A chilling thought indeed. Who has the audacity to cause trouble in such a competition? Step forward. Host, Little Sunflower 367, Key Clue 2. After our goddess took the stage, she did something she had never done in previous performances. Instead of commencing her play immediately, she swiftly tested the notes from left to right with her fingertips. Observers should note the expressions of the judges and attendants. Screenshot. Their brows furrowed in an instant, their gazes unmistakably bewildered. What does this imply? It indicates that the sounds produced during this note testing were undoubtedly problematic. 368 Yes, yes. I noticed that too. The latter half of that slide did indeed have issues. I simply hadn't considered it at the time due to the speed. 369 Please continue. Host, Little Sunflower 403 Coincidentally, I know someone involved in the post-event audio processing. Please do not inquire about their identity. According to them, the tuning in the mid to high range of that piano exhibited chaotic discrepancies, with certain notes being too sharp and others too flat, devoid of any discernible pattern. The technicians were privately astonished. Such a condition renders normal performance utterly impossible. 404 Incredible. Insider information has surfaced. The pitch was chaotic, particularly in the mid to high range, culminating in that final deathly scale. It was a thought that sent shivers down my spine. The author diligently analyzed the official high-definition video frame by frame. Pay close attention to this segment during the vocal test in the high range, despite the rapid tempo. A discerning ear can faintly detect certain notes that deviate from expectations. While the average person might not discern the discrepancies, they are certainly evident to a trained ear. Listening intently through headphones at high volume reveals a subtle yet unmistakable discordance. Goosebumps ensue. How could one even hear that? The author is truly remarkable. Thus, the conclusion emerges. The goddess did not rely on muscle memory for this performance. Instead, she harnessed her extraordinary absolute pitch to instantly capture and retain the chaotic pitch deviations during the initial vocal test. Subsequently, throughout the performance, her superhuman intellect dynamically adjusted her finger placements and pressure at the moment each note was played, forcibly correcting every note that would have otherwise been out of tune. Are you certain you are not penning a science fiction tale? I cannot believe it. This is utterly impossible. How could a human achieve such a feat? The brain would surely burn out. While it seems ludicrous, if it were anyone else, I would dismiss it entirely, but for her, I find myself believing it, nervously lighting a cigarette. Let us not hastily dismiss this. The author, alongside several technically proficient friends, utilized specialized software to conduct a frame-by-frame analysis of the final two most complex measures. Observe here. This note, which should ideally resonate at a pitch of 4, was based on the piano's actual state at that moment, sounding slightly sharp, nearing 4. However, the position she struck deviated from the standard key center, and when combined with her applied force and angle of touch, the resultant pitch stabilized perfectly at 4. If one occurrence can be deemed a coincidence, how does one account for so many? It must have been calculated. Goodness. The analysis graphics are available? Is this even scientific? Does she possess some hidden dexterity? This is beyond the realm of human capability. In summary, to accomplish this performance, one must simultaneously possess the following extraordinary abilities. 1. Mastery over this piece. A superhuman etude that even the greats dare not perform in competition. 2. The ability to accurately capture and memorize a multitude of chaotic pitch deviations within the fleeting 2 seconds of the vocal test. 3. The capacity to calculate in real time how much each note needs to be corrected during a performance where her hands appear as mere blurs. 4. Her fingers must unerringly obey the commands of her brain, executing each micro-adjustment with flawless precision. This initial in-depth technical analysis post, which originated from a niche music forum, was swiftly disseminated, captured, and shared across major social platforms worldwide. Within a mere hour, the viewership of the original post and its related topics surged to a staggering 9-digit figure. The image of Jian Jiying has transcended mere humanity in the hearts of countless individuals, transforming her into a veritable deity that walks among us, a being who has shattered the laws of physics and the limits of human cognition. Regardless of the final outcome of the competition or whether her next performance is a celestial melody or mere cacophony, her unparalleled status in the hearts of billions remains unshaken. The laws of the world dictate a reverence for power. Even those who were previously indifferent to classical music have been utterly captivated by her overwhelming talent, spontaneously joining the ranks of her admirers. Her popularity has reached a precipitous lead, eclipsing all other competitors combined, indeed, even the entirety of the event itself. Chapter 76. The Luncheon Invitation. As the situation escalates, public opinion surges globally, and within this storm, one individual stands on the brink of collapse. Jian Yun. She huddles in a corner of the lounge, her lips pale as parchment, her body trembling uncontrollably, suffocated by overwhelming fear. Regret gnaws at her sanity. How could she have been so foolish? In taking such a reckless gamble, she has not only failed to vanquish her opponent but has also plunged herself and her family into an abyss from which there is no return. 2 others occupy the room, equally ashen-faced, fidgeting anxiously like ants on a hot pan. They are distant relatives of the Jian family embedded within the event's organizing committee. What are we to do now, miss? We are entirely at your command. One of them speaks with a quavering voice, filled with despair. Silence. Jian Yun snaps her head up, growling fiercely in an attempt to mask her inner turmoil with bravado, but the uncontrollable tremor in her voice betrays her panic and helplessness. It was her own folly, blinded by jealousy and resentment. She takes a deep breath, her eyes flashing with steely determination. You shall take responsibility for this matter. What? The 2 of them leap up as if struck by lightning. That is absolutely out of the question. Miss, we have offended the royal family of the continent and the Dan family. This will lead to our demise. They stammer in a flurry of panic, recalling how she had promised that as long as they obeyed her, she would reintegrate their branch into the core of the family upon her ascension to the headship. If you do not take responsibility, Jian Yun's voice turns icy and merciless. The entire Jian family will face ruin, including you, your parents, and your wives and children. None shall escape. She watches as their faces blanch, her tone softening slightly, laced with a hint of seductive persuasion. It will simply be deemed a negligence in your duties, a failure to notice the aging of the piano strings during inspection, nothing of great consequence. The Jian family will protect you. It was indeed these two who, during the intermission, had exploited their positions to tamper with the piano at Jian Yun's behest. She had researched the repertoire of the latter half of the competitors in advance, discerning that apart from Dan Jiying and Xiang Lihui's virtuosic pieces that would utilize the mid to upper octaves, the selections of other competitors leaned more towards the mid to lower ranges. This was intended to be a highly targeted strike. Nothing of great consequence? A chilling voice emanates from the doorway. The door to the lounge was pushed open at an unknown moment, revealing Bai Qi, impeccably clad in a crisp white suit, standing at the threshold. His gaze was cold and filled with unabashed contempt, fixed intently on Jian Yun, who was crumpled on the floor. I am not like this. Please let me explain. Jian Yun stammered in terror, her body completely limp, lacking the strength to rise. I am here to formally inform you on behalf of the organizing committee. Bai Qi's voice was devoid of warmth. You have been permanently disqualified from this competition and all future related events. He continued after the event. The Intercontinental Investigation Bureau will initiate prosecution against you for the destruction of the world-class facilities hosted by our continent and for endangering public safety. You will face trial.
No.
Please don't. Jian Yun erupted into a piercing scream. She lunged forward, desperately clutching the pristine hem of Bai Qi's white trousers, her eyes reflecting the most primal fear. I just wanted to catch up to you, Bai Qi. I regarded you as my lifelong goal. I only wanted to prove myself. I was wrong. I truly realized my mistakes. I beg you. Bai Qi's brow furrowed in distaste, and without hesitation, he raised his foot to push aside her filthy fingers with the tip of his shoe, the motion imbued with chilling indifference and scorn. These words, he said, looking down at her, his voice resonating like a decree, should be addressed to the judge in court. My apologies for the interruption. At that moment, two distinct knocks echoed from the entrance. The butler, who had silently appeared outside, stood with impeccable poise, exuding an air of regal restraint. Chief Bai. He inclined his head slightly. Bai Qi acknowledged him with a subtle nod, inviting him to speak. His Highness has sent me to convey a message. The butler's tone was steady. Regarding this Ms. Jian Yun, His Highness wishes for us to handle the matter personally. Bai Qi's brows knitted slightly. He understood that Jian Yun's actions had severely provoked the dignity of the royal family, but intercontinental apprehension of suspects was a procedural matter. Rest assured, Chief Bai. The butler interjected as if anticipating his thoughts. A faint smile graced his lips. Our continent will employ absolutely just and internationally compliant procedures to ensure she receives the highest level of judgment from our state. His Highness guarantees that all responsible parties will face the consequences they deserve. The last four words were spoken softly, yet they carried an unsettling weight. A flicker of understanding crossed Bai Qi's eyes, and his tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, though he yearned to deal with this audacious disruptor of Dan Jiying's performance himself. The royal family's direct involvement and their promise of fairness led him to believe that Jian Yun's fate would be far worse than he could imagine. Very well. Bai Qi replied succinctly. On the ground, Jian Yun froze upon hearing the terms personally handled, highest level of judgment and consequences. Her fingers unconsciously clawed at the expensive carpet, her gaze vacant and unfocused, as if her soul had detached, leaving only a shell named fear. The following day, news of Jian Yun's mysterious withdrawal from the finals and her subsequent disappearance spread rapidly, igniting numerous speculations. Yet, the Jian family remained tight-lipped about the matter, as if she had never existed. In the waiting room for the finals. In the spacious waiting room, Shan Jiying sat alone, eyes closed in a state of tranquility. Her breathing was steady, and she exuded a calm demeanor, as if the impending final battle were merely a routine exercise. Two soft yet respectful knocks echoed through the room.
Come in.
The door opened silently, and Xiang Liuhui's butler entered with measured steps. He respectfully presented a card adorned with golden threads. Inscribed on the card was a single line, regardless of the outcome. We shall meet at the Yunding restaurant after the award ceremony. His Highness invites you to join him for lunch post-competition. The butler inclined slightly. stating that there were matters of great interest that she would be informed of in person. A faint ripple passed through Shan Jiying's icy gaze. She extended her slender fingers, calmly accepting the card that resembled an invitation, lightly brushing her fingertips over the golden thread. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The butler bowed once more, preparing to exit quietly. The sound of steady and graceful footsteps approached, halting at the doorway and momentarily intersecting with the departing butler. Bai Shi's figure appeared at the entrance, clad in a perfectly tailored, high-end dark gray suit that accentuated his tall stature and distinguished demeanor. A gentle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of polished jade, as if the humble, desperate man who had once stood before her was but a fleeting illusion. He exchanged a brief nod with the butler, who then stepped aside as Bai Qi strode in, closing the door behind him. Shan Jiying's gaze fell upon him, her head tilting slightly as if silently inquiring about his purpose. Bai Qi disregarded her silence and approached her directly, stopping a few paces away. His voice was low and gentle, imbued with an air of natural intimacy. After the competition, he said, gazing at her with a profound expression, I wish to thank you for the score that you are about to help me secure. He paused, seemingly savoring the weight of the words help me secure, before continuing. May I have the honor of inviting you to lunch? A playful glint flickered in Shan Jiying's eyes as she raised an eyebrow, questioning his certainty that she would succeed. Of course, Bai Qi replied with effortless assurance, his smile warm, yet his tone resolute. You will. Before his words fully dissipated, another set of footsteps, marked by a distinctly different cadence, resonated from the hallway, approaching and eventually stopping at the waiting room door. Chapter 77. The Final Contest. A soft knock broke the silence. Bai Shi's gaze shifted from Shan Jiying's calm, almost indifferent face to the door, his lips pressed tightly together. Come in, Shan Jiying's voice rang out, devoid of emotion. Bai Qinnan pushed the door open, his eyes immediately locking onto Shan Jiying before he noticed Bai Qi standing nearby. His brow furrowed instantly, and, without hesitation, he stepped forward, his tall figure adopting a protective stance that nearly shielded Shan Jiying entirely behind him. A shadow of imperceptible gloom crossed Bai Shi's eyes as he beheld Bai Qinnan. The silent current of tension collided fiercely at the intersection of their gazes, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Shan Jiying's eyes fell upon Bai Qinnan, her enchanting peach blossom eyes slightly raised in inquiry. What is it? Bai Qinnan swallowed hard, as if steeling himself for a momentous decision. His gaze burned with intensity as he spoke in a low, resolute tone. I have something to say to you after the awards ceremony. The atmosphere instantly froze. Bai Xia remained silent, not sparing a glance at Bai Qinnan. His entire focus was fixed on Shan Jiying. Within the depths of his light brown eyes, a tumult of obsession and possessiveness churned. He resembled a prisoner awaiting a final verdict, anticipating her choice. Suddenly, the screen of Shan Jiying's phone, resting on the coffee table, illuminated, accompanied by a distinct vibration. A message appeared, unreservedly displayed on the screen. Jean, see you at noon in the restaurant. Jean, I will wait for you always. Bai Xia's gaze fixated on the glaring word Jean and that phrase filled with infinite longing. Always wait for you. A surge of jealousy ignited within him, scorching him with its intensity. He almost bit down on his teeth as he forced each word out, his voice low and hoarse. President Shan is indeed quite busy. The word busy dripped with sharp sarcasm and bitterness. Bai Qinnan's face drained of color in an instant. He too had seen that message. The affectionate Jean stabbing at his heart. Lan Xijin. Had they grown so intimate in a corner unbeknownst to him that such invitations were possible? He longed to confront her, yet as his gaze met Shan Jiying's tranquil eyes, a sense of powerlessness engulfed him. What right did he have? He could only clench his fists tightly, stubbornly fixating on Shan Jiying. Still, her enchanting peach blossom eyes remained composed, as if that text were merely a nuisance. She turned to the two men, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke in a soft voice. I apologize. After a brief pause, she continued, I have already accepted Xiang Lihui's invitation. The two men were momentarily taken aback, their eyes flashing with confusion and a hint of relief. At least it was not an invitation from anyone else. Shan Jiying offered them no further glances, gracefully turning away, her demeanor elegant and distant. The final battle commenced amidst bated breaths. The premier concert hall, capable of seating thousands, was filled to capacity, the air imbued with an almost sacred solemnity. The audience was not merely composed of music enthusiasts, it included the world's elite from various continents. Only they possessed the qualifications and means to acquire such coveted tickets. Symbols of status and privilege. Backstage, in Xiang Lihui's exclusive lounge, the butler observed her calm, yet solemn profile. "Are you certain you wish to select this piece?" he inquired. "Yes," Xiang Lihui replied softly, without a trace of hesitation. "It should be this one." The butler hesitated, but Xiang Lihui slightly turned her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. And what of it? In the arena, the finals proceeded with only 4 contestants remaining, following Jian Yun's withdrawal. Sung Yi and another competitor both showcased their peak performances within their capacities, demonstrating exquisite skill and profound emotion. However, after witnessing the extraordinary feats of Dan Jiying and Xiang Lihui in the previous rounds, these nearly flawless renditions, while splendid, ultimately appeared to pale in comparison. At last, Xiang Lihui took the stage. Rarely delaying her performance, she seated herself at the piano, closed her eyes gently, and took a deep breath. Her fingertips descended. The moment the first note resonated, the judges and the seasoned music enthusiasts present fell silent. This name, akin to a forbidden secret, stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of countless devoted music lovers. It was the piece that existed solely in legend, with only fragmented recordings circulating online. It is seldom found on any piano difficulty rankings, for its very existence renders all other pieces on such lists insignificant. According to legend, the creator of this composition, a prodigious genius in the annals of music history, managed to perform it completely only once, at the absolute pinnacle of his spiritual and technical prowess. Since then, over the course of a century, numerous extraordinary talents have attempted, yet none have succeeded in truly recreating it in its entirety. Its difficulty transcends mere physical limits. It is a challenge beyond human capability. Xiang Lihui's fingers danced across the keys, moving so swiftly that they appeared as mere shadows. Her performance surpassed the realm of fluidity, yet amidst the dizzyingly complex leaps of her fingering, there were still a few exceedingly subtle moments of rhythmic delay and pitch drift. Beads of perspiration formed on her brow, a testament to her intense concentration and vigorous movements, as her eyebrows knitted tightly together and her lips pressed into a determined line. As the final note faded, her body swayed slightly. She leaned heavily on the keys, supporting her trembling form while gasping for breath. After a few moments, she gradually rose to her feet, her steps noticeably unsteady. However, she inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumultuous surge of blood and fatigue, restoring her usual air of elegance and composure, and offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to the audience. She had accomplished it, though not perfect. It was the closest she had come to perfection in her extensive practice. As Xiang Lihui's figure vanished into the shadows of the stage entrance, all eyes instinctively turned to the other side of the stage. The final contestant, Dan Jiying, strode gracefully onto the stage. In the hushed atmosphere, one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 78. His Royal Highness? Dan Jiying gazed steadily at the piano before her, seemingly unfazed by the exhausting performance of Xiang Lihui, which had failed to stir even the slightest ripple in her heart. Her fingertips fell upon the keys, producing the same notes, but imbued with an entirely different soul, despite being mentally prepared. When this legendary masterpiece resonated once more in the concert hall within the span of a single afternoon, an overwhelming sense of absurdity washed over everyone present. Is this world truly not mad? In stark contrast to the serious and tense demeanor of Xiang Lihui, Shan Jiying exudes an air of nonchalance. The intricate fingerings, capable of overwhelming even the most esteemed pianists, flow effortlessly from her delicate hands as if they were mere breaths. Her fingers dance across the keys, moving so swiftly that they seem to dissolve into mere shadows. Each note lands precisely in the most demanding of positions. The judges, venerable figures with silver hair, are already misty-eyed, their hands trembling uncontrollably. The ultimate realm they have sought throughout their lives is, at this moment, effortlessly achieved by this young woman on stage. Witnessing such a performance, they feel no regrets in life. I believed Her Highness to be flawless. This is a complete dimensional assault. We still do not know the limits of Shan. There is no piece left in this world that can challenge her boundaries. We should be grateful to live in this era, able to hear such a performance. Indeed, I assure you this video will be revered for centuries to come. As the final note dissipates, a faint smile graces Shan Jiying's lips as she slowly rises. Backstage, Xiang Lihui's gaze is intensely fixed on the figure on the screen, devoid of any anger or frustration over the impending loss of the competition. Instead, her deep-set eyes burn with fervor. a hint of aggressive satisfaction curling at the corners of her mouth. The butler beside her has become numb. The precedents set by the prince for this individual are countless. And this gaze merely serves as another affirmation. Similarly, a mix of astonishment, obsession, and possessiveness is vividly etched on the faces of Bai Qinnan, Bo Shi, and the elusive Lan Xijin, who has quietly concealed herself in the shadows. Their souls are thoroughly captivated by the performance. Lan Xijin gracefully acknowledges the audience's applause, preparing to exit the stage. Please wait. An elderly judge, his voice trembling with excitement, nearly stumbles to the edge of the stage, presenting a golden letter adorned with the Academy's emblem.
Miss Sean.
This is an invitation to become a lifelong honorary professor at the Chia Music Academy. With your nod, all the resources of the Academy will be at your disposal. Before he finishes, another equally esteemed judge rushes forward, refusing to be outdone, offering a more substantial document.
Miss Sean.
This is the appointment letter from the honorary principal of the Shengshan Music Academy. The entire academy looks to you for guidance. We implore you to consider it. What a scene. A battle for talent on stage. Let them fight. I could laugh at this for a year. If it were me, I would join in. This is a living deity. Lan Xijin nods slightly, her expression calm and undisturbed, as if she has merely received 2 ordinary business cards. She elegantly accepts the weighty invitations, her voice cool and composed. Thank you, I will consider it. With that, she does not linger. The outcome of the competition is already beyond doubt. The most prestigious gold award in the history of this musical gala is destined for Lan Xijin. As for the fragment of the score that serves as the prize, it will only be formally distributed after the tedious award ceremony and necessary procedures have concluded. The grand restaurant boasts immense arched floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the most splendid and resplendent scenery of the entire continent. At this moment, the restaurant is utterly vacant, enveloped in silence. Outside, 2 rows of bodyguards clad in black uniforms stand as a barrier against the outside world. Lan Xijin entered gracefully, her gaze sweeping across the empty hall, landing on the figure by the window. He was no longer Xiang Lihui. Dressed in a perfectly tailored, luxurious pure black suit, he exuded a tall and refined silhouette with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. One hand casually propped under his chin. He tilted his head slightly to gaze out the window, his legs elegantly crossed, revealing the red soles of his polished black shoes. He radiated an aura of noble aggression. Unlike the mysterious elegance he possessed while in women's attire, he now bore an air of danger and sharpness. Hearing footsteps behind him, he slowly turned his head. His chiseled features appeared sculpted under the light, with a high nose and a sharp jawline. His eyes, devoid of any pretense, were captivatingly fierce and piercing, scrutinizing her unabashedly. He rose to personally draw out the high-backed chair across from him for Lan Xijin, offering a slight nod and a deep voice. Please, have a seat. With a subtle curve of her crimson lips, Lan Xijin displayed no sign of trepidation as she gracefully settled into her seat, as if invited to an ordinary afternoon tea. Her gaze met his oppressive stare with calmness, her voice tinged with playful inquiry. So, how should I address you? Should I continue to call you your highness, or... She elongated her tone slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. Perhaps his royal highness? At her words, a captivating smile curved at the corners of his lips as he chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. You may call me Lin. This was a formal acknowledgement of his identity, Xiang Li Lin, the royal heir of the continent and the current crown prince. His deeds in the realm were marked by decisiveness and resoluteness. He regarded Lan Xijin's excessively composed expression with intrigue, reclining back into his chair, his fingertips gently tapping against the polished surface of the table. You seem unfazed by this revelation. When did you discern my identity? Lan Xijin lifted the wine glass presented by the server, swirling it gently, her smile deepening with a hint of amusement. Tilting her head slightly, she feigned innocence. Your highness invited me here, did you not? Surely, it was to answer the questions that linger in my mind. Why is it now? Her voice carried a perfectly measured tease, like a cat's paw gently scratching. You are the one inquiring of me? Her demeanor was composed, and even bore a touch of languid dominance. Chapter 79. Do you like her? Indeed, he seemed unwilling to concede, even a little. Xiang Li Lin chuckled softly, a hint of resignation in his expression. The score he had mentioned earlier shifted his demeanor to one of gravity. It was a sacred artifact safeguarded by a family for generations. It was not merely a composition but a vessel of the continent's destiny. As he spoke of this family and that traitor, his fingertips unconsciously traced the rim of his cup, a flicker of ruthlessness passing through his gaze. 20 years prior, a traitor had taken it away. After that man's demise, the fragments scattered far and wide. The royal family had exerted all their efforts, yet could only recover a portion. His voice bore the weight of regret. Lan Xijin gently caressed her chin, lost in thought. Bai Qi's mother had also been fervently searching for this score while she was alive. The Shan family reacted so vehemently to the connection between her and Bai Qi. What was she pondering? Xiang Liren caught a fleeting glimpse of contemplation in her eyes. Nothing. Lan Xijin retracted her gaze, her tone unremarkable. She lifted her eyes to meet Xiang Liren's, a hint of playful curiosity dancing within her. It intrigued her that such a significant sacred artifact had not been brought back by His Highness. She could hardly believe that this crown prince would relinquish it so easily. Xiang Liren leaned back slightly, his demeanor composed, conceding defeat gracefully. It was never mine to possess. Thank you, Your Highness, for clarifying. Lan Xijin elegantly rose, preparing to conclude their conversation, wishing him a smooth journey back. Just as she turned away, she was suddenly enveloped in a heated embrace. Xiang Liren held her tightly, lowering his head, his warm breath brushing against her ear. We shall meet again soon. The moment his words fell, he deftly released her, as though that possessive embrace had merely been a figment of imagination. Lan Xijin did not glance back, resolutely walking away. It was not until her figure had entirely vanished that the butler, like a shadow, entered silently, his face etched with profound concern. Your Highness, the aircraft is ready. We must depart for the continent to report. Xiang Liren acknowledged, his gaze still fixed in the direction of Lan Xijin's disappearance, his fingertips absent-mindedly caressing, as if he could still feel her warmth from their earlier embrace. The butler, gathering his courage, lowered his voice further. Before this mission, you swore an oath before the cabinet. Should you fail to bring back the complete score, there will be consequences. He swallowed hard. Perhaps we should reconsider our approach? Silence. Xiang Liren's voice was icy. I do not wish to hear such words again. He slowly turned around. As for the cabinet, a cold smile graced his lips. I shall accept my punishment. The butler sighed inwardly. Since Xiang Liren had become the crown prince, he had reformed the cabinet several times, becoming a thorn in the side of those old foxes. Should this mission fail, returning empty-handed would undoubtedly lead to a long-planned impeachment. A storm of chaos was inevitable. The butler regarded Xiang Liren's retreating figure, his voice earnest. You have never been one to act rashly. Could it be that you have truly developed feelings for her? Xiang Liren's motion of caressing his fingertips abruptly halted. Feelings? He was no naive youth. He possessed a clear understanding of his emotions. Reflecting on every moment spent with her, he acknowledged the truth. Yes, he liked her. Xiang Liren had never shied away from acknowledging his desires. Now that he had recognized his true feelings, the next step was to devote all his efforts to obtaining her. Your Highness. The butler observed the unrestrained fervor in Xiang Liren's eyes, feeling as though the world around him was spinning. It was over. If only he could turn back time, he would risk everything to prevent His Highness from coming to the continent. Not only had he failed to bring back the crucial fragment of the score, but he had also left His Highness's heart with a woman named Lan Xijin. Let us go. Xiang Liren's voice regained its steadiness as he turned away. He would resolve all matters concerning the continent as quickly as possible. Then he would return to find her, to possess her, regardless of the cost. Downstairs at the apartment building, having dealt with a myriad of post-gala affairs, Lan Xijin evaded the relentless pursuit of fervent fans and media reporters. She donned a nondescript dark outfit and drove towards her apartment in the city center. The night was deepening. In the distance, she spotted a tall figure standing beneath the hazy glow of the streetlights. Bai Qinnan leaned against the cold lamppost, his head slightly bowed, with stray locks of hair obscuring his brow and eyes, exuding an air of abandonment and solitude. As the sound of the engine grew nearer, he seemed startled awake, abruptly lifting his head to gaze at the approaching vehicle. Upon recognizing Lan Xijin in the driver's seat, he instinctively straightened his back. Yet he remained rooted to the spot, reluctant to take a step forward. Lan Xijin parked the car and stepped out, striding directly towards the figure that had been waiting in the cold night. Have you been waiting long? No, Bai Qinnan nearly denied reflexively, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible anxiety. Lying, Lan Xijin's brow furrowed, her tone growing colder. It had been 7 whole hours since the awards ceremony concluded, during which she had been occupied with various matters, evading pursuers. He had stood there foolishly for 7 hours. I'm sorry, Bai Qinnan's voice softened, laden with regret and self-reproach. He did not wish to provoke her ire. What are you doing waiting here? Lan Xijin questioned. What if I hadn't here returned to this place tonight, but had gone straight back to the ancestral home? She stepped closer, causing Bai Qinnan to momentarily lose his breath. What do you plan to do? Wait here all night? Bai Qinnan's lips moved a few times, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless, for that was indeed his intention. Don't be angry, he said in a fluster, raising his gaze to meet the evident anger in Lan Xijin's eyes, his heart aching to the point of near suffocation. Had he angered her once more? Lan Xijin fell silent, the warm glow of the streetlight outlining her flawless profile. She regarded Bai Qinnan, whose face was pale and whose eyes were filled with panic. Finally, she let out a gentle sigh. The sound was soft yet resonated distinctly in the silence, causing Bai Qinnan to tremble slightly. Come up, she stated succinctly, not looking back as she turned towards the entrance of the apartment building. Her voice remained cool, yet it no longer bore the weight of interrogation, but rather an unspoken consent. Bai Qinnan stood rooted in place, stunned for several seconds, as if he could scarcely believe his ears. It was only when Lan Xijin's figure was about to vanish into the shadows of the corridor that he snapped back to reality, his eyes alight with incredulous joy. He hurriedly pursued her silhouette, his heart racing violently. As Lan Xijin pushed open the door to her apartment and illuminated the space, she noticed Bai Qinnan, who lingered awkwardly at the entrance, tilting his head in a silent invitation. Bai Qinnan stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across her domain, as if seeking to comprehend every facet of her existence. Suddenly, his attention froze, fixating on a black coat draped over the sofa. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. That gentleman's coat, resting on the chair's back, pierced his heart like a needle. He could almost surmise to whom it belonged, Lan Xijin. With a stiffened gaze, he diverted his eyes to the men's slippers on the shoe rack, the expensive watch carelessly tossed on the sofa, the ring that had rolled off the windowsill, and the belt tucked away in the corner. Each trace served as a silent mockery, starkly declaring that the intimate space he had assumed was his had long been completely occupied by another man's presence. Perhaps every breath of air here, every item, had borne witness to their close entanglement. Bai Qinnan felt the air thicken, his heart shattered into countless pieces. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and his breathing became rapid and labored. His long fingers unconsciously dug into his palms, the sharp pain failing to overshadow the anguish in his chest. Drops of crimson liquid fell through his fingers, splattering onto the pristine white carpet beneath him. Lan Xijin followed his gaze to the incriminating evidence, her expression remaining impassive. She offered no intention of explanation, merely tilting her head slightly. Her cool voice slicing through the silence. After all this time, what do you intend to say? Bai Qinnan lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes locking onto hers with intensity. A self-deprecating smile suddenly surfaced, his voice hoarse. Beside you, Lan Xijin. Who else is there? Lan Xijin's brow furrowed slightly. Bai Qinnan advanced like a cornered beast, closing the distance until their breaths nearly mingled. His hoarse inquiry was laced with despair. I was foolish enough to believe your words that I mattered. I even contemplated forsaking my damned dignity, just to remain by your side, even as a mere shadow. It dawned on him, his voice choking, that even this position had been claimed by another. Do you not even wish to deceive me just a little? He implored. He had waited so long, like a devout believer. He had awaited her, yet what greeted him were the omnipresent traces of another man. What position? Bai Qinnan's voice trembled with disbelief. Bedmate. Lan Xijin replied slowly, her tone devoid of inflection, as if recounting a trivial matter unrelated to her. These mundane words struck Bai Qinnan like a thunderclap, sending his mind into a tumult. Lan Xijin and I made a bet before the monthly exam, one of the stakes being himself, she explained with an air of inevitability.
Why?
Why him? Bai Qinnan nearly spat the words through gritted teeth. Merely, he meets my criteria. His physique and appearance align with my requirements. And he is sufficiently clean, she stated, her tone chillingly devoid of warmth, filled only with rationality and logic. This matter-of-factness ignited a wave of absurd self-doubt within Bai Qinnan. He questioned whether he was being unreasonable. And what about me? He growled, infused with resentment and fury, yet found himself at a loss for words. At this juncture, he was still unwilling to let go. Lan Xijin lifted her gaze, her enchanting peach blossom eyes reflecting his current disheveled state. Her voice remained calm and unperturbed. stating that the only identity that could remain by my side was this one. She paused, her scrutinizing gaze fixed upon him. While my interest in my bedfellow seldom endured for long. Are you certain? She leaned slightly forward, her tone imbued with inquiry. She understood Bai Qinnan, a man who had ingrained the principles of decorum into his very essence, and who detested what he perceived as the debasing nature of physical relationships. Bai Qinnan was rendered utterly motionless. Her candidness and composure left no room for reproach. One could only make a choice. He opened his mouth, his throat parched, unable to utter a sound. The seconds stretched into a silence that felt like an eternity. Reason screamed for him to distance himself from her. Dignity urged him to turn away, yet his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, immobile. Xijin appeared to lose her patience. She casually stroked her chin, surveying him from the taut line of his jaw downwards. Her assessing gaze resembled that of a connoisseur evaluating an imminent acquisition. I shall pose the previous question once more. Her voice was soft yet distinctly clear. What do you desire, Bai? She arched an eyebrow slightly. What did he desire? The last time, he had buried his most avaricious longings, daring only to wish that she would never leave again. This time, a single syllable, as if to remind him that her patience was finite. Bai Qinnan raised his head, slowly articulating, his voice hoarse. I want you. The moment the words escaped him, he lunged forward, gripping her chin, and kissed her fervently. This kiss was reckless and unrefined, yet brimming with a desperate possessiveness. Xijin did not push him away. She did not even close her eyes, allowing him to clumsily and fiercely claim her. When Bai Qinnan released her slightly due to lack of oxygen, she finally moved. Her fingers gently caressed her lips, her tongue flicking over the minor abrasion he had inflicted. Very well, she finally spoke, her tone still frigid. Remember your choice, Bai. Bai Qinnan shut his eyes, seemingly evading the implications of her words, pulling her waist back into his embrace, and showering her with more fervent kisses. At that moment, he wished to think of nothing else, not the meaning of their relationship, nor the damnable future that lay ahead. He only craved her warmth, her touch, to fill the gaping wounds in his heart. Only her presence could bring him a semblance of solace. In another part of the night, before the floor-to-ceiling windows of a premier restaurant, Lan Xijin sat alone at the most extravagant seat by the window, his gaze hollow as it drifted towards the glass. The wine in his glass remained untouched from the beginning. The waiter approached cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with barely perceptible sympathy. We are about to close. It was unexpected to see such a lofty figure waiting with such fervor, only to find himself disappointed. What manner of individual could render this formidable heir of a financial empire so humble? Will you continue to wait? Lan Xijin's eyelids fluttered sluggishly, drawing his gaze away from the night. Upon his strikingly handsome visage now lingered an almost translucent pallor, his lips devoid of all color. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the vacant seat across from him. The meticulously arranged cutlery seemed to mock his prolonged waiting and absurd hopes in silence. He rose slowly, the prolonged stillness and lack of sustenance causing a sudden darkness to envelop his vision, a strong wave of dizziness assailing him. His body faltered uncontrollably, and his slender fingers pressed forcefully against the table, the knuckles paling from exertion, barely steadying himself. The waiter, quick-witted and agile, offered him his coat, hesitating to speak. Lan Xijin did not regard him, merely accepting it in silence and casually draping it over his arm before turning to leave. His silhouette appeared remarkably slender and solitary. Young Master Lan, your belongings. The waiter seemed to recall something suddenly, hastily returning to his previous spot to retrieve a forgotten velvet box from the table. Scampering after him to the door, Lan Xijin paused, his calm gaze resting upon the velvet box. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and weary after a long silence. Dispose of it. Chapter 81. She was quite satisfied. Within the apartment, the night was deepening. Bai Qinnan pressed Xijin against the expansive sofa, his breath searing. His gaze swept over the unsightly men's coat on the sofa, his eyes darkening with unabashed disdain as he carelessly tossed it aside, as if to erase the trace of another man's existence. His kiss erupted after a prolonged repression, the last vestiges of reason shattering. His sharply defined hands glided down her slender spine, igniting shivers along the way. His voice was husky. Xijin slightly arched her elegant neck, fragmented gasps escaping her lips uncontrollably. His kiss traveled downward, imbued with an almost obsessive possessiveness, as if he sought to leave his unique mark upon every inch of her. When he lifted his gaze and met Xijin's eyes, Now clouded with enchantment, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction engulfed him, swiftly followed by an almost devouring jealousy. Had such expressions, such appearances ever been laid bare before Lan Xijin? This thought pierced his heart like a dagger. Bai Qinnan's kiss abruptly turned fierce, carrying a punitive undertone as he endeavored to inscribe deeper marks, attempting to overshadow pasts that did not belong to him. As he moved, he brushed against the edge of her ear, biting her earlobe while murmuring in a husky tone, "Do you still recognize who I am, Xiaobai? A night of indulgence." The following morning, Zhan Jiying slowly opened her eyes, her body feeling as though it had been dismantled and then clumsily reassembled, every part protesting with soreness. The space beside her was already vacant, carrying a hint of chill. She withdrew her gaze, bracing herself to rise, but as her feet made contact with the frigid floor, a deliberate cough resonated from the doorway. Bai Qinnan was clad only in a pair of trousers, his slender waist exposed to the cool air. He held a tray bearing a modest breakfast, the tips of his ears tinged with a suspicious crimson hue. He placed the tray on the bedside table and strode over with haste.
Sorry.
His voice was laced with the rasp of mourning and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Countless times he had envisioned this moment with her, even as he condemned his own sordid thoughts. The dreams had materialized into reality, yet upon awakening, the situation felt utterly beyond his control. He had never imagined himself to be so indiscreet. Dan Jiying, with an expression void of emotion, lifted the thin coverlet and attempted to rise from the bed. Her legs weak and unresponsive, her body stumbling forward uncontrollably. Bai Qinnan, quick-witted and agile, caught her securely in his embrace. In that fleeting instant, the unique scent of cedar mingled with the lingering essence of the previous night enveloped him. Nestled in his arms, Dan Jiying raised her gaze slightly. Her voice, rendered husky and deep from the excesses of the night before, took on an ambiguous tone. There must not be a next time. In her eyes, a bedfellow was merely an enhancement to the monotony of life, never to interfere with any serious matters, nor to induce discomfort or a sense of losing control. Understood. Bai Qinnan replied immediately, his tone low and compliant. Yet, his arm instinctively tightened around her waist, drawing her closer, greedily savoring her fragrance. The intoxicating sensations from the previous night had yet to subside, and now, feeling her warmth, the restlessness deep within him was nearly insatiable. Dan Jiying was acutely aware of the shift in his demeanor. She inhaled deeply, her voice cooling slightly, and released her hold. Bai Qinnan responded with a muffled sound, clearly reluctant, and reluctantly loosened his grip. Before fully withdrawing, he could not resist inhaling her scent once more, as if to etch it into his very being. He turned to retrieve the neatly folded school uniform from the chair. "Let me help you change," he offered. Dan Jiying cast him a sidelong glance but did not refuse. Instead, she extended her arm in tacit consent. A rare smile crept onto Bai Qinnan's lips, difficult to suppress. His movements were gentle and focused, as though adorning a cherished treasure. He carefully assisted her into the shirt, and as he fastened the last button at the collar, all traces of temptation were concealed. When Dan Jiying emerged from freshening up, Bai Qinnan had already donned his own uniform and pulled out a chair at the dining table for her. Her gaze fell upon the coffee cup on the table, the rich, dark liquid emanating a robust aroma. In an instant, she recognized it. Coffee beans from Moroka Island paired with maple syrup, a flavor she had always relished. A subtle smile crept onto her lips. For the time being, she was quite pleased with her new position. Across the ocean, in the royal palace of Zhuo, a symbol of supreme power, Xiang Li Lin knelt on one knee, his back straight and his head bowed slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the figure seated upon the throne. The current king of Zhuo, his uncle, Xiang Li Huan. "I've failed to retrieve the remaining score. Please punish me." Xiang Li Lin offered no further justification, nor did he display any remorse. The figure on the throne, Xiang Li Huan, slowly opened his eyes. "I have observed this event remotely. It is not solely your fault. In the entire continent, it seems that no one can reclaim the remnants from that individual." Xiang Li Huan's gaze was scrutinizing, "Yet I have heard that you declined Luo Sui's extraordinary proposal?" "Indeed." Xiang Li Lin's response was concise and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. "The implications of this competition are far too significant, and to act recklessly within the continent would be an unwise endeavor." He lifted his head, his voice resolute, stating that he would attend the 8 schools alliance tournament and personally bring back the remnants. Xiang Li Huan slightly nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this answer. He had no doubt regarding his nephew's capabilities and was acutely aware of his pride and principles. The matter of the remnants is of utmost importance, and the elders of the cabinet require an explanation. You shall go to the Ministry of Punishment to receive your sentence. The rules must not be disregarded.
Yes.
Xiangli Lin accepted without any dissent, responding with unwavering certainty. He rose with a clean and decisive motion, slightly bowing as a gesture of respect before turning away. The grand hall fell silent once more. Xiangli Huan's gaze lingered on that retreating figure, his fingers unconsciously stroking a dark, antiquated ring on his left ring finger. That girl, Dan Jiying, is indeed intriguing. Chapter 82. Disturbing Harassment. In the basement of the Ministry of Punishment, the air was infused with a scent of rust and a faint trace of blood. Xiangli Lin stood silently, removing his upper garments, revealing several old scars of varying depths etched upon his back. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if the body he was about to endure punishment upon was not his own. The atmosphere was still, punctuated only by the slightly labored breaths of the executioner, who was visibly tense. Your Highness, I shall begin now. The executioner's voice trembled uncontrollably, his palms slick with cold sweat as he gripped the whip. He had only recently been assigned to the ministry, and the figure before him was of royal blood. He feared the potential repercussions. HM. Xiangli Lin responded with a single syllable. The whip sliced through the air with barbed precision. The sound of flesh tearing echoed harshly within the confines of the basement. In an instant, Xiangli Lin's body tensed, the force of the impact causing him to lean forward. Sweat cascaded from his brow along the line of his jaw, splattering onto the blood-stained floor. There were no muffled groans, no cries of pain, only a weighty silence punctuated by his breath, strained and heavy. Second strike. Third strike. The lash marks intertwined, revealing the bone beneath. He clenched his molars, enduring pain that would render most unconscious, yet his mind remained remarkably clear. The visage of Dan Jiying, her elegant and noble form upon the stage, those delicate fingers dancing in the air, these images became even more vivid amidst the agony. With each strike, it felt as though a deeper obsession was being inscribed upon his heart. Morris Academy. The cataclysmic competition from the previous weekend remained the focal point of conversation, with Dan Jiying's name mentioned repeatedly. When she finally stepped onto the campus, it felt as though time itself had been momentarily halted. All noise ceased abruptly. Countless gazes filled with reverence, admiration, fervor, and curiosity converged upon her. As she passed, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path, even their breathing turning cautious, fearful of disturbing her. Amidst this uncanny silence, a figure burst forth from the throng. A boy clad in a school uniform, his eyes bloodshot and his expression twisted with madness, knelt heavily before Dan Jiying, clutching a bouquet of vibrant red roses.
President.
He bellowed, his voice cracking with fervor, tinged with an unsettling enthusiasm. I love you. Please marry me. He dared to extend his trembling hand, attempting to grasp her delicate, flawless wrist. Dan Jiying furrowed her brow slightly, preparing to take action. Yet, a tall and imposing figure moved faster than her, positioning himself between her and the boy.
It was Bai Qinnan.
His eyes reflected unabashed disdain as he forcefully kicked away the filthy hand reaching for Dan Jiying. The force of his kick made the boy cry out in pain, collapsing awkwardly to the ground. Dan Jiying observed this scene, then gracefully turned to leave, as if all that had transpired held no relevance to her. Bai Qinnan didn't even spare a glance at the boy on the floor, wrinkling his brow in disgust. He retrieved a pen and a disciplinary notice from his uniform pocket. The pen glided harshly across the paper. Violation of school regulations, he stated coldly. Article 21. Malicious harassment of students. Article 12. Inappropriate behavior in public, severely affecting the school's atmosphere. He promptly signed his name, tore off the notice, and flicked it at the boy's face as if discarding refuse. 1 week suspension. To be executed immediately. With that, he turned away, without another glance at the crumpled figure on the ground, swiftly pursuing the ethereal silhouette ahead of him. President. I won't give up. I love you. The desperate, frenzied cries echoed behind him. Bai Qinnan's brow furrowed even tighter, the hostility in his gaze threatening to overflow. Only when he turned into the shadows of the hallway did he allow himself a cold snort, filled with contempt and possessiveness. What right does that trash have to touch you? He despised all who sought to possess her, yet damn it, she was like a magnet, irresistibly attracting everyone. In the shadows at the school entrance, Lan Xijin stood like a statue, absorbing the entirety of the scene that had unfolded. His ash-gray eyes were shrouded in gloom, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. His hands hung at his sides, nails digging painfully into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. Yet he felt no pain. His breath was ragged and heavy. Even after vowing the night before never to be her plaything again, summoned and discarded at her whim. The moment he witnessed that madman attempting to touch her, his primal instinct was to charge forward, to stop him, to crush him. However, that fleeting moment of hesitation gnawed at him. What right did he have? What identity could he claim to intervene? A former bedmate? In that instant of doubt, another had already stepped in front of her. Bai Qinnan. A self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of Lan Xijin's lips. Indeed, when had she ever lacked for company? Lan Xijin was merely one of the many pieces of trash she would discard when she grew bored or inconvenienced. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the metallic sweetness that surged in his throat, his gaze growing colder, imbued with a numbing pain that had reached its zenith. Upon returning to the classroom, Lan Xijin compelled himself to maintain a straight gaze, unwavering in its focus. He disregarded the figure lurking in the corner, his steps deliberately stiff as he proceeded directly to his seat. Yet, the moment he settled down, his peripheral vision instinctively darted towards Bai Qinnan beside him. Bai Qinnan was engrossed in a book, his profile retaining its stark, chiseled lines, seemingly unchanged. However, Lan Xijin's heart tightened abruptly. Something was different. The icy aura that enveloped this glacier of a man seemed to have softened slightly. Moreover, at the corners of his tightly pressed lips, Lan Xijin detected the faintest hint of an upward curve, a secret satisfaction and pleasure that, despite being suppressed, still leaked from the depths of his eyes. A fierce dryness clawed at Lan Xijin's throat. He recognized this change all too well. The only force capable of influencing the stoic, Bai Qinnan, was likely that singular person. When did this happen? Last night? When he foolishly waited at the restaurant until the late hours. It turned out she hadn't. He simply stood him up. She had gone to meet another. This realization struck him like a knife, twisting painfully in his heart. An uncontrollable jealousy ignited the remnants of his reason. Chapter 83. The Intimacy That Was Exposed. Qinju's gaze was firmly fixed on the composed and elegant figure seated ahead. His feelings of disdain had noticeably lessened. As the heir of the Qin family, he held no intrinsic interest in classical music, yet he had to remain vigilant to the noble movements represented behind these elite competitions. He had, of course, followed last weekend's world-shaking event closely. He was compelled to admit that, even though the deep-seated loathing within him still lingered, it could not erase the undeniable truth. Shan Jiying's prowess was unnervingly formidable. Furthermore, her nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing mattered, continually overlapped with a figure he had deliberately buried in the recesses of his memory. Qinju took a deep breath, attempting to quell the familiar pang in his chest. He repeatedly admonished himself not to think of that person, but the more he suppressed it, the clearer the image of that figure and the chilling words. It was merely a joke, became. The gaze behind him burned so intensely it felt as though it could incinerate Shan Jiying. She subtly furrowed her brow before turning back with calm poise. Their eyes met. In that instant, Qinju felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body freezing in place. The enchanting peach blossom eyes from his memory collided with the exquisitely delicate face before him, rendering his mind a blank. Is there something on me? Shan Jiying raised an eyebrow slightly, her cool voice laced with unabashed mockery. Qinju snapped back to reality, his throat constricting as he fell into an unusual silence for a few seconds. He oddly overlooked the evident sarcasm in her words and merely replied, no. As Shan Jiying was about to turn and leave, Qinju unexpectedly called out to her, President Shan, are you free this afternoon? I have something I wish to inquire about. The moment the words escaped his lips, he was momentarily taken aback. Internally, he berated himself for having resolved not to seek out that person again. Shan Jiying merely cast a cold glance at him from the corner of her eye and replied,
No.
With that, she turned away without a hint of reluctance, leaving Qinju staring at her retreating figure, once again lost in thought. Afternoon. In the Student Council President's office. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in tranquility, interrupted only by the soft rustling of paper. Shan Jiying sat behind a large desk, her slender fingers flipping through the thick documents regarding the 8-school alliance competition. With less than a week until the event, Morris Academy's preparations were already complete. The papers in her hands felt more like a routine check than anything else. Knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking broke the silence. Shan Jiying lifted her gaze to the person entering. Bai Qinnan approached her desk, holding a document which he gently placed down. She glanced at the title, noting it was merely an inconsequential application for the temporary reassignment of logistics personnel. Clearly, this was just a pretext. However, she did not expose him. Instead, she pushed the competition documents aside and regarded him with a composed demeanor. "Is it quite troublesome?" Bai Qinnan inquired, standing naturally beside her.
No.
Lan Xijin shook her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, she extended her hand, her delicate fingers curling around Bai Qinnan's tie, gently pulling him closer toward her. Caught off guard, he leaned forward, instinctively placing his hands on the back of her chair, creating an enveloping atmosphere filled with tension. The distance between them diminished to a point where they could feel each other's breath. The next moment, her soft lips, infused with the crisp scent of cedar, pressed against his. Bai Qinnan's mind went blank, a jolt of electricity coursing through him from their connection. He instinctively responded, deepening the kiss. Yet, consciousness soon returned, and he realized they were in the student council office, the door not even fully secured. He pulled back slightly, breathless, his ears tinged with an unnatural flush. His voice laced with a mixture of desire and tension. "What if someone sees us?" The ingrained decorum and respect for rules instilled in him invoked a profound sense of taboo regarding such intimacy in this setting. Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow, letting out a playful laugh, her fingers still entwined with his tie. "Isn't this why you came to find me?" "And no," Bai Qinnan stammered in a flurry, his voice quivering slightly with unease. Although that intoxicating sensation was irresistible, his visit was merely to see her, even if just for a fleeting moment. As realization dawned upon him regarding her teasing tone, his gaze darkened, and a wave of possessiveness surged within him, eclipsing any lingering doubts. He pressed his lips together, no longer hesitating, and leaned down to once again taste that alluring softness, kissing her more deeply. Their breaths intertwined in the quiet office, the heat between them escalating. "I didn't close the door properly," Bai Qinnan mumbled, clinging to the last vestiges of rationality. Before he could finish his thought, the office door was pushed open without warning. Zhuo's tall figure stood at the threshold, his brow furrowed, his gaze directed at the nearly entwined figures behind the desk. Bai Qinnan's imposing stature nearly enveloped Lan Xijin in shadow, obscuring her expression, yet even a fool could discern their activity. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhuo's eyes. Had she not just been flaunting her relationship with Bai Qi to the world? And now this? It was astonishing that even someone like Bai Qinnan would stoop to being an unseemly third party. Truly absurd. She remained at her core, that capricious woman whose mind was perpetually occupied with men. Bai Qinnan abruptly straightened, quickly adjusting his slightly disheveled collar and catching his breath, positioning himself protectively in front of Lan Xijin. His gaze met Zhuo's, imbued with irritation at the interruption and an unmistakable warning. Zhuo emitted a vague scoff, his lips curling into a distinctly mocking smile as his eyes swept over Bai Qinnan before settling on Lan Xijin, who remained composed in her chair. "It seems I have intruded upon your private moment?" The word intruded was pronounced with deliberate weight, laced with contempt. "Is there something you require?" Lan Xijin tilted her head slightly, her expression devoid of any embarrassment from being caught, as calm as if the preceding events were utterly ordinary and unworthy of mention. Zhuo suppressed his rising irritation, maintaining an air of aloofness. "Since the president was unavailable to meet my request, I had no choice but to seek you out personally." He cut to the chase, stating plainly, "I am looking for a member of the Shan family." "Oh?" Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow, leaning back in her chair, her hands folded neatly on her lap, adopting an attentive posture. Zhuo's hands slipped into his pockets, his stance appearing relaxed, yet his gaze remained fixed on her. A no-strings-attached favor from the Shan family's dark organization in exchange for a piece of information. He presented an enticing proposition. The Dark Organization was the most enigmatic faction within the Qin family's underworld, populated by highly trained elite assassins. What individual could warrant such extensive efforts from young Master Qin? Lan Xijin let out a soft laugh, refraining from an immediate response as she lifted her gaze to signal Bai Qinnan beside her. Bai Qinnan pressed his lips together, his eyes darting rapidly between Lan Xijin and Zhuo, clearly anxious. Yet, he ultimately did not defy her wishes, casting her a lingering glance before exiting the office and shutting the door behind him. Only Lan Xijin and Zhuo remained in the office, the air thick with tension. An inconsequential figure. Chapter 84. Enemies? Zhuo's gaze remained fixed on Lan Xijin's face, missing not a single subtle shift in her expression. Is there a woman from the Shan family, he paused, who has suffered a severe burn accident that left her disfigured? As he mentioned the burn accident, Shan Jiying lightly stroked her jaw with her fingertips, her eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes. Her demeanor was focused and serene, as if she were deeply pondering.
Revealing no clues.
Time slipped away in silence. Zhuo held his breath, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Finally, Shan Jiying slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, replying no. In that instant, Zhuo's heart plummeted into despair. Her gaze was undeniably candid, devoid of any evasion or pretense. He could discern that she was not deceiving him. Damn it! Could it be that he had truly misjudged the direction? Yet those eyes, that demeanor, were unmistakably similar. Where had that woman, like a phantom, vanished to? Even the last vestige of potential clues had been ruthlessly severed. A profound sense of defeat and agitation constricted his breath. Zhuo inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions, assuring himself that he would fulfill his promise. With that, he turned to leave. But his footsteps faltered at the threshold. As if compelled by some insatiable sentiment, he turned partially, a malicious smirk curving at his lips, his gaze sweeping across the office that had just witnessed a moment of intimacy. Speaking of which, isn't President Dan himself rather unclean? Do you require me to keep a secret regarding matters between you and Bai Qinnan? He deliberately emphasized the word secret, evidently retaliating against Dan Jiying's previous disdainful remark at the restaurant. Dan Jiying did not even lift her eyelids, merely shrugging indifferently. Her tone as apathetic as if discussing the weather. Suit yourself. Zhuo's fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles whitening, ultimately manifesting as a suppressed cold snort before he turned to depart. The room fell silent once more. The screen of the phone on the table lit up at the opportune moment. She lowered her gaze and tapped it open. Dan Xijin, I will come to pick you up at 7 this evening to return to the ancestral home. Her fingertip glided over the screen, and she chose not to respond. Such notifications required no input from her. In the evening, at the entrance of Morris Academy, Dan Xijin stood tall, leaning against the door of a black sedan, his gaze behind silver-rimmed glasses calm as water. Upon seeing Dan Jiying's figure, he inclined his head slightly, his movements precise and deliberate. Inside the car, Dan Jiying reclined against the soft leather seat, her eyes partially closed. It was not until the vehicle ventured deep into the ancestral home that a clear voice shattered the stillness. You haven't come to the company these past few days due to the competition, so I have organized the materials for your review. Dan Xijin glanced at her profile through the rearview mirror, his tone unwavering. The internal board of directors has been turbulent lately. You should expedite your preparations. Dan Jiying finally responded softly, gradually opening her eyes. As anticipated. Since her return to reclaim the family's core affairs, those complacent old-timers had become restless. Their inaction was merely a sign of their trepidation regarding her methods, as they observed her every move. Little did they know. Her lack of visible restructuring only served to incite their impatience, prompting them to stir. In the study of the Dan family, Dan Fu stood with his back to the door, gazing out the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The music competition was quite impressive, he remarked, his voice low, resembling a soliloquy to the void. It echoed her last statement, light as a sigh. Dan Jiying stood quietly before the large desk, refraining from engaging in conversation. Like whom? Her mother, perhaps? Yet this man before her had once lacked the courage to inscribe the title of wife on her mother's gravestone. Dan Xijin slowly turned around, his eyes, marked by the passage of time, now brimming with unutterable sorrow. His gaze fell heavily upon Shan Jiying's face. You and the Bai family must never, under any circumstances, be entangled again. I have spoken, she declared, her voice frigid. I require justification. Shan Jiying clenched her jaw, the sound of grinding teeth echoing in the silence. Ultimately, as if all strength had been drained from her, she exhaled a painful sigh. She regretted to break her promise. She had vowed to protect her daughter eternally, to shield her from the past, allowing her to grow up normally, freely, and as she wished. Thus, even during those 3 tumultuous years, despite her disappointment, he had never uttered a harsh word. He did not wish for her to bear the burden of hatred. Yet, her lineage and her abilities destined her to be anything but ordinary, to stir up tumultuous waves at the center of this world. He could not bear to witness a child so reminiscent of her mother entangled with the offspring of his enemies. Such an entanglement would be a profound betrayal to his deceased beloved. Your mother, Shan Jiying's voice was hoarse and dry, each word spoken with excruciating difficulty. for her identity was extraordinarily special. She had rarely appeared in public, as exposure could invite perilous consequences. Shan Jiying's pupils constricted, her brow furrowing, a chill enveloping her surroundings. Those who had known her mother's true identity bore a deep-seated hatred in Shan Shiyan's eyes. Besides herself, only Bai Xi's mother remained. He inhaled deeply, seemingly exhausting all his strength. It was she. She betrayed your mother. Mentioning the Bai family caused his teeth to grind audibly. Who? Shan Jiying's voice was laced with an uncontrollable thirst for vengeance, her breathing becoming heavy and erratic. Who seeks to kill her? Shan Shiyan fell silent. She does not wish for you to know. She does not want you to live in hatred. A cold, humorless laugh escaped Shan Jiying's lips, devoid of warmth. I will uncover the truth myself. With that, she turned away from Shan Shiyan's anguished face and strode away. That night, at the ancestral home's swimming pool, the vast infinity pool shimmered under the moonlight, its surface serene and undisturbed, reflecting the cool glow of the moon. Shan Jiying donned a simple black silk camisole dress as she submerged herself into the depths of the pool. The icy water enveloped her instantly, isolating her from the world above. She lay at the pool's edge, allowing the water to cover her delicate face, with only a few strands of long hair floating upon the surface. This was one of her rare moments, requiring absolute silence to suppress the turmoil within her heart. Bai family, Bai Qi. If the truth were indeed as she suspected, she would ensure that the entire Bai family paid 100-fold, 1,000-fold price for their transgressions. Just as she surrendered to the tranquility, a resounding splash echoed. With a sudden force, she was yanked from the depths of the water. A warm body enveloped her tightly, lifting her from the icy depths. Water cascaded from both their hair, droplets cascading down their forms. Instinctively, Shan Jiying raised her hand against the other's chest. Feeling the damp fabric of his thin white shirt, now transparent from the water, clinging closely to his body. Beneath the soaked material, a lean, powerful waist was distinctly outlined, exuding an alluring sense of restrained sensuality. Chapter 85. Ambiguity in the water. Shan Xijin's silver-rimmed glasses had vanished into the depths during the fall. At this moment, his amber eyes, typically concealed behind the lenses, were laid bare under the moonlight. His damp black hair clung messily to his sharply defined cheekbones, droplets of water cascading down his prominent nose and thinly pressed lips, tracing along his neck and disappearing into the open collar of his shirt. Without the barrier of his glasses, his gaze appeared even more profound, imbued with an unusual tension and trepidation that he would seldom reveal. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, his breath slightly hurried from the recent exertion, his warm exhalations brushing against her cheek. Their wet bodies were pressed closely together, the air thick with humidity and unspoken tension. Shan Xijin's arm distinctly felt the enticing curves of the perfect form he held, the soaked black slip dress accentuating her alluring silhouette. An unfamiliar impulse surged through him, causing his throat to constrict violently. He furrowed his brow, desperately suppressing that inexplicable sensation. Shan Jiying lifted her eyes, locking onto his gaze, momentarily caught off guard. What did she perceive? Anxiety? Dread? How could this introspective second heir reveal such emotions because of her? His voice, tinged with an underlying tension and a huskiness, shattered the silence, cautioning her against placing herself in such peril. He pressed his lips together, his tone revealing a stiffness he was unaware of. Understood, Shan Jiying regained her composure, her voice returning to its customary icy demeanor, still distant. I can manage on my own. Shan Xijin offered no reply, seemingly oblivious to her rejection. He maintained his Princess Carrie stance, tightening his grip as he strode purposefully towards the main residence. The servants along the way, resembling startled quails, averted their gazes, not daring to steal another glance. Whatever had transpired was beyond their purview. He carried Shan Jiying directly to her bedroom, gently laying her upon the grand bed. Water droplets dripped from his hair onto her. I will have someone attend to you. He cleared his throat, his gaze swiftly shifting from her, his voice regaining its usual steadiness. With that, he abruptly turned, striding out of the room without a backward glance. The door clicked shut behind him. Leaning against the headboard, Shan Jiying stared at the closed door, her fingertips absently tracing her chin, lost in thought. Was Shan Xijin's reaction today somewhat out of character? Could it be true, as he claimed, that he harbored no ulterior motives? Was everything solely for the Shan family? In his own room, the instant the door closed, Shan Xijin's taut body finally relaxed. He leaned against the door, tilting his head back and closing his eyes, his long fingers pressing firmly against his throbbing brow, as if to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling within. He should not be so flustered. This was entirely beyond his plans and control. Though he knew she would never contemplate suicide, witnessing her dark hair on the water's surface, her silhouette sinking, triggered an instinctive reaction that overrode all rational thought. He had to pull her up immediately. It felt as if delaying even a second would cost him something unimaginably precious. This realization deepened his inner turmoil. It was clear that her demise might, in fact, serve as the most expedient route to his ultimate goal. He ought to feel a sense of relief. He hastened to his desk, yanked open the bottom drawer, and retrieved the somewhat tarnished necklace. The cold pendant was gripped tightly in his palm, its sharp edges biting into his flesh, eliciting a stinging pain. Hatred. He required this acute sensation as a reminder not to forget his animosity. Drawing a deep breath, he forced down the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. As he slowly opened his eyes again, his amber gaze had returned to its usual tranquil state. This was for the best, he rationalized calmly. Such a loss of control might indeed lower her defenses, thereby facilitating the advancement of his plans. Having thoroughly convinced himself, Lan Xijin did not immediately change out of his damp, cold attire. Instead, he abruptly flung open the window. The chilling night air rushed in, causing his soaked shirt to cling to his skin, sending shivers coursing through him. The following morning, in the dining hall, Lan Xijin dined quietly, her movements graceful. The sound of steady footsteps resonated from the staircase. She looked up. Lan Xijin appeared at the top of the stairs, clad in a tailored gray suit. Silver-rimmed glasses obscured his amber eyes once more. However, upon closer inspection, faint shadows lingered beneath his eyes, and his complexion appeared paler than usual, with a hint of fatigue lurking in his gaze. Upon meeting Lan Xijin's eyes, he nodded slightly. A restrained cough escaped him, his throat rasping more heavily than before. He approached the dining table but did not take a seat. Instead, he stood beside her, his voice low and somber. "Do not forget to go to the company later. The backlog of tasks requires prompt attention." With that, he turned away without waiting for her response. At Morris Academy, as Lan Xijin stepped through the gates, a figure instantly captured her attention. Bai Lan. No longer the bohemian artist clad in paint-splattered overalls, he now donned a crisp Morris Academy uniform. The tailored suit accentuated the young man's tall frame, unexpectedly exuding an air of refinement. Yet, his striking golden hair continued to set him apart. He stood resolutely in the middle of the path, blocking Lan Xijin's way. His gaze was intense, filled with a tumult of conflicting emotions and unspoken anxieties. His lips pressed tightly together. "Is there something you need?" Lan Xijin inquired coolly, tilting her head slightly.
Bai Lan instinkito xoa lao hát.
He had long realized that the object of his fervent admiration stood before him. Her music, akin to her artwork, possessed a pride that resonated deep within his soul. His adoration was nearly overwhelming. Yet, at this moment, concern for his brother overshadowed that fervor. "Brother." Bai Lan's voice trembled with unease. He has been locking himself in the practice room. He cautiously studied Lan Xijin's expression and continued, "I don't know what has transpired between you, but..." He reminisced about the recent encounter with Bai Shi, the elder brother who always wore a perfect smile, his eyes momentarily glimmering with genuine light, a smile emanating from the depths of his heart. Bai Lan's voice bore a hint of pleading. "Could you possibly go see him?" Dong Zhiying's gaze fell upon his face, marked with concern and supplication, and a faint smile slowly curved her lips.
"Bai family's Bai Shi."
"Very well." Her response was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, her tone as tranquil as if she were acquiescing to a trivial matter.
"Indeed."
She had numerous questions regarding the Bai family that warranted her personal investigation. Chapter 86, His Revenge. Upon hearing her unequivocal agreement, Bai Lan appeared momentarily taken aback. And then a pure, sunny smile blossomed across his face. Shyly, he tousled his already disheveled golden hair, his voice imbued with excitement.
"Yes."
"And thank you for the painting you gifted me." He paused, his eyes sparkling with remarkable brightness. "Please convey to her that I particularly adore it." As he spoke, the tips of his ears turned an unnatural shade of red. Dong Zhiying merely nodded lightly, her gaze inadvertently drawn to his fluffy, sunlit golden hair, resembling a large, exuberant dog that had just returned from frolicking, disheveled, yet seemingly delightful to the touch. Almost instinctively, her slender, fair fingers lifted and casually rested upon the crown of his golden locks. However, Before her fingertips could experience that softness, a force, strong enough to nearly crush her bones, gripped her wrist. Dong Jing furrowed her brow slightly, following the long, elegant hand to its owner, Lan Xijin. He emanated an intimidating low pressure, causing nearby students who inadvertently crossed paths with him to recoil in silence, shrinking away. Without a glance in her direction, he pressed his thin lips tightly together and, without allowing her a chance to protest, seized her wrist and dragged her away from the throng, making his way toward the most secluded teaching building within the academy. The surroundings fell into an immediate hush, soon erupted by gasps and incredulous glances. The former president and the current president? The unique atmosphere between them was undeniably complex. Dong Jing did not resist. Toward this former romantic partner, she retained a sliver of almost condescending patience and privilege. She simply allowed him to pull her along calmly. Lan Xijin forcefully kicked open the door to an abandoned classroom, the very room where he had seen her kiss Bai Qinnan. He hurled her onto an old desk, his towering frame pressing down upon her, his arms bracing on either side of her body, effectively trapping her between his chest and the desk. His usually confident, ash-gray eyes were now ablaze with a crimson fury, swirling with uncontainable rage and madness. He scoffed, his hot breath fanning across her face, laced with intense sarcasm. What's this? Just a few days? Not even the little pups from the high school are spared? The former president's tastes are becoming increasingly indiscriminate. Dong Jing tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze with a hint of confusion, as if she could not comprehend the source of his agitation. What are you going on about? Her voice was cool, tinged with unmistakable displeasure. What are you so worked up about? Lan Xijin suddenly let out a fierce roar, his hand trembling violently as it pressed against the edge of the table, veins protruding ominously on the back of his hand. Before he could finish his words, his lips descended upon her. It was not a kiss, but a ravenous bite, a release of pent-up emotions, steeped in a nearly suffocating possessiveness. As Shuriying raised her hand in an attempt to push him away, her wrist was firmly seized by his other hand, pinning it against the cold surface of the table. Without hesitation, she bit down hard on his lower lip, the rich metallic taste of blood instantly filling the space between them. Yet, rather than retreating from the sting, it seemed to only embolden him, his assault growing more ferocious and invasive, as if he sought to conquer every inch of her mouth. In the midst of their tumultuous struggle, a button from Shuriying's shirt succumbed to the pressure, falling to the ground. The collar gaped slightly, revealing a delicate collarbone under the dim light. Just beneath that collarbone, an ambiguous red mark came into sharp focus for Lan Xijin. At that moment, his breath hitched, his heart constricting painfully in his chest, nearly robbing him of air, as darkness began to encroach upon his vision. His voice emerged hoarse and unrecognizable, questioning who she had been with. His gaze was fixated on that crimson mark. Bai Qinnan was the one, wasn't he? This was not a question, but a painful affirmation. The subtle transformations in Bai Qinnan over the past few days, the unmistakable satisfaction he could no longer hide, had it all escalated to this? Had they already crossed that line even before he had cast him aside? What did that make him? A fool? Blissfully unaware of the truth? Shuriying's brows knitted together, the possessiveness in his voice chilling her further. It seemed this was none of his concern. None of my concern? Lan Xijin echoed as if he had heard the grandest joke, his eyes ablaze with fury. He leaned in sharply, his heated breath laced with the scent of blood brushing against her neck. I find you utterly revolting. He held her slender waist captive, as if intending to crush her within his embrace, his voice escaping through clenched teeth. Do you remember this classroom? If you were entangled with him, why provoke me? Why share my bed? The pain of mockery and contempt hung heavily in his words. Shuriying, languidly brushing aside a lock of hair that had fallen across her cheek during the struggle, appeared unfazed, as if his profound anguish were merely an inconsequential background noise. Revolting? She echoed, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips, devoid of anger. Shouldn't you feel relieved then? Finally free from the person who disgusts you? Free? Lan Xijin emitted a low, disdainful grunt, tightening his grip around her waist. Don't even think about it. He would never allow her to escape. She wished for him to leave, yet he was determined to stay. He sought retribution for her reckless provocations, even if such revenge was inherently irrational. His hand, no longer content with mere confinement, began to trail along the smooth contours of her legs, eliciting shivers through the thin fabric. His kiss, laden with punitive intent, descended upon her sensitive collarbone as he endeavored to overshadow the mark with his own. Just as Shuying prepared to break free from this uncontrollable situation, bang. Lan Xijin was forcefully struck down to the ground by a surge of violent energy, his back crashing heavily against the floor. Bai Qinnan stood protectively in front of Lan Xijin, his knuckles whitened from the sheer power of his earlier blow. His usually calm eyes now reflecting a rare ferocity as they fixated on the fallen figure. Lan Xijin pushed himself off the ground, unsteadily rising to his feet. He raised a hand, pressing his fingertip against the bloodied corner of his mouth, and upon seeing the vivid crimson on his fingers, a provocative smile crept onto his lips. His gaze traversed over Bai Qinnan, landing on Lan Xijin, his expression complex, before shifting back to Bai Qinnan, the curve of his mouth twisting into something more malicious. "The taste is rather pleasant," he remarked lightly, the words piercing directly into Bai Qinnan's heart. Bai Qinnan's eyes darkened, and with a low growl, he swung his fist again, aiming a fierce strike at Lan Xijin. Anticipating the move, Lan Xijin deftly sidestepped the blow, his eyes locked onto Bai Qinnan, his voice chilling. "What I did with her," he elongated the words deliberately, his gaze laden with intentional ambiguity and mockery, "is far more than you could ever imagine. You are merely a fleeting interest to her at present." Chapter 87. An apology for this bet. Bai Qinnan felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place, his complexion turning pale in an instant. Lan Xijin's words pierced into the most reluctant corners of his heart. He certainly recalled, etched into his memory, her cool voice stating, "My interest in bed partners seldom lasts long." This statement loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, tormenting him day and night. Perhaps one day, he too would find himself discarded like Lan Xijin before him. He gazed into Lan Xijin's eyes, filled with anguish, which seemed to reflect his own future. A profound sympathy, mingled with a fear of his own fate, rendered him breathless. Suddenly, a faint sigh broke the silence of the classroom, disrupting the standoff between the two. Lan Xijin turned her gaze towards Lan Xijin, her expression cold and indifferent, as if appraising a bothersome object. Under such scrutiny, Lan Xijin felt a chill creeping up his spine. "I apologize," her melodious voice resonated, yet devoid of any sincerity. Both Lan Xijin and Bai Qinnan turned to her sharply, holding their breath in anticipation of her next words. Her crimson lips parted slightly. "I regret having rashly proposed that bet to you." She furrowed her delicate brows, as if confronted with a rather troublesome predicament. "No," Lan Xijin stumbled backward a few steps, his back colliding heavily against the cold wall. He shook his head, his voice hoarse and laced with a despair akin to death. "Do not apologize for this. I do not need it." She was apologizing? For that bet? Such an admission entirely negated the significance and value of their relationship. He would rather she remain indifferent than offer this insincere contrition. Lan Xijin appeared oblivious to his collapse, her slender fingers gently massaging her temples. Then, her words fell, even colder and more ruthless. "Compared to the you of now." She paused momentarily, her gaze tinged with a hint of regret and unmistakable detachment. I admired the past version of Lan Xijin, elegant, confident, and discerning. The past Lan Xijin. It seemed as though Lan Xijin had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, the corners of his mouth twisting into a grimace more grotesque than a cry. Elegant and confident. It was merely because he did not love you back then, Lan Xijin. He bellowed with every ounce of his strength, each word laden with accusation. "How could you transform me into this, and casually tell me that the one you cherished was the former Lan Xijin, who never loved you?" Lan Xijin tilted her head slightly, an expression of confusion and a touch of innocence gracing her features. To her, this was merely an objective assessment based on facts. Was there any issue with that? "So, I apologize once again for the current state I have become due to you." She deliberated on her words, feeling a sense of loss of composure. She stared calmly into his shattered, wounded ash-gray eyes. "If you believe that you have endured any loss, be it mental or physical, in this relationship," she pursed her lips slightly, as if offering an exceedingly generous compensation proposal. "You may name your price. I shall compensate you." Deep within her heart, she even felt a bit at fault. The rules had long been established, and it was he who first violated them. Nevertheless, considering that she was the one who initially proposed the wager, name a price? Lan Xijin appeared to have heard the most absurd of tales, his complexion paling, nearly questioning his own ears. "In your eyes, my feelings, my body, are mere commodities to be traded for money?" Lan Xijin regarded him, her brows knitting tighter, the remnants of her patience evidently exhausted. "Of course." Her tone carried a subtle hint of indifference. "If there are other matters within my capacity, I could assist as well. She waved her hand dismissively. Well, think it over. With agility, she leapt down from the desk, landing lightly, and naturally extended her hand toward Bai Qinnan, whose face remained ashen. Bai Qinnan's throat convulsed violently as he gazed at the slender, perfect hand reaching out to him, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, he slowly placed his hand atop hers with a sense of reverence. Before departing, he could not resist glancing back. Lan Xijin leaned against the cold wall, his tall figure curled up, trembling slightly like a trapped beast, immersed in boundless pain and despair. The sight was both tragic and jarring. Bai Qinnan's heart sank heavily. Could this truly be his future? Upon exiting the dilapidated classroom, Shan Jiying did not immediately release Bai Qinnan's hand. Instead, she slightly turned her head to look at him, her voice surprisingly soft. How did you find your way here? Bai Qinnan pressed his pale lips together, his voice low and hoarse. The student council members saw you being forcibly taken by him. I feared for your safety and followed. He omitted the heart-stopping fear and reckless rush that had overtaken him in that moment. Shan Jiying nodded, acknowledging his words. She continued to walk forward, her steps measured and unhurried. Suddenly, she spoke again, her voice returning to its usual coldness. Were you pitying him just now? Bai Qinnan's footsteps faltered for a moment, as he sensed the increasingly oppressive atmosphere surrounding him, a silent weight of pressure. After a few seconds, he finally spoke slowly, his voice heavy.
No.
He paused. I am merely pitying myself. I fear that one day, I too might become like him, hysterically abandoned, engulfed by the suffocating terror of having nothing. Yet, as if terrified that his words might evoke her disdain or result in an untimely departure, he abruptly lifted his head, forcing himself to adopt a nonchalant expression. You needn't feel pressured. I am not asking for any promises from you. He tightly clasped her hand, his eyes brimming with panic and pleading. I am already content to maintain the status quo, to be by your side, as I am now. However, each word he uttered pierced him with such pain that it left him breathless. Shan Jiying came to a complete halt. She turned slightly, raising her gaze to meet his. In her enchanting peach blossom eyes swirled a mixture of curiosity and a hint of intrigue stirred by his humble confession. Suddenly, a playful smile tugged at the corners of her lips, a smile so breathtakingly beautiful that it captivated the very air around them. In the shadows of the corridor, before an empty classroom, she abruptly pushed the unsuspecting Bai Qinnan inside. Chapter 88. Resolve it yourself. In the dim light, Shan Jiying pressed Bai Qinnan against the door, their bodies intimately aligned. She tilted her head ever so slightly, her voice laced with a seductive undertone. Pity yourself? Little Bai, rather than worrying about that elusive future, why not consider how to keep the present me interested in you, Bai Qinnan's throat constricted, his mind blank as he stared dumbfounded at her exquisitely beautiful face. Now mere inches away, the unsettling ambience of the abandoned classroom clashed violently with a deeper, more secret yearning within him. His voice emerged hoarse and unrecognizable, reason urging him to stop, to refrain from acting in such a place. Yet, the words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. He found himself shamefully reveling in the touch of her fingers. Shan Jiying seemed to relish this dynamic, taking pleasure in his internal conflict between rationality and desire. The sight of him desperately restraining himself, yet inevitably succumbing amused her rare sense of wicked pleasure. Her fingertips roamed freely, leaving trails of electricity in their wake. A wave of heat surged uncontrollably towards his lower abdomen, causing Bai Qinnan's breaths to grow ragged. Tragically, he realized he was willingly ensnared by her malicious teasing. Truly, he was beyond redemption. The suppressed desires finally triumphed over reason. Bai Qinnan abruptly raised his hand, his heated palm firmly grasping her slender waist. He leaned down, fiercely kissing those enticing, cherry-red lips. However, in the next instant, Shan Jiying deftly tilted her head, evading the passionate kiss. She stepped back, arms crossed leisurely over her chest, a mischievous curve gracing her lips as she savored the bewildered expression on his face, a fitting punishment for his wild imaginings. Bai Qinnan breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He lifted his gaze to her, his usually calm and composed eyes now veiled with a mist of emotion, tinged with a hint of grievance akin to a large dog playfully teased by its master. His voice carried an uncontainable rasp and a plea. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze openly playful as it roamed liberally over him. Upon noticing a certain unmistakable shift of desire within his body, her smile deepened. Solve it yourself. Bai Qinnan stood frozen, his lips pressed tightly together, his ears burning crimson with embarrassment. An overwhelming sense of shame engulfed him. After all, Lan Xijin's voice held a trace of amusement, her gaze pointedly sweeping over him. How could the esteemed minister possibly exit in such a disheveled state? He mumbled in a subdued tone. There was no way he could allow himself to appear in such a disarrayed condition in any corner of the academy. It would be more unbearable than death itself. All right, Lan Xijin said, no longer looking at him as she turned towards the door, her hand resting on the doorknob. She glanced back at him, head slightly tilted. Tonight, wait for me at the apartment. She paused, leaving behind a tantalizing remark. Let me see how you intend to keep my interest. With that, she opened the door and her figure vanished down the corridor, leaving behind a chaotic whirlwind of desire. In the most secluded corner of this dilapidated teaching building, if someone were to pass by with bated breath, they might catch the muffled sounds of suppressed moans emanating from behind the door, trembling with shame. No one would ever suspect that the minister of the inspection department, known for his unwavering diligence and impartiality, could be tormented by desire to the point of indulging in such licentious acts in the shadows. If one listened closely, they might even discern a name within those stifled breaths. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lan Xijin leaned against the wall, seated in a corner of the classroom. The dried blood at the corners of his mouth had formed a scab. He resembled a puppet stripped of all spirit, his gaze hollow as it fixated on the air. Devoid of any vitality. She had actually apologized for that wager. She had actually invited him to name his price. She had actually claimed to admire the past version of Lan Xijin. Each word pierced his already battered heart anew. His long fingers unconsciously dug harshly into his palm, blood seeping through his fingers, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. The physical pain paled in comparison to the torment of his heart being slowly flayed. Since she favored that version of him, he staggered to his feet, his body wavering slightly from prolonged stillness and immense mental strain, enveloped in an aura of despair. He thought to himself, perhaps he should continue to masquerade as that figure, a perfect, heartless automaton. Would she then deign to cast a benevolent glance his way? After school, at the entrance of the university department, Bai Lan had long awaited there, even going so far as to skip the final, inconsequential class in the high school section, sprinting across a significant portion of the campus. Upon spotting Lan Xijin's approaching figure, he instantly brightened like a summoned golden retriever, breaking into a radiant smile as he welcomed her. The voice of my sister was imbued with unreserved affection and delight, entirely devoid of the rebellious spirit that characterized the artistic genius I had encountered for the first time. He gestured courteously towards the gate, where the driver awaited. Shall we proceed? Lan Xijin nodded slightly, a silent acknowledgement. As we made our way to the parking lot, Bai Lan followed closely beside her, hesitating several times as if caught in a web of unspoken words. At last, he could no longer contain his curiosity and tentatively inquired, "Have you broken up with my brother?" Given Bai Shi's recent demeanor, he could think of no other reason. "Yes," Lan Xijin replied, her gaze fixed ahead, her steps unwavering, responding nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Bai Lan suddenly halted in his tracks, the sunshine of his smile freezing in an instant as he raked his fingers through his already tousled golden hair. If that were the case, he seemed to have no grounds to request that she visit Bai Shi. Sensing his pause, Lan Xijin turned slightly, asking, "Aren't you coming?"
Oh, yes.
Bai Lan snapped back to reality, hastily catching up, yet his mind was in utter disarray. On one hand, there was profound concern for his brother's state. On the other, a secret, selfish desire he felt he ought not to possess began to surface. His brother, who wore a perfect mask around everyone and harbored deep thoughts, seemed unworthy of such affection. Perhaps a breakup was not entirely unfavorable, but still, Bai Lan sneaked a glance at Lan Xijin's flawless profile. What if they met and rekindled their old feelings? Chapter 89, The Identity of Bai's Mother. The Bai family. Traversing the opulent hall, strains of piano music wafted from deep within the corridor. The melody was intricate, imbued with lingering affection, interwoven with heart-wrenching agony. And lurking within was a thread of extreme repressed obsession. Lan Xijin halted before the closed door of the piano room. Bai Lan cautiously rapped on the door. "Brother." The piano continued its sonorous lament, as if existing in its own realm, isolating itself from the external world. Bai Lan shook his head in resignation, raising his voice slightly. "She has arrived." The final note hung in the air before abruptly ceasing. The door swung open with sudden force. Bai Qi stood at the threshold, his dark hair slightly disheveled, dark circles under his eyes, his complexion pale to the point of translucence. Upon glimpsing the figure at the door, a flicker of unusual brilliance ignited in his weary gaze, akin to a dying man spotting a glimmer of hope. Yet, as if recalling something, he coughed abruptly to mask the surging emotions. "Please wait a moment." His voice carried a barely perceptible rasp. He didn't spare a glance at Bai Lan, hastily brushing past the two of them and striding toward his bedroom. Moments later, when he re-emerged at the piano room door, the air of despondency had vanished entirely. His hair was impeccably arranged, his features as refined as ever, and a gentle, perfect smile graced his lips. He transformed back into the elegant heir of the Bai family.
Bai Qi.
He bestowed upon Lan Xijin an impeccable, light-hearted smile, slightly inclining his body in a gesture of invitation, his gaze tender and focused upon her. As she stepped into the piano room, he unhesitatingly closed the door behind him, completely shutting out the astonished and curious Bai Lan. Bai Lan touched his nose, gazing at the tightly closed door, curling his lips in discontent. Inside the music room, Dan Jing strolled towards the ancient piano positioned in the center, languidly taking a seat on the bench. This was Bailey's sacred territory, a piano he cherished as if it were his very life. Once, an unsuspecting servant had been unceremoniously expelled from the Bale family for merely wiping its lid, thinking to do a good deed. At this moment, her flawless hands were carelessly dancing over the keys, producing dissonant, even jarring notes. Bailey watched silently, his gaze focused to the point of avarice. To be touched by her was an honor for this piano. He even wished that the keys could remember the warmth of her fingertips. Dan Jing rested her elbow casually on the black and white keys, creating an abrupt cacophony. Only then did she slightly turn her head, her eyes landing on him with a hint of scrutiny. Bai Lan asked, "Have you been isolating yourself in the music room, avoiding everyone?" Bailey's breath momentarily halted before his perfect smile blossomed once more. "It's just that inspiration has been flooding in recently." Pain, he thought, was the most fertile ground for art. The anguish suppressed within him had indeed found its sole outlet in the music. He stepped closer, his voice imbued with cautious hope. "Can I interpret this as you caring for me, even just a little?" From the moment he laid eyes on her at the door, an overwhelming joy had nearly shattered his rationality. He knew that if she were unwilling, no one could compel her. Did her appearance signify her willingness? Dan Jing merely let out a faint, cold scoff. "I have a few questions for you." She paused. "About the Bale family, and your mother." This shattered all his fantasies. The color drained from Bailey's face, leaving him frozen in place. That fleeting joy felt like a fragile soap bubble. Burst. A bitter, self-mocking smile tugged at his lips as his voice turned dry. "I should have known that your visit was not for me." He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous pain, forcing himself to maintain composure. "What do you wish to know?" Dan Jing raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his acquiescence, her tone tinged with curiosity. "You don't require any bargaining conditions? For instance, to make me stay?" Bailey gazed deeply at her, then slowly knelt on one knee on the floor, before her. This posture conveyed absolute submission and humility. He extended his long, slightly trembling hand, cautiously grasping the hand she had placed on the piano keys. His lips trembled uncontrollably. As if a devotee kissing a sacred relic, he reverently pressed a kiss upon the back of her fair, flawless hand. Then, he lifted his gaze to meet hers, declaring, "Everything I have is yours. Any answer you seek, no need for trade." Dan Jing looked down at him, her eyes profound. She did not withdraw her hand, allowing him to hold it, her voice icy. "Why was your mother so adamant about finding that incomplete score back then?" Bailey furrowed his brow, lost in memories. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "I truly do not know. I only remember that in the years leading up to her passing, that fragmented score became her entire world. She poured all her heart and soul into it, almost to the point of madness." He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper, tinged with a barely perceptible pain. Even the wager that rendered her unable to play again was said to have arisen from that very score. Jing furrowed her brow. This answer was too vague, offering little substantial value. She pressed on with more direct inquiries. "What other identities does she hold?" Bai Qi's body stiffened momentarily. This question delved into a realm even he found foreign. He struggled to recall his mother. "My childhood was relatively warm. In my memories, my mother seemed no different from any ordinary mother." His voice carried a hint of nostalgic warmth. "Until around the year I turned 10, when she suddenly changed. She became a stranger, harsh and unyielding. She began to treat me as an instrument to be trained, as if I were not her son but a flawless creation. His gaze clouded with confusion. What had transpired that year? I do not know. As for her identity, I only overheard the old housekeeper mention in passing that she was not of African descent. She was married off after my father caught sight of her at a banquet and fell in love at first glance. Her past is a taboo within the Bai family, known to no one. Bai Shi's voice trembled with unease and concern. Why do you ask these questions? Xijin did not respond. She leaned slightly closer to the kneeling Bai Shi, her deep, unfathomable peach blossom eyes now cold with lethal intent. Her fingertips slowly lifted, encircling his fragile throat. Bai Shi was forced to tilt his head back, struggling to breathe yet showing no signs of resistance. So you do not know her true identity, do you? The pressure of her fingertips tightened slightly, carrying a thread of death. Chapter 90. The bitter stratagem. Bai Shi tilted his head back, breathing labored. Yet there was no trace of struggle or fear upon his face. Instead, the corners of his lips slowly curled into a smile, one imbued with an eerie sense of satisfaction. To perish at her hands was, perhaps, an honor, a form of belonging. Just as the dizziness from suffocation began to wash over him, the hand constricting his neck unexpectedly released its grip. Fresh air surged into his lungs, and Bai Shi erupted into a violent fit of coughing, his body swaying slightly from weakness. Xijin rose to her feet, looming over him with a gaze devoid of warmth. I will grant you a month, her voice was icy, to uncover the answers to these questions. She paused, her tone laced with an undercurrent of menace. Otherwise, what I desire is more than just your life. Bai Shi's slender fingers trembled as they brushed against the marks on his neck, the searing pain strangely evoking a sense of being branded. He chuckled softly, his laughter hoarse, yet tinged with a sense of relief. Very well, he replied, his voice weak but devoid of panic in the face of death. He felt fortunate that an unbreakable bond still tethered them together. Regardless of whether it stems from hatred or some other motive, as long as he occupies a space in her life that is not merely trivial, it suffices. Xijin cast not a single glance in his direction, turning instead to resolutely pull open the door to the music room.
Oh, dear.
Outside, Bai Lan, caught off guard while eavesdropping at the door, was abruptly struck on the nose by the door. He let out a pained gasp, clutching his suddenly reddened and sore nose, awkwardly clearing his throat twice. I'll go check on my brother. Xijin did not spare him even a fleeting glance, striding straight through the hall and leaving the Bai residence. She was not one to show mercy. Her hesitation to act against Bai Shi or the Bai family was rooted in lingering doubt. The peace divine gift, which Bai Shi had once played for her, haunted her thoughts. He claimed it was a requiem composed by her mother for someone dear.
Yet,
she had heard that very melody at her mother's funeral. The profound sorrow and mourning woven into that tune could not be feigned. The emotion was authentic. Thus, was the betrayal that Xijin spoke of truly the entire truth? She was far from a fool who would lose her reason upon hearing a few words from others. She required irrefutable answers regarding who her enemy truly was. Of course, if the evidence ultimately pointed to the Bai family, she would show no mercy. Inside the music room, Bai Lan rushed in, rubbing a sore nose, and immediately spotted Bai Shi, hunched over on the piano bench, his shoulders trembling slightly.
Brother?
Are you all right? Bai Lan approached anxiously, but upon noticing the red marks encircling Bai Shi's neck, he gasped in shock. Brother? She cough, I'm fine. Bai Shi steadied himself against the bench, rising somewhat unsteadily. His complexion remained pale, yet his eyes, directed towards the door, shone with an astonishing brightness, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Observing her brother's demeanor, Bai Lan felt a chill rising from her feet. He was undoubtedly mad. Even after being nearly choked to death, he was still smiling foolishly in the direction of his assailant's departure. Yet if that were the case, Bai Lan furrowed her brow, her mind flashing to the image of her departing figure, those enchanting, peach blossom eyes. Perhaps it wasn't so strange after all? Such a person naturally possessed an alluring charm that drew one in like moths to a flame. She shook her head in agitation, suppressing that thought. Shan Group. After leaving the Bai residence, Xijin drove directly to her company. This time, no one dared to impede her. As she passed, employees bowed their heads, respectfully greeting her. She walked unobstructed into the office of the investment department manager. Shan Linchuan sat in his expansive chair, deeply engrossed in reviewing documents on his desk, oblivious to the figure at the door at first. His condition was far from good. His lips had lost their color, while his cheeks were unnaturally flushed, reminiscent of a fever's onset. He clenched his fist slightly, pressing it against his lips, suppressing a couple of coughs, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fatigue and weakness. Shan Jiying gently rapped on the open door. Only then did Shan Linchuan abruptly look up. Upon seeing her, he instinctively attempted to rise. Yet his frail state rendered his movements unsteady. Cough, cough, your timing is impeccable. His voice was gravely hoarse, laden with a pronounced nasal tone. These documents require your personal review. Decisions must be made promptly. He propped himself up against the desk and stood, making space. Yet his entire being bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue. Shan Jiying approached, her gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds. A slight arch of her brow indicating her concern. Are you unwell? The tone was more declarative than interrogative. Cough, I'm fine. Just a minor issue. Shan Linchuan averted her gaze, picking up a hefty stack of folders nearby and placing them on the desk in front of her. However, his pallid and feeble appearance belied his words. Is this because of me? Her voice carried a note of certainty. Last night, he had unhesitatingly leaped into the frigid pool to save her, and today he appeared gravely ill, clearly a consequence of that icy water. It's none of your concern. Shan Linchuan immediately denied it, his tone deliberately distant and businesslike. First, review the documents and share your thoughts. Shan Jiying ceased her inquiries, casually grasping the topmost file and flipping through it swiftly. After only a few pages, she comprehended the essence. These so-called key investment proposals were intricately linked to the old board members. The plans were elaborately crafted, seemingly secure, yet the required investments were exorbitant, with estimated returns barely adequate. Most critically, these proposals involved layers of subcontracting, with substantial profits continuously flowing into the pockets of those directors. All of them are rejected. She closed the document with unwavering calmness. Shan Linchuan was momentarily taken aback. While he anticipated her assertiveness, he did not expect such an uncompromising stance. If all are rejected, he furrowed his brow, his voice intermittent due to coughing, the board will undoubtedly become restless and may directly confront you. Isn't that perfect? A smile curved her lips. She could hardly muster the energy to glance at the documents again, casually tossing them into the nearby trash bin. Tilting her head slightly, she looked at Shan Linchuan, her eyes reflecting an indifferent disdain for everything. Garbage should be disposed of all at once. Shan Linchuan watched her, his heart racing uncontrollably. A surge of intense emotion coursed through him. He recalled the chaotic dream from the previous night. He had stood in the cold wind for what felt like an eternity, sensing that he would fall ill. This was, after all, part of his plan, to invoke guilt in her and draw them closer. Yet, as he drifted into a haze of feverish delirium, a familiar yet foreign figure slowly approached him. Chapter 91. Absurd Dreams. In the dream, she still wore that drenched black slip dress, clinging to her perfect form, accentuating her alluring curves. Dark strands of hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets of water sliding along her delicate collarbone, vanishing into deeper shadows. She walked barefoot, step by step, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips as she drew near. Stop. Shan Linchuan attempted to speak, yet his throat felt parched and voiceless. His body was immobilized, frozen in place, as he helplessly watched her approach. Then, she slowly climbed onto the bed, her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes fixated upon him as she straddled his lap. In that fleeting moment, all the impulses that reason had forcibly suppressed could no longer be contained. No, absolutely not. Shan Linchuan's rationality screamed in his heart, desperately trying to resist this deadly temptation. However, his hands betrayed his will, suddenly gripping her slender waist, pushing her even more deeply against his heated body. She let out a muffled sound, yet showed no sign of discontent. Instead, her eyes sparkled as she slightly tilted her head, offering her enticing crimson lips. Reason crumbled entirely. He could no longer care for morality or hatred. With a low growl, he flipped her onto the soft bed. She blinked up at him, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Delicate kisses fell upon her, imbued with both punishment and possession, cascading from her eyes to her earlobes, ravaging their way to the long-desired petals of her lips. Gradually he ventured lower. She did not shy away, rather, she tilted her head in invitation, silently beckoning for more. Fragmented sounds spilled from her lips as she unconsciously bit down on his shoulder, as if unable to withstand the force, yet also seeking something more. Ultimately, only their heavy, heated breaths remained. The following day, He awoke to a violent headache, accompanied by the chills and dizziness brought on by a high fever. Lan Xijin abruptly opened his eyes, the intoxicating sensation from the dream lingering in his memory. He shot up, glancing around. The bed was empty, disheveled, with no trace of another person. A wave of profound shame and self-loathing engulfed him instantly. He took a deep breath, almost fleeing into the bathroom, turning on the cold shower, allowing the icy water to wash over him, attempting to cleanse his mind of the absurd images that clung to him. It was all last night's fault. Surely, it was that damned intimacy. The close bodies, the warmth and curves transmitted beneath her damp gown. He was a normal, adult male. It was not surprising to experience physiological reactions and associations in such a situation. He tried to convince himself with this rational justification, forcefully suppressing the undeniable flutter and panic within. Hurriedly, he composed himself and descended the stairs, much later than usual. In the dining room, Lan Xijin was already seated, elegantly enjoying her breakfast. Just her profile made him freeze in place. The images from last night's dream surged back like a tidal wave, those delicate sensations, the stifled breaths. A rush of heat coursed through him, igniting an urge to escape this space immediately. Thus, he lacked the courage to approach and sit down, nearly fleeing with a hasty remark before departing. At this moment, in the office, Lan Xijin swallowed hard, attempting to suppress those damned, absurd thoughts. Thankfully, this fever provided the most legitimate excuse for the flush on his face. Moreover, the sound of Lan Xijin's voice pulled him back to reality. She extracted an inconspicuous document from the remaining pile, declaring her interest. It was a project proposal from a startup company concerning the development of a holographic immersive game. Currently, similar concepts flooded the market, yet few had achieved success. Lan Xijin forced himself to concentrate, nodding slightly, his voice faint and wavering. I will arrange for someone to follow up. He needed to leave this place, to breathe in fresh air that could soothe his chaotic mind. Just as he was about to turn away, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. His body swayed uncontrollably, and he began to fall towards the nearby filing cabinet. Lan Xijin reacted swiftly, rising instantly and extending her long arm to catch his shoulder. The entirety of Lan Xijin's weight collapsed upon her. His head slumped weakly against her neck, his fervent breath brushing against her sensitive ear. Lan Xijin raised her hand, using the back of it to touch his forehead, the heat startlingly intense. Just a minor issue? She remarked with a hint of sarcasm, a retort to his earlier bravado. She half-supported, half-cradled him to the adjacent leather sofa. In the process, his silver-framed glasses fell onto the carpet. Without the lenses to obscure them, his amber eyes were fully revealed, now clouded with a misty gaze that stripped away his usual aloofness, leaving only confusion and fragility. He furrowed his brow in discomfort, his consciousness seemingly drifting, his fingers mindlessly tugging at his tie, clumsily managing to unfasten the top few buttons of his shirt. The delicate curve of his collarbone and a small patch of skin flushed from fever were suddenly exposed to the cool air. I'm fine, he mumbled incoherently, his voice hoarse and thick with nasal congestion, lacking any semblance of persuasion. Lan Xijin observed this stark contrast to his usual self, unable to suppress a wry smile at his stubbornness despite his feverish state. However, as the cause of his ailment stemmed from her actions, she could not simply ignore him. Lan Xijin shifted restlessly on the sofa, his eyelashes fluttering as he intermittently uttered, "So cold." Lan Xijin glanced at him before turning to summon the private doctor. Yet, at that moment, her wrist was suddenly seized by a burning hand. "Where are you going?" he asked, his eyes half open and hazy, struggling to focus on her. His voice tinged with a blend of panic and dependency. Lan Xijin halted, looking down at the hand gripping her, then into his eyes that revealed vulnerability and unease. Softening her tone, she spoke with a hint of authority. "Lie down. I will fetch the doctor for you." Okay, Lan Xijin seemed to comprehend, instinctively yielding to her. He gradually released his grip, obediently nodding, and reclined back onto the sofa. Lan Xijin gazed at this unfamiliar version of him, so different from his usual aloof demeanor, her smile deepening with a sense of amusement. How unexpected it was to witness such a side of him. Chapter 92. A shift in the system? Butler Chen arrived with the private doctor in tow. With swift movements, they attended to Lan Xijin, employing a thermometer, fever-reducing injections, and ice packs. Young Master Lan Xijin has merely caught a chill, resulting in a sudden high fever. The private doctor adjusted his glasses and quickly rendered a diagnosis. He requires rest, timely medication, and should stabilize within 3 days. Dan Jing sat in the office chair, her fingertips absently tapping on the armrest. TSK, so fragile? However, merely having come into contact with the cold water of the pool has rendered one in such a state? Please take good care of him. Her voice betrayed no emotion. It was both a statement and a command. Yes, Mississippi Chinbo responded respectfully, then inquired, shall you return to the ancestral home together? Not at all. Shan Jing leaned back. On the sofa, Shan Linchuan's brow furrowed even more tightly, whether from having heard something displeasing or from a troubling dream remained uncertain. Then, I shall take the young master back first. Chunbo gestured for the doctor to assist in lifting Shan Linchuan. Shan Jing replied nonchalantly, her gaze lingering momentarily on Shan Linchuan's pallid face. Last night, the image of him unhesitatingly diving into the icy water, along with the anxiety and fear reflected in his eyes, flooded her mind. With delicate fingers gently stroking her chin, a hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes. To her, Shan Linchuan had always been an enigmatic figure. Before the advent of those opportunists, while they both resided in Morris, they were separated by academic divisions, and he was not in the line of succession, resulting in minimal interaction. She only vaguely knew that this cousin had lost his parents at a young age, leaving him alone. Subsequently, the opportunists directed all their fervor toward targets such as Lan Xijin, Bai Qi, and Bai Qinnan. It was also during that period that he quietly rose, stealthily encroaching upon her position as heir through sheer capability. And now, upon her return, he displayed neither resentment nor hostility. Rather, he devoted himself to assisting her wholeheartedly, even exhibiting that unexpected behavior last night. Was there an ulterior motive at play? Chun Bo and the doctor carefully supported Shan Linchuan as they exited, the office door closing softly behind them. Shan Jiying withdrew her gaze, one hand languidly propping her chin while the other picked up the remaining documents on the table. Her eyes scanned the files, each meticulously organized. The annotations were detailed and clear, with a logical flow, and even the most easily overlooked details were highlighted in conspicuous colors, accompanied by analyses and recommendations. A faint, intrigued smile slowly graced her lips. Regardless of his concealed intentions, at least at this moment, the near-perfect capability he exhibited, along with the fleeting tension from the previous night and this contrasting demeanor, piqued her interest. Even if he harbored ulterior motives, within certain limits, she did not mind granting him certain privileges. Such was her prerogative concerning those who intrigued her. A long-absent electronic notification abruptly resonated in her mind. Shan Jiying raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. This system, which had lain dormant for an indeterminate duration, so long that she had nearly forgotten she was under its looming threat of death, was finally stirring. Long time no see. Her voice remained calm and unruffled, betraying neither welcome nor annoyance. The system's electronic voice faltered unusually, sounding somewhat less assured. The task has been completed satisfactorily. Its tone even bore a subtle undertone of flattery. Thus, Shan Jiying halted her motion of turning the pages, lightly tapping the table with her fingertips. Her tone laced with mockery. Are you here to announce the next task? Silence spread through the air, creating a distinctly awkward atmosphere. Not at all. The system's voice seemed to lower, imbued with an unspoken hesitation. You may proceed as you wish. It struggled to find the right words. The previous tasks have nearly reached completion. All favor levels have been met.
Oh.
Shan Jiying emitted a faint scoff. Though the sudden shift in demeanor of this high-dimensional entity was perplexing, it was evidently not a negative development. The system within her mind sensed her lack of inquiry and finally exhaled in relief, hastily adding, should you have any questions or needs, do not hesitate to call upon me. Its tone was urgent, almost as if pledging loyalty, before it swiftly vanished, as if it had never existed. Shan Jiying's gaze darkened. This abrupt transformation undoubtedly harbored deeper implications. However, for the moment, she chose not to delve further. After reviewing the final document and signing her name, she rose and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The night had deepened outside, and she suddenly recalled that she had made someone wait for her during the day. Given his character, he was likely still there. A smile, tinged with intrigue, curved her lips. How might he seek to please her, prolonging her interest? Driving back to her penthouse in the city center, she entered a living room softly illuminated by a single warm yellow floor lamp, casting an ambiguous glow. Bai Qinnan was seated on the sofa, clearly awaiting her arrival. Upon hearing the door open, he immediately stood. At that moment he had changed out of his school uniform, donning a soft white, deep-necked shirt. Under the gentle light, The perfectly tailored neckline subtly outlined the contours of his chest, an unspoken invitation. It was undeniably provocative. He swiftly approached her, his arm instinctively wrapping around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. His voice was low, tinged with a hint of grievance. The shameful scene from the abandoned classroom earlier had left him restless throughout the day. Even the officials from the supervision department had noticed his unusual demeanor, inquiring if he was unwell, to which he had merely brushed aside their concerns. Yet, faced with the wicked mastermind in his arms, he felt utterly powerless. Lan Xijin leaned into his embrace, her fingers lightly gliding across his chest, causing him to shiver slightly. She raised her gaze to meet his, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "How did you resolve that little predicament earlier?" Her tone was airy, yet it stirred within him the most embarrassing of memories. Bai Qinnan's body stiffened slightly, his hold on her tightening, his voice laced with a mixture of grievance and simmering resentment. "What do you think?" The recollection of their escapade in that shadowy corner made him wish to sink into the earth. "Tsk." Lan Xijin lightly clicked her tongue, her fingertips teasingly tracing his waist. Her eyes filled with a deliberately exaggerated sense of regret. "Should I perhaps stay to watch?" Her words dripped with playful provocation. Bai Qinnan's breath quickened in an instant. He lowered his head, his lips nearly brushing against her skin, burying his face deep in the crook of her neck, his muffled voice carrying a blend of shame and raw temptation. "Do you wish to see?" Chapter 93. Teasing Little Bai. Lan Xijin paused at his words for a moment. Her intention had been to tease, to witness him flounder in his usual, adorably flustered manner. Unexpectedly, he had turned the tables on her, igniting a playful response.
"Xiao Bai."
She narrowed her enchanting peach blossom eyes slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "When did you become so mischievous?" Her fingertip pressed firmly against his chest in a manner that was both punishing and precise, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Bai Qinnan's face flushed crimson in an instant, and he instinctively grasped her mischievous wrist, apologies spilling forth with a touch of panic and uncertainty. Had he overstepped? Yet, before his apology could fully escape his lips, her fingertip gently pressed against his mouth. In her eyes, there was no sign of anger, rather, a playful delight akin to discovering a new toy. Her voice was soft, laced with an enticing warmth. She caressed her chin lightly, her gaze roving over him with an ambiguous allure, revealing her genuine interest. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the meticulous inspection minister, always pristine and aloof, akin to a flower atop a high peak. Imagining his descent into temptation provoked a profound sense of sacrilege. What expression would grace his face? Would he maintain his usual stoicism, or would he allow himself to indulge? How utterly intriguing. Bai Qinnan felt the heat of blood rushing to his face, nearly igniting him. Embarrassed, he turned his head away, unable to meet her intoxicating gaze. The earlier utterance had drained him of all courage, rendering him utterly mortified in her presence. He had been foolish to think he could evoke any sense of shyness in her. Xijin departed from his embrace, sitting gracefully at the long table across the sofa, her long legs crossed and gently swaying in the air, exuding a languid yet wicked beauty. With a teasing smile gracing her lips, she regarded him leisurely. Are you having second thoughts, Xiao Bai?" Bai Qinnan inhaled sharply, his heart racing as if it were being scorched by flames.
"Ing."
He struggled to call her name, finally turning to face her. His beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, reflecting helplessness and turmoil, resembling a small creature ensnared in a villain's trap.
"I."
He hesitated, attempting to evoke her last remnants of compassion. Xijin continued to tilt her head, her smile radiant and patient. How wicked! In the chaos of his thoughts, that single notion lingered. She was fully aware of everything, yet chose to watch him flounder in the mire. Ultimately, he shut his eyes briefly. Upon reopening them, a resolute determination lay within. He moved cautiously, his gaze no longer evasive but narrowed slightly, the corners of his eyes flushed. His typically composed face bore an expression of barely restrained longing. The tension-filled breaths echoed in the living room, laden with intimacy. His voice came out hoarse and fragmented, his gaze firmly locked onto her. Help me." Xijin's smile deepened, becoming even more seductive and perilous. She gracefully descended from the long table, her bare feet sinking into the soft carpet as she approached her waiting prey on the sofa, amidst Bai Qinnan's increasingly labored breaths. A night of enchantment. The following morning, as Dan Xijin awoke, she found the space beside her empty. Casually, she slipped into a loose-fitting white shirt, belonging to a man, and padded barefoot into the living room. Faint sounds emanated from the kitchen. Bai Qinnan, with his back to her, was intently preparing porridge. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe with her arms crossed, Dan Jiying quietly observed his diligent silhouette. The morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a golden hue upon him. Indeed, he was obedient and well-behaved, resembling a once wild creature that, while retaining its essence, now willingly displayed its gentle side for her. Sensing the gaze upon him, Bai Qinnan abruptly turned around, their eyes locking. His gaze first fell upon the oversized white shirt she wore, his expression dimming slightly. Almost involuntarily, his eyes drifted downward, momentarily pausing on her long, slender legs. He quickly averted his gaze, his ears flushing a visible shade of crimson, the tone of his voice adopting an intentionally stiff pretense as he muttered he needed to tidy up. Clearly, the embarrassment from the previous evening lingered. "What's wrong?" Dan Jiying asked, feigning innocence as she stepped over the doorframe, leisurely approaching him. "Are you still upset?" "Not at all," he replied gruffly, lowering his head to stir the porridge. How could he truly be upset? Everything she offered him, even her playful teasing, he cherished like a priceless treasure. Dan Jiying had now reached his side, her languid aura from just waking up evident as she tilted her head slightly to regard him. "I want to tease you next time," she said earnestly. "Sure," Bai Qinnan shot back, his eyes brightening momentarily before, as their gazes connected. He caught sight of her bare feet on the chilly kitchen floor, his brow furrowing in disapproval. "It's cold," he murmured. The next instant he stepped forward, his arms sweeping under her knees and back, lifting her effortlessly. Bai Qinnan carried her out of the kitchen, striding through the living room and directly back to the bedroom. He gently set her down at the edge of the bed, then bent over, retrieving two slippers that had been kicked aside. Kneeling before her, one large hand cradled her delicate ankle, his movements tender as he slipped the shoes onto her feet, treating them as if they were precious artifacts. "Wait for me here," he said, standing up, his gaze fixed on her face with an air of authority that brooked no refusal. "Breakfast will be ready shortly." Dan Jiying gazed at his serious profile, a rare soft smile gracing her lips.
All right.
A simple breakfast was soon laid out on the table. Bai Qinnan had prepared rice porridge, accompanied by sandwiches and a small salad. Dan Jiying scooped a spoonful of porridge into her mouth. The grains were tender, cooked to perfection, and surprisingly flavorful. She looked up to meet Bai Qinnan's eyes across the table, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Surely, the Bai family did not require their heir to cook? Bai Qinnan nodded in affirmation, his hands never ceasing their work. He was focused on peeling a fresh shrimp, his long fingers deftly removing the shell, naturally bringing the succulent morsel to her lips.
Just learned this recently.
For whom did you learn? The answer was evident. Shan Jiying obediently opened her mouth, allowing the shrimp to enter. She chewed slowly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Bai Qinnan's face, filled with scrutiny. After a considerable moment, during which Bai Qinnan began to feel somewhat uneasy under her gaze, Shan Jiying swallowed her food. She elongated her tone slightly. "From today onward, breakfast will be entirely your responsibility." Chapter 94. President of Edith Academy. Morris Academy. The 8 Academy Alliance competition, the most prestigious traditional event among the continent's elite noble academies, is held once every 3 years. It serves not only as a platform for the elite heirs of each family to showcase their prowess, but also as a contest that concerns family honor, institutional prestige, and the future dynamics of the continent. The competition encompasses all fields that the financial elite must master, ranging from the ancient noble sports that blend elegance and strength to artistic contests that reflect deep heritage and intricate strategic games. Each event is remarkably captivating. Each academy sends forth only the most exceptional talents, who represent not only themselves and their families, but are also seen as the future rulers of their respective continents. Thus, this competition captures the attention of all the top-tier powers on the continent, and its final rankings can, to some extent, forecast the rise and fall of power across the continents for decades to come. The 14-day schedule is tightly packed and intensely demanding. The official competition will commence in 3 days. However, some academies have eagerly arrived in advance to acclimatize to the time difference and venue. President Shan, a member of the student council, approached briskly to report the individuals from Edith Academy are expected to arrive at the academy by noon today. Shan Jiying responded faintly, her gaze drifting to the window. Edith Academy, the premier noble institution second only to Holy Radiance Academy, has long been overshadowed. Yet it is said that a monumental transformation occurred following the appointment of its new president. Their current president, Rui, hails from a family that monopolizes the technology sector. This young heir, upon taking office, infused the academy with her family's fervent belief in technology. She invested heavily to transform Edith into a cutting-edge, ultra-modern institution. Utilizing an extensive superbrain computing system, she analyzed each student's potential data, ultimately selecting the 20 elites with the highest theoretical probability of victory to compete in the 8 Academy Alliance competition. In the afternoon, at the Morris Academy's landing pad, the roar of engines heralded the arrival of 3 aircraft adorned with Edith Academy's unique emblem as they descended onto the smooth runway. The cabin doors opened, and the first to emerge was a girl clad in Edith's signature platinum-trimmed uniform. With her striking cherry blossom pink short hair, she appeared petite and nimble, descending the boarding steps with the grace of a lithe feline. She looked quite young, resembling a middle or high school student. Following closely was another girl in the same uniform, her blonde hair catching the light. She wore a pair of sleek, technologically advanced transparent glasses perched on her nose. Her eyes, visible behind the lenses, shone with a gentle smile as they followed the pink figure ahead. Rui, watch your step. How tedious. The girl with pink hair, known as Rui, murmured a remark without turning her head, showing no inclination to slow her pace. Her gaze instantly fixed upon the cool figure at the edge of the tarmac. Rui dashed in front of Lan Xijin and came to a halt, her feline-like eyes unusually stripped of their playfulness, now imbued with a solemnity. I know you, she began, the current president of Morris, Lan Xijin, tilting her head slightly. As if scrutinizing a remarkably intricate piece of art, she added, fascinating. Of course, she had employed her prized supercomputer, attempting to analyze every adversary. Yet the outcome was astonishing. Even the most formidable computational power faltered when faced with Lan Xijin's life, rife with contradictions and uncertainties, yielding nothing but a series of error codes. Once gifted with extraordinary talent, Rui had squandered 3 years in reckless abandon, and now, confronted with this erratic trajectory, the model could not produce any valuable predictions. Her curiosity was ignited. She lifted her slender wrist, adorned with what appeared to be an extravagant watch. In truth, it was a miniature terminal integrated with various scanning and analytical functions. A barely perceptible beam of light swiftly swept over Lan Xijin's form. Instantly, a cascade of real-time data began to scroll rapidly across her bespoke display. The fundamental physiological metrics, muscle density, and nerve response speed were astonishingly high. A flicker of surprise crossed Rui's eyes as she parted her lips, her tone imbued with the thrill of discovering a rare specimen. Remarkably perfect. From a physiological standpoint, it's practically a textbook example. Lan Xijin's lips curled into a slight smile as she reciprocated the sentiment. You are quite intriguing as well. As she spoke, she naturally extended her hand, casually ruffling Rui's fluffy, soft pink hair. What are you doing? Rui exclaimed, recoiling as if her tail had been stepped on. Instinctively shielding her hair with her hands, her small face puffed in indignation. I absolutely detest having others touch my hair. The feeling of being treated like a child was an affront to her dignity. Lan Xijin withdrew her hand, her expression devoid of apology, instead graced with a lingering smile. Apologies, I couldn't help myself. It felt rather pleasant, reminiscent of that little dog from the Bo family. Rui glared at her in a huff, suddenly recalling something. Her gaze sweeping toward the crowd behind Lan Xijin, seemingly searching for a particular figure. Finding no one, she pouted in discontent. Hey, where's Lan? Did you expel him from the student council? Her tone hinted at a touch of gleeful gossip. Lan Xijin shrugged, her demeanor innocent and unabashed. He relinquished that position to me. That makes sense, Rui nodded, evidently unperturbed by Lan Xijin's defeat. She then lifted her chin slightly, adopting a commanding tone. So where is he now?
I need to find him about something.
Well, Lan Xijin replied with a shrug. I'm not quite sure. Fine then. Rui waved her hand impatiently and called out to the blonde girl behind her, who had been smiling at her. Ilea, let us go. Let us head back for some rest. Ilea responded gently and quickly fell into step beside her. At this moment, the elite students of Edith Academy began to descend from the aircraft, clad in their standardized uniforms which exuded an air of disciplined training. As they passed by Lan Xijin, they merely nodded in acknowledgement before silently following Rui and Ilea away. On the tarmac, the remaining 2 aircraft opened their hatches in succession. From one, a team of chefs and logistical attendants emerged, all donned in identical uniforms. From the other, several heavily protected metal cases were unloaded. containing the very essence that upheld the core philosophy of Edith's data supremacy, multiple supercomputing devices.